Chapter 1. A Bountiful Blessing? The Unrivaled Beginning. Su Liang, what brings you to me? In an office that exudes simplicity yet opulence. A stunningly beautiful woman furrowed her brow, casting an irate glance at the young man seated before her. Lu Rulin, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, had ascended to the role of executive president of the Lu Group at a young age, earning a reputation as a prodigious business talent. Her exquisite, oval face was adorned with crescent-shaped brows and lips as luscious as blooming roses. Dressed in a professional suit that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, she could not see her own toes when she looked down. Her delicate lashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes seemed to blaze with fire. The flawless complexion of her face bore a faint blush, revealing her considerable anger. The young man across from her was no ordinary individual. He was Su Liang, the heir of the foremost family in the magical city. Su Liang possessed handsome features and an elegant demeanor, now regarding her with a playful expression. Let's get to the point. Before she could unleash her fury, he waved his hand dismissively. Don't be alarmed. I merely came to check on you after not seeing you for 2 days. What intentions could I possibly have? A look of skepticism clouded Lu Rulin's face that I must inform you. I will never develop feelings for you. As if recalling something, her gaze turned resolute. Lu Rulin, would rather leave from here then. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. You speak to Brother Liang, and Brother Liang feels quite pleased. However, I'm not fond of your tone. Upon hearing Su Liang's sudden shift in demeanor, Lu Rulin's expression morphed into one of unexpected surprise. The same old formula would surely yield a familiar flavor. She fell silent. Su Liang stroked his chin, an expression of mockery dancing across his features. Why bother? As Su Liang exited the office, the hour of twilight was upon him. The sky was adorned with deep crimson clouds, casting a breathtaking panorama over the land. Upon leaving the Lu Group, Su Liang was ushered into a luxurious Rolls-Royce by a respectful bodyguard. The vehicle started and glided smoothly down the street. With one hand propping his head, Su Liang gazed out at the bustling traffic, lost in contemplation. According to the timeline, the plot should commence soon, right? In truth, he had traversed into this parallel world for half a year. Upon discovering that he inhabited a fictional narrative and that his identity was that of a villain, he was left in shock that I end the novel. Su Liang was a sycophantic supporting character, merely a stepping stone for the protagonist, ultimately meeting a tragic end. The mere thought of such a fate sent him into a frenzy. Fortunately, the essential golden finger of a transmigrator had arrived. The villain family system. The system's rules were straightforward. By enrolling individuals into his family, he could earn rewards. Was this the rhythm of establishing a harem? Of course, the blessing of numerous offspring came with restrictions. Firstly, a certain level of affection was required, and secondly, the individuals must possess a degree of fortune. Women endowed with fortune in the book. The fortuitous female lead? This compelled him to fully embrace the role of the protagonist's antagonist. Fortunately, with 6 months remaining before the plot's initiation, he had time to defy fate. Thus, Su Liang embarked on a quest to gather companions. Campus beauties, flight attendants, policewomen, nurses, secretaries, female executives, queens, dominatrices. Innocent, alluring, aloof, gentle, and troubled. Now, half a year later, Su Liang had amassed over a dozen family members, with several still in the process of being courted as the novel's object of adoration. Lu Rulin was also the protagonist's fiancée, the heir of the foremost family in the magical city, reduced to a sycophant in the narrative? Absolutely not. Su Liang directly utilized the resources of the Su family to strategically undermine the Lu Group. Given that the Lu family was merely a minor entity, how could they compete with the Su family? As expected, various conglomerates applied pressure, and partners defected. Soon, the Lu Group found itself besieged. No matter how talented Lu Rulin was in business, she could not reverse the impending bankruptcy. In her moment of despair, Su Liang appeared, offering her a glimmer of hope. However, this female lead possessed a particularly strong character. Gaining her favor proved to be a challenge, and he could not trigger the rewards he desired. Today, he had come to see the protagonist's fiancée in hopes of integrating her into his family to reap the benefits. Little did he expect Lu Rulin to remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Could Su Yang tolerate this? Though he failed to win over this female lead, it was not a significant setback. With the addition of several family members, Su Liang had also received a plethora of system rewards. Early stage transformation strength, strength hierarchy, bright strength, dark strength, transformation strength. Spatial storage. Items can be stored at will, currently limited to non-living objects. Driving skills, divine level, skill levels, beginner, intermediate, advanced, divine. Breezy aura, charisma buff. This enhances the goodwill of those around the host. A successful villain never wears evil on their face. Despite their misdeeds, they maintain an air of elegance and charm. Additionally, he acquired skills in body refinement, martial arts, photographic memory, and enhanced charisma that IT is no exaggeration to say. He was now invincible. This moment. He felt no anxiety, merely awaiting the unfolding of the narrative to deliver a resounding blow to the protagonist. Chapter 2. Has the protagonist become invincible upon descent? An immediate engagement withdrawal in the western mountains of the Magic City. There lies a dilapidated building, long abandoned and overrun with weeds, a desolate sight. Despite its current state of decay, 6 years ago, it was renowned and resplendent. For it was the site of the Lin family, one of the 5 prominent families of the Magic City. 6 years prior, the Lin family faced defeat in a fierce commercial rivalry with the Su family. The head of the Lin family, unable to withstand the crushing blow of bankruptcy, leaped from the 33rd floor. The matriarch, consumed by despair, succumbed to her grief. The Lin family was left with only one heir, who subsequently vanished without a trace. Thus, the illustrious Lin family faded into history overnight. Father, mother, I have returned. I shall avenge you and eradicate the Su family. At this moment, before the ruins of the Lin family, a young man kneels, bowing his head in reverence. He possesses an unremarkable appearance, yet after a few solemn bows, he rises to reveal a pair of profound eyes that betray his extraordinary nature. He is none other than Lin Hao, the last scion of the Lin family. Contrary to the rumors of his demise, he had not perished. Rather, he had followed an elderly mentor to the mountains for 6 years of rigorous training. He has 3 masters. The first, a miraculous physician, possesses unparalleled medical skills capable of reviving the dead. The second, a martial arts prodigy, excels in myriad forms of combat, able to fell a bull with a single punch. The third, a reclusive sage, is a master of music, chess, literature, and the arts. Little brat, have you truly mastered all that we have to offer in just 6 years? Lin Hao, we old fellows have little left to teach you. Go forth and pursue your desires. Impudent boy, cease this torment upon us. You have become invincible. Go down the mountain and wreak havoc among your elder sisters. Recalling the words of his masters as he descended the mountain, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, through 5 years of unwavering dedication, he had absorbed the entirety of their teachings, surpassing them in skill. Now, having returned, he is resolute in his quest for vengeance, determined to make the Su family pay for the destruction of the Lin family. The following morning, a taxi arrives, halting before an opulent villa that showcases a blend of Eastern and Western architectural styles, exuding grandeur, with the plaque inscribed with the name of the Lu family. A figure steps out of the taxi. It is Lin Hao. Instead of seeking out his elder sisters immediately, he directs his steps to the Lu family mansion. In the heyday of the Lin family, numerous families sought to curry favor, the Lu family being among them, to establish a closer alliance. The Lu family proposed a marriage between Lu Rulin and Lin Hao. Given their historical ties and the prospect of matrimony, it is only fitting for him to pay a visit. Standing before the villa, gazing at the imposing plaque, Lin Hao feels a wave of nostalgia. In the past, during the Lin family's ascent, he had visited the Lu household several times. Now, it has become even more resplendent. Clearly, the Lu family has thrived in recent years. Unavoidably, his thoughts drift to the elegant and serene girl, the epitome of purity and beauty. She is, after all, his betrothed. 6 years ago, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. One can only imagine how captivating she must be now. The mere thought of soon reuniting with his fiancée stirred a ripple of emotion even within Lin Hao, whose heart was usually as tranquil as an ancient well. What are you doing here? Is this where you belong? Leave at once. A sharp voice pierced the air. Turning towards the source, Lin Hao found himself under the scrutiny of a security guard, who approached with an intimidating demeanor. Remaining calm, Lin Hao stated, I am here to see Lu Rulin. Please inform her. The guard hesitated for a moment, sizing him up, and then let out a derisive laugh. Recently emerged from the mountains, Lin Hao was clad in a faded shirt and torn jeans, presenting an appearance that could only be described as marginally cleaner than that of a beggar. Is it really you seeking the young lady? Do you possess a key to her heart? The guard's scornful laughter echoed as he mocked Lin Hao. Who was this young lady? A renowned business prodigy. With suitors lining up from the Magic City to the imperial capital, the figure before him, seemingly just off the mountain, dared to approach the Liu family? Lin Hao's expression darkened. While he dismissed the significance of such minor characters, not everyone could brazenly challenge him. Just as he was about to retaliate, a hesitant voice interjected from the side. Young Master Lin? An elderly man in traditional attire looked at Lin Hao in surprise. He was the steward of the Liu family, who had once been acquainted with Lin Hao when the two families enjoyed a cordial relationship. Despite the passage of 6 years, Lin Hao, having shed his youthful naivete, now exuded a mature composure, though his appearance remained unremarkable enough for the steward to recognize him instantly. Yet, he was puzzled as to how Madame Liu had anticipated Lin Hao's visit to the Liu residence. Old Liu, Lin Hao acknowledged the steward, his expression regaining its composure as he offered a smile. Please, lead the way. The steward nodded and guided him through the house. Upon reaching the living room, he asked Lin Hao to wait while he went to inform the lady of the house. An hour passed in silence, and just as Lin Hao felt his patience waning, Madame Liu, Liu Rulan's mother, finally made her appearance. Holding a cup of coffee, she leisurely settled onto the sofa and took a small sip with grace. Speak. What brings you to the Liu residence? She cast a cold glance at Lin Hao, her tone indifferent, and the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Lin Hao's heart began to sink. The hour-long wait without even a drop of tea served was indicative of her attitude, and he sensed something amiss. He could hardly reconcile this with his memories of Madame Liu, who had always welcomed him warmly during his visits. Now, however, her gaze was akin to that of someone looking down upon a beggar. Perhaps the amiable Aunt Jiang he remembered had long since changed, vanishing when the Lin family fell from grace. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao spoke with a measured tone. Aunt Jiang, I have come to see Rulan. Before he could finish, Madame Liu interrupted him. How much? Lin Hao was taken aback, perplexed by her words. I mean, how much do you require to dissolve the engagement with Rulan? The protagonist was taken aback. How much do you desire to annul the engagement with Rulan? Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to rebuke, questioning how they could perceive him in such a light, he heard Madame Liu continue, 1 million. And do not trouble my daughter. With a sardonic laugh, Lin Hao, filled with rage, retorted, Is your daughter, the esteemed young lady of the Liu family, truly worth only 1 million in your eyes? Madame Liu furrowed her brow, then relaxed it. 5 million. I shall offer you 5 million, but do not push your luck. The engagement from years past lacks substantial proof. Granting you 5 million would mean Liu family has shown considerable benevolence. Indeed, the alliance had initially been proposed by her, and the Lin family had acquiesced, resulting in a consensus without any formal marriage contract. Yet, to elevate the Liu family's status, they had boasted about it, and the elite society of Magic City was well aware. Given the Lin family's influence at that time, the union was as good as sealed, even without a contract. However, who could have anticipated the Lin family would offend the Su family, leading to their sudden downfall? The current offer to Lin Hao was not due to any sense of obligation from the Liu family. It was merely to silence the whispers of the upper echelons of society. Enough. Lin Hao finally interrupted, unable to endure Madame Liu's incessant chatter. You think you can dictate a marriage or an annulment at will? I refuse to comply. If the engagement is to be annulled, let Rulan speak to me herself. Farewell. With that, Lin Hao turned on his heel and departed, leaving Madame Liu with a face of fury. Watching his retreating figure, she picked up her phone and dialed Su Gongzi's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Madame Liu's previously sullen expression instantly transformed into one of sycophantic delight. Su Gongzi. It appears Lin Hao has indeed come to see me. She was aware of Lin Hao's impending visit, all thanks to Su Liang's information. Lin Hao remained oblivious, unaware that an invisible net was being cast against him. Upon exiting the Liu residence, Lin Hao made his way to the Liu group. Through inquiries, he gleaned some information about Liu Rulan, the executive president of the Liu group, a business prodigy, exuding an air of aloof beauty. She had countless suitors. He intended to clarify whether the proposal for annulment originated from her or merely from her mother. The security at Liu group was even more stringent than at Liu's home, and Lin Hao was predictably halted by the guards outside. To meet Liu Rulan, he had to find an alternative route. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to scale a side fence and gain entry. After some effort, he finally found himself in the president's office, face to face with Liu Rulan. Who are you? She inquired, her brow slightly furrowed at the sight of the disheveled youth before her. As for Lin Hao, he was momentarily dumbfounded. A voice within him screaming, annul the engagement? Impossible. I will never let this marriage go. Rulan is destined to be mine. Not even Jesus could prevent it. Having spent 6 years on the mountain, Lin Hao had never encountered such a stunning beauty. Throughout his journey, he had heard countless praises of President Liu's beauty. Yet upon seeing her in person, he found himself utterly captivated. A delicate and exquisite face shaped like an egg, with slightly furrowed brows exuding an air of cold elegance mingled with authority, instilling a desire for conquest. Her hair elegantly pinned up, there was an alluring charm in her expression that belied her youthful demeanor. How could I possibly feel this way? It must be an illusion. Lin Hao shook his head in alarm. Regaining his composure, he noticed Lu Rulin's furrowed brow, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to summon security. He hastily spoke, "Rulin. It's me, Lin Hao. Don't you remember? Lin Hao?" At the mention of his name, a long-buried memory began to resurface in her mind. Her thoughts were consumed by Su Liang, and indeed, the memories of 6 years ago felt distant. Lin Hao was once the young master of the Lin family. But 6 years prior, a calamity befell the family, leading to its downfall, and Lin Hao had disappeared, presumed dead by all. "You're still alive?" she exclaimed. "I went to the mountains with my master back then, and now I have returned," Lin Hao explained, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Lu Rulin nodded slowly. "So? You came to find me?" Lin Hao responded, "Is it really so mundane? Aren't you curious about what I've been up to for the past 6 years? And what I intend to do now?" He paused before adding, "I just visited the Lu family. Aunt Jiang intends to annul our engagement, and I came to inquire about your thoughts on it." He took a moment and, attempting to sound nonchalant, continued, "Rest assured. The engagement was arranged by my parents back then. If you disagree, I will not impose my will upon you." With that, he cast a nervous glance at Lu Rulin. Although she was already one of his recognized consorts, he still hoped to hear the response he desired. Initially, he believed such a statement would endear him to her. But soon Lin Hao sensed something amiss. He watched as Lu Rulin's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, fear, anger, and shame intertwining. After a long pause, she took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. "Then let the engagement be annulled," she said. Lin Hao was taken aback, staring in disbelief. What was happening? This was not merely contrary to his expectations, it was entirely the opposite. He stammered, "Why?" "There is no reason," Lu Rulin replied, her expression grave. After countless exchanges with Su Liang, their bond had grown deep, and she knew him well. With Su Liang's possessive nature, should he learn of her engagement to Lin Hao, it could lead to dire consequences. Annulment of the engagement would serve to mitigate the potential for violence, not out of affection for Lin Hao, but rather to avoid collateral damage. Aside from the engagement, their relationship was merely one of acquaintance. One could not deny that her ability to assume the role of the heroine stemmed from her sense of responsibility and courage. However, Lin Hao had no intention of expressing gratitude. Just as he was preparing to question her further, Lu Rulin's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom next door, retching violently. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, his heart momentarily faltering, as an absurd thought surged within him. Chapter 4. The Heroine's Morning Sickness. The first encounter between the protagonist and the antagonist. Lin Hao stumbled out of the office, his mind swirling with thoughts. Lu Rulin's sudden bout of nausea had drawn a connection to the alluring charm that enveloped her. At that moment, he believed it to be mere illusion and did not dwell on it further. Now, piecing it together, could that bout of nausea possibly be a sign of pregnancy? The thought flitted across his mind, but was quickly dismissed. How could this be? She was his fiancée, one of the consorts that even Jesus could not deter. The very notion that Lu Rulin might be carrying a child, conceived by some unsavory suitor, caused him a profound heartache, rendering him breathless. Thus, Lin Hao exited the office, unable to accept such a harrowing reality, nor did he possess the inclination to question Lu Rulin about her reasons for breaking off their engagement. Wait, perhaps I am overthinking this. Lin Hao paused, attempting to console himself internally. That alluring demeanor was but an illusion. The vomiting could simply be attributed to nausea. His medical skills were not inferior to those of his master, yet he lacked the ability to ascertain pregnancy with a mere glance, and thus could not confirm that Lu Rulin was indeed expecting. Another point of confusion plagued him, the fear and shame that flickered in Lu Rulin's eyes. As the president of the Lu Group, she was a formidable figure even within elite circles. What sort of person could evoke such emotions in her? Lin Hao steeled himself, his gaze flickering with determination. He was resolved to uncover the truth. If Lu Rulin were pregnant, there must be an ambiguous figure involved. He was intent on identifying that individual. Should he fail to find anyone, it would signify that his worries were unfounded. In fact, it would be simpler to check Lu Rulin's pulse directly. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that if the truth were indeed as he feared, he would be unable to bear it. "Stop! How did you get in here?" A booming voice interrupted. A rotund security guard stood before him. It was the same guard who had blocked Lin Hao at the entrance not long ago. Having just changed shifts, he had come over from the gate and was taken aback to see this young man, wondering if he was mistaken, prompting several rubs of his eyes. "So, this is how he entered?" Lin Hao feigned innocence, cursing his misfortune internally. Was today destined to be a battle with the security? "Stop the nonsense and get out of here, or I will call the police." The guard was not interested in Lin Hao's explanations. He threatened him while dragging him toward the exit. "Wait, my good sir, I can leave on my own. Lin Hao's mind raced. He had heard that President Liu was exceedingly beautiful, a paragon of grace, and he merely wished to see if the rumors were true. Upon hearing Lin Hao's praise for Liu Ruolin, the guard softened his grip somewhat, pride swelling in his chest. Of course, our president is indeed a stunning beauty. Like a flower in bloom, captivating enough to make fish sink and birds fall. Security personnel, like him, were accustomed to such admirers. Liu Ruolin's fame was unparalleled. Each day, numerous visitors came to the company, eager to catch a glimpse of her elegance. Distinguished executives, charming young men, glamorous professionals, and ordinary folk alike, all thwarted at the gate by the likes of them. Yet, they had not anticipated that this young man would find a way inside. Oh, with so many suitors vying for President Liu's attention, I wonder if she is seeing anyone? By engaging the guard in such conversation, Lin Hao aimed to glean information through this last inquiry. If Liu Ruolin had grown close to someone, the guards would surely be the first to know. As they reached the company's entrance, the guard relaxed somewhat, becoming more talkative. The suitors of the president could be counted from the bustling metropolis to the imperial capital. Yet when it comes to those who have succeeded, there are none to speak of. However, what? Lin Hao's eyes brightened. He had an instinct that the next phrase would unveil the truth he sought. However, in recent months, the president has been spending considerable time with young Master Su. Young Master Su? Which young Master Su? Hush, keep your voice down. The security guard was startled by Lin Hao's loudness and admonished him in a hushed tone. Discussing the president's romantic affairs in private could lead to dismissal if discovered. Seeing Lin Hao's agitation, he glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before continuing. Of course, it's the eldest son of the Su family. Not only does he come from a prestigious background, but he is also strikingly handsome and possesses a gentlemanly demeanor. If anyone is worthy of our president, it must undoubtedly be young Master Su. Lin Hao could no longer tolerate the security guard's incessant boasting. The names Su family and young Master Su reverberated in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he thought, yet again the Su family. Unaware of Lin Hao's unusual demeanor, the security guard continued his enthusiastic chatter. Just then, a familiar Rolls-Royce entered his line of sight, causing the guard to tense up and hurriedly open the door to grant passage. As the car drew near, the guard raised his hand in salute, nodding and bowing in abject flattery. Lin Hao observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Coincidence or not, the young man in the back seat happened to glance in his direction. In that instant, their eyes met, and he felt a sense of mockery emanating from the young man's gaze. He was certain they had never met before. How could he exhibit such an expression? Who was that man? He is the young Master Su I just mentioned, came the reply. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression shifted. His aura transformed, becoming sharp and fierce, as if he were a predator poised to strike. This young Master Su had recently been getting close to Liu Ruolin and was likely the one attempting to undermine him. Just as he took a few steps to pursue, he was halted by the security guard. Brother, please don't make this difficult for me. You should leave quickly, the guard implored. Realizing the situation, Lin Hao tempered his intensity. It was broad daylight, and he could not force his way through. The consequences of involving the police would be dire. Reluctantly, he could only wait anxiously for young Master Su to emerge. Chapter 5. Dining with the female lead. The protagonist's mindset explodes as noon arrived. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth. Lin Hao stood at the entrance, drenched in sweat. The heat of his body paled in comparison to his inner turmoil. Why was young Master Su taking so long to come out? What could he and Liu Ruolin be doing? Were they in the office, on the sofa, or perhaps even at the desk? Had it not been for the vigilant security guards watching him, he would have stormed in long ago. Some kind-hearted guards suggested he leave, but he refused to budge. What a joke. He could feel the green light of envy glowing atop his head. He could not simply walk away. This sentiment moved the guards, who marveled at the president's charm. They were touched by his willingness to endure the blazing sun just to catch a glimpse of the president. Just as Lin Hao's patience reached its limit, that familiar Rolls-Royce emerged, but this time with an additional passenger, Liu Ruolin, the esteemed President Liu. The security guards maintained a stoic demeanor, observing nothing as they quietly opened the door. Lin Hao felt a surge of determination, gritting his teeth as he pursued the vehicle. The Rolls-Royce moved at a leisurely pace, and Lin Hao, having trained in martial arts for years, faced no difficulty in tailing it. The car did not travel far, stopping in front of a five-star hotel. The bodyguard alighted to open the door for Su Liang, while Liu Ruolin exited from the opposite side, their relationship appearing rather indifferent. Normally, it is customary for a man to open the door for his female companion, or at the very least, for a bodyguard to do so. Peering from his hiding spot, Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief, though soon found himself puzzled. Su Liang strode towards the hotel entrance, with Liu Ruolin hastily following. Was it not the other way around? It seemed as though Liu Ruolin was the one fawning over Su Liang. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he chose to continue his covert observation rather than confront them. The pair made a reservation in the hotel lobby. As the waiter took their order, They conversed and dined like ordinary business partners. Lin Hao momentarily thought he was overthinking the situation. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. After Su Liang had his fill, his gaze inadvertently swept across the room, revealing a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. His purpose for coming today was twofold: to assess the protagonist and to see if the narrative would unfold differently with his interference. Upon observing the protagonist, he found him rather unremarkable, fitting the mold of someone attempting to appear low-key yet ostentatious. The storyline had indeed shifted. It no longer followed the original path where the protagonist had just emerged from obscurity and Lu Rulin had offered him a position as a security guard. With the plot altered and his own circumstances unchanged, this reaffirmed Lin Hao's belief that he need not concern himself with the direction of the narrative. Yet he pondered whether eliminating the protagonist would yield any consequences. Seeing that Su Liang had finished his meal, Lu Rulin also ceased eating. Though she maintained a calm exterior, her heart was tumultuous, teetering on the brink of tears. Su Liang had frequently visited her in the past, but always after a few days' interval, as she found it increasingly difficult to endure his presence. Why had he come 2 days in a row? Having dined, it remained uncertain whether Su Liang intended to take her home or continue to her office. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions when a hand appeared before her. Holding a tissue, the implication was clear: he was offering her something to wipe her mouth. Looking up, she found Su Liang gazing at her with an affable expression, exuding an air of refined elegance. Yet, instead of warmth, she felt a chilling coldness that penetrated her very core. Only she understood the true devilry concealed beneath his charming exterior. Daring not to linger her gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Just as she reached for the tissue, a voice as gentle as a spring breeze drifted to her ears. "Allow me to assist you." With that, Su Liang leaned in, tenderly wiping her mouth with the tissue. His movements as gentle as one would expect towards a beloved girlfriend. "Thank you," Lu Rulin stammered, her voice flustered and incoherent. "Why such formality between us?" Before Su Liang could finish his thought, he was startled internally. The system, which had previously only activated upon securing the female lead and integrating her into the family, had unexpectedly responded. "Ding Lin Hao harbors feelings of anger towards you, accumulating 666 villain points. Ding Lin Hao has developed a deep-seated hatred for you, resulting in 888 villain points." Upon realizing this, Su Liang suddenly comprehended that the system had launched a new feature. By undermining the protagonist, one could now accrue villain points, which could be utilized for system lotteries. Previously, rewards could only be obtained by drawing the female lead into his family, but now there existed an additional source of rewards. Su Liang clicked his tongue. This arrangement compelled him to engage in a relentless struggle against the protagonist. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had already sworn enmity over the female lead and would pursue his vendetta to the utmost. However, it appeared that his plans would require modification. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the protagonist upon his appearance, eradicating any future threat. Yet, it now seemed that the protagonist retained some utility. Rather than killing him outright, it would be more advantageous to extract his final worth, allowing him to emit his last flickers of vitality. By striking at the protagonist to gather villain points, he could use them to enhance his own power. In this reciprocal dynamic, what could the protagonist possibly wield against him? The act of siphoning villain points was, in essence, a covert theft of the protagonist's fortune. Regrettably, Lin Hao's fortune appeared scant. It was likely that it would soon be exhausted. How splendid it would be if there were additional protagonists. Once one protagonist's fortune was depleted, he could simply dispose of them and acquire another, akin to harvesting chives, reaping them in successive waves. Su Liang harbored a vague suspicion that this world was not merely the realm of the novel Invincible descends the mountain to torment the senior sister. The numerous female leads he had brought into his family were not characters from this particular narrative. This realization contributed to his decision to refrain from killing the protagonist for the time being, opting instead to drain him of his remaining value. While his strength was deemed invincible within this novel's confines, who could ascertain what other protagonists lurked beyond? Figures such as the returning king of soldiers, the national martial arts master, the retired god of death, and the Dragon King's son-in-law. Su Liang would not let any opportunity to augment his power slip away. However, should this protagonist pose even the slightest threat to him, he would not hesitate to strike. Regardless of the potential value, some threats must be extinguished. Observing Su Liang wiping Lu Rulin's mouth, Lu Rulin did not refuse, as if accustomed to such intimacy. Lin Hao was taken aback. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him no choice but to believe it. The closeness displayed between the two, with Lu Rulin exhibiting no signs of shyness or embarrassment, indicated that they had likely been together for quite some time. There was a 99.9 chance that they had engaged in even more intimate acts. Did this mean Lu Rulin's morning sickness was indeed genuine? His world felt as though it had been shattered. He was engulfed in disbelief. Suddenly, He came to a startling realization and focused intently. He quickly identified the crux of the matter. Not only was Lu Rulin unflustered, but her complexion had paled even further, her eyes betraying a flicker of familiar terror. A flash of insight pierced his mind. In that instant, Lin Hao understood everything. The reason Lu Rulin had been so obedient was due to the coercion of that Su family scion. What form of coercion? Merely the might of the Su family's influence. Perhaps Lu Rulin possessed some leverage that he had seized. The thought of Su Liang forcing her into various predicaments, and potentially even impregnating her, sent a shiver of rage coursing through Lin Hao. Lin Hao's mental state shattered, resulting in 999 villain points. Su Liang raised his eyebrows, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Was he truly thrown into disarray merely by a hint of intimacy displayed towards the female protagonist? Such a fragile disposition for a leading character. This is merely the beginning. If he were to discover that Lu Rulin had already succumbed to her feelings, he might very well perish on the spot. The new book seeks your generous support, as the author pledges to deliver an unrelenting stream of updates until death do us part. I shall forsake romance, shun employment, and forego gaming. This night shall be replicated every night henceforth. In Chapter 6, a hospital examination reveals a pregnancy, leaving the female protagonist dumbfounded as she pieces together the events. Lin Hao is filled with rage, wishing he could immediately confront Su Liang. However, he manages to suppress his impulses, having detected several skilled individuals lurking in the corners, presumably safeguarding the young master of the Su family. These individuals possess some degree of prowess, yet in his estimation, they are hardly formidable, not worth his concern. His reluctance to act stems from a desire to avoid alarming the enemy. His adversary is not merely Su Liang, but the entire Su clan. Should he eliminate Su Liang, the Su family's influence would render him powerless, regardless of his strength. Moreover, a glimmer of hope remains. Perhaps, just perhaps, Lu Rulin is not actually pregnant. Human nature often dictates that one cannot believe in a truth laid bare before them unless witnessed firsthand. After teasing Lu Rulin, Su Liang prepared to return to the company. His parents had shifted their business operations to the capital, leaving him to manage everything in the bustling metropolis, where a mountain of documents awaited his attention. With his objectives accomplished, he now aimed to gradually craft the protagonist's narrative. Before departing, Su Liang assigned a female bodyguard to discreetly monitor the situation, ensuring that any developments would be reported to him. The budding affection between the female lead and the protagonist was not to unfold in his presence. Lu Rulin felt a tension grip her entire being. It was only after Su Liang had left that she exhaled deeply, relieved. At that moment, a server passed by with a greasy plate of braised pig trotters, stirring a wave of nausea within her, covering her mouth. It took her a while to regain her composure. After summoning the server to settle the bill, she had just picked up her bag, preparing to return to the company, when a figure blocked her path. Lin Hao, what brings you here? Lu Rulin furrowed her brow, noting that Lin Hao's attire hardly suggested he could afford a five-star hotel, leading her to suspect he had come to find her. Lin Hao's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he took a deep breath. Over the past few years, I have acquired considerable knowledge, particularly in medicine. Noticing your bouts of nausea, I can offer to take your pulse. After a brief pause, seemingly considering her apprehensions, he added, rest assured, there will be no physical contact. I will use silk threads for diagnosis. With that, he produced several fine threads in his hand. Lu Rulin's countenance darkened. Who would respond positively to an unsolicited diagnosis of illness? The notion of using silk threads for pulse diagnosis felt archaic, reminiscent of ancient flirtation tactics. Upon sensing Lin Hao's earnest demeanor, Lu Rulin felt a flicker of doubt. After a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced, wrapping one end of the thread around her wrist. At that moment, Lin Hao had no thoughts of flirtation. Only the anxious anticipation of uncovering the truth filled his mind. Once the threads were properly arranged, he eagerly commenced his examination. Lu Rulin wore an expression of indifference, eager to witness what tricks he might employ. Meanwhile, Lin Hao appeared grave, his countenance shifting with the passage of time. Worry, anticipation, fear, anger, and despair. How could this be? Lu Rulin was truly pregnant. The truth had emerged. Shattering his last flicker of hope, Lin Hao murmured to himself, his demeanor resembling that of a lost soul. For reasons unknown, seeing Lin Hao in such a state caused Lu Rulin's heart to lurch. A foreboding sensation enveloped her. She hurriedly inquired, what is it? Oh, it's the pulse of joy. Congratulations, you are with child, the doctor proclaimed. At that moment, Lin Hao's expression was nothing short of dramatic, a blend of tears and laughter. In this instant, he found himself harboring resentment even towards Lu Rulin. Thunderous thoughts roared in Lu Rulin's mind, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, her complexion paling abruptly. The designer bag worth millions slipped from her grasp with a dull thud. When she regained her senses, she vehemently shook her head. No, it cannot be. You must be mistaken. Go to the hospital for a checkup, and you'll see, Lin Hao muttered before trudging towards the exit, his steps faltering, his form swaying. Could it be? Lu Ruolin clenched her teeth. She recalled numerous instances when exhaustion had prevented her from taking precautionary measures. Coupled with the peculiarities of recent days, frequent nausea, a lack of appetite at the sight of greasy foods, and even bouts of retching, she realized the most crucial detail she had overlooked. Her relatives had not visited this month. Unable to remain composed any longer, Lu Ruolin picked up her bag and rushed out, determined to go to the hospital. At the First People's Hospital, Lu Ruolin paced anxiously in the corridor, awaiting her results. Before long, a female doctor approached, holding a report and smiling as she announced, "Congratulations. You are going to be a mother. The baby is very healthy." Lu Ruolin momentarily lost her bearings. Had she not been holding onto a chair, she might have collapsed. After a while, she reluctantly accepted the reality. Regaining her composure, she resolved to keep this matter confidential. The news of her pregnancy must not leak. Lu Ruolin, known for her decisiveness and swift actions, was nonetheless unable to conceal her situation from the watchful eyes of those around her. In the shadows, her bodyguard, tasked with both protection and surveillance, promptly reported the incident to Su Liang. Meanwhile, a farcical scene unfolded at the entrance of the Su Corporation, where a young man was wreaking havoc among a group of security personnel. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Hao. After leaving the hotel, a gentle breeze had startled him. He had indeed harbored some resentment towards Lu Ruolin, lamenting her misfortune and resenting her lack of resolve. You are betrothed, yet you carry another's child. Now, having regained his composure, he recognized that it was not Lu Ruolin's fault. The true culprit was Su Liang. Everything stemmed from Su Liang's coercion. Enduring this situation had grown increasingly intolerable. With each passing moment, his anger intensified. How could he remain passive when his fiancée was pregnant? Resolute, Lin Hao sought out Su Liang's company, storming over with a fierce determination. Chapter 7. The Personal Secretary, Shui Yurong. The protagonist has arrived at the door. Yet, half an hour earlier, Su Liang had arrived at his own company. The Su Group, situated in the bustling commercial heart of the metropolis, is surrounded by several office buildings. Upon entering the edifice, a striking figure approached warmly. In her gaze directed at Su Liang, admiration and reverence sparkled. Shui Yurong, the personal secretary, is also a member of the Su family. True to her name, her merits are particularly pronounced. She possesses an exquisite figure. Her long hair cascades down to her waist, framing a flawless oval face, with delicate willow-like brows above a pair of lustrous, ebony eyes that radiate intelligence. President Su, with your myriad responsibilities, you finally deigned to grace the company today, Shui Yurong remarked, leading the way with a hint of playful lament. Ever since she was brought into the company, all matters have been entrusted to her, leaving Su Liang to assume the role of a carefree overseer. Were it not for certain documents requiring the president's signature, he might well have remained absent from the office. However, beneath her light-hearted annoyance lay a deeper sentiment of gratitude. It was heartening to know that Su Liang placed such trust in her. Li Wanjun, hasn't she gone to the branch office for an inspection? Perhaps you could cover for her. Su Liang arched an eyebrow. He harbored a fondness for the women who had entered his domain. He enjoyed the occasional jest and was unbothered by minor displays of temper, as they added a touch of charm. Yet, should he be provoked to displeasure, disciplinary measures would inevitably follow. Previously, someone had entered his domain only to discover the throng of beauties surrounding Su Liang, leading to a tumultuous breakup fueled by feelings of betrayal. In the end, however, that individual was thoroughly subdued. I meant Li Wanji, not Li Wanjun, Shui Yurong retorted, rolling her eyes at Su Liang with an alluring demeanor. Now that a relative has just left, it seems the president is still seeking my company. I have been quite distracted thinking of you. As they exchanged banter, they arrived at the president's office, where Su Liang commenced the task of attending to the documents on his desk. What he termed processing files merely involved affixing his signature, as the contents had already been reviewed by Shui Yurong. He held a firm belief in her capabilities, a Harvard University Ph.D. in economics. She had authored several international papers, making her a bona fide top-tier talent. Undoubtedly, she would become a crucial ally to a certain protagonist in managing their enterprises. Though Su Liang had fortuitously intercepted her first, he recalled the moment he pursued her, just as she was returning from abroad, preparing to seek employment. Through a series of sweet nothings, coercion, and a blend of flattery and deception, he ultimately succeeded. His efforts bore fruit. Not only had he secured a genius in business management, but he also gained exceptional driving skills from her. Shui Yurong, opting not to disturb him further, prepared a cup of tea for Su Liang and gently closed the door behind her as she exited. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Upon receiving Su Liang's consent, Shui Yurong entered with a slight air of urgency. President, there's a commotion outside. It turned out that an individual had attempted to enter the company to see Su Liang without an appointment, only to be thwarted by the security personnel. This person, intent on forcing their way in, displayed formidable strength, overpowering dozens of security personnel, none of whom could withstand a single blow. Now, he had fought his way inside. "Oh," Su Liang replied, continuing to sign documents without lifting his gaze. He likely already knew who was behind this intrusion, as a series of alert notifications had just resonated in his mind. The cold atmosphere around Lin Hao was palpable, his villainous value soaring to 555. Lin Hao's composure shattered. His villainous value reaching 998. Lin Hao harbored an intense hatred for you. His villainous value hitting an apex of 999. Su Liang found himself somewhat perplexed, pondering what transgression he had committed. After all, he had merely shared a meal with the female protagonist. How had it escalated to the level of slaying a beloved character? Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed caused a fatal incident. Seeing Su Liang remain utterly unfazed, Shui Yurong gradually regained her composure, observing Su Liang's hands deftly maneuvering numerous documents. There was a striking aura about him, as if the very mountains could crumble before him without eliciting a change in his demeanor. His chiseled profile, when focused, was irresistibly enchanting, and she found herself entranced. After signing the final document, Su Liang stretched languidly. "Let us see what madness he is up to," he said as he descended the stairs. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he witnessed Lin Hao incapacitating the last security guard. In a brief span, Lin Hao had battled his way from the entrance to the lobby. These elite soldiers posed no match for him. Even the hidden martial artists who had been safeguarding Su Liang emerged, their expressions grave as they regarded Lin Hao. He displayed restraint, ensuring that the security personnel were merely incapacitated and would recover after a brief respite. In truth, had he not feared inflicting permanent harm, his speed would have been even greater. As for the martial artists, he hardly regarded them as a threat. Compared to the guards, they were scarcely formidable. At that moment, a crowd of company employees had gathered in the lobby, intrigued and watching the unfolding drama. "The president is here," someone called out, parting the crowd to form a passage. "Wow, it's been ages since we last saw the president. He seems even more handsome now," exclaimed an infatuated female employee. "What do you mean ages? It's only been a few days." Another chimed in. "Doesn't one day apart feel like 3 years?" With sparkling eyes, the enamored employees gasped in awe. Yet, loyal supporters stepped in front of Lin Hao, declaring, "President, hurry. This guy's target is you. We'll hold him off." "What? He intends to harm the president?" A wave of indignation surged among the women, who promptly positioned themselves before Lin Hao. "How could someone as wonderful as our president have wronged you? Why would you seek to hurt him? Didn't he, the president, perhaps, compromise his sister or younger sibling? That seems unlikely. Just look at him. He is not that appealing." One commented, "Even if he did, it would be an honor. If only the president would choose me, I would eagerly volunteer my affections." As these fawning remarks reached his ears, Lin Hao's expression darkened. He furrowed his brow, gazing ahead to find Su Liang wearing a playful expression, an unabashed mockery. The anger that had subsided with his earlier venting surged anew. Taking advantage of his absence to bully his fiancée, who was also with child, was unforgivable. Not avenging himself upon Su Liang would leave a bitter resentment unquenched. Chapter 8. A single slap to the protagonist. How could one not shed a layer of skin? With a sharp crack, Lin Hao's right foot struck the ground, the resilient marble floor fracturing in a spiderweb pattern. He leaped into the air, propelling himself off the shoulders of several individuals as he soared above the crowd. Unyielding in his momentum, he charged towards Su Liang, his right fist clenched and poised to deliver a devastating blow to Su Liang's face. As the moment approached, a fierce wind howled, and with this punch, he exerted every ounce of his strength, employing hidden energy and a lethal resolve. When he struck, not even a bull could withstand the force. It would be sent flying, and the unleashed energy would lead to its demise. As for the repercussions of killing Su Liang, to hell with the consequences. He could always seek his fortune abroad. Regardless of the Su family's power, they could do nothing to him. Everything unfolded in a whirlwind, leaving the onlookers utterly unprepared. They watched as Lin Hao suddenly surged past the crowd, appearing before Su Liang in the next instant. Just as his fist was about to collide with Su Liang's face, numerous female employees gasped in terror. Suddenly, the gasps ceased. The once formidable Lin Hao collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Was he playing a game of deception? The contrast was staggering. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed Su Liang had made his move, his speed too swift to comprehend. Time rewound to a second earlier. Lin Hao's fist hurtled towards Su Liang, the wind of his strike howling, exuding lethal intent. Yet, just before impact, Su Liang slowly raised his hand. Lin Hao, bewildered, thought, is he attempting to block with his hand? He scoffed inwardly, believing that even if Su Liang managed to stop his punch, his entire hand would be rendered useless. But soon, he sensed something was amiss. The air around him suddenly grew dense, making it difficult to breathe. His body felt as if it were shackled, movements painfully sluggish. And despite Su Liang being within arm's reach, he could not strike. He was ensnared by an overwhelming force. How could this be? Lin Hao's heart raced in terror. Before he could ponder further, Su Liang's raised palm began its descent. Though it appeared slow, its speed was deceptive, and the force was immense. In a critical moment, Lin Hao raised his left hand to shield himself, but Su Liang's palm struck his arm with tremendous force. A faint cracking sound echoed. He realized his arm was incapacitated, devoid of sensation. The overwhelming power sent him crashing to the ground. As a master of transformation, Lin Hao's pupils dilated, his teeth clenched, disbelief flooding his eyes. He had witnessed his second master's prowess. This was the aura of a true master. Yet, despite sharing the same title, this individual seemed far superior. Lin Hao felt numb, questioning his existence. When had the mastery of such a realm become so easily attainable? Hadn't his second master stated that only those in their 50s or 60s achieved the pinnacle of transformation? He had boasted of being invincible at his age. Yet here was Su Liang, seemingly of similar age, stronger than his second master. Despair took root in Lin Hao's heart. Faced with such overwhelming strength, he felt utterly powerless. If Su Liang possessed such might, what of the vast Su family? How could he possibly confront them to avenge his parents? Ding. Lin Hao's mental state shattered. Villain points, 999. Ding. Despair engulfed Lin Hao, villain points, 1000. Just as he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, Su Liang spoke. Call the police, contact Tang Xin, and have her handle this. Shui Yurong gazed at him with admiration, having witnessed the entire scene unfold from her position behind the others. The formidable Lin Hao was struck down to the ground by a single slap from Su Liang. It was only upon hearing Su Liang's command that she regained her senses and hurriedly picked up her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, several bodyguards surged forward, subduing Lin Hao. He did not struggle, gazing incredulously at Su Liang, who had chosen not to kill him. Was it due to the law? An eye for an eye? Certainly not. With the Su family's influence, even in front of so many witnesses, taking a life would bear no consequence. The law serves merely to constrain ordinary individuals. This principle was vividly illustrated in the face of a colossal entity like the Su family. Once the bodyguards moved Lin Hao aside, the scene beneath him was revealed. A marble surface marred with extensive cracks. Indeed, Su Liang had held back. Had he wished for Lin Hao's demise, that strike would have sufficed. At the critical moment, he had redirected most of his force into the marble beneath him. That single slap confirmed Su Liang's suspicions. In that instant, there was no activation of any protagonist's halo, nor any divine retribution for slaying the protagonist. This indicated that he could have taken the protagonist's life at any moment. Previously, he had harbored some doubts about the protagonist's halo potentially preventing his death. Now, all such concerns had dissipated. In truth, under the weight of absolute power, even a protagonist cannot escape the fate of death. Another reason for sparing the protagonist was to maintain his refined image. Did one not notice the lingering glances from the female employees? A commendable reputation would greatly benefit his future endeavors to welcome the female lead into his life. However, allowing Lin Hao to go unscathed was impractical. To dare to threaten him without facing repercussions would be unacceptable. Tang Xin, the police flower and captain of the criminal investigation team, had also fallen under his influence. Initially, she was a small officer overflowing with a sense of justice, gradually developing feelings for him as he led her in apprehending criminals. Only Su Liang knew how many times he had orchestrated those encounters. Eventually, he would stage a heroic rescue, leading to a natural progression of their relationship. Once Lin Hao was captured, he would be treated well. The precinct was filled with his people. What could the protagonist possibly use to challenge him? Before long, a police car roared to a halt in front of the Su Corporation. A female officer stepped out, her short hair exuding an air of confidence. Her exquisitely delicate face resembled a full moon, and her sparkling eyes radiated righteousness, complemented by an alluring figure. An angelic visage paired with a devilish form perfectly encapsulated this woman. Su Liang stood not far away, while Tang Xin pretended not to notice, signaling her subordinates to apprehend the target. Even now, she often reminisced about their days of capturing criminals together. Whenever Su Liang took action, none of the villains escaped. However, after that fateful night, he had seldom made an appearance. Whenever he did, it seemed to involve some playful game of good versus evil, leaving her feeling quite flustered. It had nearly been a week since he had last engaged her in such games, and she found herself feeling a bit moody. Su Liang raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with her, the meaning unmistakable. Tang Xin understood instantly, her stunningly beautiful face gradually flushed with color. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's capture, she quickly hopped into the car, and the police vehicle sped away. Chapter 9. At last, the protagonist is pregnant. The child is to be born, and the president is truly benevolent. Despite the chaos, he merely called the police to apprehend the intruder. Had it been me, I would have incapacitated him. The thought of someone wishing harm upon our president infuriates me. Such a person deserves nothing less than execution. Dashing, gentle, and kind. He is truly the epitome of a perfect man. The female employees within the company gazed at Su Liang with eyes gleaming with admiration, as if they wished to consume him whole. And what of their gentle, kind, and flawless president? Watching the police car disappear into the distance, Su Liang sent a message to Tang Xian, implying that she should treat Lin Hao well, employing all the necessary means to ensure compliance, while also reminding her to be ready for the night ahead. Let us return an ID like a report on the company's recent affairs. Su Liang cast a glance at Shui Yurong as he prepared to head back to his office. Since she was already there, his devoted personal secretary certainly deserved a reward. What? Your relatives just left? He inquired. Haven't you heard that having more friends opens more paths? More girlfriends lead to more opportunities? Shui Yurong's cheeks flushed instantly, her lips pressing together in a nervous manner. Just then, his phone vibrated. Su Liang raised an eyebrow and opened the message. It was from the female bodyguard he had stationed near Lu Ruolin, detailing her recent activities. It chronicled Lin Hao's examination of her pulse, followed by her visit to the hospital to confirm her pregnancy. Lu Ruolin is pregnant? Su Liang's heart raced slightly, unable to suppress his excitement. After half a year of revelry with no signs of any consequence from his numerous romantic entanglements, he had begun to question his own health, even scheduling a checkup for a few days later. But now, with Lu Ruolin's pregnancy, it became evident that the issue lay not with him. Su Liang instructed for a vehicle to be prepared for a visit to Lu's group. As he watched the car fade into the distance, Shui Yurong breathed a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with a hint of disappointment. At Lu's group, in the president's office, Lu Ruolin had locked herself away after returning from the hospital, even barring her secretary from entry. Seated on the sofa, she stared vacantly, one hand gently caressing her abdomen. How had this sudden pregnancy come to be? What if Su Liang found out? Would he force her to terminate the pregnancy? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her pupils gradually regained their sparkle, her expression firming with resolve. She had made her decision. The child must be born, regardless of Su Liang's threats. The potential downfall of the company or the obliteration of the Lu family. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the office door was rapped upon again. Assuming it was her secretary with a work update, Lu Ruolin composed herself and opened the door. What greeted her was an exquisitely handsome visage. Who else but Su Liang? Her secretary stood behind him like a quail, a look of embarrassment across her face. The president had instructed her to refuse entry to everyone. Yet Su Liang was someone she simply could not deter. Fortunately, Lu Ruolin seemed oblivious to her presence. In fact, upon seeing Su Liang, her face paled instantly. Why had he come again, especially after confirming her pregnancy? The outcome was predictable. The news of her pregnancy reached Su Liang. He smiled faintly, as if he were at home, guiding the stiff-bodied Lu Ruolin into his office and casually shutting the door behind them. The young secretary attempted to follow, but nearly collided with the door. Once seated on the sofa, Su Liang scrutinized her, his gaze lingering momentarily on her abdomen. He then shifted his attention to her face, which appeared pale, reflecting worry, fear, and despair. Am I truly that terrifying? She mused internally as he spoke. Why didn't you tell me about the pregnancy? Lu Ruolin's body trembled as she replied, her voice strained. What do you want? I cannot possibly terminate the pregnancy. A large question mark loomed in Su Liang's mind. When did I ever say I didn't want the child? In fact, I would be overjoyed. The goal of the antagonistic family system was to increase family members, and having children certainly garnered rewards. After all, many children bring blessings. Enough. Su Liang interrupted her self-indulgent thoughts, irritated. When did I ever express I didn't want the child? Lu Ruolin's voice faltered, her expression freezing as she realized that Su Liang had never asserted he did not want a child. It was merely her assumption. Yet, it should not have been so. Wasn't Su Liang merely treating her as a plaything? Still in a daze, Su Liang approached her and embraced her tightly. Do not overthink it. Focus on bringing our child into this world. I will take responsibility. Your work schedule will need to be adjusted as well. Everything must be considered for our child, understood? His voice was remarkably magnetic, compelling her to trust his words. Lu Ruolin nodded dazedly, her body gradually relaxing as she nestled into his embrace. An inexplicable sense of security washed over her, and she found Su Liang less intimidating. In the following period, Lu Ruolin managed company documents while Su Liang remained by her side. This was their first child, and he held it in high regard. That evening, Su Liang accompanied Lu Ruolin back to her home. For the sake of convenience, she owned an apartment near the company, and Su Liang was quite familiar with it. The bedroom, living room, kitchen, balcony, and garden all bore traces of his presence. Upon their arrival, a candlelit dinner awaited them, the dishes primarily beneficial for a pregnant woman, naturally prepared by Su Liang's housekeeper. Additionally, he had arranged various supplements, nearly forming a mountain in the living room. Witnessing Su Liang's efforts on her behalf, or rather for the child within her, filled Lu Ruolin with sweetness. She could sense his genuine desire for their child to be born. Su Liang dined with her by candlelight, Lu Ruolin had never encountered such a gentle side of him, leaving her pleasantly surprised. After their meal, they strolled together in a nearby park, beneficial for the child. Gradually, Lu Ruolin's fear of Su Liang dissipated. Instead, due to Su Liang's concern, Tang Xian's affection for him gradually increased. Since she intended to accompany Lu Ruolin that evening, she had no choice but to cancel her plans with Tang Xian. Su Liang sent her a message, advising her not to wait and to wash up and rest instead. At that moment, Tang Xian was still at the office, eagerly anticipating Su Liang's arrival and dreaming of the delightful evening ahead. To her dismay, she received a message stating that he could not make it, and her mood soured instantly. At that moment, a team member approached her to report on the situation. After capturing Lin Hao, the interrogation was assigned to him. What was the interrogation about? Naturally, it concerned the motive behind Lin Hao's attempt to kill Su Liang. What? Lin Hao was refusing to speak. Tang Xian was initially taken aback, but her expression quickly shifted to one of fury as she marched towards the interrogation room. A nearby team member, observing Tang Xian's state, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. It was clear that the captain was genuinely enraged, and the consequences of her anger could be severe. After silently mourning for Lin Hao for 3 seconds, he hurriedly followed, fearing for the man's safety. In the interrogation room, Lin Hao sat shackled to a metal chair, unable to move. A powerful light bore down on his face, illuminating the darkness within him and compelling the criminal to confess. At that moment, Lin Hao appeared quite disheveled. His clothing was tattered in multiple places, and the sight of numerous whip marks was alarming. Had he not spent years immersed in medicinal baths on the mountain to toughen his body, he would have suffered far worse injuries. His skin bore the marks of severe lacerations. Additionally, his disheveled hair stood on end, and there was a faint smell of charred flesh. This was a specially designed interrogation chair for martial artists, connected to a power source, facilitating electric therapy at any moment. With a loud crash, the door to the interrogation room swung open violently. Lin Hao weakly lifted his head and saw the beautiful female officer who had apprehended him earlier. She appeared to be a captain. Why did you attempt to kill Su Liang? Speak the truth. Tang Xian burst in, immediately launching into her interrogation. Lin Hao fell silent. How could he explain? Should he confess that Su Liang had coerced his fiancée, who was pregnant? That he had resorted to violence out of despair over being cuckolded? Did he have to admit such humiliation aloud? Not speaking, was it? Very well, then. The truth was, she was filled with rage, and she genuinely feared that Lin Hao might confess immediately. Without hesitation, she pressed a button nearby, setting the device to its highest level. A new round of electric therapy commenced. Beep. Lin Hao has developed feelings of anger towards you. Villain value 666. Beep. Lin Hao has developed feelings of hatred towards you. Villain value 777. Beep. In the dark confines of the interrogation room, Lin Hao endured his torment, while Su Liang lay peacefully, embracing a beautiful woman in slumber. A sudden system notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to raise an eyebrow as he began to piece together the situation. Despite Tang Xian's seemingly shy demeanor in front of him, resembling a compliant kitten, the reality was far more complex. In truth, she is akin to a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, resembling a powder keg that could explode at the slightest provocation. One can only imagine how much Lin Hao has endured under the influence of Su Liang's immersive system. His villain points have exceeded 10,000, meeting the criteria for a lottery draw. With such a sum, one can only participate in the lottery once, leaving one to ponder what rewards may be bestowed. Deep Blue? No, the system. Initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the reward. Clues to new energy battery technology. Why does this lottery seem so unreliable? Spending 10,000 villain points only yielded a mere clue regarding new energy electronic technology, a far cry from previous rewards. Nevertheless, this is a family system, where drawing others into the family and nurturing many offspring for prosperity remains the primary objective. The ability to draw rewards through a lottery is already a commendable feat. What is the most lucrative industry in today's world? Unquestionably, the new energy automobile sector ranks among them. Batteries serve as the lifeblood of new energy vehicles, representing one of the most challenging technologies to conquer. It is no exaggeration to assert that a breakthrough in new energy battery technology could propel an electric vehicle company to meteoric heights. The assets could easily reach hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Thus, acquiring a clue about such technology seems quite favorable. Su Liang began to examine the information. Soon, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. The clue pointed directly to one of his women, Li Wanjun. The clue revealed that just a few days prior, during her visit to her alma mater, she had rejected a suitor's confession. Instantly, Su Liang sent a message to the female bodyguard assigned to secretly protect Li Wanjun, inquiring about the events of that day. It is worth mentioning that for the women who have entered his household, Su Liang has not kept them merely as decorative vases. Each possesses her own career. For those without employment, Su Liang ensures they have suitable arrangements. He also places female bodyguards nearby to provide discreet protection, striving to avoid intruding on their lives. These women, each possessing an appearance rating of at least 90, occasionally encounter those lacking discernment, making the presence of bodyguards invaluable. Furthermore, they serve a dual purpose of surveillance. It is essential to understand that they are all leading ladies, should a male protagonist unexpectedly emerge, igniting a whirlwind romance. Su Liang would be left deeply aggrieved. With bodyguards present, the likelihood of such occurrences is entirely mitigated. Although their presence in his home indicates that these women have developed a certain level of affection and are unlikely to betray him easily, Su Liang remains resolute in preventing even the slightest chance of infidelity. Before long, he received the information he sought. The events concerning Li Wanjun that day were meticulously recorded. He had instructed the bodyguards to notify him only if the women encountered danger, were approached by other men, or faced urgent situations. An unreciprocated confession, however, was deemed a trivial matter not worthy of reporting. Su Liang was certain that the issue lay within this confession. His eyes swiftly scanned the details, quickly uncovering the crucial information. That day, Li Wanjun had returned to Moda University to collect her graduate diploma. At the university gate, she encountered a classmate named Mu Bai, who confessed his feelings for her. Mu Bai, a fellow student of Li Wanjun, had been pursuing her since their entrance into university. For 4 years in university and 3 years in graduate school, he pursued her for a total of 7 years. Despite persistent rejections, he never relinquished hope. In the final half year of graduate school, Li Wanjun continued to decline his advances, albeit with less fervor. This shift allowed Mu Bai to glimpse the dawn of success. Finally, on the day he was to receive his diploma, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings. The outcome, however, was predictably a swift and decisive rejection from Li Wanjun. Watching this confession unfold, Su Liang couldn't help but click his tongue as a flood of memories surged forth. It was a recollection of his own pursuit of Li Wanjun. A few months prior, Su Liang had noticed her and coincidentally discovered that her mother had been hospitalized due to sudden chest pain. The diagnosis revealed early-stage lung cancer. Consequently, he bribed the doctor to alter the medical records, changing the diagnosis from early to late-stage cancer, and informed Li Wanjun that she needed to raise funds for urgent treatment. Coming from a modest family, how could they possibly afford cancer treatment? She scoured for financial assistance, but no one was willing to lend her money. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Su Liang appeared like a beacon of hope. He not only arranged for her mother to be transferred to a superior hospital, but also secured a luxurious private room. Li Wanjun was profoundly touched. "Thank you, Su Gongzi. Consider this money a loan. I will surely repay you." "Very well, but repaying it won't be easy. How about you come work for me instead?" Su Liang smiled at her, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. Thus, he brought her into the company. From that point onward, things progressed smoothly. Through his constant care and attention, Li Wanjun gradually fell for him. To her credit, she was quite capable, quickly securing the position of marketing manager within a few months. Truly, as a leading lady, she was exceptionally talented, and her name was pleasing to the ear. The complication arose with a character named Mu Bai. Mu Bai, his name alone resonated with the essence of a protagonist. It appeared Su Liang's suspicions were correct. This was a world interwoven with urban narratives, brimming with numerous leading ladies and undoubtedly many protagonists. The intrigue deepened. Chapter 11. What Su family desires will eventually belong to them the next day. Su Liang lazily opened his eyes to behold a stunning visage before him. A pair of enchanting eyes gazed intently at him. Realizing he was awake, Lu Rulin flusteredly turned her face away, explaining, "Why you're on my hair." Su Liang then noticed that his head had unknowingly shifted to Lu Rulin's side, tangling her beautiful locks. After gently moving aside, Lu Rulin shot him a playful glare, her demeanor slightly languid. Su Liang chuckled. It seemed the impression he had left previously was deeply ingrained. Now, even the smallest kindness had won her over. To validate his assumption, he joined Lu Rulin for breakfast. Upon leaving, he noticed her fondness for him had indeed increased slightly. In good spirits, he anticipated that, following this momentum, rewards from Lu Rulin would soon follow. As Su Liang had surmised, under his gentle presence and companionship, Lu Rulin's initial aversion and fear began to dissipate slowly, and her fondness for him incrementally grew. Exiting Lu Rulin's residence, a Rolls-Royce awaited him at the entrance, and he stepped inside. The driver, who also served as a bodyguard, presented a document before him. Upon receiving it, he discovered it contained detailed information about Mu Bai. Mu Bai, a 25-year-old scion of the Mu family. Su Liang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Mu Bai belonged to the Mu family. Although the Mu family did not rival the 4 great families, they were nonetheless of considerable repute, boasting a fortune in the billions. Continuing to read, he learned that at the age of 18, Mu Bai's father, Mu Feng, intended to arrange a marriage for him, only to be met with vehement opposition from Mu Bai. Mu Feng, frustrated and disappointed, insisted that this marriage must proceed, or else Mu Bai would be disqualified from inheriting the family fortune and would have to leave the Mu family. Yet, Mu Bai stood his ground, declaring that he would leave if that was the case. 7 years had passed since he last set foot in the Mu family home, never once accepting a penny from them. His university education, graduate studies, living expenses, and tuition were all self-funded. He was also collaborating with his brothers on a research project, currently underway, aimed at overcoming the battery technology that constrained the development of new energy vehicles. After absorbing this information, Su Liang wore a contemplative expression, born into affluence. Rejecting a marriage alliance to pursue true love and developing new technology to ascend to the pinnacle of success. He was indeed a quintessential protagonist. His gaze fixated on the phrase regarding breakthroughs in new energy battery technology. He had found his target. What he lacked was knowledge of their research progress. He instructed that a certain Peng Ming be summoned, who was Mu Bai's close friend and research partner, to strategize around this technology. He first needed to ascertain their research advancements. Once the project was completed, it would be his moment to reap the rewards. Directly threatening the protagonist was somewhat precarious. Individuals like him were typically fearless, possessing no weaknesses other than their beloved friends and family. While leveraging his father as a threat might seem a prudent idea, the technology they held would become the bargaining chip in Su Liang's negotiations. The lives of the two men were trivial in comparison. Any deficiency in this technology was intolerable to Su Liang. Indeed, in his eyes, although the technology had yet to be developed, it was already rightfully his. There is a saying that comes to mind. In the city of magic, whatever the Su family covets will inevitably belong to them. Even a coin falling from the sky must bear the Su surname. Peng Ming, being a close confidant of the protagonist with years of collaborative research, was a valuable pawn. Upon hearing Su Liang's instructions, the driver swiftly sent a message to have the matter addressed. In a cafe, within a private booth, Su Liang sat by the window, gazing out as he absent-mindedly stirred his coffee with a spoon. Before long, a slightly overweight young man stumbled in, pushed forward by a suited man who slowly closed the door behind them. This was Peng Ming, summoned at Su Liang's behest. Rather than an invitation, it seemed more a forceful abduction, as evidenced by his bruised appearance. Peng Ming glanced back, noting the imposing figure of the suited man standing like a tower at the door. He couldn't help but recall the man's words, "Our young master wishes to see you." Peng Ming was displeased at the time. Why should he be compelled to meet him? Let him come find me instead. Then he was subjected to the harsh realities of society. Turning his gaze forward, he beheld an exceptionally handsome young man seated by the window, flanked by 2 bodyguards in suits. Peng Ming understood that this was the young master he was to meet. A sense of trepidation enveloped him as he approached cautiously. "Peng Ming, is it? Do not be anxious. Please, have a seat," Su Liang said with a slight smile, gesturing invitingly. His smile seemed to possess an enchanting quality, enveloping Peng Ming in a gentle warmth that alleviated his apprehension. Once seated, he mustered the courage to inquire, "May I ask why you sought my presence?" Su Liang leisurely sipped his coffee before responding, "I wish to ask you a question and, additionally, request your assistance." "What is it?" Peng Ming queried, perplexed. They were strangers, having had no prior interactions. What could a person of such stature possibly want from him? "I would like to know about the progress of your research on the new energy battery." Startled, Peng Ming leapt to his feet, akin to a cat that had stepped on its tail, gazing incredulously at Su Liang. This new energy battery technology had been a closely guarded secret, developed in collaboration with Mu Bai, and he had never disclosed it to anyone. How could this individual possibly know? He promptly voiced his bewilderment. "How did you come to know we were developing a new battery?" "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Merely answer my question," Su Liang replied. As his words fell, the 2 bodyguards stepped forward in unison, casting a formidable shadow over Peng Ming. He had no doubt that should he remain silent, they would swiftly demonstrate the meaning of brute force. Ultimately, he relented, admitting, "It has entered the final phase." "Oh," Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "The final phase? So, it is not yet complete? The progress seems rather slow. Should I exert some pressure to expedite its completion?" The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sound of Su Liang stirring his coffee, the spoon clinking against the ceramic. Peng Ming felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, daring not to breathe as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and back. "Now that I have posed my question, I would like to request another favor." Su Liang's smile remained intact. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of that spring-like smile sent chills down Peng Ming's spine, raising goosebumps on his skin. Chapter 12. The script assigned to the protagonist. What do you mean? Peng Ming stammered, even employing honorifics out of unease. "I require the complete new energy battery technology." Upon hearing Su Liang articulate his intentions, Peng Ming felt less astonished. He had already harbored suspicions. Why else would someone of such prominence seek out a mere footnote in the grand narrative? Regrettably, Su Liang had miscalculated. Peng Ming replied, "You have approached the wrong person. Not only is the new battery still in development, but it is also under by GE's leadership. I merely assist. No, 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 I am indeed looking for you. Su Liang countered, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he continued, who said I was asking you for the technology? It was evident that such technology must reside with the protagonist, while someone like Peng Ming, a mere supporting character, would have no access to the core innovations. What do you imply by that? I request your assistance in acquiring the complete technology from Mu Bai upon its completion. Su Liang's seemingly casual remarks profoundly unsettled Peng Ming, rendering him speechless as he pointed in disbelief. Are you suggesting I betray Brother Bai? He stammered. No, it's impossible. Brother Bai is my steadfast brother, my beloved family. I would rather die than betray him. Su Liang scoffed at Peng Ming's declarations. The so-called loyalty was merely a reflection of insufficient leverage or inadequate threats. Providing him with leverage? He might not even appreciate it, and Su Liang was disinclined to offer any. Different individuals necessitate diverse approaches. Someone like Peng Ming required a more straightforward and forceful tactic. A glance towards his bodyguard elicited a knowing response, as the bodyguard produced a dossier. Peng Ming, male, 25 years old, residing in the Sunshine community in the southern part of the city. His father works as a contractor on construction sites. His mother is employed at a restaurant, and he has a younger sister in middle school. The information regarding Peng Ming's family, their residence, and occupations had been meticulously gathered. As the bodyguard recited the details, Peng Ming's complexion gradually drained of color, his face devoid of blood. When he looked at Su Liang, it was as if he were gazing upon a demon. What do you intend to do by investigating my family? Now, your performance will dictate the outcome. Do not disappoint me. Should I fail to obtain what I desire, you will witness my wrath, and the consequences will be dire. Finishing his coffee, Su Liang rose and proceeded towards the door. As he passed by Peng Ming, he paused, placing a hand on his shoulder. Do not doubt my capabilities. Believe me. The repercussions are not to be trifled with. Though unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. If he did not comply, his family would likely be in peril. Confronting an individual accompanied by several bodyguards, making a few disappear would be no more challenging than exterminating ants. Su Liang departed, leaving Peng Ming rooted in place, lost in thought for an extended period. Eventually, he sank to the ground, appearing utterly drained, his eyes vacant and spirit broken. Su Liang arrived at the Su group, intending to consult Li Wanjun for further details. Li Wanjun had returned from a branch office inspection the previous day. After some consideration, Su Liang resolved to pressure Mu Bai to expedite the development process. En route, he conjured an intriguing narrative. Upon disembarking, Su Liang issued instructions to his subordinates before ascending the stairs, welcomed by two charming women. The plot was, in essence, quite simple: how to compel the protagonist. Naturally, this was the moment a villain must emerge to stir trouble, and he was perfectly suited for the role, a veritable embodiment of villainy. First, he would inform the protagonist that the female lead's mother was gravely ill, revealing the rationale behind her rejection of his affections, thereby offering a glimmer of hope. Would he not conclude that the female lead's apparent disinterest stemmed from external interference, thus naturally assuming the villain was not a benevolent figure? The protagonist, a quintessential hypocrite, would justify his actions while condemning others for similar transgressions. When the protagonist sought out the female lead, he would discover that she had already succumbed to the villain's machinations. Upon discovering the identity of the antagonist, he could only feel exasperated and helpless. This led him to ponder whether he should hasten the development of the new battery technology to ultimately triumph over the villain. Of course, this was merely one of Su Liang's imagined scenarios, with sequels yet to unfold. The protagonist, born into a prominent family, might, when faced with the antagonist's relentless pressure, reach a breaking point and return home to relinquish his ambitions, opting instead to inherit his family's wealth. Su Liang, however, had his own strategies, which would soon unveil his power as he decisively obliterated the Mu family. In such dire circumstances, the protagonist would find that developing the new battery was his sole escape, and he would undoubtedly strive with all his might to achieve it. The moment he succeeded in his research would also mark the time for the antagonist to reap the consequences. Su Liang would not only swiftly acquire the new energy battery technology, but also seize a significant advantage over the villain, achieving a dual victory. Unbeknownst to Mu Bai, his fate had already been orchestrated, much like a puppet on strings. Feel free to discuss, but do not summon me, he remarked upon arriving at the entrance of the CEO's office. The secretary, Shui, uttered a hasty comment and hurried back to her own office. Li Wanjun, eager to report her work, quickly made her exit, leaving behind a lingering gaze of resentment. This sisterhood was decidedly lacking in loyalty. Shortly after becoming involved with Su Liang, she had discovered the presence of other women. Surprisingly, she felt little discontent and even sighed in relief. Observing the secretary's hasty retreat, Su Liang couldn't help but smile. You can run from the initial day, but not from the 15th. Suddenly, Su Liang spoke. I heard that a few days ago, while you were returning to school. Someone confessed their feelings for you, pursuing you for a full 7 years. Li Wanjun exclaimed, her expression turning bewildered, and her heart tightened as she hurried to clarify. Brother Liang, please don't misunderstand. I rejected him when he confessed, and despite his 7 years of pursuit, I never agreed to anything. Relax, don't be so flustered. I certainly believe you. However, you never mentioned it to me, which leaves me a bit disheartened. Li Wanjun stood momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that Su Liang was not angry, but rather seeking to negotiate terms. I'm sorry, Brother Liang. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Chapter 13. The script unfolds. The protagonist's immediate dilemma at Magic City University, a rather slender figure emerged from the research lab. His hair was disheveled, and dark circles adorned his eyes, giving him a haggard appearance. This was Mubai. The rejection he faced 2 days prior had dealt him a significant blow. He found himself perplexed, for just months ago, Li Wanjun's advances had begun to wane considerably. He had even reveled in this change, fervently working on the new battery technology to surprise her. Yet, unexpectedly, his confession ended in failure. The rejection was not only disheartening. It was delivered with greater decisiveness than before. He was utterly confounded. As he walked along, a conversation between a few individuals nearby caught his attention, prompting him to eavesdrop. Have you heard? That Mubai's confession was a flop. 7 years of pursuit, and he didn't even manage to touch her hand. How pitiful. What is so pitiful about it? It was entirely predictable. He ought to take a good look in the mirror and consider whether he is worthy of pursuing the esteemed school belle, Li. Indeed, I have heard that the illustrious Li Daxiwa is currently employed at the Su Group, where she has ascended to the position of marketing manager. I am also privy to some insider information. A few months ago, Li Daxiwa's mother fell gravely ill, and it was none other than the young Su who financially supported her medical treatment and facilitated her admission to a prestigious hospital. In her quest to repay this debt, she joined Su's company. I was taken aback to learn of such a narrative surrounding Li Daxia. It is said that this young Su is quite the dashing gentleman. Truly a case of beauty and talent coming together. As several students passed by, their voices gradually faded into the distance, leaving Mubai frozen in place. Unable to gather his thoughts, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. So that was it. He finally comprehended the shift in Li Wanjun's demeanor towards him. With her mother's illness rendering her family incapable of shouldering the medical expenses, the young Su's sudden intervention must have filled Li Wanjun with immense gratitude, possibly even stirring feelings of affection within her. How despicable. This is indeed taking advantage of someone in distress. Mubai was consumed by rage. In his eyes, this young Su must have been driven by ulterior motives, and Li Wanjun had undoubtedly been deceived. The thought that the goddess he had pursued for 7 years had been toyed with by another made him tremble with fury. He resolved to put an end to this situation. Rushing out of the school, he made his way to the Su Group, determined to rescue his goddess. However, upon arrival, he found no one. Neither Su Liang nor Li Wanjun was present. When he inquired about their whereabouts, he was met with indifference. With no other option, he resigned himself to waiting. Yet, as the evening wore on, he still did not catch a glimpse of them. Realizing that he would not see them that day, he decided to return, vowing to arrive earlier the next morning. As he made his way back, he passed a restaurant and caught sight of a familiar figure. His heart quickened, and upon closer inspection, he indeed saw Li Wanjun. At that moment, she was linked arm in arm with a handsome young man, her face aglow with a smile of happiness. A pang of anguish pierced his heart. The goddess he had long desired had already surrendered herself to another's embrace. As he witnessed Li Wanjun preparing to enter a car, he rushed forward, calling out, "Wanjun." HM. Hearing her name called, Li Wanjun turned to find Mubai, her brow furrowing with displeasure. "Please refer to me by my full name, thank you." Her voice was cold, imbued with a palpable distance. Suppressing his heartache, Mubai produced a bank card and extended it towards her. "I heard your mother has been hospitalized. I have some money here. If it's insufficient, please let me know." Such devotion, Su Liang remarked, observing the protagonist with interest. However, upon assessing his fortune, he found it rather dull. The fortune was scant, significantly lower than Lin Hao's, suggesting that he might not last long in this narrative. He understood that, at best, Mubai might be a typical entrepreneurial protagonist, possibly acquiring a buff to inherit wealth, but he could not be compared to someone like Lin Hao. Nevertheless, even the smallest morsel is worth harvesting. Li Wanjun hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. "No need. With young Su's assistance, my mother's condition has already improved." She then looked towards Su Liang, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Had it not been for his sudden appearance like a beam of light, I might have been utterly devastated. At that moment, all the target could see was Li Wanjun, prompting him to glance at Su Liang beside him. With a face that was strikingly handsome and a physique that was perfectly proportioned, he was far more attractive than any star on television. The intense animosity he felt towards this man, who had stolen his goddess, was palpable. Mu Bai was convinced that this fellow was deceiving Li Wanjuan's affections. Otherwise, how could he have coincidentally appeared when Wanjuan's mother fell ill? Returning his gaze to Li Wanjun, he declared, "You need not compromise yourself. How much did he spend on treating your mother? I shall repay him." His tone was filled with unwavering confidence. He had every reason to be confident. Once his technological innovation succeeded, becoming the world's richest individual would not be a mere dream. Li Wanjun replied, "You should return. It is not a matter of money. I enjoy my current job, and there are people here whom I cherish." She shook her head, casting a shy glance at Su Liang. This was her resolute statement of intent. Su Liang would surely not punish her further, would he? Mu Bai felt as though his heart had been pierced. A deep ache coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, he transformed his expression into one of profound emotion and said, "As a child, I did not comprehend the meaning of love at first sight until 7 years ago when I beheld you for the first time. Do you know? Each time I see you, my heart races. At that moment, I knew you were my lifelong pursuit. For 7 years, from university to graduate school, I have never wavered. Nor will I ever. Wanjun, please return with me. I will take good care of you." Realizing that Su Liang had encroached upon his territory in Li Wanjuan's heart, Mu Bai understood that appealing to her emotions was his only recourse to win back his beloved goddess. Li Wanjun appeared bewildered. She questioned whether Mu Bai was of sound mind. Alongside her confusion, a flicker of fear arose within her, nearly driving her to tears. It was all this man's fault. Why did he have to say so much? This was a disaster. Would Liang be angry? But truly, she had no connection to him. Li Wanjun felt helpless, knowing a punishment was inevitable. She seethed with resentment towards Mu Bai. "Please choose your words carefully. I am quite content with my current job, and Master Su treats me very well." Were it not for Su Liang's presence and her desire to maintain her demure image, she would have already stormed away. Coughing lightly, Su Liang felt it was time for the antagonist to make his entrance. "Brother, is it not inappropriate to dig under my feet in my presence?" Just 2 days prior, he had been met with a significant setback from a confession, and now, after hearing of hidden circumstances, he had waited ages to see his goddess, only to find her in another's embrace. The series of blows had driven Mu Bai to the brink of reason, and he shouted angrily at Su Liang, "Shut your mouth." Ding. Mu Bai's emotional instability registered at 333. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. The protagonist was quite irritable. Who gave him the audacity to act tough in front of him? However, before he could make a move, Li Wanjun could no longer contain herself. "Mu Bai, why are you yelling? Did Master Su provoke you? Apologize immediately." "You want me to apologize to him?" Mu Bai gazed at her in astonishment, his eyes reflecting the bewilderment one might reserve for a stranger. He had pursued her for a full 7 years. If not love, at least there had been a camaraderie cultivated over those years. Yet, she had chosen to harm herself for the sake of a man who had deceived her affections, and now she sought an apology from him. "Do you not realize he is manipulating your feelings?" Mu Bai's frustration erupted as he turned to Su Liang. "Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. You assist Wanjun because you are enamored with her, are you not? I hold nothing but disdain for individuals like you, who toy with others' emotions only to cast them aside. Is it merely your wealth that grants you the audacity to act as you please?" Mu Bai's mental state crumbled. The antagonist value climbing to 666. TSK, is this all it takes for your composure to shatter? Su Liang remarked with a hint of disinterest, then reached out, pulling Li Wanjun into his embrace. Mu Bai stood frozen, his suspicions confirmed as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. A surge of rage coursed through him, compelling him to act. "I shall end you." However, before he could carry out his threat, several bodyguards barred his path, greeting him with a flurry of punches and kicks. In this clash, the antagonist emerged victorious, departing with the female lead. Mu Bai found himself sprawled on the ground, watching the retreating silhouette of their vehicle. Filled with resentment and helplessness, "I apologize, but indeed, wealth allows one to act with impunity," echoed Su Liang's arrogant words in his mind. The blow to his psyche was significant. He had always believed that money was not everything. He could thrive without it. Thus, when his father demanded he accept an arranged marriage or leave the family home, he had readily acquiesced. And indeed, he had fared well, finding his beloved goddess and loyal friends in college. Yet now, his perspective was shifting. Money might not be omnipotent, but a lack of it was utterly debilitating, even preventing him from retaining his cherished goddess. Slowly, Mu Bai rose, trembling as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a number he had not dialed in quite some time. The phone rang, and he felt an overwhelming urge to return and reclaim his family's wealth. Soon, the call connected. "Father, I was wrong. I wish to return home and inherit the family business." Before long, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz arrived, halting before him. A burly man, exuding the demeanor of a bodyguard, descended from the vehicle and respectfully addressed him, "Young master, please." The Mercedes whisked Mu Bai away, while a figure emerged from the shadows, transmitting the news. Meanwhile, At Li Wanjun's residence, Su Liang was engrossed in his affairs. When his phone lit up with a notification, he cast a glance at the message, a knowing smile gracing his features. Li Wanjun was undergoing punishment, harboring deep resentment towards Mu Bai. Had he not sought me out, I would not have endured such torment. In the days to come, as Su Liang toyed with a strand of her hair, he seemingly casually inquired, I heard you have a graduation gathering tomorrow? Li Wanjun's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly responded, there was a gathering, but I shall not attend tomorrow. She assumed that Su Liang was upset, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. In such a pivotal moment, it was no wonder she would overthink. Why would I not go? I will accompany you tomorrow. Li Wanjun appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of Su Liang's meaning, yet she nodded in agreement. The following evening at the Shanshui International Hotel, a cluster of young men and women congregated at the entrance, celebrating their graduation banquet. They huddled in small groups, their conversations predominantly revolving around their plans post-graduation, as well as the two notable figures, Mu Bai and Li Wanjun. Li Wanjun, their class monitor, was also the belle of the school. Mu Bai, a determined individual, had pursued Li Wanjun for a full 7 years, spanning his undergraduate and graduate studies. Since the incident of his confession, he had become a topic of lively discussion. You should have seen it. Mu Bai confessed with 999 roses. Yet the class monitor rejected him without hesitation. Is that true? After so many years as classmates, could she truly be so heartless? If it weren't for their connection as classmates, the monitor probably wouldn't have even glanced in his direction. Sigh, if Mu Bai's unwavering devotion couldn't sway the class monitor. I wonder what kind of man would capture her interest. As the group continued to chatter animatedly, time slipped away, and it soon became apparent that the gathering was about to commence. Most attendees had arrived, save for the class monitor and Mu Bai. They wouldn't dare not show up, would they? Not at all. I asked the monitor, and she assured me she would come. However, Mu Bai hasn't replied to my messages. He must feel too embarrassed to face us after his failed confession. Wow, look, a limited edition Ferrari. A voice drew all eyes toward a striking crimson supercar gliding towards them, coming to a halt right before them. The crowd was taken aback, and soon, a figure emerged from the vehicle, eliciting gasps of astonishment. It was none other than Mu Bai, the very subject of their discussions, dressed in a tailored Armani suit. His polished shoes gleaming and hair impeccably styled, he appeared transformed. Among the crowd, Peng Ming was equally astonished, incredulous that this was his close friend. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, Mu Bai reveled in the attention. The sensation of being the center of admiration was exquisite. Good evening, everyone. He greeted with a smile, scanning the crowd for that familiar silhouette. He aimed to demonstrate to Li Wanjun that he could reclaim her heart. However, disappointment washed over him as he realized Li Wanjun had yet to arrive. He approached his close friend, Peng Ming, and through inquiries, the classmates discovered that Mu Bai hailed from the Mu family. Did that imply he was worth billions? A struggling student had suddenly transformed into a wealthy heir. A top-tier young master among them? Naturally, this led to a flurry of eager attempts to curry favor. Brother Bai, you are so handsome. Brother Bai is eternally divine. It's admirable that he chose to forego a life of luxury to gain experience at school. Brother Bai, do you still remember me? Your old deskmate. Don't forget me. It's such a pity that the class monitor rejected Brother Bai. If she had known his true identity, would she not regret her choice? Mu Bai reveled in the moment, having long been accustomed to disdain. Now, he felt an exhilarating sense of vindication. At that instant, another Rolls-Royce approached. As the figure alighted from the vehicle, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It was the class monitor. She had arrived. They were both astonished and perplexed. Li Wanjun had arrived in such a luxurious car. Could she possibly be in a relationship with someone wealthy? Wait, this car appeared to belong to that esteemed young Master Su. What? Could it be that Su Gongzi was inside? Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family, now presiding over the vast Su Corporation valued in the hundreds of billions. Rumor had it that the class monitor worked at Su Corporation, enjoying the trust of the president while holding a managerial position. It was indeed true. Today, they would witness such a remarkable figure. Oh, how thrilling. The atmosphere was electric. Just then, the figure they had eagerly anticipated made his entrance. Su Liang appeared. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Su Liang, my boyfriend. Li Wanjun announced with a radiant smile, stepping forward. When Su Liang had expressed his intention to present himself as her boyfriend, she had been taken aback, followed by a wave of emotion and sheer joy. Every woman yearns to introduce her beloved in front of her cherished friends and family, especially when that beloved is as exceptional as he. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They had assumed the class monitor was merely being supported by the affluent Su, yet it turned out they were in a romantic relationship. Is the class monitor truly on the verge of marrying into a prestigious family? A top-tier one at that? They murmured in envy. How I wish to be one of Su Gongzi's women, even if just as a mistress. It was no wonder she had unhesitatingly rejected Mu Bai's affections. Some marveled, others envied, while those who harbored jealousy directed scornful glances at Mu Bai. Previously, there were those who believed the class monitor would regret turning down Mu Bai. Now, such thoughts had vanished. Compared to the Su family, the Mu family, despite its considerable wealth, paled in comparison. Su Liang greeted them with a smile, his gaze inadvertently brushing over Mu Bai, who had undergone a noticeable transformation. Su Liang's amusement deepened. Cherish every moment, for it may all vanish in an instant. He had already mobilized his family's resources, secretly gathering information. Dismantling the Mu family was but a whim of his. Today, he had come to undermine the protagonist. He intended to convey one message. Even as the scion of the Mu family, Mu Bai was but an insect in his presence. If he wished to reclaim the goddess from his side, he must strive diligently to develop his skills. Mu Bai's expression darkened to the utmost degree. Witnessing his beloved introduce Su Liang as her boyfriend before their classmates pierced his heart. His fists clenched tightly, longing to confront and brutally strike the man who had stolen his goddess away. But he refrained. Last night, he had researched and discovered the true enormity of the Su family's influence behind Su Liang. Remember when his father advised him, in the bustling metropolis, you may provoke anyone, but never dare to cross paths with Su Liang. For while inciting the ire of other elite scions might leave a glimmer of hope, offending Su Liang could lead to the utter annihilation of one's family. Ding. Mu Bai harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. Villain points. 555. Mu Bai seethed with rage, casting a furious glare at Su Liang, oblivious to the peculiar expression of his close friend, Peng Ming, beside him. The moment Su Liang arrived, Peng Ming's complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled slightly. It dawned on him that the arrogant young master who had previously threatened him was none other than the heir of the Su family, plunging him into despair. Initially, upon learning of his friend's identity as the scion of the Mu family, he contemplated sharing this revelation with Mu Bai. Now, such thoughts were utterly beyond his reach. According to Su Liang, once Mu Bai successfully developed the battery technology, the only path left for him was to obediently offer it up as tribute. The entire class gathered, entering the hotel and making their way to the reserved private room. Upon hearing of Su Liang's arrival, the hotel manager hurriedly followed, eager to attend to him personally. This spectacle left the group in awe. Recognizing the prestige associated with the Su family, Mu Bai, in Su Liang's presence, he was scarcely worthy of even carrying his shoes. Li Wanjun felt a swell of pride. She was not one to be enamored by superficiality, yet she could not help but take pride in her association with such an exceptional boyfriend. As dishes were served, dinner commenced. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifling due to Su Liang's presence. The room was enveloped in silence, each person wary of making even the slightest sound that might disturb him. Once the meal concluded, Su Liang prepared to depart with Li Wanjun, feeling a sense of ennui in the company of these individuals, as they belonged to vastly different worlds. Nevertheless, before leaving, he felt the need to maintain his persona, stepping forward with a smile directed at the assembly. Tonight, indulge in your meals and drinks. Enjoy the festivities to the fullest. The entire bill will be on young Master Su. Such a bold yet amiable proclamation ignited cheers among the crowd. Long live young Master Su. How magnanimous he is. With a powerful background, yet so gracious and approachable. What does it mean to have vision? This is what it means. Thank you, young Master Su. You shall forever be my idol. Subsequently, under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Su Liang departed with Li Wanjun. Mu Bai had only come for Li Wanjun, and with her departure, he found little desire to remain. After bidding farewell to his friend, he too exited. Just outside, he caught sight of Su Liang and Li Wanjun together. Ding. Mu Bai's emotional state has exploded. Villain points. 777. Upon hearing the notification echo in his mind, Su Liang quickly noticed Mu Bai at the entrance. An opportunity for villain points had presented itself, and he was not one to let it slip away. This gathering had proven quite successful, not only undermining the protagonist, but also garnering villain points while enhancing Li Wanjun's favor towards him. He believed that should he express a desire for her to bear his child, she would not only consent, but do so with great enthusiasm. The system demanded that he bring the heroine into his household to earn rewards, yet ensuring they bear children was the strategy for long-term success. Due to the limited number of female protagonists, which may only amount to a few hundred, there will inevitably come a time when they are all accounted for. Therefore, inducing pregnancy in the female lead has become his strategic objective. Is it truly acceptable to merely watch as Wanjun continues to be deceived? Mu Bai slammed his fist against the wall, blood trickling down without a hint of concern. The catalyst for his fury was witnessing Su Liang's brazen demeanor when he cast a glance in his direction, raising an eyebrow with an expression laced with arrogance, mockery, and derision. It became abundantly clear to him that his previous suspicions were indeed correct. Su Liang was merely toying with her, and once he grew bored, he would unhesitatingly cast Li Wanjun aside. How could he possibly prevent such a fate? The thought of the Su family's entrenched power left him feeling utterly powerless. If only the Mu family possessed a fraction of the Su family's influence. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, he could mold the Mu family into a counterpart of the Su family. Despite the Mu family's current worth of merely billions, once he developed that technology, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with the Su family. Now that he had returned to his family, he could mobilize significant funds to acquire the necessary equipment, making the subsequent research and production far more manageable. With this thought, his breath quickened, and he hastily drove back home. After escorting Li Wanjun back, Su Liang proceeded to Lu Rulin's residence. He had yet to claim the rewards associated with this female lead. A small gesture of kindness towards the mother of his first child would surely enhance their rapport, a prospect he found quite appealing. Chapter 16. The protagonist's 3 senior sisters. More bonds to form in the future. Upon arriving at Lu Rulin's home, Su Liang knocked on the door. The nanny had already departed for the evening, leaving Lu Rulin alone. Peering through the peephole, her expression transformed into one of surprise and joy, tinged with apprehension as she hurriedly opened the door. You're here. It had been nearly 2 days since Su Liang last visited her, and she feared that his concern was merely a facade, hinting at a return to his previous, threatening demeanor. Have you missed me? Su Liang inquired with a faint smile, extending his hand from behind to reveal a bouquet of violets. Lu Rulin accepted the flowers, feeling a wave of relief mixed with shyness as she responded quietly. It seemed that Su Liang had genuinely changed, all thanks to the child she carried. Have you eaten? Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Entering the living room, Lu Rulin placed the flowers in a vase and turned to Su Liang, who had settled comfortably on the sofa. I've eaten. Please brew me a cup of tea. He replied. She obediently retrieved the tea leaves and began to prepare the tea in front of a beautiful tea set. It was worth noting that her skill in brewing tea had been cultivated under Su Liang's insistence, as he enjoyed tea and wanted her to learn for a more delightful experience during his visits. The scene of the man seated on the sofa while the woman prepared tea was a warm tableau, reminiscent of an affectionate couple. Suddenly, Su Liang's phone rang, the sound piercing the tranquility. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Tang Xian. Stealing a glance at Lu Rulin, who was diligently focused on brewing tea, he stepped out onto the balcony. Although he was unconcerned about taking a call from another woman in front of Lu Rulin, he was mindful of her burgeoning feelings toward him. Brother Liang, someone wants to bail Lin Hao out. As the call connected, a melodious and crisp female voice resonated. Oh, Su Liang raised an eyebrow and inquired, who is it? Chen Jinjia. Then let him out, Su Liang replied, a playful expression gracing his face. It often becomes tedious to exploit a single individual. It was indeed time to take Lin Hao out for a stroll. Chen Jinjia's endeavor to rescue Lin Hao was anticipated. He had 3 masters, and correspondingly, 3 senior sisters, with the eldest being Chen Jinjia herself. Born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Jinjia presides over the century-old establishment by Keitang. In an era where Western medicine flourishes, traditional practices have begun to wane. To preserve the legacy of traditional medicine, the head of the Chen family sent his daughter to apprentice under a master of the healing arts. Upon her return, Chen Jinjia revitalized by Keitang, breathing new life into the establishment and signaling a gradual resurgence. However, this scenario was unwelcome to proponents of Western medicine. According to the unfolding narrative, they would incessantly send individuals to Bai Keitang to create disturbances, only to be met with the protagonist's unwavering resilience. As Su Liang pondered over his next strategic move, Tang Xian's voice echoed once more. Brother Liang, have you found me a new sister again? A light chuckle escaped Su Liang's lips. Rest assured, your circle of sisters will only expand. Tang Xian, having lost her innocence, was taken aback to discover that Su Liang was surrounded by a throng of charming companions. Initially, her demeanor had been quite tempestuous, even accusing Su Liang of deceit in matters of affection, only to later be subdued and compliant. Over time, she ceased to inquire about the number of women in Su Liang's life, but this time, her curiosity was piqued by shocking revelations from Lin Hao. There was a woman already expecting Su Liang's child. Indeed, under the duress of a violent woman, he ultimately divulged the truth. Faced with mortality, pride became a trivial concern. Brother Liang, when will you come find me? I too wish to bear your child. The audacity of the fierce policewoman was unmistakable. Her phone call, ostensibly for information, had been a pretext. This final inquiry was her true intent. She was determined not to be outdone. After a few more exchanges, she returned to the living room, where Lu Rulin had already brewed tea. Enjoying Lu Rulin's gentleness while savoring the tea was a delightful indulgence. Meanwhile, at the precinct, Lin Hao was dragged from the dark confines, his condition utterly disheveled. Previously resembling a beggar, he now appeared even more destitute. Pitiful, truly pitiful. Chen Jinjia furrowed her brow, gazing at the disarrayed figure before her, questioning whether this wretched individual was indeed her junior brother. Apologies, but he is not merely a common target. Given the gravity of his case and his tight-lipped nature, we were compelled to employ certain unconventional methods, Tang Xin explained with a smile, sensing her skepticism. Unconventional methods? The man can scarcely draw breath, Chun Jinjia retorted. At her words, Lin Hao instinctively trembled, his gaze towards her laced with a flicker of dread. He had never felt such fear towards anyone. This woman was undeniably ruthless. The whip, the blinding lights, and the near-constant electric therapy had left him utterly broken. Whenever he felt on the verge of exhaustion, he would momentarily pause, allowing himself a brief respite before plunging into another round of exertion. Were it not for his relatively robust constitution, he would have succumbed to such relentless demands long ago. After a considerable interval of rest, he regained some strength and followed Chun Jinjia out of the police station. Upon exiting, he cast a glance back. The police station loomed behind him like a ferocious beast, poised to devour the unwary. He had no desire to return. As he observed Chun Jinjia before him, Lin Hao's attention was suddenly captivated. A single glance left him astounded. She was a woman of extraordinary beauty, rivaling that of Lu Rulin. Her facial features were sharply defined, as if meticulously sculpted by the most gifted artisan. Her dazzling eyes sparkled like precious gems, radiating brilliance. Her figure was slender and gracefully curved, akin to a masterpiece of art. Her skin was fair and delicate, reminiscent of soft silk, and she exuded a subtle fragrance of herbs. Most importantly, she possessed an aura of righteousness, akin to a living bodhisattva dedicated to healing the world, evoking a sense of reverence. A realization dawned upon Lin Hao, and he deduced the identity of the enchanting woman before him. During his descent from the mountain, several senior disciples had enlightened him about the prominent figures among the sisterhood. The eldest sister, Chun Jinjia, was a descendant of a prestigious lineage in traditional Chinese medicine and currently presided over the Baichao Hall, having studied under a venerable master. The second sister, Xia Qingqiu, was the formidable leader of the Xinyue sect in the underworld of the Magic City, known for her ruthless disposition, having trained under the second master. The third sister, Dongfang Xinyan, was a celebrated diva, renowned for her striking beauty, and was on an international tour, having been mentored by the third master. The second sister's involvement in the underworld had undoubtedly exposed her to a darker essence, while only the eldest sister, who spent her days in the apothecary, retained that faint herbal scent. Eldest sister, my master instructed me to descend the mountain to seek you. It is a pleasure to finally meet, Lin Hao exclaimed with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. However, his current appearance rendered his smile more akin to a grimace than a welcoming gesture. Chun Jinjia did not even glance at his outstretched hand, suppressing her distaste as she replied, "Let us discuss this later." With that, she turned to her vehicle. Lin Hao's expression stiffened. Had he truly been dismissed? He glanced down at his own disheveled state, which was hardly more dignified than that of a beggar, and shook his head in resignation. Soon, an Audi pulled up before him, and he hurriedly entered the car. Chun Jinjia maintained her focus ahead, silently concluding that this vehicle was no longer an option. Chapter 17. No woman he desires shall escape his grasp. The following day, Su Liang awoke and shared breakfast with Lu Rulin before heading out. Before leaving, he checked the system and noted that Lu Rulin's affection for him had indeed increased. Today marked the date of his scheduled medical examination. Given that the women in his life had not conceived, he had begun to suspect there might be an issue with himself, prompting his decision to undergo a checkup. However, upon hearing the news of Lu Rulin's pregnancy, his concerns were alleviated. Nevertheless, he resolved that it was prudent to proceed with the examination, especially considering that only one of the numerous women he had encountered in the past 6 months had become pregnant. Furthermore, he intended to ascertain how Chun Jinjia had arranged for Lin Hao's release. Indeed, the hospital he had booked was none other than Baichao Hall, where Chun Jinjia was one of the leading women he was endeavoring to win over. To arrange an appointment at her hospital was also to gain closer access to strategies. Baichao is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic that, with the progression of time, has had to implement certain transformations. It has incorporated various health examination equipment, enabling customers to monitor their well-being at their convenience. Su Liang arrived at Baichao at the agreed time. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered Chun Jinjia, who was preparing to leave, with Lin Hao silently trailing behind her. "Su Gongzi," Chun Jinjia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Liang. The two were indeed acquainted, and their relationship was quite cordial. Su Liang exuded the demeanor of a person from a distinguished family, yet he lacked the frivolous air often associated with wealthy heirs. Aware that Lin Hao had offended Su Liang, she had set out that day intending to bring him to apologize. Little did she expect that Su Liang would come to her instead. She initially presumed he had come to confront them. When Su Liang revealed his purpose for the visit, merely to undergo a health check, Chun Jinjia was taken aback. Lin Hao, upon seeing Su Liang again, felt a measure of calmness wash over him. However, the flicker of hatred and anger in his eyes betrayed that he still harbored resentment. She led Su Liang to the VIP reception hall, expressing her sincere apologies. This is my junior apprentice. He has just come down from the mountain and is unfamiliar with the ways of the world. I deeply regret that he caused you trouble in a fit of recklessness. I had just stepped out to bring him to apologize to you, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. She then turned to Lin Hao, urging, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Su Gongzi. Apologize to him. Not only did he take my place, but he also caused Lu Ruolin to become pregnant, and now I am to apologize? Lin Hao's suppressed anger nearly resurfaced. However, recalling the promise he made to his senior sister, he reluctantly muttered, I'm sorry. Ding. Lin Hao has developed feelings of anger towards you. Villain points 666. Indeed, it was Lin Hao, compared to the protagonist, whose emotional outbursts garnered merely 777 points. Accumulating villain points was better achieved with him. Su Liang observed him with a teasing glint in his eyes. It was evident that Chen Jinjia was not fully apprised of the true circumstances, which was precisely what he had anticipated. Protagonists are often enamored by every woman they meet, and naturally, they would not disclose their struggles for one woman in the presence of another. This suited his purposes well. If Chun Jinjia were to discover his involvement with other women, the difficulty of his conquest would significantly escalate, though it would only increase the challenge slightly. Any woman he set his sights on would find it impossible to escape his grasp. Noticing Su Liang's prolonged silence, Chun Jinjia's heart sank. Just as she feared that he might not forgive them, he suddenly spoke. If it were anyone else attempting to harm me, you would know the consequences. He paused, allowing his gaze to rest on Chun Jinjia, his tone laced with ambiguity. However, since he is your junior, Jinjia, I shall spare him this time. Well, thank you. Su Gongzi, Chun Jinjia replied, her cheeks flushed. Glancing at the still stunned Lin Hao, she swiftly changed the subject. Su Gongzi has forgiven you. Why aren't you expressing your gratitude? Lin Hao's eyes flared with anger. He could scarcely fathom how one could be so shameless. Having snatched away his fiancée, now he is also attempting to claim his senior sister? Chun Jinjia's scolding resonated, causing him to internally bleed with frustration, and he offered a perfunctory, thank you. How could you speak like that? Is this the manner in which you express gratitude? Chun Jinjia was immediately incensed. She had exerted herself to help resolve the troubles he had caused, yet he acted as if everyone owed him a debt. How could the master take such a person as a disciple? If it weren't for the letter instructing me to care for him, I would hardly bother. All right, Jinjia. The youth is naturally a bit impetuous. It's quite normal. Let us proceed for a checkup. Su Liang interjected, recognizing it was time to mediate. Retracting her gaze in exasperation, Chun Jinjia turned to Su Liang. I will take you there, or I will personally conduct the examination. Perhaps feeling a sense of obligation. She added, I am the manager of Baichao Hall, typically handling complex ailments or serious cases. There is no need for me to intervene in such minor matters. Su Liang smiled, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Ding. Lin Hao has developed animosity towards you. Villain points, 777. Lin Hao trembled in fury. What do you mean by impetuous youth? Aren't you nearly my age? His tone carried an air of admonishment towards a junior. Upon seeing them exit the VIP room, he hurriedly followed. He had to remain vigilant against Su Liang, ensuring he did not take advantage of his senior sister. Before the physical examination, Chen Jinjiao first took Su Liang's pulse. In truth, diagnosing ailments had always been the purview of several seasoned practitioners at the clinic. Even if she were to intervene, it would usually be for female patients, as propriety dictated a separation of genders. This was her first encounter with a man's hand, and the faint trace of masculine pheromones wafted over her, causing her cheeks to flush and heart to race. Upon entering, Lin Hao was met with the sight of the stunning senior sister delicately placing her slender hand on the wrist of her adversary, while Su Liang wore an expression of enjoyment. Enraged, he shouted, "Stop!" The sudden outburst startled the already flustered Chun Jinjia. Looking up, she saw Lin Hao advancing menacingly. "What is your name?" she demanded, her brow furrowing in anger. I assure you my medical skills are on par with the Master S. I am here to take his pulse." Lin Hao, upon reaching her, felt his bravado falter. It was futile. Su Liang was simply too formidable for him to confront. Chun Jinjia hesitated at his words. The master had not only instructed her to care for the junior disciple, but also mentioned that her medical prowess was comparable to his own. If Su Liang were indeed unwell, it would be wiser to allow him to diagnose. Perceiving her wavering resolve, Su Liang's expression turned earnest, his gaze intense. "I do not trust his medical skills. I insist you take my pulse." Then, "All right," Chun Jinjia acquiesced, her heart racing under his gaze as she resumed her touch. She had known Su Liang for quite some time and was well aware of his feelings. However, she had always prioritized the revitalization of traditional Chinese medicine and had not acquiesced to his advances until now, her resistance dwindling. Lin Hao was beside himself with anger. How could he not trust his own medical skills? Su Liang was merely seeking to take advantage of the senior sister. Chapter 18. The self-strategy of the female CEO. After completing the pulse check, the formal examination commenced. Upon entering the examination room, Lin Hao attempted to follow, but was abruptly met with the door closing in his face. Blood pressure, pulse, and ECG were all assessed, along with various medical examinations. Save for a few specific areas, Chun Jinjia conducted a thorough check on Su Liang, who was rather indifferent to the idea of a complete bodily examination. He believed that in such circumstances, it would yield a rather delightful experience. Patience was key. He was nearing his goal of winning over this female lead. If necessary, he could always undergo another examination later, ensuring a comprehensive assessment without missing a single detail. During the imaging process, Su Liang's upper body was revealed before Chun Jinjia's eyes, an impressive set of 8-pack abs, muscles perfectly proportioned and masterfully sculpted. Had it not been for Chun Jinjia's resolute demeanor, she might have succumbed to temptation at that moment. Before long, the examination results were unveiled. As Chun Jinjia perused the report, the astonishingly high data points caused her exquisite eyes to widen in astonishment. After a brief pause, she approached Su Liang, holding the report. The results indicate that your body is completely devoid of issues. In fact, you are remarkably healthy. However, your cellular activity is significantly higher than that of an average person, exhibiting strong stability and superior quality. Oh, is there a problem? Su Liang inquired with a raised eyebrow. There are no issues, except here. Chun Jinjia felt a flush rise to her cheeks and took a deep breath. It's just that, in the future, the possibility of conceiving with another person may be reduced. I've heard that low cellular activity can make conception difficult, but is high activity a concern as well? Is it that my cells are too domineering, making inferior cells unworthy of merging? Su Liang furrowed his brow, questioning if there was a remedy for his situation. This is the first time I've encountered such a case, Chun Jinjia confessed, shaking her head. Sensing Su Liang's concern, she hastily added, do not fret. It merely reduces the likelihood. Once life is conceived, its quality will undoubtedly be exceptional. Don't dwell on it. After all, not everyone conceives at 100% rate, and many resort to contraceptive methods to avoid pregnancy. Wait, is that really the case? If a pregnancy occurs, it will be of high quality? Does that mean the child would possess superior genes? Su Liang suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed Chun Jinjia's worried expression. From her earlier remarks, it was evident she held her own thoughts on the matter. With a sigh, Su Liang lamented, with such a condition, I fear no one would wish to marry me. This isn't a disease, and who says it's hopeless? Chun Jinjia abruptly countered, her urgency palpable. Realizing her immediate response, she quickly grasped the intensity of Su Liang's gaze fixed upon her. Why are you looking at me like that? Jinjia, would you consider marrying me? The prospect of marriage was momentarily set aside. Securing her heart was the priority, and afterward, he would dictate the course of their lives. As a pure young woman, Chun Jinjia was unaccustomed to such bold advances. She hastily redirected the conversation, feeling flustered. Outside the examination room, Lin Hao paced anxiously in the corridor, his heart racing with trepidation. The eldest sister's solitude with Su Liang left him thoroughly uneasy. As time passed incrementally, he could no longer restrain himself and knocked on the door. The sharp rapping startled Chun Jinjia awake. Su Liang did not press the matter, as he had anticipated. It would not be long now. Upon exiting the examination room, Su Liang remained as poised as ever, as if nothing had transpired. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao's anger surged within him like an unrelenting tide, spiraling out of control. He clenched his fists, determined to thwart Su Liang's intentions. He could not allow him to succeed. In the evening, at the Lu Group, all employees noticed a remarkable change. Their once frosty president had transformed. Previously, she always bore a cold demeanor, but now she acknowledged greetings with nods and even smiled on occasion. Especially today, the smile on her face was unwavering. Had she encountered some fortuitous event? For Lu Ruolin, it was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Earlier that morning, Su Liang had informed her that he would accompany her to the opera in the evening, promising a delightful outing. That single phrase, that promise, had elevated Lu Ruolin's spirits throughout the day. Consequently, after completing her tasks, she descended to the lobby, eagerly awaiting his arrival. She did not have to wait long. A familiar Rolls-Royce arrived punctually. Su Liang waved to her, and with joy, Lu Ruolin opened the car door and entered. The two first visited an exclusive private dining establishment. Despite its modest exterior, the cuisine rivaled that of the finest hotels, if not surpassing it. The establishment offered a selection of the 10 most renowned dishes across 8 culinary traditions, available only to a select few, as they only served 1 table per day. Even affluent patrons had to reserve in advance. However, a fortunate few transcended such limitations, and Su Liang was among them. Upon his arrival, the owner personally came to greet him. Noticing Su Liang's selection of numerous dishes, most beneficial for expectant mothers, Lu Rulin felt her affection for him intensifying. Before long, a lavish array of dishes was presented before them. During the meal, Lu Rulin hesitated momentarily before placing food into Su Liang's bowl. "This is what you enjoy," she declared. Setting aside memories of Su Liang's previous insistence for her to feed him, this was her first voluntary act of serving him. A smile graced Su Liang's face. Was it truly this effortless to win her favor merely by taking her out for a meal and ordering dishes advantageous for their child? It seemed the distance to a bountiful reward was not far off. He soon fell into contemplation. With Lu Rulin as a successful case study, a few small gestures could secure affection. He wondered if the same approach would be effective with other leading ladies. Chapter 19. The protagonist's mind explodes after enjoying a delightful dinner. Su Liang and Lu Rulin arrived at the largest opera house in the bustling metropolis. Having just witnessed a performance of Farewell, My Concubine, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening, coinciding with the peak hours of nightlife. "Wow, look at that handsome young man. That young lady is so fortunate," voices murmured around them. "A match made in heaven. This couple has my heart." Their appearances were secondary. The aura they exuded indicated they were far from ordinary. As they strolled down the street, they effortlessly attracted the attention of passers-by, garnering a 100 rate of admiration. Hearing comments about her compatibility with Su Liang brought joy to Lu Rulin's heart. After the companionship and care Su Liang had shown her over the past few days, her previous fears had dissipated, replaced by happiness and a profound sense of security. The commotion soon caught the attention of a figure not far away. Lin Hao, dressed in a new outfit that bore a stark contrast to his previous ragged attire, had ventured out in search of a bar, hoping to drown his sorrows in alcohol. His mental state was on the verge of explosion. In just a few days since descending the mountain, he had experienced a whirlwind of events that rivaled the 6 years he had spent there. Being rejected by his fiancée, discovering that she had already moved on and was pregnant, and attempting to take revenge on Su Liang only to be easily defeated had taken its toll. He had thought that being spared by Su Liang was a mercy, but upon being imprisoned, he learned the true meaning of suffering. The mere thought of that small, dark room sent shivers down his spine. After being rescued by his senior sister, he had to apologize to his enemy, nearly choking on his own blood. He then noticed signs that his senior sister might be falling for Su Liang. He yearned to intervene, yet found himself utterly powerless. In terms of both power and strength, he was no match for Su Liang. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from ahead, drawing his attention. Upon looking closer, Lin Hao froze in disbelief. It was Su Liang and Lu Rulin, walking down the street like a loving couple. Initially, he intended to turn away, unable to confront Su Liang. He found it even more unbearable to witness him treat his fiancée poorly. He vowed that once he gained strength, he would kill Su Liang and rescue Lu Rulin at the first opportunity. However, as he observed Lu Rulin's expression, he hesitated. He noticed that the fear and anger she once felt towards Su Liang had vanished, replaced by a genuine smile that radiated a subtle happiness. What the hell? What happened? He had only been locked away for a day. What could have transpired? This was his fiancée, who had previously been coerced into pregnancy. If she had developed feelings for another, what did that make him? Absolutely unacceptable. Lu Rulin, have you forgotten how Su Liang treated you before? No. She must have been swayed by Su Liang's sweet talk. The anger Lu Rulin once displayed could not have been misinterpreted. That deep-seated fear could not have transformed so quickly. The only explanation was that Su Liang had said something, perhaps promising to marry her and give her a rightful status. Women, by nature, are creatures of sentiment. Particularly after becoming mothers, they are often susceptible to flattery. However, Lin Hao is well aware that Su Liang is nothing more than a notorious playboy, surrounded by an innumerable array of women. Just that afternoon, he had stealthily visited the Su group, where he witnessed Su Liang in close proximity to 2 women whose grace and beauty rivaled those of Lu Rulin and the esteemed senior sister, Chen Jinjia. The sight ignited within him a tempest of envy and resentment. With such an abundance of women at his disposal, he remained unsatisfied, even pursuing the senior sister. How could such a libertine possibly offer a woman a promising future? He must ensure that Lu Rulin sees Su Liang's true character for what it is. Noticing Lin Hao lurking in the shadows, a flicker of intrigue crossed Su Liang's eyes. It seemed that he and these protagonists were destined adversaries, always crossing paths. If you wish to follow, then do so, Su Liang remarked with a subtle smile. Coincidentally passing by a women's clothing store, he took Lu Rulin inside. Since they were there, how could they not indulge in a few purchases? Lu Rulin felt overwhelmed with gratitude. She had initially thought that Su Liang accompanying her on a shopping excursion was already a grand gesture, yet here he was, helping her select clothing. Her affection for him surged. In her eagerness to express her thanks, she requested Su Liang to assist in choosing outfits. Even those daringly short and sheer garments he had previously suggested would be bought for his viewing pleasure. Observing her bashful demeanor, Su Liang casually pointed out several ensembles that caught his eye. To Lu Rulin's surprise, he selected only modest attire, elegant evening gowns, knee-length pleated skirts, and professional outfits exuding a corporate charm. She intended to have them wrapped up. With her figure being naturally graceful, she could wear almost anything well, provided it wasn't overly extravagant. Additionally, she possessed a peculiar cleanliness obsession, refusing to let anyone else wear the clothes she had tried on. Typically, she would buy garments and take them home immediately. The cost was of no concern to her. At that moment, Su Liang gently intervened. "Let me see how they look on you." Naturally, Lu Rulin could not refuse his request and promptly entered the fitting room. One by one, she tried on the garments. Su Liang, intrigued, assumed the role of judge, rating her outfits. These were all designer pieces, and when paired with Lu Rulin's stunning beauty, they rivaled even the finest models. He harbored an even more whimsical thought, to gather all the leading ladies and have them showcase outfits for him, akin to a private fashion exhibition. One that only he could behold. He envisioned innovating in the realm of clothing, daringly organizing a fashion show that would be uniquely his. After trying on several outfits, Su Liang had seen enough. Lu Rulin instructed the female attendant to wrap up all the clothing. Subsequently, she ventured to another section of the display, selecting a few particularly enticing pieces. After having them packaged, she cast a discreet glance at Su Liang. Outside, Lin Hao's psyche shattered as he observed everything through the glass. What was unfolding before him? Lu Rulin was trying on clothes for Su Liang. Each time he witnessed her donning an outfit, revealing her exquisite beauty to Su Liang, it pierced his heart with unbearable pain. Yet, she is his fiancée, while he can only gaze at her from afar, his heart in turmoil. Furthermore, he witnessed Lu Rulin selecting outfits in another section, particularly those alluring short skirts. It was evident for whom she intended to wear them, leaving Lin Hao utterly disheartened. Chapter 20. The protagonist's heart is a patchwork of wounds. As they approached the counter, Lu Rulin prepared to swipe her card. She was already deeply touched that Su Liang accompanied her to shop for clothes. If he were to pay, she would feel embarrassed. Before she could retrieve her card from her bag, a hand extended before her, holding an exquisite black and gold card. "Let me handle this," Su Liang said with a gentle smile. "Is that the black and gold card?" Since Su Liang entered the store, the beautiful cashier had been captivated by his striking looks and charisma. Unbeknownst to her, she had become entranced. Upon seeing the card in his hand, she was rendered speechless. Shocked by the sight, such a card was unfamiliar to her, yet she had heard rumors surrounding its existence. The black and gold card, issued by the Swiss headquarters, was limited to just 20 globally, with no spending cap. To her astonishment, the handsome man before her was not only striking in appearance and demeanor, but also exceedingly wealthy. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, trembling as she accepted the card, her heart racing with excitement. After completing the transaction, the cashier respectfully handed the card back to Su Liang. He tucked it away, and a glance at the system revealed that Lu Rulin's affection for him had increased once more. These clothes were merely a few tens of thousands at most. To him, they were inconsequential. Money, in his eyes, was merely a string of numbers. Why not use a bit of cash to elevate Lu Rulin's fondness for him and quickly acquire some gold coins? Indeed, Lu Rulin felt a genuine sense of gratitude. Growing up, this was the first time someone had purchased clothes for her, spending money on her, allowing her to experience a long-lost warmth. As they exited the store, the cashier remained transfixed at the entrance, unable to shake off the moment. A man like Su Liang was only a figment of her imagination, one she could never hope to engage with, not even for a fleeting night. Instead, she felt a pang of envy for the woman by his side, who could enjoy his constant companionship. After strolling down the street for a while, as they prepared to head home, a men's flagship store caught Lu Rulin's eye. A thought struck her, and she turned to Su Liang with a hint of anticipation. "You just bought me clothes. Let me get you an outfit as well." Throughout these days, Su Liang had been exceptionally considerate towards her, and she felt compelled to show her appreciation. Although he lacked nothing, she did not want him to perceive her as a woman who only knew how to receive. Moreover, in her heart, she believed that a woman buying clothes for her man was a sign of family unity. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding her intentions, a smile gracing his face. "Sure, but I'm not very good at choosing clothes. Could you help me pick?" Lu Rulin readily agreed, her face lighting up with joy. Together, they stepped into the men's clothing store. As they ventured inside, Lu Rulin indeed began to meticulously select attire for Su Liang, exhibiting an earnest demeanor. After several minutes, she presented a few ensembles before him, inquiring about his preferences. "Since you chose them, I shall take them all," Su Liang declared, prompting Lu Rulin to smile as she instructed the staff to package the garments. The sales assistant, astonished, accepted the clothes from her hands. Though the collection comprised only a few pieces, their cumulative worth exceeded 1 million. Her commission would be substantial. "Wait," Su Liang called out, retrieving a suit from the selection. "Please wrap the others. I shall try this one on." Previously, after integrating a female lead into his family, he had acquired the Suit Tyrant buff. Though he had yet to test its effects, Suit Tyrant buff requires the wearer to don a suit, elevating their demeanor and enhancing their strength by 50%, with combat skills reaching a divine level. This buff was somewhat inconsequential for him, as his prowess was already unmatched. His skills, such as Bajiquan and military assassination techniques, were also at a divine caliber. Typically, he preferred a more casual attire, and he had never experimented with a suit. Today, however, presented a fitting opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who lurked in the shadows, felt his teeth grind in frustration. What was it like to witness his fiancée, the woman he cherished, earnestly purchasing clothes for another man? Only he knew the pain, akin to a dagger piercing his heart. At that moment, he saw Su Liang enter the fitting room with a garment, while Lu Rulin awaited outside. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. This was his chance. He had long desired to expose Su Liang's hypocrisy to Lu Rulin, but she had steadfastly remained by his side, rendering any approach impossible. Now, the opportunity lay before him. He needed to act swiftly and reveal the truth to Lu Rulin before Su Liang emerged from the fitting room. Without hesitation, Lin Hao dashed forward. The scene shifted as Lu Rulin frowned upon the sudden appearance of Lin Hao. Had they not agreed to sever their engagement? What business did he have approaching her again? She was determined to avoid any misunderstandings with Su Liang. Rulin, I am here to tell you something, he began, but Lu Rulin interrupted. Please call me Lu Rulin. We are not well acquainted. Another stab of pain pierced Lin Hao's heart, yet he pressed on. Listen to me. Do not be swayed by Su Liang's sweet words. He has many women outside. I have witnessed him with 2 women from his company, and I have seen him courting others. Do not let him deceive you. He turned his gaze to Lu Rulin, awaiting her reaction. However, the response was not as he had envisioned. Rather than outrage and a hasty departure, her expression remained composed. Are you finished? She inquired. Lin Hao, bewildered, thought to himself, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? His mind was in disarray, entirely contrary to his expectations. After being with you, Su Liang has other women outside. Are you not even a little angry? Once you're done, you may leave. She replied coldly, her voice tinged with anger. Lin Hao's doubts about his own existence intensified. He revealed Su Liang's character. Yet Lu Rulin not only failed to express her gratitude, but also felt a surge of anger towards him. What a perplexing situation. Little did he know that everything he said was already known to Lu Rulin. Could she truly control Su Liang's actions? She did not yearn for much, in her heart. As long as Su Liang continued to treat her as he did now, she would find contentment. Why was she angry with Lin Hao? His words were clearly intended to undermine the bond between her and Su Liang, and it was only natural for her to feel enraged. To thwart his intentions, Lu Rulin asserted, I am aware of everything you've mentioned. No matter how many women Su Liang has outside, as long as I hold a place in his heart, that suffices. Her statement was a blend of truth and pretense. As a woman, and a proud one at that, how could she ever wish to share her man with others? Yet what choice did she have? Su Liang's dominance overshadowed her own. She felt that things were quite satisfactory now. He was no longer as fierce with her and would occasionally come to see her. Wow. Lin Hao was left dumbfounded. Lu Rulin's meaning could not have been more apparent. It was clear that she was willing to stay with Su Liang, regardless of how many women he had. Was this truly the aloof and proud female Su? Well, he thought he knew. At that moment, his heart felt as though it had been pierced not just a couple of times, but had been left riddled with wounds. Warning, Lin Hao's emotions spiraled out of control. Villain points, 888. Warning, Lin Hao's mindset collapsed. Villain points, 999. Chapter 21. The terrifying Su family. Even the crown prince must call him brother. At that moment, with a crisp sound, the fitting room door swung open. A flurry of gazes turned toward the entrance. When they beheld the figure stepping out, everyone was struck dumb. The entire venue fell silent. My heavens, he is incredibly handsome. How can such a striking man exist in this world? He is even more attractive than those Korean stars. Oh mother, I have fallen in love again. How infuriating. I must admit, he is indeed a tad more handsome than I am, one remarked. Brother, are you sure it's just a tad and not a billion times? After a brief moment of tranquility, the crowd erupted in excitement. Su Liang's charisma was already remarkable. Clad in that suit, he emanated an even greater aura of dominance. He sensed a tangible enhancement in his presence and immediately spotted Lin Hao. The moment Su Liang emerged, Lu Rulin's gaze was fixed upon him, her expression one of infatuation. Lin Hao's heart ached profoundly, and he contemplated fleeing. If Su Liang were to slap him again, he feared he might not survive, or at the very least, would be left in tatters. At that moment, Su Liang's gaze fell upon him. He froze, as though ensnared by some monstrous force, unable to take a single step forward. How could this be? His heart raced with fear, realizing that Su Liang had become even more unfathomable. Perhaps he had not previously revealed his full strength. How was he to navigate this situation? With measured steps, Su Liang advanced toward him. Each footfall resonated in Lin Hao's chest. He was drenched in sweat in mere moments. He felt as though he had been pulled from the depths of a river. This entire exchange unfolded solely between the two of them. The others remained oblivious to the intensity of the moment. As Su Liang approached, Lin Hao summoned all his strength to break free from the binding force and fled in a panic. Observing the disheveled figure of Lin Hao fleeing, a faint smile graced Su Liang's lips. For the time being, he spared Lin Hao's life. Indeed, had he not deliberately allowed him to escape, Lin Hao would never have gotten away. Mubai was currently busy equipping his research laboratory. If Lin Hao were to perish, much of the amusement would be lost. What do you think? Su Liang inquired as he came before Lu Ruolin. Very good, very handsome, she replied, only to realize moments later, her shyness causing her to lower her gaze. Su Liang, uninterested in changing, intended to wear his attire back, but Lu Ruolin stepped forward to swipe her card first. Upon returning home, a notification echoed in his mind, prompting, should Lu Ruolin be inducted into the family? Should she become one of the family members? Just as Su Liang was preparing to sleep, this sound resonated in his consciousness. With a flicker of thought, he immersed himself in the system and discovered that Lu Ruolin's affection for him had unexpectedly reached a satisfactory level. Now that she was his and the conditions were met, she could indeed become a member of the Su family. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Liang confirmed the choice. Congratulations, host. Family member 1 acquired. You have gained medical skills, divine level. With that, a surge of immense knowledge flooded his mind. Su Liang, accustomed to such experiences, felt no discomfort. The information imprinted itself in his thoughts, swiftly digested. It encompassed a wealth of medical knowledge, ranging from treatments for minor ailments to solutions for perplexing conditions, even extending to cancer treatment. Countless prescriptions for healing diseases, nurturing the body, skincare, and prenatal care were included, along with techniques to impress others, such as the Tai Divine Needle, the 13 Needles of Gigu, the Rebellious 8 Needles, and the 7-Star Life-Extending Needle. It would not be an exaggeration to say that throughout history, if he were to claim the title of the second greatest healer, none would dare contest the first. Not even those protagonists could rival him. The following morning, after leaving Lu Ruolin's home, Su Liang did not head to the company nor seek out other women. Instead, he returned to the Su family estate. This brings us to the topic of his illustrious lineage. His grandfather was a founding hero, now residing in seclusion in the South China Sea. His father, one of the 9 tripods, currently serves in the capital. His uncle is a business prodigy who established the Su Group, now expanding into international markets. His younger aunt possesses unparalleled martial talent, serving as a female general in the military. His mother manages the domestic market, relocating the Su Group to the capital. He also has a sister attending university in the capital. His maternal family, the Yun clan, is not to be underestimated, being a hidden lineage in the capital. In this generation, there are only 2 daughters, his mother and his younger aunt. His uncle's family has a daughter, his cousin, who also studies in the capital. His younger aunt remains unmarried, devoted to her martial training, while his younger aunt is a workaholic, also single. In the Su and Yun families, spanning 3 generations, he is the sole male descendant, underscoring his significance. Given his status, even the prince of the capital would respectfully address him as Brother Liang. However, despite the formidable power of his family, it serves merely as a stepping stone for the protagonist, ultimately leading to their downfall. Su Liang found himself at a loss for words. If it weren't for the protagonist's predecessor constantly delivering provisions, disregarding the situation, he would not have met such a dire fate. A modicum of seriousness could have easily led to the protagonist's demise, akin to a child's play. When he first traversed into this realm, he was engulfed in panic. Despite having formidable protectors by his side, he still felt insecure and contacted the elder to arrange for additional guardians. It was only after incorporating the female lead into his family, thereby significantly enhancing his own power, that he found solace. Subsequently, he instructed those guardians to either return or conceal themselves, as he had no desire for a cadre of septuagenarians shadowing him. The very absence of these elites led him to perceive his subordinates as utterly ineffectual. However, with but a word from Su Liang, those formidable beings would coalesce swiftly, a force that would unveil to the protagonist the essence of true despair. Now, with his presence, the calamities of familial ruin would not transpire. The ones who should tremble are the protagonists. In essence, within the Su family of Magic City, he stands as the sole figure. His family has beckoned him to the imperial capital on numerous occasions, particularly his frail sister, who, unable to sway him, threatened to cease her education and even resort to fasting. Yet, Su Liang deftly evaded these entreaties, planning to postpone his visit. His intention was to eliminate the protagonist, then plunder the female lead of Magic City before venturing to the imperial capital for further acquisition. Now that his suspicions have been validated, with multiple protagonists in existence, A journey to the imperial capital seems even more perilous. Magic City is indeed a focal point for the emergence of protagonists. Once he has sufficiently harvested the protagonists of Magic City, he may then proceed without delay. Chapter 22. The villain must act at will. The calamity of Baichao Hall. The Su family estate is situated in the outskirts of Magic City, sprawling over nearly 10 acres, a grand edifice. Unlike some families that blend Eastern and Western architectural styles, the Su family embodies a purely classical architecture. With palatial structures, pavilions, and floral terraces, entering feels akin to traversing through time itself. Su Liang arrived at his private residence, where a bodyguard presented him with several packages of medicinal herbs. Although the supplements he provided ensured the safety of Lu Ruolin's unborn child, he resolved to concoct additional formulas for tranquility and vitality, wishing to leave nothing to chance. Last night, he had acquired exceptional medical skills from her, a fortuitous return on investment. In addition, he prepared a lethal poison, one so potent that even the protagonist, wielding the Taiji divine needle, would be unable to counteract it. This would serve as a delightful surprise for the protagonist. According to the intelligence he received, Peace Hospital was poised to strike at Baichao Hall. As per the narrative, they would dispatch a critical patient to create turmoil at Baichao Hall. When Baichao Hall inevitably failed to provide assistance, they would emerge to claim victory. However, due to the protagonist's presence, no matter the condition of the patient they arranged, healing would ensue, inadvertently elevating Baichao Hall's reputation and allowing the protagonist to garner favor from the female lead. Furthermore, at an upcoming symposium on the exchange of Eastern and Western medicine, the protagonist would dazzle the audience, solidifying his renown. Given that the patients dispatched by Peace Hospital proved ineffective, he resolved to increase the toxicity of his concoctions. Imagine, when a patient appears at Baichao Hall, and all are rendered helpless, the protagonist would then emerge, showcasing his prowess. However, she found herself unable to cure it. Surely, at that moment, the protagonist's expression would have been quite amusing. Simply due to a whimsical thought, he decided to poison someone, showing no concern for the suffering that individual would endure. Not to mention that this person was employed at the Peace Hospital. Even if they were an innocent bystander, Su Liang would remain indifferent. After all, he was no paragon of virtue, nor a saint, merely acting on his whims. In the afternoon at Baichao Hall, the streets bustled with people coming and going. Unlike the past, when traditional Chinese medicine had been suppressed to the point of obscurity, now, it was not uncommon to see patients seeking treatment. With Chun Jinjia's return as the steward, traditional Chinese medicine gradually began to regain its prominence. A middle-aged woman, ordinary in appearance, with a frail and haggard look, arrived at the entrance of Baichao Hall. Her name was Liao Ping, having succumbed to a long-term addiction to narcotics. Her health deteriorated significantly, leading to a drastic decline in her immunity and a host of ailments. During her most recent examination, she was diagnosed with septicemia, a condition with a high mortality rate. The treatment costs were exorbitant, and she had long depleted her savings. Due to her lack of concern for her health, her condition had worsened to a critical state, making her death nearly inevitable. In her despair, a doctor approached her, offering the promise of the finest treatment without requiring a single penny from her. The only condition was that she must perform a certain task. Faced with the specter of death, Liao Ping readily agreed. Upon learning of the task, she was taken aback. She was to go to Baichao Hall and demand treatment from the physicians there, threatening to cause a scene if they failed to heal her. How simple could that be? Thus, like others, she entered Baichao Hall and took a number, waiting her turn. When her number was called, an elderly man in a traditional Tang suit examined her pulse. After a moment, his expression turned grave. He examined her eyes and asked her to open her mouth to inspect her tongue. The elderly man, displaying professionalism, quickly diagnosed her with septicemia. Liao Ping was dismissive. She held no faith in traditional Chinese medicine, scoffing at the notion that a mere pulse reading could diagnose her ailment. Even if the seasoned practitioner stated her condition, she merely scoffed, placing her faith instead in the Peace Hospital's ability to cure her. She then prepared to instigate the disruption as planned. Yet, before she could utter a word, an intense burning sensation enveloped her entire being, as if she were about to ignite. Unable to withstand the heat, her vision blurred, froth escaping her mouth, and she began to convulse on the spot. The sudden turn of events startled everyone in the hall, leaving even those who had planned to create a scene momentarily bewildered. Once they regained their composure, they mistakenly assumed it was part of the act and hurried to comply. "Oh no, call the police. Baichao Hall has killed someone," they exclaimed. "I told you traditional Chinese medicine was merely superstition. How could it possibly heal anyone? Look, someone has died. How terrifying. I shall never trust traditional Chinese medicine again." As a few individuals cried out in alarm, the crowd descended into chaos, anxiety sweeping through the onlookers. After a flurry of frenzied activity, the hall eventually fell silent. Silence fell over the crowd as they witnessed that the patient had succumbed during the diagnostic process, indicating that the issue was not a consequence of our treatment. Rest assured, I shall conduct a thorough investigation, and should it be determined that our medication is at fault, Bai Keitang shall assume full responsibility. Chun Jinjia, the esteemed proprietor, stepped forward, her authority palpable as she swiftly regained control of the situation with just a few words. Yet, this was not the outcome that certain individuals had anticipated. And one voice rose above the murmurs. How conveniently eloquent, considering the incident occurred under your care. Before the speaker could finish, Chun Jinjia interjected forcefully, her piercing gaze directed at the source of the interruption. An imposing aura emanated from her, compelling the individual to avert their gaze and refrain from further comment. Shopkeeper. Her ailment is rather peculiar, remarked the elderly traditional Chinese medicine physician, perspiration beading on his brow as he approached Chun Jinjia. He had initially diagnosed the condition, but after witnessing Liao Ping's sudden affliction, he found himself unable to determine the nature of her illness. It was not merely that he could not discern it, rather, it was a manifestation of symptoms he had never encountered before, an unprecedented boiling of the blood, an unheard-of phenomenon. At that moment, the patient had already lost consciousness, her body convulsing, her furrowed brow revealing that even in her unconscious state, she endured great suffering. Upon the shopkeeper's arrival, several other seasoned practitioners of traditional medicine rose to their feet, having also taken the patient's pulse, yet all shook their heads in dismay, unable to identify her ailment. Chun Jinjia's expression turned grave as she approached the patient to take her pulse. Gradually, her brow furrowed deeper, while the patient's bodily functions appeared relatively intact. There were some injuries due to the inhalation of harmful substances, and the blood was disturbingly abnormal, seemingly boiling, as if aflame. This was her first encounter with such a scenario. It appeared those individuals had come prepared. The moment her expression darkened, murmurs began to circulate. Could it be that she cannot be cured? Is it not often boasted that traditional Chinese medicine is extraordinarily effective? Surely, with no need for surgery, one can heal a person. Traditional medicine is merely flowery rhetoric. When it comes to actual healing, one must rely on Western medicine. A cacophony of disparaging remarks filled the air, and Chun Jinjia's countenance soured. She had long recognized that the personnel from the Peace Hospital were targeting Bai Keitang, unable to tolerate its success and unwilling to see traditional medicine flourish. Previous disturbances had been deftly diffused by her, yet this time, her heart sank further. Without knowledge of the cause, she was at a loss for treatment. If only she had mastered the Taiji Divine Needle, a miraculous tool capable of holistic bodily regulation that could even revive the deceased. Alas, she had never been able to acquire that skill. Just as everyone presumed that Chun Jinjia would be unable to provide a remedy, and that Bai Keitang would face a downfall. A rather pretentious voice rang out. Traditional Chinese medicine is no mere display of superficiality. Today, I shall demonstrate its true capabilities. With an air of confidence, a rather unremarkable young man stepped forward, a self-assured smile gracing his features, gathering the attention of the onlookers. The audacious words just uttered came from his lips. Who is this person, speaking with such arrogance? He dares to introduce us to the true essence of traditional Chinese medicine? Who does he think he is? Several seasoned practitioners are unable to discern the cause of the ailment, and even the esteemed Chen cannot help. Yet this inexperienced youth believes he can? Where did this fellow emerge from? Is it not enough chaos at Bai Keitang already? Clearly, even the people of Bai Keitang harbor skepticism towards Lin Hao's assertions, let alone others. As he sensed the disdain, mockery, and scorn directed at him from all sides, Lin Hao remained unfazed. He believed that once he successfully treated this patient, all doubts would dissipate like smoke. Admittedly, not all were skeptical. Some, like Chun Jinjia, held faith in him. A spark of hope ignited within her as she recalled the letter from her master, which explicitly stated that Lin Hao's medical skills were on par with his own. This indicated that Lin Hao had mastered the Tai Divine Needle. She felt a flicker of optimism. With his intervention, recovery was assured. As Lin Hao pressed forward, someone stepped up, attempting to expel him. However, Chun Jinjia intervened, explaining the situation to the crowd. What? He is the junior disciple of Master Chen? Is he truly that formidable? Has his medical prowess surpassed that of Master Chen? Surely this is a jest. Which physician isn't in their twilight years? And this lad is scarcely older than a child. Except for Master Chen, came the retort. Huh? Him? A master of traditional Chinese medicine? It seems the discipline is in decline. Yet, with Chun Jinjia vouching for Lin Hao's abilities, some began to reconsider. Upon hearing Chun Jinjia declare Lin Hao as her junior brother, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Nonetheless, many remained skeptical about Lin Hao's medical expertise. Approaching, Lin Hao noticed the glimmer of expectation in his senior sister's eyes and responded with a reassuring glance. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. It was indeed a challenge to garner her attention after being overlooked for days since Chun Jinjia had brought him out of the police station. From this moment forth, he would gradually reveal his capabilities to her, commencing with the treatment of the patient before him. Lin Hao possessed unwavering confidence in this endeavor. Drawing a deep breath, he picked up a set of silver needles nearby. His expression grew solemn as he raised his hand to begin the acupuncture. One by one, the silver needles were inserted into the patient's vital points, soon covering the body entirely. However, Lin Hao did not relax at this stage, for the crucial part was yet to come. He lifted his hand and flicked the tip of one needle. The needles began to tremble in a rhythmic manner. As each needle vibrated, beads of sweat formed on Lin Hao's brow. This process demanded the use of hidden strength and required that the amplitude of each needle's tremor be consistent, which was immensely taxing. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Afterward, with both hands clasped behind his back and a subtle smile gracing his face, Lin Hao prepared himself to receive the admiration and reverence of the onlookers. Chun Jinjia stood nearby, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Her heart raced with excitement. After several years, she was finally witnessing the Tai Divine Needle once more. No matter how many times she had seen it, its wonder never ceased to amaze her. She had attempted to learn on numerous occasions, yet to no avail. While Chun Jinjia remained composed, the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners around her lost their composure. Is this truly the legendary Tai Divine Needle? Indeed, it is the Tai Divine Needle. It is said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. I am fortunate to witness it today and have no regrets in death. There is hope. In previous instances where the Tai Divine Needle was unveiled, few ailments remained unhealed. The elderly men displayed exaggerated reactions, tears streaming down their faces, pupils dilating, and babbling incoherently. Lin Hao withdrew his hands, yet the silver needles on the patient continued to tremble. This miraculous scene rendered the onlookers awestruck, especially witnessing the reactions of the old practitioners, which sparked a glimmer of hope within them. Perhaps this young man could indeed cure the patient? Time gradually elapsed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, before 5 minutes had swiftly passed. The trembling silver needles gradually ceased their motion, yet the patient remained utterly still. All held their breath, eagerly anticipating a miracle. However, another 10 minutes slipped by without the promised miracle manifesting. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Is this it? The expressions of Chun Jinjia and her companions mirrored the sentiment. The faces of the elderly practitioners became stony. What was happening? They turned to Chun Jinjia, their gazes laden with inquiry. The Tai Divine Needle, a technique of legend, was something they had only heard of. They were uncertain of the process and how long it would take for the patient to awaken. Chun Jinjia felt a flicker of doubt as well. She had witnessed her master employ the Tai Divine Needle on numerous occasions, and patients typically regained consciousness within 5 minutes after the silver needles ceased trembling. Lin Hao's technique mirrored that of her master. Why then, had 10 minutes passed with no sign of the patient stirring? Gradually, skepticism crept into the gazes directed at Lin Hao. They were filled with doubt. While Lin Hao himself was taken aback, the facade he had maintained faltered, and he hastily moved his hands from behind his back to check the pulse. To his astonishment, he discovered there was not a hint of improvement. The blood was boiling, and the patient still furrowed their brow, seemingly resisting an inhuman torment. Did this mean his Tai Divine Needle was utterly ineffective? Impossible. With disbelief etched across his face, Lin Hao, refusing to accept defeat, strained against his fatigue and performed the technique once more. 20 minutes passed. Is this it? After all that bravado, is this the extent of his ability? What ability? He seemed nothing more than a charlatan, utterly clueless about medicine. How foolish I was to believe he could heal anyone, having earnestly observed him for half an hour. I truly am a fool. Ha! You have indeed shown us what traditional Chinese medicine is, merely a series of flashy tricks. The crowd erupted in uproar, voices of disdain rising, nearly pointing fingers at Lin Hao in accusation. The elderly practitioners could not restrain themselves and moved closer to assess the situation. Gradually, their expressions grew increasingly grim, for they realized the patient had not changed in the slightest. They shot Lin Hao an accusatory glare, having believed the Tai Divine Needle was truly at hand, only to be left disappointed. Who knows why this fellow is so unreliable? A set of actions as fierce as a tiger, yet ultimately fruitless. They have wasted a significant amount of time for no reason. While wasting time is trivial, the real issue lies in delaying the treatment of patients. They can sense that if Bai Keitang cannot overcome the troubles it faces this time, some of the rising stars in traditional Chinese medicine may face severe suppression once more. Alongside their resentment towards Lin Hao, doubt begins to creep in. Does the Tai Divine Needle truly exist? Chun Jinjia's expression is equally grim. She is acutely aware of the efficacy of the Tai Divine Needle. It can even bring back the dying from the brink of death. The only explanation is that Lin Hao's skills are lacking. She is baffled by what kind of illusion he has cast over his master to claim that Lin Hao's medical skills are on par with his own. Lacking ability is one thing, but to flaunt it is another. Now, not only has he failed to heal anyone, but but he has also tarnished the reputation of their school. Chun Jinjia's impression of Lin Hao, already poor, has worsened considerably. As for Lin Hao, he is now exhausted, collapsed on the ground with a bewildered expression, completely questioning his life. The Tai Divine Needle is supposed to address ailments throughout the body, even capable of treating cancer, not to mention other illnesses. Therefore he, along with others, has not suspected foul play. But why, after deploying the Tai Divine Needle twice, has there been no effect whatsoever? Lin Hao himself begins to doubt whether his studies have been in vain. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a moment. Just a pawn in the game. Ding. Lin Hao's mentality has shattered. Villain points. 888. Ding. Lin Hao questions life. Villain points. 999. On the other side, Su Liang gazes at a video before him, a faint smile gracing his face. The video reveals scenes unfolding within Baikatang. As the orchestrator of all this, he certainly would not miss such an entertaining spectacle. He had poisoned the individuals sent by the Peace Hospital and then arranged for someone to enter with a pinhole camera, waiting patiently for the right moment. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, witnessing it firsthand proved to be quite amusing. Soon, the video captures a sudden uproar. Raising an eyebrow, Su Liang observes a group of reporters storming into Baikatang. It appears they were well prepared, brandishing their cameras and shouting questions. Is it true that a patient has died at Baikatang? What illness did the patient have that Baikatang could not cure? Does this imply that traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective? Mr. Chun, you previously stated that traditional Chinese medicine is not pseudoscience. Now that someone has died, how do you explain this? Each question casts doubt upon traditional Chinese medicine. If these individuals were not prearranged, she would never believe it. Chun Jinjia furrows her brow as she begins to explain the circumstances. However, with the patient still lying nearby, her explanations feel painfully inadequate. At that moment, another group enters. The newcomers are doctors from the Peace Hospital, each walking in with an air of arrogance. Leading them is a middle-aged man with a disdainful expression, who approaches the assembled crowd at Baikatang and mockingly states, I previously mentioned that traditional Chinese medicine is merely pseudoscience, lacking any scientific basis, and therefore cannot be utilized for treatment. Now, not even a patient suffering from sepsis can be cured. What qualifications does one have to practice medicine? His name is Lu Neng, a chief physician at Heping Hospital. Since returning from his studies abroad, he has dedicated himself to research in the field of cardiology, achieving considerable expertise. Having been immersed in foreign medical practices, he holds a profound disdain for traditional Chinese medicine. The notion that one can diagnose ailments merely by taking a pulse, examining the eyes and tongue, or that obscure maladies can be remedied with a mere handful of herbs, is a farcical jest. Even more ludicrous is the idea that patients can be cured simply by administering a few injections without any medication. This is utterly nonsensical. He shares the same sentiments as his overseas mentors, believing that Western medicine is the true savior of humanity, while traditional Chinese medicine is a heresy that must be eradicated. His ambition is to suppress Chinese medicine to the point where it can no longer raise its head. She is not suffering from sepsis. Chun Jinjia coldly regarded him, ready to reveal that Liao Ping's condition was unprecedented in medical history. If it were truly sepsis, there would be ample methods within Chinese medicine to treat it. Do not make excuses. Thinking she was attempting to divert the conversation, Lu Neng rudely interrupted, declaring, those whom you cannot heal with Chinese medicine will be treated by us in Western medicine. I must inform you that traditional medicine is merely a charlatan's trick. For genuine healing, one must turn to Western medicine. With these words, Lu Neng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He imagined that his display would surely earn praise from Professor Smith. Undoubtedly, his words were impactful, stirring many in the hall, as more and more faces reflected approval. Journalists eagerly recorded his statements, showering him with praise. Lu Neng responded to each one, not only promoting Western medicine but also further disparaging Chinese medicine. Subsequently, he gestured for the patient to be returned for treatment. In an effort to severely undermine traditional medicine, he announced that the patient would undergo public treatment, with ongoing reports on the patient's condition. As the crowd dispersed, those who had come seeking treatment gradually left. Following this incident, doubts about Chinese medicine began to surface among the attendees. The members of Baikatang were filled with indignation yet felt powerless. Several elderly practitioners of traditional medicine shook their heads in dismay, fearing that this uproar would lead to another decline for their practice. Chun Jinjia bit her lip, a wave of despair washing over her. From a young age, she had aspired to lead Chinese medicine to resurgence and had dedicated herself tirelessly to this cause. While other children played, she was engrossed in the study of traditional medical texts. She later apprenticed under a master of the healing arts, believing she had acquired the skills necessary to elevate traditional medicine. Yet, one trouble after another had beset her. In the past, she had managed to grit her teeth and overcome difficulties, but this time, she felt utterly powerless. Seeing the change in her expression, Lin Hao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Initially, no one had high hopes for him. Chun Jinjia was the only one who believed in him. Now, he felt he had betrayed her trust and left her disappointed. Lin Hao began to despise his own ineptitude, engulfed in self-doubt. Meanwhile, Su Liang observed the video, capturing every nuance of the onlooker's expressions. A smile of mastery graced his countenance. It was still insufficient to summon a tempest of greater ferocity. He turned to a subordinate and instructed, "Commence." Before long, news of the events at Baikatang spread across the internet, rapidly ascending the trending charts. A heated debate ignited regarding the merits of traditional Chinese medicine versus Western medicine. The topics proliferated. Traditional Chinese medicine is mere charlatanism. For genuine ailments, one must consult a Western doctor. Is traditional Chinese medicine truly a pseudoscience? Western medicine is the legitimate path. Traditional Chinese medicine is but heresy. The discourse quickly dominated the top 10 of the trending list. A Rolls-Royce glided through the streets, within which Su Liang perused his phone, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his handiwork. In truth, he was not solely responsible. The Peace Hospital was also orchestrating this affair to suppress traditional Chinese medicine. He merely added fuel to the fire. Surely, Chun Jinjia was beginning to feel the pressure. He mused. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Su Liang's conjecture proved accurate. Baikatang was not merely anxious. They were on the brink of despair. Shopkeeper, it's dire. A flustered individual rushed to Chun Jinjia, relaying the trending news. Her complexion gradually paled as the gravity of the Peace Hospital's ruthless actions dawned upon her. They were intent on driving Baikatang to its demise. In reality, the Peace Hospital was equally bewildered. Could such a formidable online army be conjured with a mere investment of several tens of thousands? Yet, they relished the unfolding events, gleefully anticipating the closure of Baikatang. Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of the puppet master, they were but mere pawns in a grander scheme. Chapter 25. Su Liang's bait for the female CEO. The protagonist becomes the object of derision online when Su Liang arrived at Lu Rulin's residence. She had already prepared a sumptuous feast awaiting his arrival. After sharing the meal, Su Liang presented several packets of herbal medicine designed to nourish and stabilize, elucidating their benefits. Lu Rulin, touched, accepted them and instructed the housekeeper to prepare the concoction immediately. In the past, she would never have dared to consume medicine from him, uncertain of the potential reactions. However, after several days of his attentive care, she gradually lowered her guard, her fondness for him steadily growing. Following the events of the previous night, Su Liang had left an indelible mark on her heart, utterly enchanted. 2 hours later, as Su Liang and Lu Ruolin returned from their stroll, the housekeeper brought forth the prepared herbal brew. Just as Lu Ruolin reached for it, Su Liang, quicker than she, smiled and said, "Allow me to feed you." His gentle words nearly melted her heart. "Come, President Lu, it's time for your medicine." Once the concoction had cooled slightly, Su Liang scooped a spoonful. This was one of Su Liang's mischievous delights. Extending the spoon toward her, he relished the joy of feeding her. Lu Ruolin, somewhat bewildered, sensed something amiss, yet opened her mouth in a daze and swallowed the potion. As she finished the bowl, a wave of warmth coursed through her limbs, enveloping her entirely. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound clarity, a sensation she had never experienced before. In that fleeting moment, the gaze she cast upon Su Liang brimmed with deep emotion. The efficacy of this medicine was extraordinary, proving beneficial for both her and the child within her. Su Liang must have devoted considerable thought to discovering this remedy. Lu Ruolin mused silently, resolved to repay him with gratitude. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the influence of the trending topic began to spread like wildfire. Following a deluge of online attention, Baijiao Hall had achieved a remarkable notoriety. Once a tranquil establishment, it was now surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers. So this is Baijiao Hall. After residing in the Magic City for so many years, I only just learned of its existence today. Why is the door closed? I wish to catch a glimpse of that enchanting proprietress, Chun Jinjia. Such a poetic name. Ah, you simply crave her beauty. How base. One bystander remarked. I, however, am here for the antics of that fellow Lin Hao. He truly had me in stitches with his outrageous behavior. His forceful attempts yielded naught but folly. I prefer his previously rebellious demeanor. The crowd buzzed with excitement, drawn by diverse motives, some eager to witness the spectacle at Baijiao Hall, others to behold the legendary beauty, and yet others simply seeking to partake in the commotion. Inside Baijiao Hall, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Chun Jinjia ordered the doors to be shut. They watched the unfolding scene outside through surveillance cameras, a heavy silence enveloping them, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Hao was among them. Tormented by guilt since he had disappointed Chun Jinjia, his countenance was dark, reflecting his inner turmoil. Not long ago, he had stumbled upon a video, and upon perusing the comments, his spirit plummeted. The comments uniformly branded him a fool, reducing him to a mere jest. Though he had gained notoriety, it was not in the manner he had envisioned. Everyone present was acutely aware that this incident was inextricably linked to the Peace Hospital, a calculated move to undermine them. It was a blatant conspiracy, and they felt powerless to retaliate. I shall confront them, Lin Hao declared, his suppressed fury finally erupting. He resolved to teach a lesson to those from the Peace Hospital. Just as he turned to leave, Chun Jianjia called out to him, "Come back. What do you intend to do? Seek retribution against the Peace Hospital? Do you not think we have enough chaos already?" Her disappointment in her junior disciple was palpable. He seemed only capable of resorting to violence, devoid of reason. Noticing the expression of disillusionment on her face, Lin Hao trembled, suppressing his resentment. "Mistress, what should we do next?" A concerned voice inquired. Given the current predicament, Baichao Hall could hardly entertain patients, let alone open its doors. Chun Jinjiao pursed her lips and uttered a single word, "Wait." The others exchanged puzzled glances, but the seasoned traditional physicians understood her intent. Indeed, it was a matter of waiting. Hadn't the Peace Hospital taken the patients back? Once the news of their inability to heal emerged, the focus would shift, and the tumult surrounding Baichao Hall would diminish significantly. They held no doubts regarding the Peace Hospital's capability to treat the patients. It was a disease unprecedented in the annals of medical history, the etiology of which remained shrouded in mystery, rendering any potential treatment utterly elusive. In fact, it was akin to what Chun Jinjia had surmised. In the emergency room of Peace Hospital, a throng of physicians clad in white coats bustled about. Among them was Lu Neng, who, holding a patient's examination report, wore a look of bewilderment in his eyes. What manner of affliction was this? The blood within the patient was in a state of tumult, and this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Since the patient had been brought in, a multitude of doctors had conducted examinations. As the initial test results emerged, they were left astounded. It was far from septicemia. Instead, it was a condition they had never before encountered. Initially, they speculated that the patient might have been poisoned. However, after thorough investigations, no toxins were detected within her system. Some physicians conjectured that it could be a mutation of septicemia, a hypothesis that garnered widespread agreement among the majority. After all, the patient had consumed a significant amount of narcotics, leading to a plethora of underlying health issues that could have culminated in such an explosive manifestation. This was a novel disease emerging within the human body, possessing immense research potential. Yet, they found themselves at an impasse, utterly powerless against this ailment, incapable even of providing palliative care. Meanwhile, the patient's bodily functions were deteriorating, and it would not be long before she succumbed to organ failure. This was precisely Lu Neng's concern. In a bid to undermine traditional Chinese medicine, he resolved to have the media publicize the patient's condition. Given the societal interest in the matter, should the patient perish under their care, it would not only fail to diminish the reputation of Baikiatang, but would also tarnish the standing of Peace Hospital. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. If they could not cure her, they could simply send her back. After all, the issue had originated at Baikiatang. Any failure in treatment could be attributed to their delay in addressing her condition, absolving Peace Hospital of blame. When the patient eventually passed away at Baikiatang, it would be impossible for them to remain operational. Thus, the plan was set. Yet, before proceeding with that course of action, they decided to make one final attempt. What if they succeeded in curing her? This was a disease that had never before graced the pages of medical history. Should they manage to heal her, they would undoubtedly achieve fame. On the other hand, upon receiving news from Peace Hospital, Su Liang ceased to concern himself further, content in the knowledge that everything was unfolding according to his design. Chapter 26. A single sentence annihilated the Mu family. The next day, Lu Rulin awoke. Having fully absorbed the effects of the pregnancy medication, she now felt invigorated, the fatigue of countless sleepless nights dissipating entirely. After gazing at Su Liang for a considerable time, she rose to prepare breakfast. During the day, Su Liang did not accompany Lu Rulin. Instead, he sought out his other paramours. Due to Lu Rulin's pregnancy, he had paused his pursuits of the other female protagonists and lacked the time to attend to them. Now that he had secured Lu Rulin, he was determined to continue with his unfinished endeavors. Before that, however, he resolved to offer some comfort to the others. Su Liang arrived at the Magic City Airlines, where he was greeted by a stunning manager, whose alluring figure, exquisite features, and height of nearly 178 meters captivated him. This is one of Su Liang's family members, Li Xiaoming, who was previously a newly graduated flight attendant. Whether it is her fortune or misfortune, she met Su Liang during her first job. Subsequently, under Su Liang's relentless pursuit, she succumbed to his charm. How could he allow his woman to remain a mere flight attendant? He swiftly arranged for her to ascend to a high-ranking position within her company. Li Xiaoming felt fortunate. Now she enjoys a leisurely work life, merely issuing commands to her subordinates, while even the company's owner treats her with utmost courtesy, fearful of inadvertently offending her. Days later, Su Liang reappeared, and the skills she had acquired finally came into play as she endeavored to please him. Unfortunately, her youth was a hindrance. During lunch, Su Liang received alarming news from Baikatang and Heping Hospital. Both sides were on the brink of collapse. Baikatang could no longer withstand the pressure of public opinion, while Heping Hospital faced increasingly dire patient conditions. Their failure to disclose the patient's conditions led the once one-sided public sentiment towards Baikatang to shift in their direction. Upon reading the news, Su Liang dismissed it. The time for him to act had not yet arrived. Suddenly, another message arrived, prompting him to click and view. It was from Peng Ming, a close ally of Mu Bai, another key player in this narrative. Su Liang had tasked him not only with delivering the new battery technology, but also with monitoring Mu Bai's every move. Were the devices installed? Instead of diligently advancing the technology, Mu Bai was seen idling away time. It appeared that the situation had escalated to this point. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Upon seeing that Mu Bai had not immediately commenced research after the installation, but was instead preparing to take over the Mu family business, he thought, how could this be acceptable? Was this not a dereliction of duty? Immediately, Su Liang made a phone call, issuing commands. 2 days passed, and the investigation into the Mu family was nearly complete. They were poised to initiate the process of bankruptcy, awaiting only Su Liang's signal. As his orders were dispatched, a commercial storm swept through the metropolis. At this moment, Mu Feng, the helm of the Mu family, was conveying some matters to his son, Mu Bai. With his son resolved to return home and inherit the family business, he too planned to step down gradually, relinquishing power. Father, rest assured, I will elevate the Mu family to new heights, Mu Bai declared with unwavering determination, recalling Su Liang's scorn. He vowed to take revenge and reclaim his beloved goddess. Seeing his son brimming with ambition, Mu Feng felt a surge of pride. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing disrupted his thoughts. The call connected. An anxious voice emerged from the other end. Chairman, it's bad. The industrial, tax, and safety departments have suddenly come to inspect our company. What did you say? Mu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt to his feet, his voice trembling. Companies like theirs often skirt the edges of legality and could not withstand scrutiny. The Mu Group, valued at hundreds of billions, typically avoided inspections due to his adept handling of affairs. However, the simultaneous appearance of multiple departments indicated that someone was targeting them. Do not panic. Comply with their work. I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng hurriedly prepared to head to the company. Misfortunes seldom come alone. The phone rang again. This time, it was a partner with whom he had recently negotiated a significant project. Our collaboration is cancelled. Do not contact me again. The voice on the other end stated before hanging up abruptly, leaving Mu Feng in a state of bewilderment. Soon, the phone rang again. One call after another followed, almost all severing ties with him. Mu Feng's heart sank. His face turned pale, devoid of color. Had it not been for his years of resilience, he would have collapsed by now. What on earth was happening? Who was targeting the Mu family? The next call was from a close friend. They had known each other since childhood, practically since they were in diapers. Unsurprisingly, this call was also to end their relationship. Li Gu, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, can you tell me who the Mu family has offended to warrant such a relentless assault? He asked through gritted teeth, his voice filled with desperation and pleading. After a moment of silence, the reply came, Su. Just a single word, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. Suffocating Mu Feng. The call ended, and he muttered to himself, it's over for the Mu family. Beside him, witnessing his father's distress, Mu Bai was overcome by a wave of intense unease. Unable to contain himself any longer, he inquired, Dad, what's wrong? Has something happened to the group? The business landscape of the Magic City was in turmoil. One by one, companies announced their severance from the Mu Group, terminating collaborations. Subsequently, various authorities uncovered issues such as tax evasion, substandard products, and unsafe health conditions. Some of these accusations were true, while others went unchallenged. The orchestrator of this chaos was the Su family, led by Su Liang. The Mu Group was seized under various pretexts, and their funds were frozen. The once flourishing Mu Group was now on the brink of collapse. Many factions were left in shock, pondering how the Mu family had offended the Su family, while simultaneously feeling a sense of sorrow for the demise of a fellow creature. Outside, the winds of change swirled ominously, yet Su Liang remained entirely unaffected. In the afternoon, he arrived at the Magic City radio station. Sipping tea, he reveled in the service of the most beautiful host, who was also one of his women, Lin Lin, whom he met when she was merely a rookie reporter. Initially, she was assigned to interview Su Liang at the Su Group, accompanied by many esteemed journalists. She had assumed that this opportunity was beyond her reach, but unexpectedly, the tides turned when Su Liang pointed her out, explicitly requesting her to conduct the interview. Thus began their acquaintance. After the interview, she returned to her company and was promoted, feeling grateful to Su Liang. In a serendipitous encounter later, when Su Liang invited her to dinner, she did not decline. Throughout their subsequent interactions, she gradually found herself captivated by Su Liang's charm, leading to an inevitable romance. Upon learning that her aspiration was to become a host, Su Liang promptly appointed her as the primary anchor of the radio station. She proved herself worthy. With her striking figure, exceptional beauty, and most importantly, her melodious voice, swiftly securing her position as the foremost host. During this journey, she garnered a considerable fan base and earned the title of the most beautiful host. Chapter 27. The protagonist competing for food with dogs. The villain triumphs over justice. As Su Liang exited the Magic City radio station, dusk was approaching. He glanced at the messages sent by his subordinates. There had been new developments regarding the matters between Baichao Hall and Peace Hospital. Peace Hospital had once again returned the patients to Baichao Hall. Lu Neng, who had previously taken the patients, stated in an interview that they could have cured the patients, but due to the delays in treatment caused by Baichao Hall, the conditions had deteriorated, and now they were unable to reverse the situation. This not only diverted attention, but also further disparaged traditional Chinese medicine and Baichao Hall. His claims were not without merit. Indeed, Baichao Hall had taken an excessive amount of time in treating patients, particularly the one named Lin Hao, whose elaborate acupuncture techniques proved utterly ineffective. Following this interview, Lin Hao was once again subjected to public scrutiny. However, Lu Neng's statements were riddled with inconsistencies. He had been exceedingly arrogant when taking the patients away, yet the number of clear-headed individuals remained scarce. With the manipulation of public opinion, the majority leaned towards Peace Hospital. Was Baichao Hall committing murder? Delaying treatment equated to murder. How terrifying. I had previously sought treatment at Baichao Hall, and now the thought sends shivers down my spine. I can no longer trust traditional Chinese medicine. That Lin Hao truly deserves condemnation. He is indirectly responsible for deaths. I suggest he should be executed immediately. Baichao Hall, witnessing the return of patients from Peace Hospital, seethed with indignation. How could people be so shameless? Unable to treat their patients, they return them when their conditions worsen. Chen Jinjia felt a heavy heart. The patients' situations were critical. If a viable treatment could not be found soon, it was likely that death would ensue. Should she perish here, Baichao Hall would face public outrage once again, and it would be truly disastrous. Few were aware that amidst the nationwide, even global, attention surrounding Baichao Hall, the Mu Group, valued at hundreds of billions, had suddenly collapsed. Curiously, the Mu Group fell into bankruptcy within a mere afternoon, yet no news emerged regarding the incident. It was as if it were merely a trivial matter. There were no media reports, no grand proclamations. It all occurred with remarkable tranquility. Indeed, the news had been suppressed by Su Liang. Regardless of the actions taken, his genteel image must be preserved. Naturally, he could not manage every detail, and whispers of rumors still circulated. Su Liang did not intervene. Letting some information leak could enhance his intimidation. The Mu family was ousted, as representatives from the bank arrived to seize their property. Despite the Mu family's valuation in the hundreds of billions, primarily based on asset evaluation, they relied heavily on bank loans each year to develop new projects. Now, the Mu family has gone bankrupt, and the bank can no longer remain idle. In a single afternoon, Mu Feng seemed to age decades, his entire demeanor appearing lost and desolate. Just at noon, he was a billionaire, yet by nightfall, he was cast out of his home, reduced to wandering the streets like a beggar, an inconceivable fate for anyone to accept. Mu Bai wore a similarly numbed expression. After a series of inquiries, he discovered that the Su family was behind this calamity. The Mu family had never provoked the Su family before. Why, then, had they suddenly chosen to strike? The ferocity of their assault left the Mu family no opportunity for resistance, a puzzle that Mu Feng could not fathom. Yet Mu Bai understood. This was undoubtedly due to him. I have not wronged you, yet you humiliated me, and now you target the Mu family? Your tyranny knows no bounds, Mu Bai seethed, his hatred for Su Liang deepening. Gazing at his father, whose heart seemed extinguished, he felt a wrenching pain within. Blood runs thicker than water. Despite their 7 years of separation, the bond between father and son remained profound. He opened his mouth, intent on revealing the reason behind their plight, but hesitated and ultimately withdrew. He feared that if his father learned that it was all because of him, the dutiful son, it would break his heart. As for apologizing to Su Liang and pleading for mercy for the Mu family, that was out of the question. Ultimately, he had not yet reached the depths of despair. There remained a path to resurgence. The new energy battery technology he was on the verge of completing. The Mu family's bankruptcy was a mere setback. Once the technology was perfected, he would forge a Mu family that could rival the Su family. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. He had already arranged for the necessary equipment, and soon the technology would be refined. Su Liang, I shall remember this grudge, and I will repay it 1,000-fold. He vowed silently, helping Mu Feng to his feet. Father, this predicament is merely temporary. Trust me, everything will improve. Mu Feng remained unmoved. Improve? How easily you speak. The Su family is against us. Even without their interference, others will seek to suppress us. Returning to our former state? It is utterly impossible. Mubai chose not to elaborate further, resolving to surprise his father once the technology was developed. That evening, Su Liang arrived at Tang Xian's residence. This fierce female officer sent him messages every day. Su Liang felt that she was a bit overconfident. If he did not show her some authority, she might think she could ascend to greatness. Beep. Mubai harbors an intense hatred towards you. Villain score, 987. The voice echoing in his mind raised his eyebrows. Remarkable, he mused. Previously, scores rarely exceeded 800, yet now it surged dramatically. He picked up his phone to find a video concerning Mubai. For the protagonist, Su Liang always maintained a keen interest. Not only in Mubai, but also in Lin Hao, he had arranged for surveillance on both. He would not allow any unforeseen complications to arise. The video documented the events following Mubai's expulsion from the Mu family. He intended to take his father to a rental unit, but the landlord had already reclaimed the property and refused to rent it to him. Mubai gritted his teeth, incensed by such blatant injustice. In dire straits, with not a single coin to his name and his card frozen, he contemplated staying at his close friend's house, but ultimately refrained, fearing it would cause trouble for him. With no other options, he found himself in a park, planning to endure the night there. His resentment towards Su Liang deepened. However, it wasn't long before a group of homeless individuals surrounded him. I went out to beg, and my home was robbed? Beat it. The father and son duo endured a brutal beating and were subsequently expelled from the park. Amusingly, Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle as he continued reading. An hour later, Mubai and his companion finally discovered a dilapidated park devoid of homeless people. After enduring several setbacks, they had yet to eat, their stomachs grumbling with hunger. Lacking funds, they approached a restaurant hoping to salvage leftover food, but were met with indifference. As they passed a trash bin, Mubai spotted an expired loaf of bread lying on the ground and reached for it. Suddenly, a dog appeared, snatching the bread away. After a brief tussle, he emerged victorious and reclaimed the bread. Truly, it was akin to scavenging alongside a dog. Pitiful, indeed, what a miserable plight, Su Liang mused. He wasn't lamenting Mubai and his son, but rather admiring the individual monitoring their plight. With just a simple instruction to ensure they suffered, it had escalated to this. A talent, indeed, worthy of cultivation. Setting down his phone, Su Liang felt no shred of sympathy. He must strike hard against these protagonists, otherwise, he could very well share their fate. Thank you to all the generous patrons, I am profoundly grateful, bowing in a full 360-degree spiral. Chapter 28. It is time to make a grand entrance. The light in the heroine's eyes. The next day, Tang Xian, the captain of the criminal police, took a leave of absence. A flurry of concerned messages from colleagues flooded in, unaware that the once formidable officer was currently incapacitated in bed. At Baikatang, Su Liang settled into his exclusive vehicle and announced his destination. A faint smile graced his lips as he glanced at his phone. Having orchestrated so much, it was finally time for him to make his appearance. At Baikatang, Chun Jinjia was taking a patient's pulse. The ward contained only a few senior members of Baikatang, namely several seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, along with Lin Hao. They observed in silence, not daring to breathe, the atmosphere thick with tension. After completing the pulse check, Chun Jinjia pursed her lips, her complexion growing paler. The patient's breath was growing increasingly faint. Last night, the team at Baikatang had remained sleepless, poring over ancient texts and researching tirelessly in search of a treatment. Yet, to their dismay, they had found nothing. Chun Jinjia felt a profound sense of despair. Was there truly no hope for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine? She despaired at the thought. Jinjia, encountering trouble and not informing me. Do you not consider me a friend? Just then, a gentle and amiable voice reached her ears. Startled, she turned to find Su Liang had arrived unbeknownst to her. Master Su, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up momentarily before dimming again. A day has passed, and once again, the Peace Hospital has stirred up a wave of excitement, establishing Baikatang's fame across the nation and even the globe. Even enlisting Su Liang's assistance proves futile, as the fervor is simply too overwhelming to quell. The only viable solution now is to heal the patients, allowing the unfounded rumors to crumble under their own weight. Chun Jinjia expresses her gratitude for Su Gongzi's kind intentions. His willingness to visit Baikatang is a testament to his affection. Suddenly, a thought blossoms in her mind. Perhaps it is for the best that Baikatang closes, liberating her from the struggle to revitalize traditional Chinese medicine. Maybe she could seek out a love that is truly her own. As she contemplates this, a sense of relief washes over her, and she steals a glance at Su Liang. With his handsome features, perfect physique, and an ethereal aura, he is undeniably an ideal partner. Jinjia, do you believe me? Su Liang asks, his smile radiant. Chun Jinjia is momentarily taken aback, warmed by that smile, and nods without hesitation. Very well, I will help you heal the patient. What? Chun Jinjia is utterly taken by surprise. The elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners nearby are equally astonished. Could it be that the renowned Su Xiao, famed for his lineage, possesses medical skills? Lin Hao, having overheard Su Liang's declaration, scoffs in disbelief. How could Su Liang, of a similar age yet already a master of martial prowess, possibly excel in medicine? It seems absurd. Lin Hao abstains from intervening, choosing instead to await the spectacle that is sure to unfold. Su Liang approaches the patient and retrieves a set of silver needles, preparing to administer treatment. Is that the Tai divine needle? Lin Hao's pupils constrict in shock as he witnesses Su Liang's technique, though he remains skeptical of the outcome. Despite not knowing where Su Liang learned this art, Lin Hao has already tested it on similar ailments without success. As Su Liang's hand glides over the needles, they begin to tremble, a far simpler task than Lin Hao's previous attempts at flicking them. The elder practitioners soon realize that Su Liang is indeed employing the Tai divine needle. However, due to Lin Hao's earlier claims, they remain composed, no longer overtaken by excitement as they had been before. The thrill of hope they once felt has transformed into a resigned expectation of disappointment. Yet, the most astonished of all is Chun Jinjia. She never anticipated that this charming heir would possess medical expertise, and not just any skill, but a commendable mastery of the Tai divine needle. 2 minutes pass, then 3, then 4. 5 minutes slip by, and the silver needles cease their vibrations, leaving the onlookers filled with a sense of disillusionment, believing once more that it has come to naught. However, as Su Liang carefully collects the needles, a miraculous event unfolds. The patient, who had previously appeared as if in a vegetative state, subtly moves a finger. Gradually, the patient's brow unfurls, and their eyes flutter open. In that moment, silence envelopes the room. After a brief stillness, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the audience. Could it be that he has truly healed her? The elder practitioners rush forward to check the pulse, and to their astonishment, they discover the patient's symptoms have vanished, with her failing bodily functions beginning to revive. My heavens, she is truly recovering. That was indeed the genuine Tai divine needle. Oh my, what have I truly missed? After examining the patient and finding no issues, several seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were utterly astounded. They beat their chests and lamented, filled with regret for not observing Su Liang's needlework more closely. With this thought, they couldn't help but cast fierce glares at Lin Hao. It was all his fault. Previously, he had demonstrated a counterfeit Tai divine needle, leading them to a false sense of joy. Now, they had missed the opportunity to witness the authentic Tai divine needle. Lin Hao's reaction was even more intense. He pushed aside the elder practitioners and felt the patient's pulse. The issue of boiling blood had dissipated and bodily functions were on the mend. This was indeed the effect of the Tai divine needle. But why? Why was his Tai divine needle ineffective? Was the technique he learned merely a sham? Lin Hao couldn't help but begin to doubt himself. Observing the bewildered Lin Hao, Su Liang found it quite amusing. Lin Hao's Tai divine needle was undoubtedly genuine. As to why it bore results, that was simply because he had applied the antidote. When he picked up the silver needle, he retrieved the antidote from his spatial pouch and coated the needle with it. He possessed numerous powerful techniques, yet opted for the Tai divine needle, purely to witness Lin Hao's reaction. He was not disappointed. Lin Hao had already begun to question the authenticity of his own methods. He approached Chun Jinjia. To toy with the protagonist was merely a source of amusement. His true objective lay with the heroine. Next time, if trouble arises, you must inform me. Su Liang's smile remained as warm as a spring breeze. Chun Jinjia was filled with excitement. She never anticipated Su Liang would truly save the person. Did this mean that the troubles of Baikatang had been resolved? Wiping her eyes, she felt overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. Only she understood the immense pressure she had faced over the past 2 days. Noticing Su Liang watching her, she nodded and softly responded. Her body had been in a state of tension, but now that the person had been saved, she felt herself relax. The after effects of a sleepless night began to surface. Her vision blurred, and she stumbled, on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a warm embrace caught her. You're too exhausted, you should rest for a while. A profound sense of safety enveloped her, and she leaned against Su Liang without resistance. Lin Hao snapped back to reality, his anger flaring. Let go of the senior sister. Chapter 29, Su Liang, do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Let go of the senior sister. Hearing the voice, Chun Jinjia jolted awake. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon her, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly extricated herself from Su Liang's embrace. Lin Hao was seething with frustration. Su Liang was indeed elusive. In a moment of inattention, he had embraced the senior sister. From now on, he would have to be more vigilant. Seeing the approving looks from several elders, Chun Jinjia wished she could find a hole to hide in. Just as she was about to divert her attention, she caught sight of Lin Hao. What are you shouting about? It's all his fault. Why say anything? You've made me so embarrassed. As for whether she missed the warmth of Su Liang's embrace, that was a secret she kept to herself. Lin Hao, is it my fault? If I hadn't raised my voice, you wouldn't have realized how much you were being taken advantage of by Su Liang. After scolding Lin Hao, Chun Jinjia felt somewhat relieved, and then her gaze turned fervent as she looked at Su Liang. Did you just use the Tai Divine Needle? Su Liang arched an eyebrow. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chun Jinjia was taken aback. Reflecting on Su Liang's application of the Tai Divine Needle, she noted it differed slightly from what she had observed from her master. His technique was far more straightforward. If Su Liang were willing to impart this crucial skill to her, she might indeed learn it. However, it was the Tai Divine Needle, a technique capable of resurrecting the deceased. The thought that Su Liang would teach her such an important method filled her heart with warmth. The nearby elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners looked on enviously, each silently wishing, I want to learn too. Teach me. They longed to transform into beautiful maidens in their desire. Just then, they were drawn to a sound of intense weeping. It was Liao Ping, who had just been cured, now collapsing into a fit of tears. She approached Su Liang and, with a thud, knelt before him, expressing her profound gratitude for his life-saving grace. During the past day, no one knew the torment she had endured. Her body felt as if it were engulfed in flames, as if she would be burned alive at any moment. The physical agony was secondary. It was the anguish of her spirit that brought her to the brink of despair. Although she had been unconscious, she was aware of the events transpiring around her, akin to being in a vegetative state. After she had lost consciousness, the people from Baikatang were unable to save her, and she cursed them 1,000 times in her heart. When the personnel from Heping Hospital arrived, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. However, upon learning they too could not help her, despair took hold. When she heard that she had contracted a new illness and that the staff intended to use her as a guinea pig for research, her fury knew no bounds. I assist you, yet you conspire against Baikatang. Not only do you fail to cure me, but you also wish to use me as a test subject? Yet, despite her rage, she was powerless to act. It seemed that only one outcome awaited her, death. This feeling of helplessness, of merely awaiting her demise, was the most excruciating torment of all. Soon after, she overheard the personnel from Heping Hospital planning to return her to Baikatang, intending to extract some final value from her death. Her anger surged even higher. Gradually, she felt her consciousness sinking into darkness. Just as she believed she was on the verge of death, she suddenly saw a light. She had been saved. Her gratitude towards Su Liang was boundless. Little did she know that all the suffering she had endured was the result of the very benefactor standing before her. What is your relationship with Heping Hospital? Su Liang inquired calmly. Liao Ping, regaining her composure, quickly divulged everything, leaving no detail unspoken. The treatment she received from Heping Hospital left her wishing for the demise of all involved. The elderly practitioners fumed, their faces reddening with indignation. Although they had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed sparked their outrage. Chun Jinjia bit her lip, her face pale with fury. Suddenly, someone grasped her hand. As she turned her head, she noticed Su Liang gazing tenderly at her. Rest assured, leave it to me. Chun Jinjia's heart quivered, feeling a soft tenderness stirred within. Lin Hao, standing nearby, gritted his teeth, blaming Heping Hospital for his predicament. If they hadn't instigated trouble, he would not have been embarrassed before the senior sister. Nor would he have become a laughingstock online. He vowed to make Heping Hospital pay dearly, just as he had condemned Heping Hospital to oblivion. He suddenly noticed a blind spot. Su Liang was holding one of Chun Jinjia's hands, their eyes locked in an intimate gaze. Lin Hao's expression darkened further, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. At that moment, the others from Baichao Hall, stationed outside, heard the commotion and were puzzled, eager to see what was happening. To their astonishment, the patient, previously confined to the bed and deemed terminally ill, had risen. They were dumbfounded. Had the manager truly succeeded in curing him? Before long, the ward was filled with people. Someone could not contain their curiosity and asked, Manager, what is going on? Has the patient been saved? Chun Jinjia was about to explain when Su Liang spoke first. To be precise, it is Manager Chun who has cured him. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, including Chun Jinjia's, filled with astonishment. Su Liang smiled gently and continued, in fact, Manager Chun has been consumed with guilt over the patient's condition, tirelessly researching the ailment for days and nights. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. What? The manager has gone sleepless for the sake of understanding the illness? Truly, the manager's unwavering spirit in not giving up on any patient was commendable. From this moment forward, I shall stand with Baichao Hall through thick and thin. Indignation surged within Lin Hao. Heping Hospital deserves to perish. I shall not rest until I see them fall. One by one. They were moved by Chun Jinjia's dedication, their gazes filled with admiration. This moment could be said to have won her the people's hearts. Henceforth, they would be even more diligent in serving Baichao Hall. Chun Jinjia pondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Her face was a portrait of confusion. Just as she was about to speak, Su Liang shot her a glance, prompting her to obediently close her mouth. The elder traditional Chinese medicine practitioners also wore expressions of bewilderment. Had they not witnessed the scene with their own eyes, they might have believed Su Liang's words. Their eyes darted between Su Liang and Chun Jinjia, contemplating deeply. Su Liang seemed intent on giving Chun Jinjia a chance at fame. Truly, a hero must navigate the tribulations of beauty. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was trembling with rage. What a cunning Su Liang. He has handed the opportunity for fame to the senior sister, allowing her to be hailed as the miraculous healer. In doing so, she would be the manager of Baichao Hall, and it would not only escape suppression but also rise anew from the ashes. The senior sister's lifelong aspiration was to rejuvenate traditional Chinese medicine, and Su Liang had accomplished it with just a few words. How could she not be profoundly moved? Ding. Lin Hao feels a surge of anger towards you. Villain value 999. Su Liang remained calm. For him, gaining fame was too simple, devoid of interest. Fame would only disrupt his life, proving to be a thankless endeavor. The introduction of Chun Jinjia was indeed a calculated move within his strategy, yielding remarkable results, as evidenced by the unmistakable glint of emotion in her eyes, nearly overwhelming in its intensity. Chapter 30. The Awareness of a Pawn. The heroine's gratitude. Subsequently, Su Liang proceeded with his plan. He first sent Liao Ping out, who was immediately surrounded by a throng of media reporters eager for news. Baichaodang had been closed until now, and they could hardly let this opportunity slip by. Upon closer inspection, one reporter paused, struck by a sense of familiarity. Wasn't she the patient at the center of the controversy? The uproar between traditional and Western medicine had erupted due to her case. In recent days, her details had been thoroughly investigated. I am Liao Ping, she declared, which incited a commotion among the crowd as they confirmed her identity. Curiously, had it not been said that she was on the brink of death? How was it that she now appeared full of vitality? Liao Ping then addressed the camera, recounting the circumstances that had unfolded. Beginning with her examination at Peace Hospital, she revealed that she had been coerced into setting a trap for Baichaodang under the pretense of seeking treatment. She presented evidence of her prior consultations at Baichaodang, then recounted the events that transpired during her coma. In truth, she had retained consciousness during that time, and when Peace Hospital deemed her incurable, they resolved to use her as a guinea pig. As she spoke, her voice resonated with disdain for Peace Hospital. A flurry of reporters took frantic notes, their instincts detecting the makings of a significant story. A stunning reversal. Peace Hospital had ensnared Baichaodang, claiming they could not treat her, only to return her later still unhealed, while Baichaodang ultimately succeeded in her recovery. Who is it that healed you? An eager reporter inquired. The revelation that Baichaodang had indeed cured her signified a triumph for traditional medicine in this invisible conflict. The evidence spoke volumes, rendering the previous disparagement by Lu Nung of Peace Hospital utterly ludicrous. It was the esteemed Chen Zhonggui of Baichaodang, Liao Ping replied. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They were all familiar with the beautiful physician. They could hardly believe she was the one responsible for the cure. However, they were puzzled, having seen videos where it appeared that Chen Zhonggui had never personally intervened. At this juncture, Liao Ping continued, to ensure my recovery, Chen Zhonggui devoted 3 days and nights to researching my condition. Following Su Liang's instructions, she attributed all credit to Chun Jinjia, crafting a narrative that would resonate. A ripple of excitement ensued as a wave of inquiries flooded in, reporters eagerly relaying details to their editorial teams, hoping to release the news before their competitors. Soon, the story began to circulate online. Stunning reversal. Baichaodang cures the patient. In the clash of traditional and Western medicine, traditional medicine claims victory. The inside story of the Baichaodang incident. Peace Hospital's deception unveiled. Shock. Peace Hospital's contradictory actions. They used the patient as a guinea pig. Chun Zhonggui, a relentless healer, studying conditions for 3 days and nights. She is a modern-day goddess of medicine, embodying both skill and beauty. The upheaval surrounding Baichaodang has stirred significant attention, quickly ascending to trending status upon the release of news. I was convinced that Baichaodang was doomed. Yet the unexpected twist was nothing short of miraculous. The audacity of Hepping Hospital, resorting to deceitful tactics, was utterly shameless. How delightful it is to witness their plans backfire, resulting in their own downfall. Manager Chun, enduring 3 days and nights in earnest study of the patient's condition, moved us to tears, dear friends. Hepping Hospital returned the patient, indicating her dire state. However, Manager Chen remarkably managed to heal her, truly embodying the title of a divine healer. Upon discovering the truth, the internet erupted in chaos. At Hepping Hospital, Dr. Liu received a frantic voice. This is bad. Having just concluded a session with a foreign medical professor, he stepped out of his office, furrowing his brow at the commotion. What is all this noise? A person approached him, offering a phone. What? Dr. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the news. Baichaodang had truly cured that patient? It was unfathomable. They had exhausted numerous treatments without success, deeming her fate sealed. To now learn of her recovery was a profound slap in the face. The comments from Liao Ping, implicating their hospital, darkened his expression. The online discourse was relentlessly targeting Heping Hospital, and he realized he could no longer remain passive. It was imperative to distance themselves from this situation, otherwise, Heping Hospital would face ruin. He promptly summoned the media for an interview, during which he categorically denied Liao Ping's accusations, asserting that their hospital had played a significant role in the patient's recovery. His strained explanations were met with skepticism, yet there was little that could be done against him. At this moment, disturbing revelations about Heping Hospital began to surface online. Reports emerged of patients being charged extra fees mid-surgery, the use of counterfeit medications, and minor ailments being misdiagnosed as cancer, necessitating surgery. The public was appalled, branding it a heartless institution. In no time, Heping Hospital faced widespread condemnation. Subsequently, relevant authorities arrived to investigate, confirming the allegations, leading to the incarceration of numerous doctors. Witnessing Heping Hospital's downfall, Chen Jinjia exhaled deeply. "Thank you," she expressed to Su Liang, her eyes brimming with gratitude. It was his directive that instigated the investigation into Heping Hospital, revealing the dark truths and ensuring their accountability. Unbeknownst to Chen Jinjia, Su Liang had orchestrated the entire affair, with Heping Hospital merely a pawn in his scheme. "Thank me? It is not merely a phrase." Su Liang raised an eyebrow at her. Chen Jinjia was taken aback. Just as she was about to inquire further, Su Liang gestured to his cheek, the implication unmistakable. Chen Jinjia's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as her palms grew clammy with nervousness. She glanced around, noting the absence of others, yet hesitated momentarily. Finally, summoning her courage, she rose onto her toes. As she inched closer, Su Liang slightly turned his head. Lin Hao's heart raced with fury, witnessing how the two treated him as though he were invisible. "Senior sister," he shouted, finally snapping Chen Jinjia back to reality. Su Liang, noticing Lin Hao's fierce gaze, offered a gentle smile. Lin Hao's expression hardened, his anger palpable. To mask her embarrassment, Chen Jinjia chose to ignore him entirely, walking out of the room alongside Su Liang. Outside, the members of Baichao Hall erupted in cheers. Witnessing the downfall of Heping Hospital brought them immense satisfaction. As Chen Jinjia approached, the crowd fell silent, their eyes filled with admiration. The shopkeeper had concealed his true capabilities far too well. Rumors circulated that Chen Jinjia was the greatest physician of her time, the most beautiful divine healer. They felt honored to work at Baichao Hall. After giving a few instructions, Chen Jinjia declared the turmoil over, and Baichao Hall was ready to resume operations, prompting another round of cheers. However, just as one wave of excitement settled, another arose. That afternoon, after a refreshing rest, Chen Jinjia received an invitation. Several prestigious hospitals from the magical city had united to organize a symposium on traditional and Western medicine, inviting her and other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. This initiative was, of course, a response to the recent failure of Heping Hospital. Rather than suppressing Baichao Hall, they had inadvertently implicated themselves. Following this incident, the popularity of traditional Chinese medicine soared. Many sought treatment through traditional methods, while Western medicine faced harsh criticism. Consequently, these hospitals decided to band together, both to vindicate Western medicine and to restore Heping Hospital's reputation. Chen Jinjia's expression darkened. If that patient were truly cured by her, she would not fear their scrutiny if she possessed the Tai divine needle. But alas, she did not. Even during dinner with Su Liang that evening, her mood showed little improvement. Su Liang was already aware of her troubles but feigned ignorance, inquiring, "You seem troubled. What is the matter?" Chen Jinjia smiled faintly and recounted the invitation to the symposium. "I thought something significant had occurred. Why not just attend when the time comes?" She replied with a wry smile. In truth, she had initially felt quite confident. Many complex ailments had been resolved under her care. However, this situation made her acutely aware of her limitations, acknowledging that she still had much to learn. They were clearly targeting her this time, leaving her feeling uncertain. "If only I possessed your medical skills," she thought, gazing at Su Liang with admiration. It was still hard for her to believe that a young master from a prominent family could achieve such remarkable proficiency in medicine. "Did I not say I would teach you?" Su Liang replied confidently. 3 days will suffice." As Chen Jinjia beheld the confidence etched on Su Liang's face, she found herself momentarily entranced. After finishing dinner, Su Liang noticed her distracted demeanor and chose not to stir her interest further. After bidding her farewell with a promise to see her the next day, he departed. Su Liang went off to seek the company of his other romantic interests. He could not afford to neglect them in his pursuit of the female protagonist. The chances of conception had diminished? Then he would simply engage more frequently, striving for abundant blessings. As he watched the car fade into the distance, Chen Jinjia replayed Su Liang's parting words in her mind, feeling a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who had been clandestinely observing, let out a sigh of relief. It was for the best that the senior sister and Su Liang had parted ways. Little did he know, tomorrow would mark the onset of his nightmare. If his nightmare had yet to commence, then Mu Bai was already ensnared within one. He had spent the previous night in a bridge tunnel, scavenging for food from a garbage bin. He felt more wretched than a dog. As morning dawned, their hunger drove them to consider dining and leaving without paying, even if it meant washing dishes afterward. However, upon witnessing their disheveled appearance, the restaurant refused them service. For lunch, Mu Bai resorted to salvaging leftovers from the school cafeteria. This situation only deepened his resentment towards Su Liang, while simultaneously igniting a fervent desire to expedite the development of new battery technology. In the afternoon, he returned to his school's research lab, rallying his closest friends to fervently pursue their studies. After reviewing Mu Bai's updates that day, Su Liang set his phone down, a smile gracing his features. Now, this was more like it. Research was indeed what he ought to be focusing on. The following morning, many noticed a surge of news on social media regarding traditional and Western medicine. Several major hospitals had united to announce an upcoming exchange conference in the bustling metropolis. Ostensibly a forum for dialogue, but in truth, a contest of superiority. The swift rise to trending status hinted at orchestrated efforts behind the scenes. Just as the controversy surrounding Baichao Tang had begun to dissipate, another tempest loomed on the horizon. At Baichao Tang, the relentless individuals were not yet disheartened. Were they plotting to suppress their establishment through this so-called exchange? If they could not tolerate the rise of traditional medicine, they should voice their concerns openly, rather than hide behind such pretenses. Fear not. We have Manager Chun. They are merely inviting their own disgrace, the others remarked with optimism. Having successfully treated a terminal patient and fueled by the online accolades, they felt a blind confidence in Chun Jinjia. At that moment, they busied themselves with joy. Following the previous day's turn of events, Baichao Tang had gained fame, not through scorn, but through rising acclaim. More individuals flocked to their doors, some seeking a glimpse of the celebrated practitioners, while others came in search of healing. I came to see the goddess doctor. Isn't she supposed to be here at Baichao Tang? Why haven't I seen her? Look, isn't that Lin Ritian? My idol. Upon spotting Lin Hao, who was assisting with the distribution of herbs, some fans rushed over, starstruck. Lin Hao, however, felt a wave of despair. Tasked with such menial work, he lamented the disparity between his medical skills and the role he had been assigned. Suddenly, he was called out by someone approaching, leaving him bewildered. Are you calling me? Of course, Dogu, my idol. Could you teach me a few techniques? Lin Hao was left utterly perplexed. What did Dogu even mean? The affectionate nickname Dogu reflects the admiration we fans have for you. How do you manage to keep those silver needles trembling incessantly? Please teach me. My girlfriend insists that I seek you out as a mentor after witnessing your remarkable skills. Lin Hao remarked that there was a back door to Baichao Hall. Unlike the crowded front entrance, the back was rather quiet and less known. Chun Jinjia stood at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. The staff of Baichao Hall held her in high regard, prompting a wry smile from her. I can hardly believe in myself. My only hope now rests with Su Liang. Recalling his confident words from yesterday, Chun Jinjia felt a flicker of anticipation. As for Lin Hao, he was completely disregarded. Upon realizing he had become the internet sensation Dogu, Lin Hao felt a sense of disorientation. This was not a mere display of Tai divine needles. It was neither a circus act nor a mere trick. After dismissing a fan, he sought solace at the quieter back door, spotting Chun Jinjia at the entrance. He asked with curiosity, Senior sister, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone. Chun Jinjia replied curtly, not even sparing him a glance. Waiting for whom? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a Rolls Royce glided to a stop before her. Chun Jinjia greeted it with a smile, and, inevitably, the very person she despised. Su Liang emerged. Chapter 32. Su Liang's hands-on instruction. Chun Jinjia led Su Liang to her office on the second floor. What brings you here? Upon noticing Lin Hao's presence, her brow furrowed, and she said coldly, you shouldn't be here. Lin Hao was momentarily speechless, casting a wary glance at Su Liang. Was he here to protect her from being deceived by Su Liang? All right, since so many people are here today, you should help out downstairs, Chun Jinjia insisted. Attempting to close the door, Lin Hao quickly interjected, if you're too busy, why don't you go? I have more important matters to attend to, Chun Jinjia replied, her expression growing displeased. What do you two intend to do alone together? Lin Hao pressed. At that moment, Su Liang chuckled lightly and interjected, Jinjia, are you certain he is your junior? He seems to be meddling a bit too much. Chun Jinjia shared the same sentiment. Since when did her affairs require his input? Is there a problem with Su Gongzi teaching me medicine? She retorted, slamming the door with a decisive thud. Left standing alone outside the office, Lin Hao seethed with frustration. Su Liang was clearly attempting to sow discord between him and his senior sister. How despicable. Ding. Lin Hao has developed feelings of anger towards you. Villain points. 666. Su Liang's gaze flickered. It was time for the protagonist to step aside. Chun Jinjiao was on the verge of being won over, and he did not wish for a rival lingering around his woman. What expression would Lin Hao wear if Chun Jinjiao were to dismiss him? An intriguing idea struck Su Liang. Inside Chun Jinjiao's office stood a life-sized model for her needle practice. Su Liang was about to embark on his inaugural teaching journey. With the exception of lessons conducted on the bed, teaching Chun Jinjiao medicine was not merely a strategy to win her affection. It was also a way to cultivate her potential. He has numerous women around him, and naturally, family members are also present. If he falls ill, does he need to take matters into his own hands? Much like Lu Rulin's pregnancy, there is no need for him to concoct the soothing medicine. Having a woman skilled in the healing arts would alleviate many troubles. Moreover, nurturing a female divine doctor is indeed a matter of great accomplishment. Chun Jinjiao possesses a considerable understanding of common medical knowledge. Su Liang only needs to teach her the techniques of acupuncture. His expertise in medicine is extraordinary, and he is well versed in the simple application of these techniques. He first elucidated the theoretical aspects to her, allowing her to practice on a mannequin. As Chun Jinjiao picked up the needle, she was unsure of where to begin. Su Liang commenced his instruction. "Steady now," he said, holding her hand. In the blink of an eye, the morning had slipped away. The sight of a solitary man and woman confined in a room for an entire morning left Lin Hao in a state of anxiety. Just as he was about to rush in, the door swung open, revealing Su Liang and Chun Jinjiao emerging together, their expressions untroubled. Su Liang seemed indifferent, while Chun Jinjiao appeared accustomed to it, a hint of joy dancing on her face. Through Su Liang's hands-on teaching, she had already grasped the technique of acupuncture. Her previous doubts about mastering the skill within 3 days had vanished. Lin Hao's gaze darted back and forth between the two. Chun Jinjiao had not compromised her virtue. Oddly, in a private room, could they truly be engaged in teaching? The afternoon unfolded in the same office. Once Su Liang and Chun Jinjiao entered, they did not emerge again. Lin Hao's mind conjured multiple scenarios. The divine doctor in the office. I teach the divine doctor acupuncture. The female doctor goes to such lengths for learning. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became, unable to endure the torment. He knocked on the door several times, only to be met with Chun Jinjiao's reprimands. Lin Hao was left further perplexed. The fact that Chun Jinjiao opened the door indicated that nothing untoward had occurred. Yet, he struggled to believe that Su Liang was indeed so principled. It must be said that one's greatest enemy often understands them best, a truth that held weight. The following day mirrored the last. Lin Hao was nearing madness. What mischief could Su Liang and the senior sister be up to inside? On the third day, Lin Hao devised a plan. He realized that not far from the office, there was a grove of trees directly opposite Chun Jinjiao's window. Armed with a telescope of unknown origin, he climbed a tree to observe. Inside the office, he saw Chun Jinjiao conversing with Su Liang, who then commenced his hands-on teaching. At this sight, Lin Hao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the telescope. To an outsider, one might think they were engaged in something else entirely. Nonetheless, such intimacy was not typical among mere friends. He would even believe them to be a couple. Wait a moment, had they been like this for 3 days already? Lin Hao was left in a daze. Ding. Lin Hao's relationship with the antagonist is severed. Villain points, 1000. Su Liang, who was instructing Chun Jinjiao in the 13 Needles of Ghost Valley, paused momentarily. Soon, he felt a gaze filled with malice, and furrowed his brow in its direction. After undergoing the cleansing of marrow and veins, his vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At a glance, Lin Hao resembled a monkey dangling from a tree, clutching a telescope. Was he performing acrobatics? In his relentless pursuit to protect the heroine, he truly spared no effort. Yet, what difference did it make to merely observe? After 2 days of hands-on instruction, Chun Jinjiao had mastered the Tai Divine Needle. Now, she was poised to learn a new technique, the 13 Needles of Gigu, even more formidable than the Tai Divine Needle, with each needle capable of astonishing the heavens and moving the spirits. It was said to have the power to snatch souls from the grasp of the King of Hell. To her utter astonishment, she discovered that Su Liang was also proficient in this art. What, then, was beyond his capabilities? This man possessed an irresistible charm, perpetually drawing her in. Chapter 33. The protagonist is stupefied. The senior sister undertakes such a deed, Su Liang taught with utmost seriousness, while Chun Jinjiao absorbed every lesson with equal earnestness, leaving only Lin Hao in a state of heartbreak. As the day waned, Lin Hao had unwittingly contributed a substantial amount of villain points. Su Liang noticed that a third of his fortune had dissipated. Hang in there, little brother. Without any value to leverage, one might find themselves in peril. Unlike Lin Hao's despondent demeanor, Chun Jinjiao was overwhelmed with excitement, for she had successfully learned the 13 Needles of Gigu. Within 3 days, through Su Liang's meticulous guidance, she had mastered the art of needling with remarkable proficiency. She had even acquired 2 distinct techniques. With the exchange meeting scheduled for the following day, she felt utterly untroubled. All of this was thanks to Su Liang's efforts, which far surpassed those of her own master. She was at a loss as to how to express her gratitude. Perhaps, she mused, she could offer herself in return. Su Liang's smile took on a slightly ambiguous tone. Chun Jinjia's cheeks flushed, yet she did not refuse. After 2 days of interaction, she had already come to trust Su Liang implicitly. This was all built upon the foundation he had laid previously. Chun Jinjia was not one to be easily swayed. Had it been anyone else, even if they could impart such medical skills, they would not have consented to such intimate instruction. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered her courage and spoke. You have aided me greatly. Allow me to assist you in return. Her medical expertise was renowned, earning her the title of divine physician. Yet her abilities extended beyond mere healing. Having witnessed Su Liang's fatigue from teaching, she resolved to reciprocate with a massage. Meanwhile, Lin Hao lay despondently across the tree branch. After a full day of Su Liang's close instruction to Chun Jinjia, he too had spent the day suspended in the tree. The sight of Su Liang gaining advantage over the senior sister was a source of intense heartache for him. Fortunately, the senior sister maintained her boundaries, refusing to let Su Liang take advantage. Suddenly, he noticed Chun Jinjia's cheeks redden. Before he could discern what was transpiring, Su Liang approached the window and drew the curtains shut. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. A lone man and woman confined to a room. With the curtains drawn, coupled with Chun Jinjia's blush, could it be that they were about to? Lin Hao could no longer remain still. He tossed aside the telescope, flipped himself off the tree, and sprinted towards Baichao Hall. Yet, midway through, he was intercepted by 2 middle-aged men. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from them, Lin Hao's expression turned grave. They were indeed 2 peak masters of hidden strength. Step aside, Lin Hao commanded, his gaze icy. The 2 men remained silent, their bodies tense, poised for battle. Upon the thought of Su Liang soon being entwined with the senior sister, Lin Hao was consumed by urgency. He abruptly propelled himself off the ground, his body soaring like an arrow released from its bowstring. He intended to elude the entanglement of the 2 adversaries through sheer speed. Unfortunately, they were well prepared, having anticipated his route and positioned themselves to obstruct him. Lin Hao's countenance darkened as he realized that a confrontation was unavoidable. As the 2 advanced towards him, one throwing a punch aimed at his face while the other delivered a kick toward his side, their coordination was impeccable. Each strike bore tremendous force, and should he be struck, he would not only be incapacitated but likely facing grave injury. The most prudent course of action would have been to evade. However, Lin Hao faced them with unwavering resolve, charging forward instead. Thus, a fierce battle erupted in that somewhat secluded street, and it was only after an hour and a half of relentless struggle that Lin Hao finally overcame his opponents and made his escape. Exhausted and breathless, he had no time to rest and quickly made his way to the Baichao Hall. Upon his arrival at the Baichao Hall, he was met with the sight of Su Liang and Chun Jinjia descending the stairs. His gaze immediately fell upon Chun Jinjia, who appeared composed, indicating that nothing untoward had transpired. A long sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed he had been overly anxious, as the senior sister had not allowed Su Liang to succeed in his intentions. Wait. Lin Hao's attention was sharply drawn to a detail. Chun Jinjia's face was flushed, and upon closer inspection, her lips appeared slightly swollen. Suddenly, it struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. How could the senior sister engage in such behavior? Ding. Lin Hao's mentality has collapsed. Villain points, 1000. Su Liang clicked his tongue, acknowledging, as expected of the protagonist, even 2 masters of the same realm could not hinder him. With a sudden impulse, he drew Chun Jinjia into his embrace. The unexpected turn startled her momentarily, but upon feeling the familiar warmth, she relaxed. At this juncture, it could be said that Su Liang had effectively secured the affections of the female lead. He awaited only the right moment to fully integrate her into his life and reap the rewards. His hesitance to reveal his true feelings was merely due to the inappropriateness of the setting. Su Liang understood her character well. Chun Jinjia's aspiration was to lead traditional Chinese medicine to prominence. After his recent endeavors, he had nearly helped her achieve that goal. Now, as she honed her medical skills, her ambitions were on the brink of realization. Tomorrow, at the conference, she would surely showcase her talents, heralding the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine. With her lifelong dream within reach, she felt a sense of liberation, which had led to the earlier incident. Beyond her ambition for traditional Chinese medicine, Chun Jinjia also yearned for a touch of romance. Once the conference concluded and Baichao Hall gained widespread acclaim, her dreams would be fully realized. A few small surprises were in order, and everything would fall into place. Su Liang exhibited considerable patience towards his beloved, provided she remained obedient. He disregarded Lin Hao entirely as Chun Jinjia escorted Su Liang outside. Will you be present at the event tomorrow? She inquired, a hint of anticipation in her voice as she watched him enter the vehicle. Su Liang feigned contemplation, and just as Chun Jinjia began to feel anxious, he flashed a slight smile. Given your commendable performance today, I shall begrudgingly attend. Instantaneously, Chun Jinjia's cheeks flushed crimson, reflecting on what had transpired moments earlier. Her heart raced with a blend of embarrassment and excitement. She was unaware of how she ended up taking such action. Initially intending to receive a massage, she found herself kneeling before Su Liang. Chapter 34. The 3-day deadline has arrived. The protagonist yearns for a chance to impress, but finds none. The long-anticipated Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference unfolds as scheduled. Over the course of 3 days, the event has stirred considerable excitement online, capturing the attention of the entire nation. This gathering represents a confrontation between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Regardless of the outcome, one side will inevitably suffer a significant blow. The venue is set at the central square of the city. Even before the event commenced, crowds had begun to gather outside, their chatter incessant. I tend to trust Western medicine more. The pulse diagnostics in traditional Chinese medicine seem rather unreliable. I staunchly support traditional Chinese medicine. It embodies several millennia of our heritage, far surpassing the mere few centuries of Western practice. I'm not concerned with those debates. I'm here for the esteemed female physician. I had assumed that formidable practitioners of Chinese medicine would all be elderly men, but upon seeing the goddess physician, I realized how mistaken I was. She is the true idol worthy of admiration, promoting the culture of our land, far superior to those who merely flaunt their bodies. The crowd outside continued to swell. Had it not been for the police erecting barricades, they would have surged forward. As the clock struck 9, doctors began to enter the venue. Look, there's the director of the Cross Hospital. I've never seen him at the hospital. It's surprising he came in person. Clearly, they regard this exchange conference with utmost seriousness. And there's the deputy director of the Holy Mother Hospital. If the director weren't abroad for studies, he might have attended as well. Hospitals like Mary Hospital and Ma Sheng Hospital, all prestigious institutions from overseas, had united. What chance does traditional Chinese medicine have against them? Did you see that? The heads of these hospitals are following those 2 foreign gentlemen like obedient students. Wow, I just looked them up. One is named Smith and the other Andre, both giants in the medical field, having received countless awards. The first to enter was the initiator of this Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference. Observing the hospital directors trailing behind the 2 eminent figures felt peculiar until it was revealed that they are titans of the medical world, leaving everyone astonished. Next, it was the turn of the representatives from traditional Chinese medicine to present themselves. The crowd soon realized that they recognized none of the entrants. Compared to the fanfare accompanying the Western doctors, their entrance was far less impressive. Among them were middle-aged individuals, some elderly, the youngest being in their 40s. They represented various Chinese medicine clinics in the city. Though they were merely there to fill numbers, they were willing to contribute to the promotion of traditional medicine. Then, Chun Jinjia made her appearance. To facilitate her practice, she dressed rather simply today, donning a shirt and jeans. Nevertheless, her presence ignited a considerable stir. Is this the goddess physician? She is breathtaking. Finally, we see her in person. Have you noticed? She is even more stunning than in the videos. I am utterly captivated. If traditional Chinese medicine triumphs in this conference, the resurgence of its influence will be unstoppable. I eagerly await the goddess physician to showcase her skills. Disregarding the gazes and murmurs of those around her, Chun Jinjia scanned the crowd. However, she did not spot the familiar figure she had hoped to see, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Today marks the moment when her dreams come to fruition, and she hopes Su Liang will witness it. Steeling herself, she averted her gaze and led the members of Baijiao Hall into the venue. Once both parties had entered, it was time for the audience to join. Who would bear witness to this grand event? These were not mere commoners. They comprised corporate executives, company leaders, and influential government figures, all members of high society. As they made their entrance, the crowd began to murmur once more. Unable to enter, they took out their phones to watch the live broadcast. Amidst the throng, a figure emerged. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After learning what had transpired between his senior sister and Su Liang, he had been unable to find peace. He wallowed in despair throughout the night, burdened by self-reproach. He did not blame his senior sister. After all, her beauty was not a fault. The blame lay solely with Su Liang, who must have deceived her. Lin Hao also chastised himself for being aware of Su Liang's ill intentions, yet lacking the means to intervene. Upon hearing of today's exchange meeting, he sought out Chun Jinjia to express his desire to represent Baijiao Hall. He wished to showcase his abilities at this event and prove himself to his senior sister. However, Chun Jinjia denied him the opportunity, outright rejecting his request. She had lost faith in him, and in her selection of representatives for Baijiao Hall. She had intentionally overlooked him to prevent further complications. Lin Hao was taken aback. Was he not a renowned healer? How could he be excluded from such a prestigious occasion? Not even granted entry into the venue? He surveyed the surrounding walls, lost in contemplation. In the conference hall, after the host's lengthy introductory remarks, The representatives of both sides were introduced. First up were Smith and Andre, representing the Western medicine team. They highlighted the two professors, detailing their published works and achievements in the medical field. On the Chinese medicine side, Chun Jinjia took the lead. The rules for the exchange meeting were then outlined. Two patients with identical ailments would be treated by both teams, and the one who achieved the better healing outcome would be declared the victor. To ensure fairness, the entire process would be broadcast live. Before long, two elderly women were wheeled in. Both were suffering from late-stage lung cancer, with little time left. Upon hearing that they could receive free treatment, they agreed without hesitation, having already resigned themselves to their fate. What if the treatment proved successful? In truth, the Western medicine team was capitalizing on their home advantage. The previous patient had been treated for circulatory and neurological issues by Chun Jinjia. They had learned of her ability to tackle complex ailments, including rheumatism. But cancer? Surely, she could not treat that, as there were no reports of traditional Chinese medicine successfully addressing cancer. Meanwhile, the two professors were well-established figures in the field of oncology, having made significant strides. Even if they could not provide a complete cure, restoring the patients to a mid-stage condition would not be beyond their capabilities. They were confident in the forthcoming confrontation between traditional and Western medicine. Soon after, both teams entered, leading their patients into a specially prepared room equipped with various medical instruments, akin to a compact emergency room. Just before entering, Chun Jinjia glanced towards the audience, and a familiar figure caught her eye. Su Liang offered her a gentle smile, a gesture of encouragement. Chun Jinjia returned the smile, her previously anxious heart now at ease. Taking a deep breath, she led her team into the emergency room. Chapter 35. The 13 Needles of Gigu. The protagonist feels like a failure. Outside, the live broadcast revealed the unfolding events. On the Western medicine front, once inside the emergency room, various examinations began on the patient. Meanwhile, on the traditional Chinese medicine side, practitioners were taking the patient's pulse. Haha, this is hilarious. It's already been confirmed as cancer. What good is taking the pulse? Sighed one bystander. This is hopeless. It's cancer after all. There is no chance for traditional Chinese medicine to prevail. We can only wait and see if the goddess doctor has any solutions. In the ward, several practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine found themselves in a daunting situation after taking the patient's pulse. Faced with cancer, their only recourse was to use herbal remedies for bodily regulation. Inevitably, their thoughts turned to the star of this conference, Chun Jinjia of Baikatang. Though young, she commanded the respect of even some senior practitioners. She was genuinely striving for the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine. Let me take a look. Chun Jinjia emerged from the crowd and approached the patient. Just 3 days prior, she had felt powerless against cancer. However, after mastering the Tai Divine Needle a day ago, cancer had ceased to pose a challenge for her. Now, equipped with the even more formidable 13 Needles of Gigu, she remained unperturbed by any ailment. After taking the patient's pulse, she was confident and began to administer acupuncture with silver needles. A group of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners exchanged glances. All representatives sent by their respective clinics, undoubtedly skilled in their craft. Yet, they were caught off guard by Chun Jinjia's prompt initiation of the treatment, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was crucial to note that the patient was in the advanced stages of cancer. A single misstep could prove fatal. The audience watching the live stream felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. As they observed Chun Jinjia skillfully inserting needle after needle into the patient, their tension heightened, fearful that a single mistake could lead to dire consequences. While laymen struggled to comprehend the situation, the TCM experts began to sense something amiss. Among them was Lin Hao, who had entered the conference hall but did not immediately seek out Chun Jinjia to flaunt his mastery of the Tai Divine Needle. He intended to wait until the TCM practitioners were at a loss before making his grand entrance. At this moment, seeing Chun Jinjia administer acupuncture, he furrowed his brow. Struck by a sense of familiarity, a spark of realization flashed through him. This technique was none other than the 13 Needles of Gigu that his master had described. Lin Hao's face was a portrait of astonishment. His master did not even possess this knowledge. He had merely glimpsed a fragment of an ancient text and was unaware of the precise application. The technique that even his master could not master was now being executed by his senior sister. Could it be that Su Liang had genuinely been teaching her over the past 3 days, rather than merely seeking personal gain? Shaking his head, he found it hard to reconcile Su Liang as a benevolent figure. He preferred to believe that Su Liang was merely exploiting the situation, with the pretense of teaching as a convenient facade. If his thoughts were to reach Su Liang, he would undoubtedly receive a resounding slap. How dare you presume to know my mind? However, Lin Hao remained skeptical. If that truly was the legendary Ghost Valley 13 Needles, wouldn't he that implies Su Liang's medical prowess surpassed even that of his esteemed master? Moreover, should the senior sister succeed in healing the patient, how could he continue to uphold his facade? How could he alter the perception she held of him? He fixated intently on the screen in the hall. Gradually, a sense of dread enveloped him. As with each passing moment, it increasingly resembled the Ghost Valley 13 Needles. Not only he, but other seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners began to recognize it as well. In the emergency room, upon witnessing Chen Jinjia administering the needles, the group of Chinese medicine experts collectively held their breath. A sudden exclamation startled them all. Gradually, some began to piece it together, turning to Chen Jinjia with expressions of disbelief. My heavens, it truly is the fabled Ghost Valley 13 Needles. The attendees, all adept in traditional Chinese medicine, had heard tales of the Tai Divine Needle and the Ghost Valley 13 Needles. Hope blossomed within them. If this indeed was the Ghost Valley 13 Needles, treating cancer should pose no challenge. Half an hour later, Chen Jinjia withdrew the needles from the patient, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow. Unable to contain their curiosity, several approached to examine the patient. After a brief pulse diagnosis, their astonishment was palpable. The patient's condition had begun to improve. Soon, others stepped forward, and after a succession of examinations by a dozen individuals, they confirmed the patient was indeed recovering. Yes, the improvement was real. No matter how skilled the technique, instantaneous recovery is unattainable. A healing process is requisite. All eyes converged on Chen Jinjia, brimming with excitement. The patient's recovery signified that her Ghost Valley 13 needles were authentic. Such a legendary technique. They had sought it throughout their lives. And to witness, it was a fulfillment beyond compare. Before long, the evaluators, looking utterly bewildered, were summoned. What do you mean the patient has been cured already? According to protocol, they were to take the patient for further examination. In the grand hall, Lin Hao felt utterly dejected. The truth stood before him, undeniable. Su Liang not only surpassed his second master in strength, but also eclipsed his first master in medical skill. The fact that he had taught the senior sister the Ghost Valley 13 needles in just 3 days indicated that his medical expertise had ascended to an entirely new realm. The more he compared himself to Su Liang, the more he perceived himself as utterly inadequate. Ding. Lin Hao's unstable mindset registered a villain value of 888. Su Liang set his phone down and gazed at Lin Hao. Moments ago, he had been engrossed in news about Mu Bai, who was tirelessly developing new battery technology, and he believed success was imminent. Witnessing Mu Bai's dedication brought Su Liang great satisfaction. It wasn't easy for him, either. He had orchestrated several schemes to ensure Mu Bai could devote himself wholly to research. First, he played the villain and snatched away Mu Bai's goddess, igniting a rivalry fueled by hatred. He even orchestrated Mu Bai's family's financial ruin to prevent distractions. Mu Bai, I'm truly at my wit's end. Sensing Su Liang's gaze, Lin Hao tensed, ready to flee at a moment's notice. However, Su Liang appeared to pay no mind to his thoughts, casting a glance before disregarding him entirely. This elicited a sigh of relief mingled with profound indignation. Did he not even possess the merit to be regarded by Su Liang? Chapter 36. It cannot be termed a miracle. It is utterly preposterous. Before long, the evaluators returned after completing their examination, holding 2 comparative test results. Their faces etched with skepticism. Prior to the treatments, they had conducted multiple assessments, revealing that the conditions of both patients were nearly identical. Upon reevaluation, they discovered that one patient's condition had improved remarkably and was rapidly recovering. After a moment's hesitation, they resolved to disclose the examination data. At that moment in the live broadcast, anticipation hung thick in the air. Ha, are you kidding? A few needles can resolve it? And yet they still require testing. Such childishness. Those upstairs who lack understanding should refrain from making unfounded claims. How can you assert it won't work? Do you comprehend the vastness and profundity of traditional Chinese medicine? What a joke. That is late-stage lung cancer. If there's even a slight improvement, I swear I'll eat dung on the spot. Everyone, please quiet down. Look, the test results are out. The chatroom buzzed on until a single comment gradually hushed the crowd. When they beheld the results released by the review committee, a collective gasp ensued. Even those lacking medical knowledge could discern from the data that the patient's condition had indeed improved. Is it truly possible that a few needles could suffice? Before they could fully absorb this revelation, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The elderly woman, with trembling limbs, managed to rise from her bed, slowly descending to stand upright. This could no longer be described as a miracle. It was absurd beyond belief. Wait, wasn't it said to be late-stage cancer? Wasn't she supposed to be completely paralyzed? Who on earth can explain this phenomenon? What is all the fuss about? Isn't this a fundamental aspect of traditional Chinese medicine? I just want to ask, is that person upstairs who mentioned eating dung still here? Same question 10,086. The chatroom erupted into chaos, messages flying through the screen. The review committee arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine emergency room. A group of practitioners received the news with little change in expression, maintaining confidence in their diagnoses. However, upon witnessing the elderly woman slowly rise from her bed, ultimately standing tall, they were undeniably taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, they recalled the legendary Ghost Valley 13 needles, which, while exaggerated, seemed somewhat reasonable. The review committee, rendered speechless by the shock, quickly pushed the patient back for further examination. Meanwhile, in the Western medicine emergency room, a group of doctors in white coats had just completed a full examination of the patient, with 2 professors already having determined a treatment plan. Just as they were preparing to administer treatment, an individual burst in. Upon hearing the information relayed by the newcomer, all the doctors were left in utter disbelief. What? Impossible. This was their sole reaction. We just finished examining the patient and confirmed the treatment plan, while over in traditional medicine, they've already cured her? The group felt as though they were in the midst of a fantastical tale. Yet, as they exited the emergency room and beheld the patient who had risen from the hospital bed, juxtaposed with the preceding examination reports, they fell into a profound silence. Perhaps the earlier assessment had been erroneous. The individual was not, in fact, in the advanced stages of lung cancer. Such a reality seemed unjust, prompting some to voice their skepticism. Upon hearing this, the seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners seethed with indignation. Others joined in the dissent. You selected the venue. You chose the patients, and now you refuse to acknowledge the outcome? Under the mounting pressure of public opinion, the Western doctors conceded a step. They would allow for acknowledgement, provided Chen Jinjia could successfully treat another patient, one whom they had personally examined, a veritable case of terminal lung cancer. True to expectations, Chen Jinjia stepped forward. An hour passed, and when she had successfully treated the second patient, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Even the most incredulous of Western doctors could not deny the undeniable truth laid before them. The review panel ultimately announced their verdict. Traditional Chinese medicine had triumphed. This conference on the exchange of Eastern and Western medical practices had reached its conclusion. The Western doctors, caught in a haze of confusion, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Their intention in hosting this exchange was to restore the reputation of Western medicine while simultaneously undermining traditional practices. Instead, they found themselves on the receiving end of disparagement. 2 elderly professors could scarcely reconcile themselves to such a reality. Their life work, painstakingly dedicated to overcoming challenges, had been effortlessly resolved by another. One suffered a heart attack in the wake of this revelation and required emergency assistance. What does it mean to excel? Clearly, the victory was resounding, not merely a triumph. Before the proceedings had even commenced, the goddess of medicine had already healed a patient. If saving 1 patient was a stroke of luck, what could be said of 2? Come on, let's hear more, one exclaimed. Heavens, traditional Chinese medicine can even cure cancer. Traditional medicine is remarkable, and the goddess of medicine is eternal. Laughter erupted as they witnessed the mysterious powers from the East, leaving the Western doctors flabbergasted. The live stream erupted in fervor. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of news articles emerged, dominating the trending topics online. The exchange between Eastern and Western medicine. Traditional medicine triumphs. A cancer that eludes the world crumbles before traditional Chinese medicine. 2 cases of terminal lung cancer cured in a single morning by the most beautiful goddess of medicine. Bai Chaodang gained notoriety, and Chen Jinjia became an internet sensation. As she emerged from the emergency room, thunderous applause filled the hall. Whether from high-ranking officials or affluent magnates, all cast admiring glances in her direction. Being able to cure cancer deemed her a living miracle worker, deserving of utmost reverence. Paying no heed to the adulation surrounding her, Chen Jinjia quickly turned her gaze toward a specific direction. Indeed, she spotted Su Liang, who was smiling at her. She returned the smile, radiant as a spring blossom in full bloom. This moment was captured by photographers, earning her a place on the cover of a prominent magazine, solidifying her title as the most beautiful goddess of medicine. Seeing Su Liang rise to depart, Chen Jinjia felt an overwhelming urge to pursue him. Her excitement was palpable. Traditional Chinese medicine had achieved global recognition, and her lifelong dream had come to fruition. She could hardly contain her desire to share this joy with someone. And Su Liang was her sole confidant. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Su Liang. You handle your affairs first. Let us celebrate together tonight. Chen Jinjia paused in her tracks. Indeed, the conference has concluded, yet she has numerous tasks awaiting her. Logically, Lin Hao should feel elated upon witnessing the illustrious figure of his senior sister on the podium. However, a sense of despondency envelopes him instead. The mere thought of her ambiguous relationship with Su Liang fills him with profound sorrow. In Chapter 37, Your Dreams Realized Through Your Own Hands, Lin Hao decides to visit the female protagonist's residence. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Jinjia finds herself inundated with various interviews. Her schedule is so hectic that it feels as though her feet are spinning in circles. Unbeknownst to her, as her fame ascends, she has attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. A potential cure for cancer, she is akin to a living treasure, prompting countless ambitious individuals to take action, particularly from abroad, where many unidentified figures seek either to eliminate or capture her. Yet, those who venture too close to Chun Jinjia invariably vanish without a trace. This, of course, is the handiwork of Su Liang, who anticipated such threats and arranged for her protection. As for the whereabouts of the vanished individuals, Su Liang did not resort to murder. Instead, he dispatched them to a realm steeped in bloodshed and destruction. No one would believe that the heir of the Su family, who appears so cultured and amiable, is capable of such orchestrations. In the evening, Chun Jinjia declined all invitations and drove alone from Baikatang. Upon her arrival at the restaurant, she found Su Liang already present, a table adorned with candlelight dinner awaiting her. Lin Hao, who had been following discreetly, felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing this scene. It was evident that his senior sister had come to meet Su Liang. He contemplated intervening but hesitated and ultimately abandoned the idea, feeling utterly constrained. Earlier in the day, he sensed that someone was targeting his senior sister, yet before he could take action, the matter had already been resolved. He was denied even the opportunity to play the hero. It was no mystery that this was the work of Su Liang. To his astonishment, among those involved, there were actually masters of the transformation level. At that moment, he realized the gravity of his misjudgment. After all, he was the heir of the Su family. The protection surrounding him was not merely composed of insignificant lackeys. The reason he usually did not keep them close was simply due to the lack of necessity. For his own strength surpassed that of those around him. Being a transformation master, he could only wonder how many other masters were under Su Liang's command, or whether even more formidable experts existed. How could he possibly contend with such circumstances? Lin Hao's apprehension towards Su Liang deepened. Currently, his gaze fell upon Su Liang and Chun Jinjia, seated across from one another. Congratulations on fulfilling a long-held wish, Su Liang said with a smile, raising a glass of red wine. Chun Jinjia promptly lifted her glass, her face radiant with joy. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, Baikatang would have been suppressed by the Peace Hospital. If you hadn't taught me medicine, traditional Chinese medicine would never have gained such renown. At this juncture, she couldn't help but reminisce about the 3 days of hands-on instruction, a blend of warmth and shyness. Indeed, it was through her own hands that she had realized her dreams. No need for further thanks, you understand. Su Liang winked at her. Chun Jinjia, blushing at the memory of Su Liang's previous words about devotion, did not refuse. Her presence today was already a testament to her sentiments. There's a newly released film that seems intriguing. Shall we go watch it? After enjoying a candlelit dinner, Chun Jinjia mustered her courage and suggested they go watch a movie. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled in agreement. Upon leaving the restaurant and strolling for a while on the street, they paused in front of a cinema. After purchasing the tickets, Chun Jinjia returned, and Su Liang took her hand as they entered. The film revolved around love. The female protagonist was a strong-willed woman solely focused on her career, while the male lead was a wealthy scion willing to sacrifice everything for her. Most of the collaborative projects at the female lead's company were covertly facilitated by the male lead. Chun Jinjia was engrossed in the story, feeling akin to the female character, as she too was dedicated to revitalizing traditional Chinese medicine. Su Liang resembled the male lead, appearing just when she faced despair, ultimately helping her realize her dreams. The parallels were striking, if not orchestrated by fate. Su Liang, indifferent to the film, seized this opportunity to draw her closer. As the clock struck 10, the streets became noticeably emptier. However, for some, the nightlife had only just begun. Lin Hao, who had been waiting outside for 2 hours, was growing increasingly anxious. Finally, he spotted them emerging. When he saw Chun Jinjia with her arm linked through Su Liang's, exuding an air of intimacy, his mind went blank. Indeed, after a mere film, their bond had deepened, and they were on the cusp of becoming a couple. This boundary was one Su Liang had no intention of breaking. By the time Chun Jinjia discovered his entanglements with other women, any grounds for questioning would be eliminated. Deceiving her emotions? Was that the case? Oh, I have other women. But you never asked. Some might label him as a scoundrel, but Su Liang would assert that he was not, merely wishing to provide each leading lady with a home. It's getting late. Allow me to escort you back, he offered. Chun Jinjia was taken aback. She had anticipated he would take her to a hotel or perhaps to his residence. Instead, he was returning her home, leaving her bewildered, especially after preparing herself for a more intimate encounter. Little did she know, Su Liang had already discerned that her home was deserted. Why would a hotel compare to the comfort of the female lead's abode? Confused, she entered the vehicle, while Su Liang discreetly signaled to a shadowy figure before he got in. As the Rolls-Royce swiftly departed, Lin Hao snapped back to reality and immediately sought to pursue them. Observing their closeness, he realized the senior sister had already succumbed. With Su Liang taking her away, he could only imagine the position she might be placed in that night. He had to intervene. He could not stand idly by while Su Liang took advantage of her. However, just as he was about to obstruct the car, An elderly woman emerged from the shadows. The aura emanating from her revealed her to be a master of the transformation technique. She was the guardian skilled in this art. Protecting Chen Jinjia. Lin Hao's expression stiffened, his heart sank, and he dared not act recklessly. Ding. Lin Hao has developed feelings of anger towards you. Villain value, 888. Meanwhile, Su Liang had safely delivered Chen Jinjia to her home. As they exited the vehicle, Chen Jinjia remained somewhat dazed. The experience had diverged from her expectations. The candlelit dinner, the film, they had imparted to her a sensation of romance she had never before encountered. With her wishes fulfilled today, she was now prepared to surrender herself to Su Liang. Should Su Liang make a request, she would acquiesce. Yet he did not. Had she been overthinking? Did Su Liang's invitation tonight not carry that implication? A sudden wave of disappointment washed over her. Returning from her reverie, she turned to Su Liang and politely suggested, "Young Master Su, shall we ascend and sit together?" "Very well, let us go," he replied. Chapter 38. Su Liang's Influence. The most mysterious and terrifying Skynet under Chen Jinjia's guidance, Su Liang arrived at her home. The decor was rather simple, with numerous medical texts displayed on the shelves, and a faint aroma of herbs permeated the air. Upon closing the door, Chen Jinjia suddenly realized she was alone in the house. With only a man and a woman present, her heart began to race. "Which room is yours? I am quite curious. Would you take me to see it?" Su Liang inquired, surveying his surroundings before casting a peculiar glance her way. Chen Jinjia momentarily froze, then nervously responded, "Sure." She led the way, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Su Liang followed with keen interest. Her figure was splendid as she swayed her hips. Her silhouette exuded an alluring charm. "Beep. Do you wish to invite Chen Jinjia into the family? To make her one of your household members?" A long-forgotten prompt echoed in Su Liang's mind. Without hesitation, he made his choice. "Beep. Congratulations, host. Family member 1 acquired. You have gained the skill of mind control. Mind control can influence the thoughts of those with weaker mental fortitude, activated at their most vulnerable moments, enabling control and subjugation." Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This reward was rather formidable. The ability to control and subjugate could indeed be utilized to expand his influence. Over the past 6 months, he had made extensive preparations to counter the protagonist. In addition to the strength of the Su family, he had cultivated a formidable faction loyal solely to him. The Skynet, an amalgamation of intelligence gathering and assassination, weaves an extensive web that envelopes the globe. It comprises 8 departments, each stationed around the world, executing diverse responsibilities, with the Heavenly Department being the most powerful and promising. The master of the Skynet is the fervent belief of all its members. From its inception, the Skynet unleashed a torrent of bloodshed upon the dark underbelly of society, initiating its first battle by targeting a notorious drug lord warlord. This drug lord commanded a vast army, equipped with rockets, submachine guns, and howitzers. However, by the following morning, the entire army lay decimated, the drug lord's head displayed upon the high walls. In the second battle, a fearsome mercenary organization vanished without a trace overnight. The most renowned of these confrontations was the third battle, where an entire nation in Black Continent was obliterated. This was merely the public face of the Skynet's emergence. Countless other deeds remained shrouded in secrecy. Thus, the reputation of the Skynet was irrevocably cemented. In this dark realm, it has become the most enigmatic, terrifying, and untouchable force, without exception. Countless individuals tremble at its mere mention, reaching a level of fear akin to that of a child's night terrors. Remarkably, the rapid advancement of the Skynet can be attributed to the acquisition of a formula for a genetic serum from a female protagonist. Unlike the genetic serums depicted in films and novels, which can transform the body out of thin air, this particular formula extracts latent human potential, albeit at a certain cost to one's foundational integrity. For Su Liang, who has undergone marrow cleansing and has been infused with systemic strength, this serum holds little effect. However, for others, it is a coveted elixir of immense value. Its efficacy is determined by one's intrinsic potential. For those with the potential of a master, the serum promises swift enhancement of abilities. Thus, Su Liang does not seek masters, but rather loyalty. Yet, he ponders the extent of mind control and how many individuals it can enslave. Is there a requirement for mental fortitude? As for the limitation regarding weak wills, Su Liang dismisses it entirely. He can find as many as he desires in the underground fighting pits, where none emerge unscathed in spirit. The combination of mind control and hypnosis could yield unexpected results. Su Liang fell into contemplation, regrettably lacking the skill of hypnosis at present. This thought led him to consider a lottery. Several days had elapsed since his last draw, and his villain points had amassed to over 30,000. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a small whip as a reward. An implement crafted from exceptionally durable leather, leaving no marks upon impact. A curious item, indeed. The next moment, a small whip materialized in Su Liang's hand. With a swift motion, it sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound. Surprisingly, it felt rather comfortable to wield. With a mere thought, the whip vanished, tucked away in his personal space. Onward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the position of a personal bodyguard, requires host to subdue. The bodyguard will appear shortly. Please prepare for subjugation. Note, the method of appearance is uncertain. Su Liang mused, to win a bodyguard only to have to subdue them myself. What difference does that make? It merely means someone will come knocking at my door. From the outset, he suspected this lottery function was somewhat unreliable, and his intuition proved correct. For genuinely worthwhile system rewards, one must build a family. With one more opportunity for the lottery, Su Liang deliberated briefly before deciding to draw it all at once. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won an increase in strength by 1 minor realm. A warm current surged through his limbs, accompanied by a fleeting aura of dominance. Just when he had lost hope, a pleasant surprise manifested. Late-stage transformation. Su Liang clenched his fist, familiarizing himself with the surging power. His strength was directly imparted by the system, ensuring a stable foundation. Despite currently being in the late stage of transformation, he felt unfazed by the peak stage. Coupled with several divine skills, he could easily dispatch foes. As Su Liang embraced the warm and soft figure beside him, he glanced at the delicate plum blossoms and then out the window. The dawn was breaking, casting a hazy light. If it weren't for Chun Jianjia's incompetence, the situation would not have been so dire. Chapter 39. The protagonist shines radiantly. The main character has been cast aside. As the sun's rays warmed her backside, Chun Jianjia slowly awakened, enveloped in a warm embrace, memories of the previous night flooding her mind. It was as though she had opened the door to a new world. She furrowed her brow, sensing something at the tip of her nose, and opened her eyes. Su Liang was playing with a lock of her hair. Upon meeting his playful gaze, she hastily shut her eyes once more. Who could have imagined that the goddess healer, revered by many, would exhibit such a delicate demeanor? After a moment, Chun Jianjia managed to pull herself from her daze. At Baikatang, the sun was high in the sky, with many still waiting outside. They had come from far and wide, eager to catch a glimpse of the goddess healer. Among them was a rather disheveled figure, Lin Hao, his hair tousled, clothes tattered, and dark circles under his eyes. He had engaged in a fierce battle with a master last night, and, unsurprisingly, had been defeated in mere moments. Fortunately, the master seemed not to harbor any ill will, merely stopping him for a while before departing. Lin Hao did not dwell on his defeat. He was intent on finding his senior sister and Su Liang. Yet, in the vastness of the night, where could he search? He refused to give up. Convinced Su Liang had taken his senior sister to a hotel. Thus, he scoured nearly every nearby establishment, yet found nothing. As dawn broke, his hopes dimmed. He could only wish that his senior sister would remain steadfast and not succumb to Su Liang's advances. Just then, an unassuming Audi pulled up at the entrance of Baikatang. The goddess healer had arrived. Someone recognized the car as Chun Jianjia's and gasped in surprise. The crowd followed his gaze as a middle-aged woman exited the vehicle. But it was not Chun Jianjia. She approached the back seat and opened the door. Chun Jianjia stepped out, eliciting a stir among the onlookers. Indeed, it was the goddess healer. After days of anticipation, they finally beheld her in the flesh, and she did not disappoint. Today, she appeared even more radiant. One could only wonder about the skincare product she used. What a jest! She was already a divine healer. Why would she need such concoctions? Oh no! The goddess healer seemed to be losing her balance. What was happening today? It appeared she had been somewhat careless. As Chun Jianjia descended from the car, her brow furrowed. Taking a step forward, her legs suddenly weakened. Had it not been for the assistance of her female bodyguard, she might have fallen to the ground. In her heart, she could not help but blame Su Liang. Yet, glancing at her driver and bodyguard, a wave of happiness washed over her. After Su Liang had recounted her situation, she had obediently accepted the bodyguard he arranged for her. In the crowd, Lin Hao witnessed this scene, his pupils widening in shock. While some might attribute Chun Jianjia's stumble to mere carelessness, he could not entertain such a notion. Historically, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. His senior sister had trained in martial arts and possessed formidable strength. How could she possibly fall, considering the charm that radiated from her? Lin Hao realized what had transpired the previous night. He slapped himself in frustration, filled with regret for not having informed his senior sister about Su Liang's dubious character sooner. Had she been informed earlier, perhaps today would not have transpired. After a brief pause, Chun Jianjia made her way to the Baichao Hall. At that moment, the crowd stirred. Eager to seek her autograph, she was now undeniably in the limelight. Before the throng could encircle her, a contingent of female bodyguards emerged from seemingly nowhere, barricading the admirers. Chun Jianjia successfully entered the Baichao Hall. However, a few managed to breach the blockade and approached her. Who else could it be but Lin Hao? Senior sister. Lin Hao gazed at Chun Jinjia, his expression a tapestry of complexity and guilt. It was all his fault for concealing the truth. Had he not done so, she would not have fallen prey to that scoundrel Su Liang. Lin Hao, you arrived just in time. There is something I need to discuss with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Jinjia interrupted. You should leave Bai Chao Hall. Liang Ge said, he doesn't want to see any other men around me. As she spoke, a blissful smile adorned her face. What did this signify? It indicated that Su Liang truly cared for her. Lin Hao stared at Chun Jinjia in disbelief. Ah, even Liang Ge has been invoked? Very well, as her junior, she is willing to expel me for a cad? Witnessing the resolute expression on Chun Jinjia's face shattered his heart. Silently, Lin Hao departed from Bai Chao Hall, ultimately refraining from revealing that Su Liang had been juggling multiple relationships, leaving his fiancée with child. Observing Chun Jinjia's demeanor, it was evident that her affections for Su Liang ran deep. He feared she would not believe him unless presented with irrefutable evidence. A Rolls-Royce glided along the street. Su Liang, having read the news of Lin Hao's expulsion at the hands of Chun Jinjia, set his phone down with a wry smile. Having been ejected from Bai Chao Hall, where might he venture next? Would he seek out senior sister Xia Qingqiu, or perhaps third senior sister Dongfang Xianyan? Regrettably, Dongfang Xianyan was not in the city. She was on the brink of being inducted into the family's elite circle, making any encounter with the protagonist all the more intriguing. However, her return from her global tour would be imminent. More likely than not, he would turn to Xia Qingqiu. This woman could be rather troublesome. He hoped she would be perceptive enough not to compel him to resort to extreme measures. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, snapping Su Liang back to reality. Mu Bai was his target this time. He had received word from Peng Ming that Mu Bai's new battery technology was nearing completion. The urgency of his arrival was to ensure he appeared just as the protagonist achieved his own success, casting him from paradise into the abyss. Compared to Lin Hao's expulsion, the events unfolding here would be far more exhilarating. Chapter 40, The Showdown. The taste of falling from heaven to hell. This was the secluded rear of Magic City University, where several laboratories had been established. Mu Bai's research was conducted here. Ah, has it already been developed? Just as he alighted from the car, a message arrived. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He then proceeded into the research facility, accompanied by several bodyguards. I have succeeded. In the research laboratory, Mu Bai, with his disheveled hair and unkempt attire, having gone days without bathing, gazes euphorically at the palm-sized iron box in his hand. Do not let its diminutive size deceive you. Its efficacy is tenfold that of the new energy batteries available on the market. What does tenfold imply? If a new energy vehicle can achieve a range of 100 kilometers, disregarding the vehicle's weight and the energy consumed by air conditioning, this iron box would extend its range to an astonishing 1,000 kilometers, saving an immeasurable amount in fuel costs. Moreover, its compact design means more space within the vehicle. The market value is beyond imagination, once unveiled. It will undoubtedly incite upheaval within the new energy sector. Earning hundreds of billions effortlessly is within reach, and if managed wisely, trillions are not out of the question. For Mu Bai, this signifies not merely untold wealth, but also a glimmer of hope for vengeance. He will never forget the agony inflicted upon him by Su Liang, snatching away his goddess and driving the Mu family to bankruptcy. Even in such dire straits, they still refused to spare him and his father, forcing him to sleep in parks and scavenge for food alongside stray dogs. Fortunately, he did not surrender. After days of relentless research, he finally succeeded. Ha! Mu Bai laughed with abandon, releasing the pent-up frustration of recent days. Beside him, Peng Ming's eyes flickered with a mix of pity and reluctance. He yearned to reveal the truth to his best friend. You have long been targeted, lying in wait in the shadows. Everything you have done has merely served to benefit others. Yet, he dared not speak, fearing for the safety of his own family. For the sake of my family, I am truly sorry, Bai Ge. The thought of Su Liang's indifferent gaze filled him with dread. His gaze fell upon a USB drive on the table beside Mu Bai, and he cautiously approached it. Within it lay the complete new battery technology. Suddenly, Mu Bai's laughter ceased, replaced by words laced with hatred. Su Liang, just wait. The suffering you have inflicted upon me will be repaid 1,000-fold. At that moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Mu Bai's declarations, causing his words to falter. He would never forget that voice. Whirling around, he found Su Liang entering with several accomplices. How could this be? How could Su Liang possibly be here? He had locked the door during his research. How did he enter without making a sound? Upon seeing Su Liang, Mu Bai cast aside his thoughts, and his suppressed anger erupted. What are you doing here? Su Liang, were you not the one who brought my family to ruin? Why, despite all this, do you refuse to let me go? His three questions echoed his deep-seated rage and confusion. It was utterly incomprehensible. Su Liang had stolen away the goddess he had pursued for 7 years. Yet it felt as though he had wronged Su Liang, who seemed intent on his complete destruction. Ding. Mubai has developed feelings of resentment towards you. Villain points. 888. You certainly have a plethora of questions, Su Liang mused, stroking his chin. Allow me to address them one by one. He could perceive that Mubai's fortune was nearly depleted. Today, it must all be reaped. Let us converse then and clarify matters. When he realized he was merely a pawn, his expression must have been quite remarkable. After all, to kill is to strike at the heart. The so-called villains perish from their own verbosity, a truth applicable only to the lesser adversaries. In his case, such trivialities do not exist. He possesses absolute strength, capable of resolving any antics the protagonist might conjure. I have come here, of course, due to a certain interest in the object you possess. Su Liang smiled faintly. What? Mubai was taken aback, assuming Su Liang had come seeking him. He never anticipated it was for the new battery technology he had developed. Just as he was absorbing this shock, a bodyguard approached him, reaching for the iron box in his hand. Mubai instinctively withdrew his hand, wanting to protect it in his embrace. Yet, the hand was swifter than he imagined, grasping his wrist and applying a gentle squeeze. An indescribable wave of pain surged through him, compelling him to release his grip, and the iron box fell into the bodyguard's possession. In the next moment, the bodyguard returned to Su Liang's side, presenting the box with utmost respect. Su Liang picked up the iron box, examining it with keen interest. Its silver exterior exuded a metallic texture, imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Excellent. It could be entrusted to the Galaxy Group for research and development. The Galaxy Group is a company he had secretly established, which, in less than 6 months, had swiftly ascended to the ranks of the world's top 500. Its product line is limited, focusing primarily on beauty enhancement and health supplements targeted at the human body. The efficacy of these products is astonishing, far surpassing the skincare and health products available on the market. To achieve such rapid success in the top 500 is not solely due to these medications. Only a select few are aware that the Galaxy Group also produces a genetic serum capable of improving physical constitution and eliminating diseases. The allure of this serum is unparalleled for those at the pinnacle of the world, willing to pay astronomical sums, even in the hundreds of billions. In truth, these medications are merely extracted remnants from the genetic serum, yet they are already groundbreaking products. The so-called genetic serum is nothing more than a diluted version of the genetic agent, its effects diminished by dozens or even hundreds of times. In Su Liang's vision, the Galaxy Group would champion world-leading products. Initially, he thought the genetic serum was somewhat monotonous, but this new battery technology could be a fitting addition. Mubai grasped the injured spot on his wrist, glaring at Su Liang with a mix of astonishment and fury. You caused my family to go bankrupt, and you claim it was for my own good? Otherwise, this technology would not have been developed so swiftly. Su Liang's gaze shifted, his tone laced with amusement. What? Mubai was utterly bewildered. You brought ruin to my family for my benefit? Wait a moment. From this statement, he discerned a glimmer of insight. The bankruptcy of the Mu family was orchestrated to expedite the development of a new battery. This implied that Su Liang had long been fixated on the technology he had created. No wonder they felt cornered, targeted wherever they went, while the research facility remained unscathed. It was a scheme to compel him to innovate, only for Su Liang to seize it later, like a thief in the night. Everything clicked into place. Mubai's eyes widened with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, consumed by an overwhelming fury. He had nearly succeeded, merely awaiting the production of the new battery to surpass Su Jia. Yet, at that moment, Su Liang suddenly appeared, revealing that everything was preordained and that he was merely a tool to be exploited. This realization struck him like a plunge from paradise to hell. Such cruelty. In an effort to ensure his unwavering focus on research, they had orchestrated his family's bankruptcy. Amidst his fury, he felt an overwhelming chill. This was entirely dictated by Su Liang's whims, utterly disregarding law and morality. Chapter 41. The show begins. Betrayal among brothers. A heart-wrenching blow. Ding. Mubai is engulfed in a tempest of rage and sorrow. Villain value 999. Ding. Mubai is seized by fear. Villain value 888. As for why he would not spare you, clearly, it is because you are the protagonist. After a brief pause, Su Liang's tone shifted. If you do not perish, I cannot be at ease. His smile remained as warm as spring's embrace. Yet, at that moment, both Peng Ming and Mubai felt a chilling sensation coursing from their spines to their brains. Although they struggled to grasp what Su Liang meant by protagonist, the mention of death instilled genuine fear within Mubai. Why you intend to kill me? Faced with mortality, no one can maintain their composure. Gradually, however, his heart steadied. Death, while terrifying, is far less dreadful than a life worse than death. Reflecting on the days he had endured, living worse than a dog, he realized that had he not harbored the hope of developing a new battery, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Now, to have an enemy declare All your misfortunes were orchestrated by me, and everything you've researched serves as my wedding garment, was simply unbearable. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in Mubai's eyes. Even in death, I will not let you succeed. You shall not reap the fruits of my labor. Resolutely, he turned to seize the USB drive, intent on destroying the technical data within. He would not grant Su Liang any victory, even in death. Yet, someone was swifter than him, Peng Ming. He snatched the USB drive first and, trembling, presented it to Su Liang before Mubai's bewildered gaze. Xiao Ming, you have betrayed me. After a moment, Mubai regained his senses, staring at Peng Ming with disbelief. He finally understood why Su Liang had so conveniently appeared at the moment of his success. It was a traitor within their ranks. Su Liang had entered without a sound. He must not have locked the door. How despicable. They were brothers, comrades for 7 years. Mubai's eyes were vacant, his face a mask of despair and disillusionment. Even with the knowledge that Su Liang was the puppet master behind it all, he felt a pain deeper than anger. Ding. Mubai's mindset shatters. Villain value 1,000. Su Liang handed both the new battery and the USB drive to his subordinates, keenly observing this riveting spectacle. Why? Faced with Mubai's frenzied inquiries, Peng Ming felt profound shame. Yet, recalling Su Liang's instructions, he found himself compelled to respond. There is no reason. Young Master Su offered me 100,000. Mubai coughed up blood. 100,000 is all it took to buy you. Our 7 years of camaraderie are worth less than that. The collapse of Mubai's spirit. Villain value 1,000, of course not. Even if it were 100,000, 1,000,000, or 10 million, Peng Ming would never betray. Alas, Su Liang threatened him with his family. Moreover, Su Liang did not even offer him 100,000. These words were merely dictated for him to say. You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten that when you were wrongfully accused of groping a girl and faced total ostracism, it was I who cleared your name? During our sophomore year, when your family faced adversity, it was I who loaned you money to help you through. In our junior year, Mubai, driven to madness, was deeply wounded by the betrayal of his close friends. With each word he uttered, Peng Ming's heart trembled. In that moment, he yearned to reveal the truth. Yet, something held him back. He could only suppress his tears and tremble as he uttered those heartless words. Of course, I have not forgotten. In my heart, you are nothing but a fool. Whenever difficulties arise, I seek you out. When you are needed, I reach out, and when you are of no use, you are cast aside, betraying you while profiting. Why would I not relish that? Mubai was stunned. It turned out that in the eyes of his brother, he was merely a fool, a jester. His selfless acts of kindness had earned him such a disheartening evaluation. It felt as though his faith had crumbled. In an instant, he felt drained of all vitality, collapsing to the ground, his heart ashen. The collapse of Mubai's spirit, villain value 1,000. At that moment, a round of applause erupted. Su Liang clapped his hands, a playful smile adorning his face. Splendid. It is rare to witness such a performance. I shall spare your life today. Having gleaned all the villain value he could from Mubai, he prepared to depart. Peng Ming followed closely behind, his face brimming with excitement as he asked, Young Master Su, are you truly letting Brother Bai go? Of course, Su Liang chuckled lightly, but not really. Just as he had stated, that was the protagonist after all. Who knew when he might turn the tables? It was unwise to act carelessly. The reason he had yet to strike was merely that Mubai still possessed a sliver of fortune. Su Liang had already devised a plan to deliver a crushing blow. Upon hearing this, Peng Ming's expression froze, caught off guard. Just then, Su Liang activated his mind control ability. With a flick, Peng Ming's body trembled. Moments later, he returned to normal, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had forgotten what had transpired in the research room. Although what had occurred wouldn't have significant consequences even if Peng Ming disclosed it, Su Liang preferred to be cautious and erase the memory. This also served as a test for his mind control capabilities. It appeared to be quite effective. Peng Ming's mental fortitude was vastly inferior to his own, and in his current distressed state, he was easily manipulated. He refrained from employing the enslavement function. The reason was simple. Peng Ming lacked the qualifications. In the research room, only Mubai remained, staring blankly at the ceiling. The day's blows had been overwhelming, pushing him beyond his limits. Learning that he was merely a pawn, that the fruits of his labor had been seized, and that the last hope for the rise of the Mu family had been extinguished left him desolate. After 7 years of camaraderie, the betrayal of his closest friend pierced his heart deeply. That evening, Mubai trudged along the street, weary and despondent. His eyes were devoid of life, and he felt a profound sense of hopelessness about the uncertain path ahead. Laughter echoed around him, a stark reminder that human sorrow and joy seldom intertwine. To Mubai, their merriment felt like an unbearable cacophony. His heart was already extinguished. Yet he could not succumb to despair. His father awaited him. Upon returning to the park, a disheveled figure, resembling a beggar, suddenly lunged toward him. Startled, Mubai snapped back to reality. Dad! Mu Feng appeared somewhat deranged, his eyes blazing with fury as he viciously clutched Mu Bai's collar. Did you offend the young master of the Su family? Is our family's ruined because of you? Mu Bai averted his gaze, unable to meet his father's penetrating stare. Remaining silent. Speak. Mu Feng bellowed in a fit of rage. Eventually, Mu Bai nodded slightly. With a sudden spurt of blood, Mu Feng cried out, "Unfilial son." Before collapsing backward, Mu Bai was taken aback, rushing to support him, only to find his father devoid of life. He was in shock. Had he truly caused his father's death? Help! I've committed murder. At that moment, two passers-by outside the park witnessed the bloodshed and panicked, fearing they had stumbled upon a crime scene. Oh my God! Call an ambulance. Quickly, report this. Before long, both an ambulance and police vehicles arrived. Several doctors disembarked, and after a preliminary examination, they shook their heads. Mu Bai's last flicker of hope extinguished. How could this be? He was engulfed by guilt and regret. If only he had never sought out Li Wanjun. If he had not crossed paths with Su Liang, would none of this have transpired? Little did he know. His thoughts were naively simplistic. Su Liang's machinations far surpassed his comprehension. Upon realizing that he was the protagonist, his fate had already been sealed. As his father was loaded into the ambulance, Mu Bai yearned to follow, but was stopped by an officer. Someone reported that you committed murder. We need you to accompany us for questioning. He was bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. He is my father. How could I kill him? Without affording him an opportunity to explain, several officers advanced. In his struggle, he suddenly coughed up blood, his spirit waning. Notification: Mu Bai's mental state has collapsed. Villain points accrued. 1,000, not far from the scene, a Rolls-Royce idled at the roadside. Inside, Su Liang observed the departure of Mu Bai. As the notification sound echoed in his mind, he clearly perceived the aura of fortune above Mu Bai's head dissipate entirely. This indicated that Mu Bai was no longer the protagonist. The notion of implicating him in the downfall of the Mu family had merely been a whimsical thought of Su Liang's. He initially believed that to extract the protagonist's final fortune, one must eliminate him. However, it turned out that such drastic measures were unnecessary. Su Liang fell into contemplation. Should the protagonist Mu Bai be eliminated? After a brief moment of contemplation, he arrived at a resolute conclusion. He must be killed. Regardless of his knowledge of the new battery technology, the irreconcilable enmity between the two dictated that he could not be allowed to live. Weeding out the root of the problem was essential. Although Mu Bai had lost all means of recovery, one could never be too cautious. Su Liang would not permit any unforeseen circumstances to arise. He immediately set about orchestrating the necessary arrangements. With his influence, making someone vanish without a trace was a trivial task. Meanwhile, at the Starry Night Bar, renowned even throughout the sprawling metropolis of Magic City, the hour was 8 in the evening. Though the nightlife had yet to commence, a considerable number of young patrons had already gathered. Whether in pursuit of pleasure or simply seeking amusement, they were reveling in the moment. Yet, one individual stood apart from the rest. He had been consuming alcohol incessantly, visibly noticeable as he downed bottle after bottle. Goodness, this fellow has been drinking for 2 straight hours. Does he not fear the risk of collapsing? Is he truly that formidable? My word, is he even intoxicated? Could it be that the drinks are counterfeit? Hey, keep your voice down. Do you wish to provoke trouble by claiming the drinks are fake? Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some expressing admiration while others scoffed. Another round, please. After 2 hours of drinking, Lin Hao had begun to feel the effects of intoxication. After being ejected by Chun Jianjia, he wandered aimlessly down the street, unknowingly passing by the bar, where he decided he might as well indulge in a drunken escapade. Hey, handsome, drinking alone is rather dreary. Would you like some company? A flamboyantly dressed woman, adorned with heavy makeup, seated herself beside Lin Hao and poured herself a drink. Get lost, Lin Hao retorted dismissively, casting only a fleeting glance at her. Having encountered the likes of Lu Ruolin and Chun Jinjia, such superficiality held no allure for him. Come on. No need to be so harsh. I could help lighten your mood, she persisted. I said get lost. Are you incapable of understanding human language? Lin Hao interrupted her before she could finish. You'll regret this, she hissed, her expression darkening as she stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at him. When had the most renowned socialite ever endured such indignity? Before long, the socialite returned with a band of burly men, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Hao. This is the one who bullied me. The leader of the group, with a fierce glare, approached Lin Hao, his tone menacing. So, you're the one who harassed my girl? Lin Hao continued his drinking, completely ignoring him. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. The brute struck Lin Hao on the back of the head. Momentarily stunned, Lin Hao, upon receiving another blow, felt his temper flare. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying several meters away. Goodness, to kick someone that far, is he even human? Impressive. It seems this guy is not only a heavy drinker, but also formidable in a fight. Could he possibly be a legendary martial artist? I wish to become his disciple. Hearing the murmurs around him, the burly man, filled with shame and fury, momentarily forgot that this was not his territory to dominate. Kill him, he bellowed as his gang surged forward. However, for every step they took towards Lin Hao, they were sent sprawling back just as swiftly. With a few swift punches and kicks, Lin Hao dispatched a group of henchmen and continued to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Just you wait. The sight of Lin Hao's ferocity left the burly man trembling with fear, and after uttering a harsh remark, he retreated in disarray. The onlookers were awestruck by Lin Hao's martial prowess, and a chorus of admiration echoed around them. As Lin Hao reveled in his drinking, a middle-aged man approached him. "Good sir, I am the manager of this bar. Our boss wishes to meet you." "Meet me? Why should I go to him? Let him come find me himself." Lin Hao retorted, a hint of resentment creeping into his tone. The middle-aged manager looked troubled, about to respond, when a voice interrupted. "You may leave now." The voice was cool yet laced with an alluring charm, invoking the image of an enchanting beauty. Indeed, as the crowd turned to the source of the voice, a captivating woman strode forth. Her countenance was serene, as if she were a queen surveying her domain from a lofty perch. Yet her eyes sparkled with a bewitching allure that rendered her simultaneously cold and enchanting. This juxtaposition of contrasting qualities was not jarring, but rather instilled a powerful desire for conquest in those who beheld her. Her graceful movements exuded an irresistible magnetism, compelling onlookers to draw closer and experience her undeniable attraction. She was Xia Qingqiu, the owner of the Star Moon Bar and the founder of the Star Moon Society. 3 years prior, she had arrived in the bustling metropolis, starting from nothing to establish the second largest force in the underworld, the Star Moon Society. She had risen to become a formidable figure, a queen of the underworld, her name echoing throughout the dark realms of the city. Chapter 43. Kill the protagonist to comfort the heroine. The hidden truth, my heavens, what am I witnessing? Xia Qingqiu has made her appearance here. The crowd gasped, overwhelmed with excitement. I come here daily just for a glimpse of Queen Xia, and my wish has finally been fulfilled. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her elegance rivaling that of the divine healer. She was a born queen. The crowd erupted in exuberance at the sight of Xia Qingqiu. Many among them frequented the bar solely to catch a glimpse of her unparalleled beauty. Unconsciously, Lin Hao set down his bottle, captivated by her stunning presence. Her beauty rivaled that of his senior sister, and her aura was even more compelling. From the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, he gleaned her identity and froze momentarily. Xia Qingqiu? Isn't she his second senior sister? Second senior sister, Lin Hao exclaimed. Xia Qingqiu furrowed her brow, uncertain of his identity. She had merely observed Lin Hao's remarkable skills on the surveillance footage, sparking her interest. Despite the Star Moon Society being the second largest force in the city, its circumstances were less than favorable, particularly given its ongoing conflict with the Wolf Alliance. The Wolf Alliance had reigned as the foremost power in the city for nearly a decade, unassailable until the rise of the Star Moon Society. Though the Star Moon Society had only been established for a mere 3 years, its strength was undeniable, especially under the leadership of Xia Qingqiu. Though still youthful, he has already attained the formidable level of dark energy, placing him on par with the leader of the Wolf Alliance. The disparity in strength among the upper echelons is negligible, while those beneath them are utterly ineffectual, resulting in a stalemate between the two factions. Thus, the emergence of any adept could potentially shift the balance. When she noticed such a skilled individual in her bar, she decided to investigate. To her surprise, this person referred to her as second senior sister. Wait a moment. She recalled receiving a letter from her master not long ago, which she had skimmed through, requesting her to look after a junior disciple. However, preoccupied with the Wolf Alliance, she had paid little heed to it. It seems this is the junior disciple in question. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xia Qingqiu's eyes. Come with me upstairs, she instructed. Lin Hao followed her up to the second floor amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. What did I just hear? That fellow actually called Queen Xia second senior sister. No wonder he possesses such prowess. How enviable. I too wish for a senior sister like that. On the second floor, in the reception room, Xia Qingqiu accepted a cup of tea from her subordinate, taking a delicate sip before appraising Lin Hao. You are Lin Hao, my junior disciple? She inquired, her brow furrowing. Lin Hao's current appearance left much to be desired. His hair resembled a bird's nest, his attire was disheveled, and he exuded an air of lethargy mingled with the stench of alcohol, akin to a vagrant from the streets. To be candid, had he not been a skilled practitioner and addressed her as second senior sister, Xia Qingqiu would have long since had him thrown out. Yes, second senior sister, Lin Hao replied, sensing a familiarity in her gaze. It reminded him of the way Chun Jianjiao looked at him when she came to fetch him. What has led you to this state? Xia Qingqiu expressed her disappointment. She had briefly entertained the notion that this junior disciple might be a masterful ally in confronting the Wolf Alliance. However, in such a disheveled condition, what kind of expert could he possibly be? Unlike before, Lin Hao dared not conceal the truth this time. He did not wish for Su Liang to deceive this second senior sister as well. Thus, he recounted the events in detail. From his descent from the mountain to his arrival in the Magic City, culminating in being driven out by the eldest senior sister, Chun Jinjia, to drown his sorrows. As he spoke, the gravity of his experiences momentarily choked him up. It had been an arduous journey, being jilted, his fiancée pregnant, being struck and sent flying, enduring electric therapy in a dark room, and witnessing his eldest senior sister gradually becoming someone else's. Su Liang. Xia Qingqiu's expression grew solemn. Upon hearing that Chun Jinjia had been deceived by someone, she felt a surge of anger and was ready to seek vengeance. The three of them had studied together on the mountain, forming bonds akin to sisterhood, and they often kept in touch even after descending. However, upon learning that the perpetrator was Su Liang, she fell silent. She resolved to first safeguard her own interests. She was well acquainted with Su Liang, having interacted with him on numerous occasions, both overtly and covertly, as he attempted to persuade her to become his woman. Indeed, Su Liang hailed from a prominent family and was exceptionally talented. To speak of his appearance would be superfluous. Even the national sweetheart would modestly concede to him. And he was no less than a beloved figure among the populace. His demeanor was refined and gracious, exhibiting none of the entitled arrogance typically associated with scions of affluent families. At a tender age, he inherited the Su group. Though it is merely the branch in the bustling metropolis, he commands the flow of hundreds of billions in capital. Such a man is indeed the epitome of an ideal partner. However, Xia Qingqiu harbors a lingering suspicion that Su Liang is masking his true self, lacking concrete evidence. Her instincts, often regarded as a woman's sixth sense, whisper that he is too perfect, too flawless to be genuine. As events unfolded, her intuition proved accurate. During their initial encounters, his demeanor remained charmingly affable. Gradually, however, his true nature began to emerge. Little did she know that there were other women awaiting his integration into the family. And Su Liang would not tolerate her continual evasion. Had it not been for another woman nearing the culmination of her pursuit, he would have resorted to extraordinary measures long ago. In their previous meetings, Xia Qingqiu had skillfully navigated through his advances. Yet, during their last encounter, she sensed that his patience was waning. In recent days, an unsettling feeling had settled within her. Had he indeed visited her? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering with an enigmatic intensity, lost in contemplation of yet another scheme. As he pondered, his hand gently caressed Li Wanjuan's head, savoring her sharp wit. Not long ago, news of Mu Bai's demise reached him. He had been temporarily incarcerated when a mentally unstable individual unexpectedly struck, resulting in his accidental death. Of course, this was merely the facade presented to the world. The truth lurked in the shadows, destined to vanish with the passage of time. With the protagonist deceased, Su Liang naturally felt compelled to offer solace to the female lead. He sought out Li Wanjun. In this world, the female leads were numerous, and the protagonists would not be few, each awaiting his intervention. Su Liang was indeed a man of immense responsibilities. Greetings, everyone. In truth, I am a reincarnate, endowed with a system that can be activated if you pursue my updates and generously support me. In return, I shall bestow upon you the gift of eternal vitality. Chapter 44. Angels and Demons. Let the storm rage more fiercely. In the afternoon, beneath the shade of the trees in the community, Su Liang stroked his chin, his gaze fixed upon the pond where fish frolicked in playful pursuit of one another. Beside him stood a composed middle-aged man, slightly hunched, exuding a lowly demeanor. His eyes, filled with reverence, were fixed on Su Liang. The items have been delivered to you. I trust you know what to do? Understood. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to production and application, ensuring I do not disappoint you, young master, the middle-aged man assured fervently. Should this scene be witnessed by those familiar with him, they would be utterly astonished. For this was none other than the executive president of the Galaxy Group, who had accomplished the miraculous feat of elevating a conglomerate to the pinnacle of global success within mere months. Yet, here he stood, trembling and subservient before a young man. Such a spectacle was nothing short of surreal. Unbeknownst to the world, this was all a role bestowed upon him by Su Liang. A mere word from Su Liang could cast him from the heights of paradise into the depths of despair. Su Liang had summoned him not only to share the new battery technology, but also to hear the updates on the group's work. You may go. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully and exited. Before long, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, and cold sweat trickled down his back. The pressure is indeed overwhelming. Do not be deceived by Su Liang's gentle demeanor, especially when he smiles. It feels as if one is enveloped in the warmth of spring. Yet, only those who truly know him comprehend the tempest that lies beneath that smile. At the very least, the number of lives lost, directly or indirectly due to him, exceeds several tens of thousands. The phrase an angelic facade, a devilish heart, serves as the most fitting description of Su Liang. Brother Liang, Li Wanjun, panting, rushed over. After finishing their meal, Su Liang suggested taking a stroll while she busied herself with the dishes. Once she tidied up, she hurried out, anxious that Su Liang might be kept waiting. Today, he had promised to accompany her to the hospital to visit her mother. Su Liang withdrew his gaze from the pond, maintaining an air of refined elegance. "Shall we go?" A Rolls-Royce awaited them. The female bodyguard opened the car door, and they entered in succession. The First People's Hospital of Magic City stands as the largest and best-equipped hospital in the region. Recently, the discord between traditional Chinese and Western medicine affected it somewhat, though not significantly. With so many patients daily, Bai Keitang could hardly keep up. The greatest impact was felt by the purely Western hospitals, which banded together to suppress Bai Keitang. Though they succeeded momentarily, they inadvertently found themselves overshadowed by its rise. Those who feared their loved ones might contract cancer wished to distance themselves from these hospitals, which faced the grim prospect of closure. By the time Su Liang and his companion arrived, someone was already waiting for him at the entrance. Chun Jinjia, somewhat perplexed, recalled the message Su Liang had sent her that morning, instructing her to come here to treat a patient. Why was he not taking action himself? After all, the very acupuncture techniques she wielded were taught to her by him. Though puzzled, she still came. Upon seeing the familiar vehicle approach, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. In this tender phase of newlywed bliss, she yearned to be with Su Liang. However, when she noticed a beautiful woman descending the car alongside Su Liang, her smile faltered. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting," Su Liang said as he brought Li Wanjun before Chun Jinjia, smiling. Chun Jinjia shook her head, her complexion slightly pale. "It's the divine physician," exclaimed Li Wanjun beside her. In the car, Su Liang had mentioned helping her mother recover. At that moment, she had felt a pang of confusion. After all, her mother was battling cancer, and treatment would necessitate the expertise of the divine physician. Li Wanjun had considered seeking her help, but the physician's fame had soared, with countless individuals vying for her attention, booking appointments years in advance. Trusting Su Liang unconditionally, she refrained from questioning him. Now, upon seeing the esteemed Chun Jinjia, her heart raced with excitement. She then turned her gaze to Su Liang, her eyes filled with deep affection. Little did she expect that he would go to such lengths to bring the divine physician for her. This scene was not lost on Chun Jinjia, who felt an indescribable mix of emotions surge within her: bitterness, heartache, discomfort, a cacophony of feelings. Yet, she managed to endure. Having devoted her life to the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, her resilience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Su Liang took it all in, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the current predicament is a result of his deliberate machinations. With his medical expertise, it would have been effortless for him to cure Li Wanjun's mother, who is suffering from an early-stage cancer. Summoning Chun Jinjia and allowing her to witness this scene was merely a preparatory measure, for he possesses other women. She is not the sole one he can keep. Sooner or later, she would come to know the truth, so why not confront reality sooner rather than later? This is undeniably cruel for Chun Jinjia, who has just entrusted him with her most precious possession. Having given herself to him yesterday, she now sees him with another woman today. Her emotional turmoil is palpable. Furthermore, upon learning that the person she is meant to save is the mother of another woman, her heart aches even more. "I have some matters to attend to," she said, finding an excuse to leave after ensuring the woman was treated, indifferent to Li Wanjun's gratitude. As she watched Chun Jinjia's retreating figure, Li Wanjun pondered deeply. She was not naive. Her initial concern for her mother's illness had distracted her from noticing Chun Jinjia's shifting expressions. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of her own realization that Su Liang had other women in his life. Yet, under Su Liang's influence, she had come to terms with the harsh truth. This man was formidable, far beyond her capacity to endure alone. "Lianggu, why don't you accompany her?" Li Wanjun suggested to Su Liang, feeling a pang of empathy. Knowing too well the feelings at play, she will adapt. Su Liang wore an expression of unwavering confidence, fully in control. Unlike Li Wanjun, who was submissive, Chun Jinjia was a woman of character, not easily swayed by a few hours of confrontation. He had various strategies to handle women of differing temperaments. With a woman of Chun Jinjia's caliber, swift and decisive action was essential. Delaying the revelation or allowing someone else to disclose the truth would only complicate matters further. This was the primary reason for encouraging her to face reality sooner, to weather the storm more fiercely. Chapter 45. The largest underground organization? An opportunity to serve as night fell. The Wolf Walks the World nightclub, the largest venue for midnight revelry in the magical city, came alive. Few knew that it also served as the headquarters for the Wolf Alliance, the most formidable underground organization in the magical city, unchallenged in its dominance for nearly 2 decades. Their motto was stark: wolves travel 1,000 miles to feast, while dogs traverse the same distance to scavenge. The first requirement for joining the Wolf Alliance is to possess a ruthless disposition, preferably exceeding that of the most hardened individuals. At this moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the scene. The high-ranking members of the Wolf Alliance, including their leader, Zhang Xiaoya, stood solemnly at the entrance, seemingly awaiting a distinguished guest. After an indeterminate period, a Rolls-Royce glided to a halt at the entrance. Upon seeing the figure emerge from the vehicle, the assembly advanced to greet him. Young Master Su, they acknowledged, as Su Liang smiled and nodded in return. Subsequently, amidst their admiring throng, he ascended to the top floor of the nightclub. Upon entering the reception room, he unreservedly took his place at the head of the table. "May I inquire what brings young Master Su to my establishment?" Zhang Xiaoya asked. A look of curiosity etched on his face. "Oh, it is nothing," Su Liang said, raising an eyebrow as an intriguing game came to mind. He contemplated acquiring a dog to participate and deemed the Wolf Alliance quite suitable. As soon as these words left his lips, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. "What? You want our Wolf Alliance to be a dog? What audacity! On what grounds? Just because he is the young master of the Su family?" Dissent erupted, with voices raised in vehement opposition. "I absolutely cannot agree. The leader must not acquiesce." After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere thickened with outrage as the senior members glared at Su Liang, their fury palpable. To suggest that the Wolf Alliance be treated as mere dogs was an affront to their very nature. Each one of them was a werewolf. How could they endure such indignity? Among them stood one individual who remained silent, observing with a cold, calculating gaze. When he turned his attention to Su Liang, the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Xiaoya, the leader of the Wolf Alliance, felt a heavy weight in his heart, his expression darkening. For years, he had grown accustomed to being in command, surrounded by sycophants wherever he went. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Particularly in suggesting that he be treated as a dog. Were it not for Su Liang's esteemed lineage, he would undoubtedly have ordered his subordinates to retaliate with lethal force. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he spoke in a chilling tone. "I apologize, but our Wolf Alliance is composed of wolves, not dogs." He had come out with his senior members to welcome Su Liang as a gesture of respect toward the Su family, only to find that Su Liang was so ungrateful. Given the circumstances, he felt no compulsion to maintain civility. If Su Liang intended to make a move against him, the Wolf Alliance was not to be trifled with. Over the years, he had sacrificed substantial benefits for the alliance, secretly offering countless advantages. Should trouble arise, those he had helped would not remain passive. Moreover, there was a comforting realization. The Su family's focus had shifted to the imperial capital, leaving Su Liang alone in the Magic City. As the saying goes, the heavens are high, and the emperor is far away. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Such a pity, Su Liang mused as he surveyed the grand architecture surrounding him, his tongue clicking softly. It was uncertain whether he lamented the Wolf Alliance's refusal to serve him or mourned the potential dissolution of everything around him. Originally, he had envisioned a game targeting Xia Qingxiu with the Wolf Alliance as a strategic piece. Since they had declined his proposition, he deemed it necessary to abandon that plan. To dare to refuse him indicated a remarkable audacity. He could hardly recall the last time someone had rejected him. Glancing at the two bodyguards beside him, both at the peak of their strength, he contemplated a change in personnel. Previously, he had been concerned about the narrative being disrupted and potentially erased due to significant alterations. Coupled with his own formidable power, he had dispatched those skilled fighters. Now that such worries had dissipated, he could summon some of them back. His current bodyguards felt inadequate, lacking the prestige he desired. To reject him carried the weight of consequences. The Wolf Alliance no longer served a purpose. Rising from his seat, Su Liang strode toward the exit. The intriguing game he envisioned could not be abandoned midway. If the Wolf Alliance had opted out, he would simply foster a new force. This endeavor would prove effortless for him. It merely requires a few days of patience. As the upper echelons watched Su Liang's departing figure, their eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet none made a move. "Allow me to see off young Master Su." With a sardonic glance at them, an enchanting woman stepped forward, hastening after Su Liang. Upon exiting the nightclub, Su Liang was contemplating which faction to support when a voice called out from behind. "Young Master Su." He turned to see a captivating woman rushing towards him. "I am Yi Yuan, one of the 4 vice leaders of the Wolf Alliance." She swiftly introduced herself upon reaching him. The Wolf Alliance, led by the chief Zhang Xiaoya, comprised 4 vice leaders, each possessing peak strength. Su Liang remained silent, his gaze neutral as he awaited her further remarks. "I believe the chief and the others are mistaken," Yi Yuan exclaimed, her expression fervent and passionate. Su Liang suddenly became intrigued. "A group of fools cannot comprehend your greatness. Their audacity in rejecting you has set them on a path to ruin." Pausing, Yi Yuan unexpectedly knelt before him. "To serve you is their honor. I wish to become your loyal hound, following you faithfully." Her tone was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Su Liang's expression remained calm. This woman possessed some allure, yet she did not reach the level of the protagonist, and thus held no interest for him. There are many who wish to serve me. I am not interested in you. With that, he prepared to leave. Yi Yuan grew anxious, suddenly recalling Su Liang's earlier mention of a game. Do you not have a game for the Wolf Alliance to participate in? I can lead the Wolf Alliance to become your loyal hounds. Su Liang paused, a glimmer of interest crossing his face. He sought a compliant faction. Others would require his cultivation, while the Wolf Alliance was readily available. If they proved obedient, their annihilation could be avoided. Just you alone? There are 3 other vice leaders like you, and a chief above. Can you persuade them? Sensing the effect of her words, Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, You need not worry about disobedient hounds. Since those fools lack insight, I shall assist you in eliminating them. Her tone bore no hint of hesitation, as though she spoke of killing mere chickens rather than comrades in arms. How intriguing! Su Liang found the situation increasingly fascinating. This time, he did not refuse, curious to see how far this vice leader of the Wolf Alliance could go. I look forward to your performance. As Su Liang's figure receded into the distance, Yi Yuan slowly rose, her fervor undiminished. I will not disappoint you. Chapter 46. The world as a chessboard, humanity as pawns. Manipulating all with ease. Why was she so fervent toward Su Liang? This story traces back several months. Yi Yuan was tasked with overseeing intelligence for the Wolf Alliance. And at that time, she was investigating a clandestine training ground on the outskirts of the Magic City, where numerous mysterious figures had emerged. As a local power within the underground organizations of the Magic City, the sudden appearance of such a place warranted thorough investigation. However, she dispatched wave after wave of individuals in search of information, yet none returned with any news. When she continued to send people for deeper investigations, they mysteriously vanished, most likely meeting their demise. From that moment on, she dared not pursue further inquiries and could only commence her investigations with those who had strayed from the group. Yet, these individuals concealed themselves meticulously, shrouded in dark cloaks, rendering their identities unknown. In a serendipitous moment, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Su Liang. Consequently, she commissioned an investigation into him, hoping to uncover a lead. However, the outcome was unequivocal. Nothing was discovered. Undeterred, she sent others to delve deeper. Yet they too disappeared without a trace. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. Could there be a connection between the two? Was the underground training ground established by Su Liang? At that juncture, the emergence of the Skynet sent tremors through the dark underworld, instilling fear and causing ripples across the globe. Subsequently, the Galactic Group appeared, its gene serum inciting madness among countless individuals, prompting various factions to investigate. The Wolf Alliance was no exception, and once again, she dispatched her people. The result mirrored the previous 2 attempts. Those sent forth met a grim fate. Perhaps others remained oblivious to the significance of these events. The Su family's young master, the Galactic Group, and Skynet seemingly bore no connection. Yet, her mind wandered wildly. Could it be that Su Liang, or perhaps the Su family, had developed the gene serum and established the Galactic Group? Had they secretly nurtured numerous masters and founded Skynet? This notion sent her heart racing, a potent thrill coursing through her veins. An enigmatic figure, standing atop the world, orchestrating the game of existence with the universe as a chessboard and all beings as mere pawns, materialized in her mind. Merely a hypothesis. Yet it left her utterly captivated and trembling with excitement, her blood boiling with fervor, yearning to bow before him. Today, standing in close proximity to Su Liang, his ethereal aura rendered the vague figure in her mind increasingly vivid. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. She was willing to sacrifice all her brothers and friends, seeking only to remain by his side. Not only would she submit to him, annihilating every member of the Wolf Alliance, but she would even welcome death if it meant serving him. That man was simply too mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Su Liang sat in his vehicle, perusing a tablet filled with information about Yi Yuan. It chronicled her life from birth to present, detailing her encounters, and even included analyses of her character by a dedicated psychologist. After reviewing the material, he raised an eyebrow. Had he made a connection? The information indicated that Yi Yuan had investigated him, the underground beast fighting arena, and the Galactic Group. At the time, he had received word of the Wolf Alliance's inquiries and was asked how to proceed. Concerned about the potential impact on the narrative, he refrained from taking action. However, he was meticulous in his dealings, leaving no evidence behind, rendering it impossible for anyone to trace back to him. It was likely merely Yi Yuan's conjecture. With no evidence and solely based on a hypothesis, she had managed to reach this point. This woman's psychological condition appeared to be rather severe. Through the insights gleaned from Yi Yuan, a psychologist assessed her character, revealing her as a woman of vivid imagination and a penchant for seeking strength. This elucidates her recent behavior, prompting Su Liang to ponder how to address the situation. Although Yi Yuan lacked evidence implicating him as the mastermind, she had made certain associations. Being as cautious as he was, he could not permit such an unstable element to remain. She was a talent. It would be a pity to eliminate her. Perhaps it was time to experiment with the effects of psychological manipulation. At the Starry Night Bar, though it was only 8 in the evening, throngs of people had already flooded in, drawn by the previous night's appearance of Xia Qingqiu. The word had spread, and countless individuals flocked to witness the allure of the queen of the underworld. Not merely ordinary patrons drawn by beauty, a cadre of affluent young men had also arrived. In a private room on the second floor, a group of stylishly dressed and distinguished young men congregated, all of whom had come for Xia Qingqiu. Though they may lack true prowess, they certainly excelled in wasting wealth. When it came to beauty, they were all exceptionally animated. Look at Lu Xiao, he appears rather worn. Have you changed partners again recently? One remarked, laughter echoing in the room. Zhuang de Xiao, I've heard you're keeping a pair of sisters. Can you handle that? Every day, it's all about women. You seem to perish daily at their hands. Tang Xiao, you are so high and mighty. What brings you here to see Queen Xia? It's my first time in Modu. I've heard this Queen Xia rivals that renowned divine doctor. Is it true? That divine doctor is indeed something, Zhang Han interjected. Get lost. You're a nuisance. How dare you set your sights on Liang Ji's woman? You truly don't know the meaning of danger. What had begun as a jovial gathering suddenly turned tense, as the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the young man named Zhang Han, regarding him as if he were a ghost. Who am I? What have I done? What on earth did I say? Zhang Han exclaimed, bewildered. I merely remarked that the divine doctor is beautiful, and I hadn't even finished my sentence. Seeing he did not intend any malice, someone explained the backstory. It turned out that a previous young man had disparaged Su Liang's woman behind his back and had met a dire fate that very night. Now, that individual was reduced to begging in the slums. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was drenched in cold sweat, his hair standing on end with fear. Just then, another young man burst in, declaring, enough of the boasting. Queen Xia has arrived. With that, a group of young men sprang to their feet, rushing towards the staircase. From their vantage point on the second floor, they had a perfect view of the scene below. At that moment, the previously raucous hall fell into an eerie silence. Every ear attuned to the faintest sound. All eyes were fixed on the entrance, brimming with anticipation. Before long, Xia Qingqiu made her entrance, adorned in an elegant gown, exuding grace and charm, embodying the essence of a queen. Please lend your support. Chapter 47. Su Liang. She is my prey, do you understand? Xia Qingqiu remained as radiant as ever. Beside her stood a strikingly attractive young woman with a chic bob haircut, clad in a fitted shirt and trousers. Exuding an air of efficiency, she guarded Xia Qingqiu like a sentinel. Many wished to approach, but retreated upon encountering her piercing gaze. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao lingered nearby. Overlooked and unremarkable. Wow, it's truly Queen Xia. I've finally seen her in person, and she is indeed breathtaking. No matter how many times I gaze upon her, I never tire of her beauty. If only I could bring her home. Who would ever want to leave the bed again? Wait, who is that guy? Is he about to confess to Queen Xia? Suddenly, a figure intruded upon their view, drawing their attention. Dressed in a tailored suit with a fashionable hairstyle, he approached Xia Qingqiu, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Ji Buchang, hailing from the Ji family, though not as prominent as the 4 great families, possessed assets in the hundreds of billions. However, his position was somewhat precarious, being the second son of the Ji family, overshadowed by his more capable elder brother, Ji Bachu. The prospect of inheriting the family fortune was nearly impossible unless he secured external support. Yet, those with the means and inclination to collaborate naturally gravitated towards his elder brother, leaving him splendidly overlooked. Upon hearing of Xia Qingqiu, renowned not only for her beauty but also for her remarkable capabilities, he saw an opportunity. If he could win her affection, he would not only gain a stunning partner, but also potentially secure the backing of the Xingyue society, the second most powerful force in the metropolis. Thus began his relentless pursuit, akin to a tenacious, adhesive plaster. Having faced setbacks in previous attempts, he was determined to succeed this time. As he reached Xia Qingqiu, several of his underlings had already set the stage. A heart composed of 999 roses was elegantly arranged, adorned with a sizable diamond at its center, valued at no less than 10 million. A band was also assembled nearby, serenading them with a sweet love song. Qingqiu, I have harbored feelings for you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? Ji Buchang knelt on one knee, presenting the flowers with genuine sincerity. Who is he? A toad aspiring to feast on swan meat. Does he not even glance at his reflection? Pursuing Queen Xia? What audacity! Huh, what an antiquated method of courtship, attempting to pressure her into agreement. How utterly cliché. Upon witnessing the pursuit of the goddess, the gathered crowd became restless, voicing their disdain with vehemence. Ji Buchang indeed aimed to coerce Xia Qingqiu into submission. Isn't this how it plays out on television? How it's depicted in novels, where every suitor ultimately wins the heart of the beauty. Why is it so different for me? Observing the crowd's reaction, one might as well have asked him to kiss her. The onlookers seemed eager to see him meet a disastrous fate. On the second floor, A group of young aristocrats watched the spectacle unfold, reveling in the misfortune. Ah, so it's Ji Buchang. I didn't realize he was so bold. This is likely due to the pressure from his brother Ji Bachu, attempting to enlist the Xingyue society as his ally. Unfortunately, he is destined for failure. Queen Xia has turned down even the 3 major scions, and I've heard that Liang Ji's pursuit also ended in disappointment. Is that true? Otherwise, prepare your sunflower seeds and peanuts. Await the moment he is humiliated. Xia Qingqiu's expression darkened slightly. She has rejected this man several times. Yet he still insists on pressuring her in front of so many people. Were it not for his esteemed status, she would hardly bother to entertain such nonsense. Now, caught in this predicament, she finds herself in a dilemma. It is impossible for her to acquiesce, yet outright refusal seems inappropriate. The Xingyue society is currently at a critical juncture, making it unwise to create enemies, especially with a prominent family like the Ji family. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Hao stepped forward. Brother, can't you see? Qingqiu has no interest in you. Perhaps you should seek out those little fairies instead. He showed no concern for the man's prestigious lineage, his tone brimming with irritation. Witnessing this scene reminded him of his own pursuit of the senior sister Su Liang, infuriating him further. What are you? Ji Buchang stood up, feeling humiliated by the surrounding murmurs. Lin Hao's words ignited his fury as he pointed a finger in Lin Hao's face, exclaiming, Brother? Who the hell do you think you are? And you dare to call her Qingqiu? Fool. Lin Hao's expression darkened, ready to teach this fool a lesson, when a languid voice interjected, It's quite lively here. The familiar sound sent a jolt through him. Slowly turning around, he was met with the sight of the person he wished to eliminate at once. Xia Qingqiu's body trembled imperceptibly. The inevitable had finally arrived. Many who were captivated by Ji Buchang's confession now shifted their attention. Unbeknownst to them, a distinguished figure had appeared nearby. Su Liang wore a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Ji Buchang, who stood as still as a statue. Su Liang's reputation preceded him. Everyone in the upper echelons knew the 4 words, do not provoke. Though Ji Buchang was a scoundrel, he dared not act out of line in Su Liang's presence. Trembling like a mouse confronted by a cat, leave, came the calm words, sending a shiver down Ji Buchang's spine as he hurriedly prepared to retreat. However, Su Liang called him back. Come here. Ji Buchang forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Brother Liang, please take these nuisances away. Additionally, Su Liang paused, taking a few steps closer and patting Ji Buchang's shoulder. She is my prey, understand? Understood, Ji Buchang responded, drenched in sweat, his hair standing on end, his back soaked with cold perspiration. Due to the proximity, both Lin Hao and Xia Qingqiu heard this exchange, their expressions shifting continuously. Xia Qingqiu's heart sank. Su Liang was no longer concealing his intentions. How was she to respond? Lin Hao, on the other hand, was immediately furious, glaring with a quivering body, ready to explode. If looks could kill, Su Liang would have turned to ashes. He knew Su Liang was a scoundrel, but he never anticipated his depravity could reach such depths. He had truly reached a new level of shamelessness. Having seduced the senior sister, he now sought the second sister. This thought caused him to feel a wave of self-reproach. It was he who had caused the senior sister's downfall. Beep. Lin Hao harbors feelings of resentment towards you. Villain value 999. Beep. Lin Hao experiences self-doubt. Villain value 888. Chapter 48. Playing games with the queen of the underworld. Surrender upon losing. After instructing his subordinates to clear the flowers from the ground, Ji Buchang rolled away, utterly terrified. To my surprise, Xia Qingqiu is the woman whom Su Liang has set his sights on. Competing with Liang Ge for a woman is akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an invitation to disaster. Who is he after all? So handsome, so charismatic. His smile radiates warmth. It's remarkable that when he stands beside Queen Xia, there's not a hint of discord. Truly a match of talent and beauty. I am aware. The Magic City boasts 4 prominent families. Do you know why there are only 3 young masters? Because there exists one who transcends the 3, or rather, those 3 lack the qualification to even be compared. Indeed, he is Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family. Among the younger generation, none fail to address him as Liang Ge. Everyone is awestruck by Su Liang's appearance and demeanor. Almost all the women present are so excited that they can hardly contain themselves. Even the men feel a sense of inferiority in his presence, devoid of any jealousy. Ignoring Lin Hao's murderous gaze, Su Liang gazes at Xia Qingqiu with a gentle smile. Will you not invite me to sit? Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingqiu steadied her emotions and gestured, Young Master Su, please. Subsequently, the two ascended the stairs together. Lin Hao closely followed behind, ready to intervene should Su Liang harbor any ill intentions, although he knew it might be futile. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered a group of young masters. The jovial atmosphere had vanished. They resembled schoolchildren awaiting reprimand for misbehavior. Greetings, Liang Ge. Su Liang nodded with a smile, proceeding with Xia Qingqiu to the third floor. Sensing no reproach from him, the group finally exhaled in relief, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. They understood that as long as they did not offend Su Liang, he would remain a refined and amiable gentleman. However, should they cross him, his outward elegance would mask a chilling ruthlessness, a man capable of killing in the midst of laughter. On the third floor, in Xia Qingqiu's office, no man had entered before Su Liang. At the threshold, he paused, looking at Xia Qingqiu. I do not wish for anyone to interrupt our affairs. A wave of unease surged within Xia Qingqiu, yet she felt compelled to comply with his wishes. You may leave now. The female attendant shot Su Liang a resentful glare before sulking to the side. She had contemplated defending her master, but against Su Liang, she felt utterly powerless. Lin Hao, however, did not budge, his expression darkening. Previously, when pursuing the senior sister, he had maintained an air of chivalry. Was he now shedding this pretense? What was he to do? Gradually, Lin Hao's gaze hardened. Even if he were no match for Su Liang, he could not allow the second sister to be bullied. He would fight. He seems disinclined to heed your commands, Su Liang observed with keen interest, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Lin Hao, I instruct you to leave. Xia Qingqiu pressed her lips together, issuing the command once more. Lin Hao remained steadfast. His eyes locked onto Su Liang. Su Liang, what are your intentions? If there is something to settle, let it be with me. Must you compel me to take action? Why bother? Su Liang remarked lightly, then made his move, extending 2 fingers. Lin Hao had long been on guard against him, and upon witnessing his move, he quickly dodged. However, he soon discovered that an invisible force had locked onto him, rendering escape impossible. No matter how much he roared and raged internally, he could only watch helplessly as Su Liang's fingers drew closer, tapping him a few times. A profound sense of weakness washed over him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Now, no one will disturb us, Su Liang said with a faint smile, his tone casual, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Xia Qingqiu's pupils constricted. Through inquiry, she learned that this junior brother was not only formidable but exceptionally strong, having reached the pinnacle of the dark force realm. Yet, he had been subdued without any resistance. Just how powerful was Su Liang? He was certainly not an ordinary master of transformation. She dared not oppose him and followed closely behind Su Liang as he entered the office. Lin Hao's eyes bulged with rage, consumed by fury. He had never imagined that after 6 years of studying medicine, with a thorough understanding of the body's acupoints, he would find himself subdued by someone else's pressure points. As Su Liang instructed to close the door, Lin Hao could no longer see their figures. Ding! Lin Hao's anger surged. Villain points. 888, without a hint of self-consciousness. Su Liang plopped down onto the sofa. Noticing Xia Qingqiu standing there in a daze, he beckoned her closer with a finger. Come here. Xia Qingqiu furrowed her brows. Since earlier, she had felt that Su Liang was entirely different from before, no longer masking his true self in her presence. Faced with this version of Su Liang, an inexplicable anxiety gripped her. After a moment of hesitation, she approached and sat down beside the sofa, maintaining a safe distance. Why sit so far away? It makes me look like a villain, Su Liang remarked. Xia Qingqiu found herself wishing he were truly a villain, for no villain could be as treacherous as he. In the next moment, a hand reached out, and before she could react, he drew her waist into his embrace. With a slight exertion, she found herself involuntarily nestled against him. Indeed, Su Liang had completely dropped the pretense. He was not like those sycophants, easily led by a woman. To bask in his favor, one must reciprocate, otherwise, his patience was limited. There were other female leads awaiting his attention. He would not linger indefinitely on one. Since she rejected his kindness, it was time to lay the cards on the table. He reached out, lifting her chin, his cold yet alluring face tilted upwards. Noticing a hint of defiance in her eyes, Su Liang chuckled softly. Shall we play a game? Xia Qingqiu, as cool as she was, had never been so close to a man, let alone held in such a manner. Her face flushed with indignation. Her beautiful eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. If you win, I'll let you go and no longer disturb you. What game? Xia Qingqiu was taken aback. Faced with this version of Su Liang, she felt an undeniable fear. Upon hearing the possibility of escaping this predicament, she quickly inquired. The game is this. I represent the Wolf Alliance, and you represent your Star Moon Society, and we shall compete to see who is the foremost power in Magic City. Xia Qingqiu turned her head away. You alone can manipulate me. How can we proceed? She might as well concede outright. Sensing her thoughts, Su Liang continued. Rest assured, I shall not intervene. Nor will I send anyone to assist the Wolf Alliance. Are you truly speaking the truth? Xia Qingqiu turned her head back, fixing her gaze intently on Su Liang. What stature do I possess that I would speak insincerely? Xia Qingqiu fell into contemplation. Presently, the Star Moon Society's strength is comparable to that of the Wolf Alliance. Yet she remains confident in her victory. After all, there is also a junior disciple involved, is there not? Lin Hao, though easily defeated before Su Liang, is indeed a master at the pinnacle of hidden strength, granting them considerable odds. Furthermore, this might be her sole opportunity to extricate herself from Su Liang's entanglement, and she is unwilling to let it slip away. Clenching her teeth, Xia Qingqiu acquiesced. Very well, I accept your terms. Su Liang smiled. A smile that was elusive and inscrutable. How naive she still is. Perhaps in her eagerness to escape Su Liang, she overlooked certain aspects. He claimed he would not act against her nor dispatch help to the Wolf Alliance, yet he made no mention of refraining from depleting her own forces. Moreover, even if the Wolf Alliance were to lose, it would bear little consequence. Does he truly appear to be a man of his word? Regardless of victory or defeat, it seems she cannot escape his grasp. By the way, what if I were to lose? Xia Qingqiu asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. If you lose, you and the entire Star Moon Society must submit to me. Upon witnessing the smirk at the corners of Su Liang's lips, a shiver coursed through her. She suddenly regretted agreeing to this game. All right, we have settled the terms of the game. Now let us seal our agreement with a gesture, a ceremonial pact. What do you mean? By the time Xia Qingqiu regained her composure, Su Liang's face was already mere inches away. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Oh, the distance between mountains and rivers is always fraught with emotions. Can we not lend each other support? Chapter 49, An Assailant Approaches. Is it the bodyguard that has appeared? Do not speak. Teasing this queen of the underworld is rather amusing, and Su Liang finds it quite entertaining. Xia Qingqiu, filled with indignation, dared not retaliate. Her grievances swallowed in silence. I relish the sight of you finding me intolerable, yet being unable to vanquish me. When Su Liang emerged, half an hour had already passed. Outside, Lin Hao felt his strength gradually returning, allowing him to attempt to unblock his meridians. He was on edge, sweat soaking through his garments. The two of them, a lone man and woman in one room, left him anxious that his second senior sister might suffer a fate similar to that of the eldest. Suddenly, the door swung open. He quickly turned his gaze, only to see Su Liang walking out without sparing him a glance, departing directly. Lin Hao was infuriated. Ding. Lin Hao's psyche has shattered. Villain 999. With renewed determination, he pressed on to unblock his meridians, intent on checking on his second senior sister's condition. Yet, there was someone quicker than him. A girl with short hair dashed in. Upon seeing Xia Qingqiu, lost in thought on the sofa, she assumed she had been wronged and her anger surged. I will go kill him. With that, she turned, preparing to pursue Su Liang. Previously, he had visited several times, always making her step aside to play in the sand. There was no way to truly harm Xia Qingqiu. Had she foreseen Su Liang's coercive intentions, even at the cost of her life, she would have ensured he never had the opportunity to be alone with Xia Qingqiu. Years ago, when she was pursued by her enemies, it was Xia Qingqiu who rescued her and ultimately aided her in avenging her plight, for which she felt immense gratitude. Upon the return of Shaoqi, Xia Qingqiu quickly called out to her. The short-haired girl turned back in confusion, only to realize her oversight. Aside from her slightly disheveled clothing, she was otherwise unharmed, which elicited a sigh of relief from Xia Qingqiu. To her, Shaoqi was not merely a subordinate but a sister in spirit. Out of protective instinct, she could not allow her to provoke Su Liang. Outside, upon hearing the girl's furious voice, Lin Hao finally released his restraint and dashed inside. Second senior sister. He immediately noticed Xia Qingqiu's disheveled hair and wrinkled attire, which left him utterly aghast. However, after hearing her explanation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Aside from being taken advantage of, she appeared to have retained her dignity. In truth, he had overthought the situation. How could Su Liang's prowess be so formidable in just half an hour? Xia Qingqiu was skilled in the dark strength, likely possessing the capability to match him. Exiting the Starry Night Bar, Su Liang contemplated which female companion to seek out that evening when he suddenly paused. However, he continued walking nonchalantly, as though nothing had occurred, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon returning to the Su family estate, the diligent driver carried out his duties. After Su Liang stated their destination, his gaze drifted through the window, landing in a particular direction. How intriguing. A look of interest graced his face. Just moments ago, he had sensed a potent killing intent directed at him. The assailant possessed considerable strength, reaching the pinnacle of the dark strength. Their concealment skills were exceptional, yet they could not evade his perception. This individual was a killer, having acquired divine-level assassination skills, which he had also imparted to members of the Sky Network. The aura they emanated could not deceive him. Who could have sent them? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. It seemed the bodyguards truly needed replacement. Allowing any random individual to follow him was unacceptable. However, where were the bodyguards rewarded by the system? They had yet to arrive. Could they be lost? The vehicle glided smoothly down the street. One car lingered some distance behind, stealthily trailing, unaware that they had already been compromised. Upon entering Su's territory, Powerful guardians concealed in the shadows quickly detected the presence of a follower. Nevertheless, after receiving word from Su Liang, they opted to remain still, striving to mask their forms. Thus, the pursuing vehicle unknowingly arrived at the Su family estate, entering what could be deemed the domain of death. As Su Liang's Rolls-Royce came to a halt before the estate, a Mercedes sped towards them, executing a dazzling drift before halting abruptly. Following this, a figure clad in fiery red emerged, positioning herself directly in Su Liang's path. Beep. Bodyguard has arrived. Please subdue at your discretion. Su Liang remarked. System. Are you serious? I can sense a potent killing intent emanating from this woman. You inform me she is a bodyguard? Upon recalling the moment of receiving the bodyguard reward, it was mentioned that bodyguards could manifest in various forms. The appearance of a killer was rather novel. Regaining his composure, Su Liang began to scrutinize the assassin before him. The assassin was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, with a face shaped like an egg, breathtakingly exquisite. She donned a crimson attire, as if drenched in blood, exuding an alluring aura. Soon enough, he stumbled upon an intriguing observation. This female assassin possessed an aura of fortune, akin to that of a protagonist. Could she be the heroine of a certain female-oriented novel? Su Liang pondered this in his heart, noticing his remarkable calmness. The assassin furrowed her brows, increasingly convinced of her assumption. She had been in the bustling metropolis for a while. By chance, she had discovered the existence of an underground beast-fighting arena. Upon witnessing the hellish scene, her inherently righteous nature compelled her to dismantle it. However, after covert investigations, she realized that a master of the transformation realm was stationed within. Had it not been for her unparalleled stealth techniques, she would have been detected. Unable to take down the underground arena, she resolved to unearth the puppet master behind it. She was not merely an exceptional assassin, but also a top-tier hacker. Surely, uncovering the mastermind would not be overly complex? Yet, it proved to be quite challenging, perhaps even impossible. Without any leads, it was as if they had materialized out of thin air. This led her to contemplate the existence of the Skynet, a sudden emergence of a mysterious and terrifying organization. Even with her elite hacking skills, she found it equally elusive. This brings us to the reason for her arrival in the 9 provinces. Ever since the Skynet began its nefarious activities in the underworld, she commenced her pursuit. Initially, she could uncover nothing. However, months later, she detected a slight anomaly. Indeed, it was but a hint. The direction of the information transmitted by the Skynet pointed towards the 9 provinces. The circumstances surrounding the underground training grounds evoked thoughts of the Skynet. Was there a connection between the two? Thus, she embarked on an investigation into the various factions within the metropolis. A mountain cannot be hollowed out without considerable backing from powerful forces. After several days of scrutiny, her gaze fell upon Su Liang. While others were clearly revealed under her hacking prowess, this individual remained inscrutable. The findings did not align with the reality. Since she could not glean any information, she decided to test the waters. The thought of the many lives lost due to Su Liang intensified her murderous intent. Judging by his current demeanor, it seemed she had indeed struck a chord. Typically, a mere mortal would be terrified under her menacing aura, yet here he was, observing her with an air of calm detachment. In a cold voice, she inquired, "Did you establish the Skynet?" Su Liang stroked his chin and nodded, "Indeed." The assassin momentarily fell silent, taken aback by his forthright response, her murderous intent nearly materializing. "Were those people?" Before she could finish, Su Liang interjected, "It was my command." His gaze remained tranquil. Having spoken the truth, he harbored no intentions of allowing the assassin to depart. Only 2 choices lay before her, either death or submission. The female assassin fell silent, her body trembling, her murderous intent reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 50. It turns out she is a saintly protagonist. The Blood Rose. A flicker of recognition sparked within Su Liang as he delved into his memories of the Blood Rose. Although he was not part of the dark underworld, he was well informed of its happenings, as all collected intelligence from the Skynet was relayed to him. He had only glanced at her family's background, not having the time to scrutinize it in detail, but that fleeting glimpse was sufficient. He possessed an extraordinary photographic memory. The Blood Rose, aged 25, was an orphan who had been abducted and sold to a mercenary group in her youth. During her training, she distinguished herself among a multitude of orphans. Through countless days and nights of relentless effort, she gradually evolved into a top-tier assassin. Unlike her counterparts, she only targeted evildoers. She refused missions that did not involve the most heinous of individuals. When she encountered wrongdoing, she would intervene without monetary compensation, even seeking out those who perpetrated injustice. She resembled a refreshing stream within the dark world, with her formidable strength rendering her nearly unmatched. She appeared to have a fondness for roses, often leaving behind a petal after her killings. Gradually, the name Blood Rose became renowned. Ah, so she is indeed a saintly figure. Su Liang mused. already convinced that she was the protagonist of a certain female-oriented novel. An orphan at the outset, a top assassin, an elite hacker. She championed justice wherever oppression reared its head, exhibiting actions that could be described as saintly at best or meddlesome at worst. What business did she have in others' affairs? Moreover, were all the individuals she rescued truly virtuous? After painstakingly locating her family's nemesis and hiring an assassin to exact revenge, she intervened to save him. It was no surprise that the Blood Rose sought him out. Her saintly desire to enact justice for those the Skynet targeted led her to investigate the organization. And with her skills as a top hacker, coupled with the mutual admiration between villains and protagonists, it was only natural she would find her way to him. It seemed she had initially been uncertain. Otherwise, she would have attempted to assassinate him when he was off guard. Individuals like Yi Yuan, who indulge in fantasies, were but a rare breed. In truth, Su Liang held no objections to such saintly figures. However, should her meddling encroach upon his affairs, it would be tantamount to courting death. A blood-red dagger manifested in her hand, her rose-colored gaze icy. "I shall avenge the countless souls that have perished," she declared, swiftly lunging towards Su Liang. Her speed was so remarkable that it left a crimson blur in its wake. Su Liang merely smirked. Such saintly figures often reveled in self-righteousness. As the shadow of her approach drew near, he extended his hand, seizing her by the throat. The rose was stricken with horror. As she charged towards Su Liang, poised to strike with her dagger and sever his throat, she found herself immobilized, ensnared in his grip. It was as if her advance had led her directly into the vice of his hold. She attempted to retaliate, only to discover she was utterly powerless. It was then that she truly sensed Su Liang's formidable prowess. Indeed, how could one who commands such formidable masters of the art of combat possibly be weak? This time, she has been careless. In your grasp, I am indifferent to whether you choose to kill or maim. I shall not flinch. However, do not revel in your triumph. For those you have slain will one day bring you to justice. Evil deeds will inevitably meet their retribution. Behold, such a declaration of unwavering righteousness solidifies the protagonist's resolve. Ding. The Blood Rose harbors feelings of anger towards you. Villain score, 666. Su Liang smiled, a brilliant grin illuminating his face. He had already devised a plan to deal with this female protagonist. Strangely enough, the mere sight of his smile sent a shiver down Rose's spine. Before she could utter another word, Su Liang's fingers danced across her, delivering several precise taps. Upon releasing her, she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Far more forcefully than the previous encounters with Lin Hao. Unfamiliar with acupoint techniques, she found herself ensnared by Su Liang's prowess. "Take her away," he commanded, initiating a psychological manipulation to shatter her mental defenses or compel her to submit willingly. This female protagonist possessed a steadfast mind, making her difficult to control and enslave. Nevertheless, he possessed myriad methods at his disposal. As his words fell, two female bodyguards stepped forward and escorted Rose away. In the dimly lit basement, darkness reigned supreme, devoid of light or sound, enveloping her in an eternal void. The suffocating shadows triggered memories of her childhood, evoking the terror of being abducted by human traffickers. She yearned to struggle, to flee, yet found herself utterly devoid of strength. Even the thought of biting her tongue to end her misery seemed impossible. Hours passed. 1, 2, 5, 10. Hunger and fatigue gnawed at her, while fear gradually seeped into her consciousness. Suddenly, the door creaked open. She quickly turned her gaze, only to see Su Liang enter. Accompanied by a woman, Su Liang regarded her with keen interest. Her disheveled hair and the weariness etched upon her face indicated a sleepless night, a stark contrast to her former vigor. "Kill me," she croaked, her voice hoarse from a lack of water. "Murder is a crime, and I fear retribution. Why would I slay you?" Su Liang's tone was tinged with amusement. Rose fell silent, realizing he was mocking her own words from the previous day. Regret began to blossom within her for having sought out Su Liang. "I am curious, how does your assassin organization handle mistakes made by its subordinates?" Ding. The Blood Rose harbors feelings of anger towards you. Villain score, 777. Ding. The Blood Rose harbors feelings of hatred towards you. Villain score, 888. Ding. The Blood Rose harbors feelings of fear towards you. Villain score, 999. Ding. Moments later, Rose curled up, seemingly losing interest. Su Liang turned to the woman beside him. "I leave her to you. Ensure she remains intact and sane, for I still have use for her." With that, Su Liang departed. "Yes, young master, I shall guarantee the completion of the task." She was an instructor, having overseen the training of the Skynet assassins. Not only was she proficient in the art of killing, but she was also adept at inflicting torment. Chapter 51. A new protagonist emerges. Pretending to be bankrupt reveals true intentions? "What? Father, what did you say?" "Our hometown is being redeveloped." A young man suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on his father. This youth, named Yi Xian, had just graduated and was preparing to seek employment. Little did he expect his father to announce that their ancestral home was being demolished. What was the point of finding a job now? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to simply relax? He recalled that their hometown had a considerable area. Surely, the compensation would be substantial. With a glimmer of hope, he eagerly inquired further. Ye's father chuckled, responding, "Of course, the demolition fee amounts to 50 million. After saying this, he produced the contract. Yi Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he focused on the document, and indeed, he saw the figure of 50 million. His excitement was overwhelming. The sensation was infinitely more exhilarating than a windfall from the heavens. Observing his son's reaction, Ye's father couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about his own initial reaction upon receiving the news. It was only after signing the contract and securing the funds that he fully embraced the reality of it all. "Xian, now that our family is affluent, you should find a daughter-in-law without concern for expenses. Also, we must inform our relatives and friends of our newfound prosperity." After a moment, Yi Xian regained his composure. Upon hearing his father's words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. "Father, wait a moment. Let us hold off on notifying those relatives and friends for now." "Huh, why is that?" Ye's father asked, perplexed. "If we share this news with them, what if they come asking to borrow money?" Yi Xian paused before continuing. "Borrowing money is not inherently wrong. It's only natural for relatives to support one another. However, I wonder which of them truly stands with us." His father's thoughtful nod indicated he understood the sentiment. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian feigned a mysterious demeanor and proposed, "Would you like to uncover the true nature of our relatives?" "What do you mean?" "Let us pretend we are bankrupt." Yi Xian's family was considered middle class. His father owned a fruit factory, which did not yield significant profits, but they were comfortably provided for. Ye's father contemplated his son's plan, hesitating slightly. "If we feign bankruptcy, we could ask them for loans and see who is willing to lend to us. Those who do are our genuine kin. What is there to ponder? If those relatives refuse to lend even a small amount, why would we need to maintain any connection with them?" Yi Xian continued to persuade, inspired by a video he had seen. In it, a man who had won the lottery was besieged by relatives asking for loans, which he willingly granted. However, when the time came to reclaim his money, they feigned ignorance. Thus, he intended to take a different approach, strike first, by using bankruptcy as an excuse to solicit loans. Those who lent would prove their loyalty, while those who did not would reveal their true colors. After concocting a rationale, the two began making calls and sending messages. "Third brother, we've gone bankrupt and owe 500,000. Could we borrow some money from you?" His father said, "Oh dear, we're facing difficulties too. 2 children in school, and we simply cannot spare any funds. Perhaps you should ask others." Ye's father was left astonished. If I recall correctly, this year, Sanshu's family undertook a project that earned them several million, and they even purchased a new car and relocated to a new home, did they not? Ye's father continued to make phone calls. "Ligu, our family has gone bankrupt. Beep, beep, beep." It truly is astonishing how one remains oblivious until they make such calls. In everyday interactions, they refer to each other as brothers, and their camaraderie seems unparalleled, yet when troubles arise, they flee with remarkable swiftness. It is indeed true what they say, brotherhood exists in the heart, but when crisis strikes, the phone lines go silent. While Ye's father busied himself probing into friendships, Yi Xian was also occupied. He entered the class group chat. "Now that we've graduated, what is everyone up to? It feels like finding a job is exceedingly difficult. I've interned at Huawei for several months and have just received confirmation. Thanks for the invite. I'm in the beautiful country, just landed, preparing to go to Disneyland. I truly envy how fulfilling your lives are. My family has quite a few properties, so I spend my time collecting rent, leading a monotonous and dreary existence." The messages were all uniformly brimming with ostentation. At that moment, an unexpected message popped up. "Yi Xian, classmates, our family has gone bankrupt. We owe 5 million. Could I possibly borrow some money from you? I assure you, I will repay it." He had just secured a position, but his salary had yet to be disbursed. Being in the beautiful country incurs substantial expenses. Even his living costs fall short. He had not yet collected this month's rent, and he anticipated having some free time soon. "No money." Yi Xian gazed at the messages, a knowing expression gracing his face. Such is reality. Thankfully, he had been astute enough to discern their true nature beforehand. He smirked coldly, pondering how they would react if they were aware that his family had not indeed gone bankrupt, but rather was worth millions. Suddenly, his smirk froze. "You have been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator." Yi Xian, he knew these individuals would not lend him money, but he had not anticipated that they would expel him from the group to prevent him from asking. "Very well. Excellent." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Gradually, he calmed himself. It was not worth his ire to concern himself with such individuals. He then set his sights on another target, Li Xiaoming, the class representative, and the belle of both the class and the school. Li Xiaoming was indeed a prominent figure, consistently receiving scholarships and pursued by countless admirers, yet none succeeded. He had been among them. However, at that time, Li Xiaoming shone too brightly. He was merely a transparent presence in the class, harboring admiration without daring to reveal his feelings. Now, however, the situation was different. The 50 million in compensation from the relocation project granted him the confidence to engage in conversation with the goddess. He opened Li Xiaoming's chat interface and copied the same message to send to her. Even if she were a goddess, it was time to test her resolve. Upon seeing that the message had been read, Yi Xian felt a surge of anxiety, fearing a rejection from her. How much do you wish to borrow? When he saw this message, he nearly leapt with joy. Li Xiaoming was indeed unlike the others. She still valued the bonds of friendship. He quickly sent another message. Any amount will suffice. Ding. The goddess has transferred you 100,000. Yi Xian's mouth fell agape, his face etched with disbelief. This was 100,000. A sum that many people might not earn in an entire year. And what of Li Xiaoming? Upon hearing of his difficulties, she unhesitatingly transferred a substantial sum of money. Yi Xian couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. If she did not harbor feelings for him, how could she so readily part with such a considerable amount? Meanwhile, at the office of the MO Airlines, after transferring the funds, Li Xiaoming paid no further attention. 100,000 yuan, once a significant sum for her, had lost its weight since she had taken on the role of manager at the company under Su Liang's guidance. To her, her classmate's bankruptcy was merely an opportunity to lend a helping hand, and she transferred the amount without any expectation of repayment. If her classmate chose not to return it, that sum would merely reveal one's true character, a gain for her. The following morning, Yi Xian set out from his home, first visiting a commercial center where he donned a new ensemble of designer clothing. He then rented a Lamborghini, which immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. Consulting his navigation app, he made his way to MO Airlines. Recently, someone had mentioned in a group chat that the campus belle, Li, was employed there. With countless admirers, she had long been the object of his quiet affections, but now the situation was different. The goddess he had once deemed unattainable was now within reach, especially since she might harbor some feelings for him. After all, she had just lent him a significant sum. With excitement coursing through him, Yi Xian stepped out of the car, holding a bouquet of flowers. The security guard, mistaking him for a high-profile client due to his designer attire and luxury vehicle, did not stop him. Observers marveled at his impressive presence, speculating about which affluent family he hailed from. With a hint of charm and clad in Armani, he certainly exuded an air of sophistication. As he strolled along, he overheard the admiration expressed by the flight attendants, which elevated his spirits. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in realization. Wasn't Li, the campus belle, supposed to be a flight attendant? What if she had already completed her training and was now on duty? He hastily approached a passing girl for clarification. Are you looking for Manager Li? She inquired, surprised as she assessed him from head to toe, shaking her head. While he appeared somewhat attractive and affluent, he was no match for Manager Li's boyfriend, whose status was on an entirely different level. Oblivious to the girl's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Xian stood frozen in disbelief. Had he heard correctly? Li Xiaoming was the manager of the publicity department at MO Airlines? This was simply unbelievable. After all, she had only recently graduated, and even if she had come early to intern, such a position seemed exaggerated. Reflecting on his classmates boasting about their jobs, he couldn't help but feel they paled in comparison to the illustrious Li Xiaoming. Indeed, the campus belle is truly exceptional. Her brilliance within the confines of academia has only flourished further in society. The esteemed aviation company in the magical city ranks among the world's Fortune 500 enterprises. As a manager, her annual salary must certainly be in the millions. Upon confronting this reality, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He had purchased this outfit and rented a Lamborghini, all in an effort to impress the illustrious Li Daxia. Yet, what worth did such displays hold when she appeared utterly indifferent? In that moment, a thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. He must win over Li Xiaoming. Securing a managerial position at a Fortune 500 company right out of university foretold a boundless future. The line of suitors would undoubtedly extend from the magical city to the imperial capital. Seizing the opportunity while this treasure remained undiscovered, he resolved to pursue her without hesitation. After expressing his gratitude to the girl, Yi Xian hurried toward the office building of the publicity department. In the manager's office of the publicity department, Li Xiaoming had just reviewed the documents presented by her subordinates and sat in her office chair, lost in thought. Her face was a canvas of shyness, happiness, and satisfaction, emotions intertwining and flickering across her features. She reminisced about the moments shared with Su Liang, from their initial acquaintance to their blossoming love. A few months prior, after completing her training as a flight attendant, she met Su Liang on her first flight. The memory of their initial encounter remained etched in her mind. He sat by the window, engrossed in a book, emanating an aura of tranquility and detachment. That scene, poetic and picturesque, was forever imprinted in her heart. After a moment's reverie, she approached him with the beverage he had requested. "Sir, your coffee," she said softly. "Thank you," Su Liang replied, lifting his gaze. His eyes were as profound as the stars, and his smile enveloped her in a refreshing warmth. Thus began their intertwined destinies. As time passed, she grew increasingly aware of Su Liang's remarkable qualities, which rendered her own achievements in school pale in comparison. In his presence, her accolades felt trivial, akin to those of a child. No matter the topic, he spoke with unmatched eloquence. As their relationship deepened, she discovered that beneath his excellence lay a playful mischief. He often coaxed her into donning various flight attendant uniforms: black stockings, white stockings, sheer tights, lace. The mere thought of their shared moments in the office, including the very desk before her, ignited a blush upon her cheeks. "Managerly, there is someone outside seeking you. He has no appointment and has been barred from entering the building," a female secretary announced as she knocked and entered the office. Li Xiaoming, pulled from her reverie, furrowed her brow in mild annoyance. Just as she was reminiscing about her joyful times with Liang Go, who could this uninvited individual be? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to step outside. Upon exiting, she spotted the young man stopped by the security guard, and her brow furrowed slightly. He seemed somewhat familiar. "Xiaoming, it's me," Yi Xian called, raising his hand in greeting as Li Daxua emerged. "Please address me by my full name," she replied, frowning in confusion. "Who are you?" Yi Xian's smile faltered. "I am Yi Xian. I borrowed some money from you yesterday." Li Xiaoming's expression turned contemplative as she recalled the event. Indeed, a classmate had mentioned their family's bankruptcy and sought her assistance. Out of compassion for a fellow student, she had transferred a sum of 100,000. However, she quickly found her brow furrowing deeper. Observing Yi Xian's designer attire, it was hard to believe he was on the verge of bankruptcy. Feeling deceived, her expression soured. Just then, Yi Xian's voice broke the silence. "Li Xiaohua, I heard you have a fondness for lavender. I specially went to the largest flower shop, Four Seasons Flower Sea, to purchase this for you." As he spoke, he extended the flowers towards her. "I do not like lavender," Li Xiaoming replied coldly, turning on her heel to return to the office, leaving behind a dismissive remark. Yi Xian's hand remained suspended in the air. Noticing the mocking glances from the security guard nearby, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Gazing at the lavender in his hand, his brow gradually knitted in confusion. He had been led to believe by one of Li's admirers that her favorite flower was lavender. Damn, how foolish of him to believe it. Not even knowing what kind of flowers she liked, it was no wonder he faced rejection. Chapter 53, Subjugation. The first task in the Su family courtyard. Su Liang looked with surprise at the woman before him. With a seductive oval face and fervent eyes, she exuded an otherworldly charm. Yesterday, he had not observed her closely. But today, stripped of heavy makeup, her beauty rivaled that of the leading ladies. Before him stood Yi Yuan, who had deduced part of his identity and knelt to express her allegiance. Retracting his gaze, Su Liang lifted a cup of tea, savoring a gentle sip. "What is your plan for dealing with that group of fools?" His voice was calm, yet seemed to possess an enchanting quality that pierced the heart. "In terms of martial prowess, I am no match for them. However, they are currently unsuspecting of me. A dose of poison could eliminate them all," Yi Yuan replied, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. To follow this man, she knew she must demonstrate her worth. Su Liang was indifferent to such details. He had summoned her today to address this uncertain element. There was no need to eliminate them all. Retaining some would be advantageous, as a balanced game would be far more intriguing. Observing Su Liang as he orchestrated events as if the world were his chessboard, Yi Yuan trembled with excitement. Soon, she fell into contemplation, considering the possibilities of controlling those individuals. "Fear not, I shall bestow upon you the power to command them." She suddenly looked up. Witnessing what appeared to be magic, a small metallic box materialized in Su Liang's hand. Upon pressing a switch, the box opened, releasing a plume of white mist reminiscent of dry ice vapor. Within the ethereal fog lay a vial of potion. Before she could express her astonishment, she was captivated by the appearance of the potion. Her body quivered, her eyes sparkling with intensity, as she felt a surge of desire coursing through her. "Is this a genetic serum?" That item is merely a diluted product, lacking any true comparison to a genetic agent," Su Liang remarked disdainfully, his tone laced with contempt for the highly sought-after genetic serum craved by numerous powerful figures. This particular genetic potion was unlike any other. After acquiring divine medical skills, he had infused it with additional herbs, enhancing its efficacy while ensuring it remained gentle and non-destructive to one's foundation. With this potion, Yi Yuan could effortlessly break through to the dark force level and even continue to advance further. After eliminating the leader Zhang Xiaotian, controlling the Wolf Alliance would be a mere formality. "My master, Yi Yuan is willing to be your loyal hound, ready to obey your every command." She knelt before him, her fervor unmistakable in her gaze. Upon witnessing the genetic serum, her previous suspicions were confirmed, prompting a shift in her address. A smile danced upon Su Liang's lips. With a mere thought, he activated his mind control ability. Yi Yuan exhibited no outward change, yet her gaze towards him was now imbued with even greater zeal. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, surprised by her utter lack of resistance. This indicated that she would comply with any directive, even to the point of death. Such a severe obsession had indeed warped into a twisted form. No one wishes to engage with a deranged individual. Yet, what if such a fanatic were wholly devoted to you? With power and backing, one could only anticipate the spectacular chaos she might unleash upon the world. Future days would certainly be anything but mundane. Yi Yuan took the genetic serum and, in Su Liang's presence, unhesitatingly injected herself. Immediately after, a warm sensation enveloped her, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from her, effortlessly achieving the elusive dark strength. The shackles that had previously restrained her were suddenly lifted. Yi Yuan then comprehended why the Sky Network was home to so many formidable beings. With this genetic serum and sufficient time, unifying the world would be an attainable feat. She knelt once more before Su Liang, expressing her gratitude for the gift. Rise, he commanded, his demeanor unruffled. Her breakthrough was entirely within his expectations. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, recalling the blood rose in the basement. He pondered whether introducing this madwoman to that scenario might yield unforeseen results. Follow me, assist me in training someone, he instructed, placing down his teacup and standing to head towards the basement. Yi Yuan silently trailed behind him. In the basement, the blood rose lay on the brink of collapse, yet clung to her will, refusing to beg for mercy. With a creak, the door swung open as Su Liang and Yi Yuan entered. She raised her head slightly, a sneer curling her lips. Is this all you can do? You have incited anger from the blood rose. Villain points 666. You have incited hatred from the blood rose. Villain points 555. Su Liang remained expressionless. He had instructed the Sky Network instructors to employ methods that, while perhaps inhumane, were still within the bounds of humanity. The blood rose, a top assassin with an aura of a protagonist, was far from ordinary. Aside from her initial panic, she quickly regained her composure. No matter the torment inflicted upon her, she displayed no reaction, resulting in diminishing villain points. To extinguish her protagonist aura would require considerable time. Thus, he brought this lunatic down to test her. A small whip cracked down, causing the rose to shudder, yet she held her silence. The Sky Network instructor approached Su Liang with a look of shame. Young master, perhaps you should leave for now, she sighed. Su Liang has many subordinates. She initially intended to gain greater trust by successfully completing this task. However, she was taken aback by the woman's resilience. From the moment Yi Yuan entered the room, she scrutinized the crimson rose before her. Upon hearing such disrespectful words directed at Su Liang, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in her eyes. In her heart, the master was everything, and no one was permitted to desecrate that sanctity. The rose happened to catch the gaze of Yi Yuan, and a chill ran down her spine, as if a demon had fixed its stare upon her. I leave her in your hands, Su Liang stated before departing, respectfully watching him leave. Yi Yuan slowly closed the door. This was the master's first task, and she was determined to fulfill it. There was no room for half-hearted efforts, only a firm resolve. Her gaze grew increasingly fierce and bloodthirsty, and as she looked at the rose, a wicked smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Shall we play a game? Meanwhile, at the Magic City Airlines in the afternoon, Yi Xian returned. Unsure of which flowers Li Xiaoming favored, he opted not to purchase any, instead bringing a beautifully adorned gift box. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. Halt! What is your purpose here? In the morning, he had mistaken Yi Xian for a client and had allowed him to pass, which resulted in reprimands from his superiors. We cannot let anyone through. If anything goes wrong, who will be responsible? This did not deter Yi Xian. He promptly placed an order to become an actual customer. Upon reaching the promotional department's building, he encountered Li Xiaoming, who was about to leave. Xiaoming, I have admired you since our university days, but back then, you were simply too remarkable, and I could only observe from a distance. Now, fate has granted me an opportunity, and I will not let it slip away. Will you be my girlfriend? With that, he opened the box to reveal a delicate necklace, quietly resting within, adorned with a diamond worth at least several 100,000. However, Li Xiaoming did not even glance at it. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, she turned away, leaving a curt directive. Get him out of here. I no longer wish to see him. The guard, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. It was evident that Manager Li was furious. Not daring to delay, he promptly called for several security personnel to escort Yi Xian out. Watching Li Xiaoming's retreating figure, Yi Xian felt no anger. On the contrary, his resolve to pursue her only strengthened. He deeply admired her indifference to material possessions and her lack of vanity. It was entirely reasonable that he could not win her over immediately. After all, during their 4 years of university, countless suitors had pursued Li Xiaoming, yet none had succeeded. He understood the magnitude of the challenge ahead, but he would not relent. To miss out on such an exceptional woman would be a grave misfortune. As the afternoon wore on, Su Liang had just entered the basement when a series of notification sounds echoed. Ding. The Blood Rose's mental state has collapsed. Villain points 1000. Ding. The Blood Rose is filled with terror. Villain points 1000. Ding. The Blood Rose's mind is unstable. Villain points 1000. Huh? Shueliang, filled with suspicion, focused his gaze and noticed that the fortune above the female protagonist had diminished significantly. At that moment, she cowered in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Occasionally lifting her head, her eyes were filled with terror as they darted towards Yi Yuan. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Rose's body quivered. It was as if she had found a lifeline. She summoned her last ounce of strength and ran towards Shueliang. Please, kill me. She is a psychopath, a lunatic. I cannot bear to stay with her. Yet, before she could reach Shueliang, a figure blocked her path. It was Yi Yuan. She dared not advance any further. Retreating step by step, her face a mask of fear. Master, Yi Yuan looked at Shueliang, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Like a child eager for praise after completing a task. Very well, I am quite satisfied. Shueliang extended his hand to stroke her head. Upon seeing this, Yi Yuan eagerly inclined her head forward, her face radiating the bliss of a cat being petted. Witnessing this scene, Rose's pupils constricted sharply. She could hardly believe that this creature was behaving so submissively before Shueliang, like a docile feline. Master, what must I do to be spared? She stammered. Her voice weak. This title was imposed upon her by Yi Yuan. Once renowned in the dark world, she now found herself in such a pitiful state. Nevertheless, she was desperate to avoid being alone with Yi Yuan. As long as Shueliang's demands were not excessive, she would comply. As Shueliang continued to stroke Yi Yuan's head, he scrutinized the female protagonist with curiosity, pondering what events had transpired to render the once fearless Blood Rose so terrified. Spare you? He paused, a teasing smile crossing his lips. Do you believe that to be possible? The flicker of hope that had risen in Rose's face was extinguished, leaving her feeling engulfed in darkness, her heart heavy with despair. Submit to me. Raising her gaze, she found Shueliang regarding her with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes exuding authority. Rose's complexion shifted through a spectrum of emotions, fear, humiliation, and struggle. Shueliang merely spoke of her ultimate fate, then turned his attention away from her, until he stripped her of her protagonist's halo. Even if she wished to submit, he would not trust her. Shueliang glanced at Yi Yuan, withdrawing his hand. Return to your tasks. I shall summon you when needed. Yes, master, Yi Yuan replied, sensing his hand's departure with a hint of reluctance. By the way, I have news for you. Remembering something, Shueliang continued. Xia Qingqiu has a junior named Lin Hao, who is at the pinnacle of the dark energy level. He did not confront Lin Hao directly. Instead, he conveyed this information to Yi Yuan, also to gauge her capabilities. Yi Yuan pondered this. Shueliang had already revealed the nature of the game to her. The Wolf Alliance would compete against the Star Moon Society, with the Wolf Alliance representing Shueliang. She could not afford to disappoint her master. According to her master's words, this Lin Hao fellow was indeed troublesome. If they engaged without prior knowledge, they would undoubtedly lose. However, now that they were aware, it would suffice to eliminate Lin Hao from the equation in advance. Thank you for the information, master. Go, he commanded. As she departed, Yi Yuan cast a bloodthirsty glance at Rose, causing her to tremble in fear. After handing her over to the Skynet instructor, Su Liang departed as well. He intended to review the surveillance footage to ascertain what Yi Yuan had been up to that afternoon. Inside the room, Su Liang scrutinized the monitoring video of Yi Yuan's training. Where did she procure those feathers? Blindfolded. Was this an expansion of her perception? Su Liang felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world, preparing to summon a woman to alleviate his surprise. Whose card would he turn today? His finger glided through the contact list, ultimately resting on a name, Ren Shanshan. Recently promoted to financial manager of the company, she, along with Shui Yurong and Li Wanjun, was celebrated as one of the 3 esteemed beauties of Su's group. Previously, she had gone out with Li Wanjun for an inspection of the branch, intending to return together. However, her sister, Ren Feifei, had come to visit during her break, prompting a few days of leisure before returning today. Su Liang promptly dialed her number. The call was quickly answered, her voice resonating with surprise. President, coming to find me? Without seeking her consent, Su Liang issued the summons. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. Another woman was calling. Chapter 55. As a brother-in-law, isn't it reasonable to gift presents to one's sister-in-law? As dusk approached, the remnants of the setting sun cast a golden hue across the land. Yi Xian returned to the Magic City Aviation Company. However, this time, he found himself unable to gain entry. It was Li Xiaoming who had issued the order. With no alternative, Yi Xian had no choice but to wait at the entrance. Surely, Li Xiaoming would leave work eventually? He waited for over an hour. As twilight deepened, Li Xiaoming emerged from the company's gates, prompting him to rush forward. Before he could draw near, a figure obstructed his path. It was Li Xiaoming's secretary. To be precise, she had been assigned to Li Xiaoming by Su Liang for both protection and surveillance. Her gaze sharpened. This man had appeared 3 times consecutively, enough to warrant a report. How to proceed was a matter for Su Liang to dictate. Yi Xian halted, gazing at Li Xiaoming with deep affection. Xiaoming, I'm unsure of your preferences, so I bought you this bag. I've heard that girls generally like such things. As he spoke, he presented the package, scratching his head awkwardly. It was a Chanel, valued at over 100,000, a luxury in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet, after associating with Su Liang, Li Xiaoming had come to understand what true opulence entailed. The well-known brands that once held allure now seemed commonplace to them. Real luxury was custom-made by the world's finest artisans, elevating the standards beyond comprehension. Furrowing her brow, she had initially hoped that rejecting him twice would deter his advances, yet he remained undeterred. This could not continue. Having deceived herself for 10,000, she now felt repulsed at the sight of Yi Xian. Would he persist in seeking her daily? I do not require such things, she declared, her anger tempered with elegance. Her tone icy. Yi Xian, seemingly oblivious to her discontent, maintained a sincere expression. Then tell me what you truly like. I would even pluck the moon from the sky for you. Please cease these futile gestures. How could it be meaningless? I shall not concede. I already have a boyfriend. With that, Li Xiaoming departed with her secretary, leaving Yi Xian in stunned silence. After a moment, he regained his composure and smacked his forehead. How could I have almost believed that? Li, the campus belle, has undoubtedly turned down countless suitors over her 4 years in university. How could she possibly have found a boyfriend immediately upon graduation? Surely, this is merely her excuse for rejecting others. Anyone who believes her must be a fool. Today's endeavor was unsuccessful, but tomorrow I shall persist. He refused to believe that his constant visits would eventually touch her heart. Even the most unyielding stone would soften. Seated in her car, Li Xiaoming's frustration grew. This Yi Xian was quite bothersome, having approached her 3 times in a single day. If only Su Liang were here to show him the disparity. Thus, she resolved to call Su Liang. Meanwhile, upon receiving Li Xiaoming's call, Su Liang was greeted by her sweet voice. Brother Liang, where are you? I miss you. Why not come visit me? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Playing cards was trivial, and he could easily defeat 2 novices. No, it's inconvenient for me lately. Li Xiaoming hastily shook her head. She then recalled her true purpose for calling. How had they digressed to this topic? Brother Liang, I must tell you something. There's a guy who has approached me multiple times. She recounted Yi Xian's repeated visits without reservation, even mentioning his request to borrow money. Su Liang's interest was piqued. A claim of bankruptcy while seeking financial assistance. Yet he flaunted designer brands and had spent hundreds of thousands on gifts. If this were a scheme to deceive, why would he purchase gifts for those from whom he sought money? Such behavior was hardly that of a rational individual. It resembled a character in a novel feigning bankruptcy to test the sincerity of others. This is intriguing, Su Liang mused, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. He was not yet certain and required further investigation. He intended to meet the individual in person the following day. I shall come to see you tomorrow. Upon receiving Su Liang's assurance, Li Xiaoming internally celebrated with a gesture of triumph. Su Liang was typically occupied, and it was rare for him to seek her out. So she had decided to try her luck with a phone call. To her surprise, it had truly succeeded. Yi Xian was not without merit. If he were to learn that he had confessed 3 times without any progress, only for Li Xiaoming to have a favorable impression of Su Liang as a result, one could only imagine his expression. At that moment, Su Liang was perusing information about Yi Xian. Yi Xian, male, 23 years old, resides at 67, Dongqing Street. 6 months ago, the Yi family estate was demolished. The paperwork was completed 3 days prior, with a compensation of 50 million. A day ago, Yi Xian contacted his father, requesting financial assistance under the guise of bankruptcy. Upon reading this, he was nearly certain that Yi Xian was indeed the protagonist. It seemed the main character was becoming increasingly feeble. He wondered how much fortune he might reap from him. Let us hope he does not prove too disappointing. At that moment, the sound of brakes echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a tall, graceful woman of remarkable beauty entered the room. It was Ren Shanshan. Brother Liang, she exclaimed, visibly delighted to see Su Liang. Incredible, the aloof manager in the company, who would dismiss anyone over the slightest disagreement, now reveals such a vulnerable demeanor akin to that of a young girl. Su Liang extended his hand and drew her into his embrace. Ren Shanshan offered no resistance, comfortably leaning against him. Su Liang lifted her chin. Have you missed me during these past few weeks? Of course, I've thought of you every day. She felt a touch of shyness. Yet with no one around, Their bond had already become deeply entrenched. "Oh, what exactly have you missed about me?" Su Liang casually stroked her silky hair, seemingly indifferent. "How did your outing with your sister go?" A pang of anxiety crossed her heart, and she forced a smile. "It was fine. I took her to Disneyland. And she had a great time." "Really? When will you bring her over?" "As your brother-in-law, it's only fitting that I present a gift to my lovely sister-in-law." The generous support from the esteemed individuals truly overwhelmed me, and I am eternally grateful. As a humble gesture of thanks, I wish you all longevity and an everlasting life filled with joy. Chapter 56. The joyous expression on the heroine's face. The protagonist's mindset explodes the following morning. Yi Xian arrived early at the Magic City Airlines. He couldn't enter the company just yet, so he waited outside in hopes of catching a glimpse of Li Xiaoming. He did indeed spot her, but just as he intended to approach, a gust of wind swept by, and a car drove into the company premises. Determined to showcase his resolve, he decided to wait outside for Li Xiaoming to emerge. Thus, he stood at the entrance under the blazing sun. Passers-by were drawn to him. Wow, he has such perseverance, standing there in this scorching heat. How fortunate he must be. If only I had a boyfriend who spoiled me like that. If only I had such determination, would I still be single all this time? While their words held some truth, they observed him, likening him to a dog. Ignoring the peculiar glances from those around him, Yi Xian was aware of some aspects of Li Xiaoming's character. She was beautiful and kind-hearted. He believed that in due time, she would be moved by his persistence. Surely, upon hearing of his presence, she would come out to meet him. Indeed, she finally appeared, albeit close to noon. Yi Xian was drenched in sweat, parched and exhausted. Yet, upon seeing Li Xiaoming, he felt his perseverance had not been in vain. Li Xiaoming also noticed him and furrowed her brow. "Why are you still here? I want to prove to you that my feelings for you are sincere." "Do you think you're funny?" Li Xiaoming replied impatiently. "I've already told you that I have a boyfriend. Why do you keep coming back? Don't deceive me. That's merely your rejection tactic, and I see right through it." Yi Xian wore a confident expression. Li Xiaoming was utterly speechless, disinterested in further conversation with someone like him. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. A familiar vehicle approached, slowing to a stop before her. In no time, Su Liang stepped out of the car. "Brother Liang, you've arrived," Li Xiaoming exclaimed with delight, hurrying towards him. Su Liang smiled, and with a flick of his wrist, a bouquet of lavender appeared in his hand. "I adore the lavender from the Four Seasons Floral Sea. You're the best, Brother Liang." Li Xiaoming joyfully accepted it, bringing it to her nose to inhale the fragrant aroma. "Yi Xian, is this what you mean by not liking lavender?" At that moment, he felt as if a knife had pierced his heart, the pain overwhelming. No, wait a moment. He jolted back to reality. How could it be so coincidental? He had only pursued her for a single day, and suddenly, Li Xiaoming had a boyfriend? Could it be that she had someone pretend to be her partner to dissuade his advances? Such plots were common in television dramas and novels. Just then, Li Xiaoming intertwined her arm with Su Liang's and looked towards Yi Xian. "This is my boyfriend," she declared, her face radiating happiness. Their intimate demeanor bore no resemblance to that of actors hired for a ruse. Yi Xian felt another stab in his heart. Impossible. To this day, he was unwilling to accept it. Numerous wealthy suitors had pursued Li Xiaoming throughout their university years, all met with unyielding rejection. She had shown distaste for those frivolous airs. Why, then, was she with this fellow? Was she deceived? It seemed plausible. Li Xiaoming, being relatively naive in her early career, was no match for these seasoned players. He cast a wary glance at Su Liang, who was also assessing him. With a fair complexion and average build, Su Liang had the air of a protagonist. It was not surprising. Yi Xian indeed possessed the essence of a main character. However, upon observing the aura above his head, Su Liang felt somewhat disinterested, realizing it was even less than Mu Bai's fortune. "Let us go. I'll take you for a meal," Su Liang said, retracting his gaze to look at Li Xiaoming. Sure. My relatives are visiting today. I want to eat cucumbers. Why not wait until we return home?" Ugh. Watching the two banter and laugh, Yi Xian remained rooted to the spot, feeling yet another stab to his heart. It was only when their car drove away that he snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed. He could not resign himself to giving up. He was determined to uncover the truth. If Li Xiaoming was indeed deceived, he had to rescue her from this predicament. Su Liang chose a private dining establishment, as the cuisine here suited his palate. Yi Xian trailed behind, opting to observe discreetly. Soon, he witnessed Li Xiaoming and Su Liang nestled closely together, ordering and laughing together. He even noticed the man's hand resting on Li Xiaoming's thigh, taking undue liberties. Yet, Li Xiaoming appeared oblivious, continuing to jest with him. Unable to bear seeing his beloved goddess treated this way, Yi Xian finally stood up and approached their table, only to be intercepted by a waiter. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Just then, a serving waiter passed by, and with a quick thought, Yi Xian replied, "I'm with them. This meal is on me." The waiter hesitated briefly, but upon hearing that he was treating, his expression shifted, now regarding him with the eyes of someone who recognized wealth. Thus, Yi Xian was no longer impeded, relishing a moment of the vanity that accompanies affluence. "What brings you here?" Li Xiaoming, who had been laughing with Su Liang, suddenly noticed him. Her mood instantly soured. "I came to eat," Yi Xian replied with a smile, turning to Su Liang. "Hope you don't mind if I join. This meal is on me." The meal was rather extravagant, a fact that Li Xiaoming, with her kind nature, felt compelled to mention. However, Yi Xian, with a sweeping gesture of his hand and a confident smile, declared, "I can certainly afford a meal like this." It seemed apparent to me that this fellow was not as affluent as he claimed. Even a simple dinner had caused the illustrious Li to express concern over its cost. This was a classic case of nouveau riche mentality at play. "Oh, I suppose I must thank my brother for his generosity in covering the cost of an additional pair of chopsticks." Su Liang offered a gentle smile, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. When an unsuspecting fool presented himself, he did not decline the opportunity. The table, laden with the dishes ordered earlier, likely amounted to over 200,000. He was indifferent to this sum. Rather, he was intrigued by the protagonist's manner during the settlement of the bill. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, having prepared for a strenuous negotiation, only to find that Su Liang agreed without hesitation. This made Yi regard him with a slightly more favorable eye. Li Xiaoming opened her mouth to speak, but upon hearing Su Liang's consent, chose to remain silent. Chapter 57. Toying with the protagonist. The leading lady bestows a kiss as a particular dish was presented. Li Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with delight. It was one of Su Liang's favorites. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks, intending to place it in Su Liang's bowl. Yet, he deftly evaded her, gesturing toward his own mouth. A flush crept across her cheeks. Glancing around, she finally brought her chopsticks to his lips. Yi Xian had just settled in, eager to taste the enticing dishes before him. Witnessing this scene filled him with fury. Observing Su Liang's hand wandering beneath the table only deepened his ire. He resolved not to partake in the meal any longer, choosing instead to glare at Su Liang, hoping he would restrain himself. Yet, Su Liang remained unfazed. Relishing the moment while enjoying the attentiveness of the leading lady, Yi Xian was infuriated beyond measure. Ding. Yi Xian has developed feelings of anger towards you. Villain points, 333. Ding. Yi Xian has developed feelings of hatred towards you. Villain points, 444. Before long, the meal concluded amidst Li Xiaoming's attentive service, Su Liang's indulgence, and Yi Xian's envy and resentment. "How was the meal, Brother Liang?" Li Xiaoming asked eagerly, her expression brimming with anticipation for compliments. "It was satisfactory. Let us strive for better next time," Su Liang commented before rising. "Come, I have time today to accompany you for the entire day." "Really? That is wonderful," Li Xiaoming exclaimed joyfully. Yi Xian was left dumbfounded, filled with doubts about his perception of reality. Was this truly the renowned Li Xiaoming he knew? What distinguished her from those naive, infatuated girls? Suddenly aware of Su Liang's gaze upon him, he looked up to find him smiling calmly. It dawned on him that he had indeed invited everyone for this meal. Gulp. Earlier, he had been infuriated watching Su Liang and Li Xiaoming share moments. And now he realized he hadn't even touched his chopsticks. This meant he would have to settle the bill without having eaten a single bite. Yi Xian's face darkened significantly. Before the goddess, he could not afford to lose face, so he summoned the waiter. What a coincidence. It was the same waiter who had blocked his path earlier. Upon hearing the price, Yi Xian was utterly flabbergasted. 234,000. Are you insane? Is this a robbery? The expression on the waiter's face immediately shifted as he produced the price list. The prices were clearly displayed. One could verify this for themselves. His tone turned cold. The audacity of that fellow to claim he would foot the bill without knowing the costs was astonishing. Yi Xian took a glance and felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Dragon liver and phoenix spleen, 330,000. A line of white egret against the blue sky, 240,000. Peacock flies southeast, 140,000. What were these dish names? He had never even heard of them. Observing his conflicted expression, Li Xiaoming remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "I mentioned this meal would be quite expensive. Perhaps I should cover it instead?" Feeling the scrutinizing gazes around him, Yi Xian felt a deep embarrassment. There was no way around it. Having invited this unwelcome situation upon himself, he had to see it through, tears and all. Suddenly, the sound of Li Xiaoming's voice jolted him back to reality. How could he allow the goddess to pay? Without hesitation, he took out his phone to scan the payment code. Watching as over 20,000 of the 1 million given to him by his father for bringing home a daughter-in-law vanished in an instant was excruciating. What pained him even more was that he hadn't even tasted a single bite of that extravagant meal, making him feel as if he could choke on his own frustration. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but look down upon Su Liang for making a woman pay for a meal. This only solidified his belief that Su Liang was a fraud, and that Li Daxiwa had been deceived both financially and romantically. Ding. Yi Xian's spirit wavered. Villain points 555. After settling the bill, Yi Xian glanced at the remnants of the meal on the table and noticed that Su Liang and Li Xiaoming were already heading outside. He could only follow, heart heavy. Were it not for the peculiar glances from the waiter and the need to protect Li Daxua, he would have devoured those dishes worth over 20,000 himself. He had never indulged in such luxury before, and now it felt like a missed opportunity. Thus began Yi Xian's true torment. At Li Xiaoming's suggestion, the two of them ventured to an entertainment complex, with Su Liang trailing behind, seemingly unfazed. After all, free villain points were too good to pass up. They paused in front of a claw machine, where Li Xiaoming inserted a coin and attempted to grab a prize. Oh, it's so difficult to catch. Why don't you give it a try, Lianggu? After several unsuccessful attempts, she grew a bit disheartened, shaking Su Liang's arm in frustration. The subtle contact sent Yi Xian into a fit of rage from afar. Su Liang smiled gently, taking her hand to demonstrate how to operate the machine. Li Xiaoming felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Su Liang's public display of affection made her feel immensely happy, almost lost in the moment. With a triumphant click, a toy fell into the chute. It's out! It's out! Li Xiaoming exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Su Liang appeared entirely at ease. With his prowess as a master, he possessed an exquisite control that rendered any machine's flaws negligible. Noticing her excitement, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Since I taught you how to catch it, shouldn't there be a reward? Li Xiaoming, without a second thought, stood on her toes and pecked him on the cheek. Their relationship was anything but ordinary, and such a gesture felt completely natural to her. Yet, from a distance, Yi Xian stood frozen, feeling as if his heart had been pierced multiple times. The heart of Ding Yeshuan ached like a knife, as the villain's value soared to 666. After Su Liang captured another doll, Li Xiaoming exclaimed, Brother Liang, you're the best. She was not greedy. 2 dolls sufficed, and she was eager to move on to the next attraction. Soon, she found herself captivated by the arcade motorcycle. Despite her image as a good girl at home, a pure schoolflower at school, and a cool manager at work, she secretly craved a touch of excitement. For instance, when she was with Su Liang, she sometimes suggested looking at herself in the mirror, feeling a flutter of excitement, yet she lacked the courage to initiate it. Sensing her thoughts, Su Liang smiled and offered, "Want to play? I'll lead the way." Huh. After conquering the arcade motorcycle, the two of them ventured into other games. The afternoon slipped by quietly. Su Liang relaxed, while Li Xiaoming reveled in joy, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yeshuan trailed behind, his heart filled with frustration, feeling as if it had been pierced through with countless wounds. The villain's value ascended to 888. Chapter 58, a service from the female lead. The protagonist's mindset shattered. That evening, Su Liang and Li Xiaoming returned to her home. Yeshuan attempted to follow, but was blocked by a car. He recognized it as Su Liang's driver. At that moment, he realized that Su Liang had long been aware of his presence, treating him merely as a jester for his amusement. Infuriated, Yeshuan slammed his hand down on the rented Lamborghini's steering wheel. After a moment, he quickly checked for any damage. This car was not inexpensive, and he could not afford to pay for any repairs. At Li Xiaoming's home, she exclaimed, "Brother Liang, thank you for accompanying me. I had such a wonderful time today." Her happiness radiated through her smile. Su Liang lounged on the sofa, his expression playful. "Thanking me is not enough. Actions speak louder than words." While fiddling with his phone, he pondered how to deal with the protagonist. A thought crossed his mind. Wasn't the plan to feign bankruptcy to test the loyalty of relatives and friends? It would be intriguing to see how they would react upon discovering the truth about the Yeshuan family. Without hesitation, he composed a message and sent it out. The orders were given, and the rest would be handled by his subordinates. At that moment, Yeshuan's third uncle, the brother of Yeshuan's father, was enjoying hot pot and singing in his newly purchased home. Suddenly, a notification pinged. He casually picked up his phone to glance at it, only to be left in stunned silence. His wife nudged him, asking what's wrong. "We incurred a massive loss," he replied, promptly sharing the contents of the message with her. The Yeshuan family had 4 members, and during the division of assets, the eldest, second, and third decided to move out, leaving the fourth to care for the elders and keeping the house. Now, with the old residence being demolished for 50 million, they would receive nothing. "Isn't that frustrating?" he lamented. "Wait, wasn't the fourth family declared bankrupt?" His wife suddenly interjected, noticing a crucial detail. "Is this truly bankruptcy? It seems they have struck it rich." The third uncle's resolve crumbled. Watching others prosper was more painful than his own losses. "Is he testing us? We did not lend him any money." Yet later, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his wife's eyes. "Damn, it must be so. I will inquire with my brothers." Third uncle couldn't sit still and hurriedly picked up the phone to call. Upon inquiry, it became evident that among our relatives, only a few had lent money to Father Yi. He also disclosed the matter of the old residence being demolished for 50 million to them, which incited their fury. "We considered you family, And yet you dared to test our sincerity? What do you take us for? Most of those who were furious had not lent money. Some who did lend genuinely regarded Father Yi as family, and upon learning the truth felt utterly betrayed, realizing it was merely a test. A profound chill enveloped everyone. Immediately, they began calling to confront him. Old Fourth, your actions are rather unprincipled, are they not? You have become wealthy, yet you feign poverty to test us. What a farce. Yi Laosi, I can hardly believe we are related. Are you truly so fearful that we might borrow money from you? I once felt sympathy for you. I must have been blind. Let us cease all contact henceforth. The Yi family, with Father Yi receiving call after call, was left in utter disbelief. They had not anticipated that their ruse would be uncovered. Hearing relatives declare their intention to sever ties and cease all communication sent him into a genuine panic. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yi Xian entered. Seeing his father in a daze, he couldn't help but inquire, Dad, what is wrong? Our testing has been discovered, and now those relatives wish to cut ties with us, Father Yi replied. Yi Xian was equally bewildered. Humans are social creatures. Communication is essential. Even if he had intended to test their intentions, it was merely to refrain from offering assistance when they sought help in the future. He had never contemplated severing relations entirely. Suddenly, his phone rang. Yi Xian picked it up to find it was his childhood friend. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Upon answering, he was met with, Oh, so this is how you treat our 20-plus years of brotherhood? If you no longer consider me a friend, then let us not keep in touch. With that, the call ended abruptly. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. This time, it was a classmate. Xiangu, do you still need money? My house burned down, but if you need it, I will immediately send you the money for moving bricks. He recalled that this classmate had borrowed money before, and the latter had said they were too busy to talk further due to the fire. Unexpectedly, a significant reversal had occurred. His feeling of dread intensified. How did you find out? Yi Xian, not foolish, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Find out what? Stop pretending. How did you know about my family's demolition? Well, I saw it online. You must believe me. I was genuinely at home when the fire broke out. Before he could finish, Yi Xian had already hung up and rushed online. Shocking. 50 million demolition, using bankruptcy as a pretext to test friends and family. Is it a degradation of morality or a distortion of human nature that this family, upon acquiring wealth, has turned against their relatives and friends? The exposure of this situation online has garnered significant attention, and as Yi Xian perused the barrage of news accompanied by his photograph, his hands trembled slightly. Before long, a flurry of calls inundated him, each one a demand for explanation. Exhausted, he ultimately switched off his phone, refusing to answer any calls. Father and son sat on the sofa in silence, exchanging no words. On the other side, after finishing her morning routine, Li Xiaoming felt somewhat weak but was reluctant to succumb to sleep. She cherished every moment spent with Su Liang. Nestled in Su Liang's embrace, she scrolled through her phone, only to be met with a slew of trending topics. The news spoke of individuals who, after receiving substantial compensation from a demolition, exploited bankruptcy to borrow money from relatives and friends, testing their loyalty. What do you think of this news, Lianggu? She inquired, tilting her head to gauge Su Liang's perspective. I only glanced at it, Su Liang replied with a faint smile. The rapid ascent of these headlines to trending status was orchestrated by him. Li Xiaoming rolled her eyes, intrigued yet troubled as she delved deeper. The information presented felt oddly familiar, and upon closer inspection, she realized that it was Yi Xian. No wonder he had been sending flowers and gifts. His family had received a windfall of 50 million. Wait, hadn't he borrowed 100,000 from her? Was she now entangled in this drama? Her expression soured. Isn't that your classmate? Su Yang feigned surprise. I have no such classmate, Li Xiaoming retorted, her mood worsening with this mention. She regretted lending him that 100,000. She resolved to reclaim it. Chapter 59. A lesson revisited the following morning at the Yi household. The living room was shrouded in smoke. Father and son had spent the night in silence, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Faced with relatives and friends severing ties with them, they felt utterly lost. Yi Xian was in a state of panic, this predicament far beyond his expectations. Realizing that this situation was untenable, he powered on his phone. As soon as it booted up, the phone rang, startling both of them. Yi Xian had intended not to answer, but upon seeing Goddess on the caller ID, he felt compelled to pick up. Return the money I lent you. Li Xiaoming's voice was icy, devoid of pleasantries. Xiaoming, let me explain. The call ended abruptly, leaving Yi Xian in a state of humiliation from being toyed with by Su Liang, compounded by the shock of the news exposure and an entire night of fatigue converging upon him. He slumped onto the sofa, utterly dejected and lost. The tension in Dinjiexuan. Villain value 999. Ye's father gazed at his son, who appeared lost in thought, and felt a pang of disappointment, regretting his decision to heed Yi Xian's unreliable advice. Setting aside other concerns, he decided to rest, seeking clarity of mind. After a sleepless night, He needed to rejuvenate his weary body. Yi Xian, too, returned to his bedroom in a daze. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Thus, he opened his computer to peruse the news. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Upon clicking it, Yi Xian was taken aback. Days earlier, in a fit of excitement over his family's impending relocation, he had invested in several stocks. After several days of neglect, he discovered that each had risen significantly. His initial investment of merely 100,000 had surged to 300,000. A thrill coursed through him, dispelling his earlier despondency. His eyes now gleaming with fervor. Having some knowledge of stock trading due to his studies, this was his first foray into the market. In just 2 days, he had profited a staggering 200,000. Was this the fabled intertwining of misfortune and fortune? Or was it possible that he had an innate talent for trading? A thought suddenly struck him. What if he invested more? If he put in 1 million, wouldn't he stand to gain 3 million? However, he refrained from acting impulsively. Choosing instead to experiment further, he decided to invest the remaining 500,000 in his account, combining it with the previous 300,000 to form a total of 800,000. His drowsiness dissipated as he delved into the stock market, brimming with excitement. What did it matter if he severed ties with relatives and friends? With wealth, he would not fear a lackluster life. Moreover, he perceived a glimmer of hope in winning back his beloved Bai Keitang. Since the traditional Chinese and Western medicine exchange conference, Bai Keitang had become immensely popular. With a steady stream of patients seeking treatment daily, the number of practitioners had increased, and the staff was perpetually busy, caught in a whirlwind of both toil and satisfaction. Yet, they noted a peculiar change in their manager. Under normal circumstances, with the rise of traditional medicine, Chen Jinjia should have been elated, but instead, she maintained a perpetually stern demeanor. She sequestered herself in her office, rarely seen by others. Occasionally, one might find her standing by the window, lost in melancholy. What a handsome man. Is he here for treatment as well? Oh no, I'm feeling butterflies. I long to be close to him. I'll offer 10,000. Who can help me obtain his contact information? Humph, I would even pay 100,000. A sudden figure appeared in the hall, capturing everyone's attention. The staff at Bai Keitang recognized him as a friend of their manager and promptly led him upstairs. Meanwhile, a girl ascended to inform Chen Jinjia. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, she called, furrowing her brow in irritation. Didn't I say not to disturb me? I do not wish to see anyone. Breathless, the girl replied. Young Master Su has arrived. With a soft thud, the pen in Chen Jinjia's hand fell onto the table, leaving a faint mark as she stood up in a surge of excitement. Where is he? Realizing her lapse in composure, she gradually sat back down, striving to regain her tranquility. Since the last time she treated the mother of Su Liang as companion, the two had not crossed paths for 3 days. Initially, she felt a profound sorrow, believing herself deceived in matters of the heart. Yet, Su Liang had not sought her out, prompting her to reflect on his virtues. He had appeared in her moments of despair, aiding her in the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, teaching her various acupuncture techniques, and helping her fulfill her aspirations. Gradually, she found herself justifying Su Liang's actions. After all, everything had been voluntary. He had never claimed to be without other women. Moreover, their relationship had never been defined as romantic. At that moment, the impact of Su Liang's previous strategies became evident. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped again. Chen Jinjia snapped back to reality, and before she could invite the person in, the door swung open. Only that bold individual would dare. As expected, Su Liang's familiar silhouette entered. The girl who had acted as a messenger winked at her master, casting a flirtatious glance before discreetly exiting and closing the door behind her. Su Liang smiled as he took in the sight of the woman he had subjected to a few days of cold indifference. Chen Jinjia was engrossed in an ancient medical tome. She sat quietly, a beam of sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating the pages of the book. The scene was picturesque, yet the fact that she held the book upside down revealed her turbulent emotions beneath the calm facade. How? Am I not welcome? The sudden voice beside her startled her, causing her to flinch. Su Liang had approached unnoticed, a playful expression adorning his face as he regarded her. She realized her mistake with the book and, blushing, turned her face away. In truth, after coming to a realization, much of her anger had dissipated. Otherwise, she would not have kept the bodyguards Su Liang had assigned to protect her close at hand. Nevertheless, she still harbored a slight resentment and was reluctant to engage with him. However, the words that followed sent her into a state of alarm. What can you learn from reading? Perhaps I should teach you acupuncture instead. Contemplating this, she decided that if it was a gesture of gratitude, it must be sincere. Thus, she would release her reserves and once again express her heartfelt thanks for the support she had received. Chapter 60. The protagonist's golden finger? Su Liang swiftly subdued the situation. Throughout the day, Su Liang remained by Chen Jinjia's side, imparting another new acupuncture technique to her. He was acutely aware of her emotional state, fraught with uncertainty and self-doubt. His presence was the source of her security. That evening, Su Liang remained invigorated, leaning against the headboard as he perused the information that had arrived that day. He had already watched the video concerning the blood rose, which explained why Qin Jinjia had appeared somewhat drained. This was due to the night kite's visit earlier, which had significantly raised the antagonist's value. The time to harvest her fortune was drawing near. Lin Hao had been unusually calm lately, refraining from causing any disturbances. Notably, the night kite was preparing to take action against the upper echelons of the Wolf Alliance. It seemed that tomorrow would bring another thrilling spectacle. Su Liang's attention was captured by a message regarding another protagonist, Yi Xian. Upon realizing that he was the protagonist, he found himself under constant surveillance, monitoring his daily life and whereabouts. Today, Yi Xian remained at home, seated in front of his computer, engrossed in some activity. Through a hack, it was discovered that he had been engaged in stock trading. A shocking event unfolded as nearly all of Yi Xian's investments surged in value. An initial investment of 800,000 in the morning had already doubled to 1,600,000. Su Liang pondered thoughtfully. Could this be the protagonist's hidden advantage? Previously, he had harbored doubts, considering this protagonist to be far inferior to the previous two. Claiming a windfall of 50 million from property development seemed plausible for an ordinary person, but what justified his status as the protagonist? Surely, there must be some extraordinary advantage at play. It now appeared that his hidden talent lay predominantly in stock trading. Su Liang held no interest in this. With his influence, a mere word from him could stir the stock market, leading countless individuals to financial ruin. Suddenly, a thought arose. Su Liang smiled. He devised a plan to deal with this protagonist. If he sought to alter his fate through stock trading, then so be it. Not only would he allow Yi Xian to trade, but he would also lend support to help him profit even more. Stock trading is akin to gambling. When he becomes deeply engrossed, it will mark the beginning of his despair. In the Yi household, Yi Xian sat before his computer, excitedly watching the stock market data. He had not slept for 2 days and nights, yet fatigue eluded him. He had come to realize that he was indeed a prodigy in stock trading. Virtually every stock he invested in had yielded profits. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw his stocks surge once more, experiencing a significant rise. His total assets nearly doubled again, reaching 3 million. Ha! Yi Xian laughed heartily, pausing only to catch his breath. Su Liang, just you wait. I will make you aware of the consequences of toying with me. Xiaoming, I will come to rescue you soon. His eyes brimmed with confidence. Unbeknownst to him, a script targeting him was slowly unfolding. The following day, Lin Hao emerged from his rented room, making his way to the Starry Night Bar. Cast out by Qin Jinjia, he was left penniless. This accommodation had been arranged for him by his senior sister, Xia Qingqiu. The price he paid was that he now assisted at the bar. Xia Qingqiu had also informed him of the game Su Liang intended to play. Su Liang would not participate, believing himself invincible. Lin Hao eagerly anticipated the day he could confront Su Liang, itching to slap his face with reality. He confidently assured his senior sister, "Don't worry. I've got this. There won't be any surprises." Observing his self-assured demeanor, Xia Qingqiu felt slightly relieved, but still cautioned him to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. As he walked along the street, thoughts of soon confronting Su Liang made Lin Hao smile uncontrollably. The skies had cleared, the rain had ceased, and he felt invincible. At that moment, an elderly man approached him. Lin Hao paid him no mind, but as they brushed past each other, the old man stumbled toward him. Instinctively, Lin Hao reached out to assist, but the old man fell to the ground. To onlookers and cameras alike, it appeared that Lin Hao had deliberately pushed the elderly man. Lin Hao stood there, bewildered. Upon glancing at his hands, he felt as though a mere touch could topple him. When had he become so formidable? Suddenly, the old man clutched him tightly, and a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. "Help! Someone has been murdered." The young man has no sense of honor. He is bullying the old man. "My back is broken. I'm dying," Lin Hao thought at that moment. He could no longer deny that he had fallen victim to the infamous scam of feigned injury. He attempted to shake the old man off, only to find the grip even tighter than he had anticipated. Furrowing his brow in irritation, he exclaimed, "Let go. I did not push you. You're still arguing. It was you who pushed me," the old man retorted vehemently. Lin Hao, exasperated, replied, "Who can attest to that? I pushed you? Who would believe such a claim?" Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, aggressively pointing a finger at Lin Hao. As he emerged, several others joined him in corroborating the old man's accusation. The bustling street, filled with passers-by, quickly became a gathering of onlookers, drawn by the commotion. Is it true? An elderly man was pushed? What has become of our society, devoid of morality? How can one bully an old man in broad daylight? Murmured the crowd. I suspect this is a scam. Have the elders turned wicked, or have the wicked simply aged? While a few individuals opted to call the authorities, the majority remained indifferent, eager for the spectacle to unfold. With the pressure of life weighing heavily upon them, they were reluctant to pass up an opportunity for entertainment. A group of young individuals began to harangue Lin Hao, their insults growing increasingly fervent. Are you even human? How old is that grandfather? How could you stoop so low? Hurry, are you foolish? Take him to the hospital. Do you want to fight? Come at me. If you don't, you're cowardly, a young man challenged, his fists clenched. Lin Hao's expression darkened, his eyes glinting dangerously as he faced the provocation. This was a request he had never encountered before. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch, instantly leaving the young man bruised and battered. Seeing their companion injured, the others charged at Lin Hao, but their fate was sealed as they too fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Even when the old man attempted to bite him, Lin Hao subdued him effortlessly. He resembled a warrior of legend. The spectators were left in awe of his prowess. Where did this fierce individual come from? Does he not know we live in a society governed by law? He strikes with such ferocity. Does he not fear the police? Lin Hao relished the expressions of shock around him, contemplating his departure when suddenly, several police cars screeched to a halt. They were attempting to con me. I was merely defending myself. Whether it was self-defense will be determined after we conduct an investigation, the officers replied. Ultimately, Lin Hao, along with the group of young men and the old man, was taken away. As he sat in the police car, memories of the dimly lit interrogation room and the cruel policewoman sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, at the nightclub of Wolves, one of the subordinates was reporting the events to one of the 4 vice leaders, Night Kite. Upon hearing the report, a glint of bloodlust flickered in her eyes. Indeed, all of this had been orchestrated by her design. The scheme to provoke Lin Hao into a confrontation, leading him to retaliate and subsequently get apprehended, was devised with a focus not on the act of provocation itself, but on the repercussions of Lin Hao's violent response, particularly his assault on an elderly individual, which complicated matters significantly. Even if the ruse were uncovered, Lin Hao would still find himself incarcerated for several days, and by the time he emerged, the game would have concluded. This plan was conceived after Su Liang revealed Lin Hao's capabilities, a crude yet effective strategy. If one possesses strength that cannot be undermined covertly, then a direct approach is warranted. Chapter 61. The Dawn of the Wolf Alliance's Overhaul. Is everything arranged? Yi Yuan inquired, her gaze piercing as she addressed her subordinate, exuding an aura of cold authority. Everything is set. Under the pretext of a meeting, we have summoned the higher-ups of each faction. They are currently en route and should arrive before 7 this evening, the subordinate reported, his voice trembling with fear, reflecting the harsh treatment they had previously endured from this vice leader. The twisted fervor she exhibited instilled dread, rendering them nearly breathless. Excellent. You may leave now. Ensure that their families are closely monitored. Act upon my command. Yi Yuan instructed dismissively, her indifference palpable. Had it not been for Su Liang's insistence on minimizing the Wolf Alliance's losses, she would have simply eliminated the issue without hesitation. Monitoring their families served as a means of control. Compliance would lead to a semblance of peace, while defiance would reveal her ruthless nature. Su Corporation, President's Office. Su Liang sat leisurely in his office chair, perusing his mobile device. His secretary, Shui Yurong, hesitated as she reported on various matters. He had just received word of Lin Hao's arrest and surmised the clandestine machinations orchestrated by Yi Yuan. It appeared she possessed a modicum of intelligence. Is it set to commence tonight? Su Liang inquired, raising an eyebrow. He had intended to visit Lu Ruolin, but, unable to attend in person, decided to arrange a private live stream instead. Meanwhile, Yi Xian found himself ensnared deeper in his venture. Having secured $3 million from his father to invest after a lucrative day in the stock market, he was now lost in dreams of surpassing Buffett as the new stock market prodigy. Su Liang smiled, welcoming the impending storm. The Star and Moon Society Xia Qingqiu had also received news of Lin Hao's arrest, and upon grasping the situation, she felt a heavy weight in her heart. It was evident that a plot had been orchestrated against Lin Hao to prevent his participation in the forthcoming game. Initially, she suspected Su Liang's involvement, but upon investigation, found it was the Wolf Alliance behind it. Yet, it seemed Su Liang had informed them of Lin Hao's existence. Representing the Wolf Alliance, Su Liang would not permit Lin Hao's formidable capabilities to persist. Although aware of Su Liang's treachery, Xia Qingqiu felt disappointed in Lin Hao. She had urged him to exercise caution, yet he had encountered trouble almost immediately. Determined to advocate for Lin Hao's release, she attempted to arrange for his bail, only to be thwarted by the Wolf Alliance. With a heavy heart, she realized that her success now rested solely on her own shoulders. She had to win, otherwise, submission to Su Liang would leave her uncertain of her fate. 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Liang arrived at the residence of Lu Ruolin. At that moment, he was seated on the sofa, gazing at the tablet before him, which vividly displayed the scene from the headquarters of the Wolf Alliance. According to the scheduled gathering, everyone had arrived punctually, congregating in a grand hall that showcased the upper echelons of the alliance. Each individual called forth was a figure of considerable renown in the underworld. "Brother, you summoned us. Is there something amiss?" inquired a hall leader who had been called back. Indeed, brother. Who would dare provoke our wolf alliance? Are they courting death? Another voice chimed in. It must be the Xingyue society. They seem to be tired of living. The first speaker's words seemed to open floodgates, and a cacophony of discussions ensued. Brothers, listen to me, the alliance leader, Zhang Xiaodian, began, prompting silence among the high-ranking members. This demonstrated the considerable influence wielded by their leader. Satisfied, Zhang Xiaodian continued, it is not the Xingyue society, although they have risen swiftly. They are not yet worthy of our concern. The reason I convened you all is twofold. First, it has been a while since we last gathered as brothers. At this, everyone perked up, aware that the crux of the matter was approaching. Secondly, someone has expressed a desire to subjugate the Wolf Alliance, brazenly suggesting we serve as their hounds. I ask you, will you acquiesce to such a demand? Upon utterance of these words, the countenances of all present, save for a few who understood the context, turned ashen. Who dares utter such insolence? I see them courting death. Brother, tell me who it is. I shall take a few brothers and obliterate him immediately. The crowd's anger surged, as it had been some time since they had acted, and the world seemed to have forgotten the might of the Wolf Alliance. The hall erupted in a tumult of voices, filled with indignation. Yi Yuan observed the fray with a cold gaze, the aura of lethal intent nearly escaping his control. When the game concludes, you shall all meet your demise. Seeing the crowd's rejection of such subservience, Zhang Xiaodian felt a sense of satisfaction and gestured for calm. He is Su Liang, the eldest scion of the Su family. To safeguard against retaliation, we must remain vigilant. It is prudent for everyone to exercise restraint and temporarily set aside certain business ventures. His words left the high-ranking members in stunned silence, many of their faces reflecting shock. They had not anticipated that the individual whom the Wolf Alliance had offended was none other than the eldest heir of the Su family. The Su family was a formidable entity, the foremost among the 4 great clans of Magic City, with extensive influence in military, political, and commercial spheres. How could they possibly contend with such power? Yet, some were undaunted and boldly proclaimed, the Su family? If we offend them, so be it. The Wolf Alliance fears no one. Even the Su family does not possess the right to demand our servitude. Observing the shifting expressions of the crowd, Zhang Xiaodian continued. There is no need for such pessimism. The Su family's influence is gradually shifting towards the imperial capital, and we need not fear them. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The Wolf Alliance has been entrenched in Magic City for 2 decades and has yet to fear anyone. His words sparked a chorus of agreement. Brother speaks true, let us confront them. The Wolf Alliance does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it. The Su family is not so formidable. After all, why should they hold themselves in such high regard? With his objectives accomplished, Zhang Xiaodian exhaled in relief. If the ire of the masses were to be ignited due to offending Su Liang, even he, the shadowy leader, would struggle to maintain order. Fortunately, these individuals still possess a fierce spirit, and none of the anticipated concerns materialized. He immediately turned his gaze towards one of the 4 vice leaders, Yi Yuan, who was responsible for the banquet. Following this, it was time to indulge in sumptuous food and drink and engage in lighthearted banter. A subtle smile graced Yi Yuan's lips as she began to orchestrate the logistics of serving dishes and pouring wine. Observing this, Zhang Xiaodian felt an inexplicable tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. He shook his head, dismissing the thought as mere paranoia. The hall was abuzz with merriment, toasting and boasting filling the air. However, this bliss was short-lived. Suddenly, one person's complexion changed dramatically, and their body collapsed involuntarily. Someone had poisoned them. With the first individual succumbing, it triggered a domino effect, causing a succession of high-ranking officials to fall, including Zhang Xiaodian and 3 vice leaders. Wait, why were there only 3? Chapter 62, the show goes on. Is the name of the master something you dare to utter? Among the 4 vice leaders, why were only 3 affected by the poison? A question surfaced in everyone's mind. Soon, Yi Yuan stepped forward to clarify their confusion. Greetings to all, hope you are well. After removing her heavy makeup, she appeared even more enchanting, her smile captivating. Yet, at that moment, no one in the hall found her smile alluring. Instead, it sent chills down their spines. Yi Yuan, what have you done to us? One vice leader shouted in fury. Did you not realize? I have poisoned you all. Yi Yuan replied with a devilish grin. Zhang Xiaodian, consumed by rage, wished he could annihilate the woman before him, but he was powerless to act. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. This entire gathering of high-ranking officials had been proposed by Yi Yuan. Everything had been meticulously plotted by her. He furiously demanded, why have you done this? Why? Yi Yuan seemed to murmur softly before her tone turned icy. Blame yourselves for your lack of discernment. The master allowing the Wolf Alliance to serve as dogs was a privilege, yet you fools rejected it, leaving the master feeling humiliated. When the master is humiliated, you must pay the price. Her face bore a maniacal expression, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. What? Upon hearing her words, everyone was momentarily stunned. But once they regained their composure, their fury erupted. To serve as a dog is a privilege? This is outrageous. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaodian made a startling connection, his pupils narrowing. You are Xu Liang's person? Slap. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap. Zhang Xiaodian, weakened by the poison, could not react in time and was sent flying. The chilling sound of her voice echoed in everyone's ears. Is the Master's name something you can utter? The sharp crack of her slap silenced the previously raucous hall, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. What just happened? They witnessed Yi Yuan effortlessly strike Zhang Xiaotian, a master of hidden strength, who commanded respect and fear within the Wolf Alliance. Now he had been soundly slapped. It felt as though their very faith had been shattered. She is also a master of hidden strength. Someone exclaimed in shock. It was then that the crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The speed at which Yi Yuan erupted earlier was so astonishing that it left them bewildered, undoubtedly reaching the level of profound mastery. As a searing pain radiated from his face, Zhang Xiaodian was consumed by rage. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire. That slap had been delivered without restraint. He spun in midair for 720 degrees before crashing to the ground and rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, his face was swollen grotesquely, his teeth nearly shattered, presenting a rather gruesome sight. The physical agony was secondary. It was the unusual gazes surrounding him that drove him to the brink of madness. However, Yi Yuan paid him no heed. Instead, she procured a chair and sat down, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. According to my intentions, all of you who dare to defy the master should perish. Yet, the master, recognizing that you still hold some value, has granted you an opportunity to survive. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in dissent, each one raising their voices. Having ascended to the upper echelons of the Wolf Alliance, they were all more ruthless than the last, true werewolves in their own right. How could they possibly endure this? Feel free to kill or maim. If I so much as frown, I one T bear the surname Deng. Years ago, I single-handedly wielded a blade, cutting my way from the south to the north, and then back again without so much as blinking. Li Gu, were your eyes dry back then? Is that the crux of the matter? As they remained defiant, Yi Yuan anticipated their reaction, her smile growing ever more sinister. By the way, during your meal, I feared for the safety of your families, and thus dispatched someone to keep an eye on them. If you doubt my words, feel free to call and inquire. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes towards Yi Yuan filled with dread. In the underworld, nothing was more taboo than involving family in conflict. Whether it be a clash between factions or internal strife, matters were settled through strength, never at the expense of loved ones. Now, it seemed Yi Yuan implied that their families had been taken hostage. Should they refuse to comply, their families would suffer the consequences. The crowd could no longer remain seated. One by one, they hastily contacted their relatives. The results were uniformly alarming. Someone was indeed watching. What do you mean, Yi Yuan? Family should not be involved in such matters. Are you defying the rules of the underworld? One individual shouted in frustration. The noise was unbearable. Yi Yuan frowned, a pistol appearing in her hand. With 3 swift shots, she fired without hesitation. The man was struck thrice, collapsing to the ground with a look of fury etched upon his face as he died. Concurrently, Yi Yuan made a call elsewhere. Kill. Now, I am in charge of the Wolf Alliance. Who is in favor and who is against? Perhaps due to the recent killing. She radiated an aura of lethal intent that was deeply unsettling. Even they, as werewolves, could not help but feel a chill of fear. Who among them was not afraid? Resistance would not only lead to their own demise, but their families would also face annihilation. It appeared that only one path remained for them. Submission. I am in favor. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Soon after, one by one, others chimed in. I too am in favor. The Night Alliance leader is a master of profound strength. She rightfully deserves to lead this alliance. Witnessing this, Zhang Xiaodian trembled with anger not far away, casting a fierce glare at the crowd. In his heart, he vowed that once he regained his strength, he would ensure that this treacherous lot would pay dearly. You are quite remarkable, yet I harbor doubts about you. Night Yin chuckled, drawing forth a dagger. With a delicate flourish, the dagger was plunged directly into the table. She then pointed at Zhang Xiaodian. Now, each of you must stab him once, and you shall survive. The crowd gasped. Zhang Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Night Yin's demand. In the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Brothers are akin to limbs, while women are but garments. Zhang Xiaodian is their elder brother. To betray him invites scorn, let alone to plunge a knife into him. Should they proceed, they would be bound to secrecy, lest they meet a grim fate. Thus, they would remain puppets, forever unable to reclaim their autonomy. This was precisely the outcome Night Yin sought. Nearby, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes gleamed with menace. As he plotted his revenge, he was rendered speechless by her words. With so many present, each one stabbing him would surely lead to his demise. In that instant, his gaze toward Night Yin was fraught with fear and a plea for mercy. You have 30 seconds to deliberate. If you do not act within that time, you shall perish alongside him. A sanguine smile graced her lips as she initiated the countdown. Not long after her declaration, someone made a choice. A figure, laboring with great effort, rose slowly and approached Zhang Xiaotian, extracting the dagger from the table. Standing before him, a fleeting glimmer of shame crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. He raised his hand and drove the blade into Zhang Xiaotian's flesh. Poisoned and struck by Night Yin, he was devoid of strength, forced to witness the unfolding horror helplessly. One individual led the charge, and soon others followed suit. They approached, withdrawing the dagger and plunging it in, one after another, until every person in the hall had taken their turn. Ultimately, the once renowned leader of the Wolf Alliance lay dead, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Apologies for the late update, dear readers. I wish to complete this segment of the narrative, for otherwise, you might express dissatisfaction, accusing me of fragmenting the story. I truly fear the day you wield blades, vanquishing those who dissect tales. Chapter 63. The fish is hooked, the net is ready. A game of life and death on another front. Su Liang set down his tablet. This riveting spectacle had not disappointed him. His greatest delight, however, was in Night Yin, capable, cunning, and above all, astute. He was quite satisfied with his first acquisition of a slave. The sound of a door creaking open announced Lu Rulin emerging from the bedroom. She had just returned from the office, and to her astonishment, she beheld the one she had longed for, Su Liang. An expression of surprise and joy flashing across her face. When Su Liang offered to take her for a stroll, she hurriedly changed into casual attire. Hand in hand, they strolled through the summer night streets, enveloped by the serenade of chirping insects. Lu Rulin radiated happiness, her hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, feeling a surge of gratitude towards the child within her. Had it not been for the unexpected pregnancy, Su Liang would not have altered his demeanor towards her, nor would he have shown her such tender care. The following day, Su Liang returned to the Su family estate. The fortunes of the Blood Rose were nearing completion. By summoning Night Yin today, he anticipated the final harvest. It must be said that she possesses an extraordinary talent for training others. Just after disembarking from the vehicle, a message arrived, causing Su Liang to raise an eyebrow. It indicated that Yi Xian had surreptitiously transferred 10 million from his father's account, investing the entirety into the stock market. Why the secrecy? Yi Xian had previously approached his father, expressing his intention to engage in a surefire investment, only to be met with refusal. Observing the rapid multiplication of funds in his account each day brought him considerable anguish. If only he had a bit more capital. He recalled Su Liang's humiliation towards him. The goddess remained deceived and manipulated. Ultimately, he resolved to act boldly and transferred the funds himself. Knowing his father's account password made this an effortless task for him. At worst, he would surprise his father once he turned a profit. After investing all the money into the stock market, Yi Xian began to feel a surge of anticipation. His uncanny knack for trading was indeed undeniable. According to reports from his subordinates, even without the machinations behind the scenes, Yi Xian could still achieve daily profits, albeit not as substantial. The bait had been set. It was time to reel in the catch. Su Liang immediately issued commands for his team of traders to spring into action. These individuals typically targeted major corporations and even foreign treasuries, their operations often beginning at billions. They found Su Liang's request to harvest from a mere few million retail investors somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, harboring their doubts, they executed the orders faithfully. In the Yi family, Yi Xian remained fixated on the stock market as usual. Initially, the rise of the stocks he had purchased did not surprise him. They were gradually climbing. However, it wasn't long before those stocks plummeted at an alarming rate, quickly hitting the limit down. Yi Xian was taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a scenario. Momentarily at a loss, he hesitated about withdrawing his investments when, astonishingly, several stocks began to rise once more. Their ascent was rapid, nearing their previous positions. Yi Xian felt a sense of calm wash over him. His hands steadied, and a smile graced his face. How could the stocks he selected possibly decline? Even if they dipped, they would surely rebound, perhaps even surge dramatically. He had experienced similar fluctuations before. Yet, his smile abruptly faltered as the stocks plunged again, reaching new lows. Yi Xian, undeterred, had no intention of exiting the market. He simply hoped for another rise. Unfortunately, the stocks continued their descent. Just as he contemplated withdrawing, a miraculous recovery occurred. Any seasoned investor witnessing this scene would undoubtedly discern the manipulation at play. Yi Xian had unwittingly stepped into a trap. Indeed, he resembled a gambler blinded by desperation, clinging to the hope of recouping his losses. Each time despair threatened to engulf him, the stocks would offer a glimmer of recovery, igniting a flicker of hope. The rhythm was perfectly orchestrated, oscillating between hope and despair. Su Liang's traders were top-tier experts, adept at manipulating human emotions. They executed their strategies with finesse. After instructing his subordinates, Su Liang ceased to intervene, confident that they would handle the situation adeptly. What? They failed. Then what use were they to him? He summoned the tea set and commenced the art of brewing tea. His proficiency in the tea ceremony was nothing short of divine, a talent that had been rewarded to him through the exploits of a female protagonist, thus becoming one of his side endeavors. With deft movements, he placed the tea leaves and warmed the cups, each action fluid and harmonious, as if he were one with the cosmos. His demeanor exuded grace and amiability, captivating all who beheld him. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Yuan had arrived, and upon seeing the pot of tea prepared, she quickly assisted in pouring it. You should take a look at that blood-red rose. Su Liang raised his teacup, gently swirling it, his gaze calm as he surveyed the vibrant scene before him. Indeed, my lord, Yi Yuan replied, departing for the basement. She surmised Su Liang's intent to completely shatter the woman's psyche. She vowed not to disappoint her master. In the afternoon, Su Liang descended into the basement. Ding. The blood-red rose's mind has collapsed. Villain points 1000. Ding. The blood-red rose's mentality has exploded. Villain points 1000. Yi Yuan's methods of training were undeniably effective. The luck of this female assassin protagonist had nearly depleted. Yet, this was only the beginning. No matter what tactics she employed now, her fortune could not diminish further. Su Liang contemplated this, realizing that dissipating the protagonist's aura was not a trivial task. It would require a more profound stimulus. It was time to engage her in a game of life and death. Having learned of the blood-red rose's identity, he had been orchestrating her capture, and preparations were now complete. He instructed Yi Yuan to select an outfit for her and bring her forth as he exited the basement. Arriving at the private golf course, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an intangible aura of authority. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black cloak, shrouded by a mask, emerged before him. Kneeling on one knee, the cloak bore a pattern reminiscent of a spider's web, the emblem of the heavenly net, symbolizing the vastness of the world ensnared within its grasp. The cloaked figure regarded him with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Master. From this address, it was clear he was an assassin of the heavenly net. Su Liang's gaze was profound as he replied coolly, bring them forth. The game is about to commence. Chapter 64. Su Liang's sinister intent. The protagonist's mind shatters. Before long, several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners were brought before him. Their attire and demeanor revealed them to be affluent, entitled youths, each exuding an air of arrogance, still oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. My father is an oil magnate. I advise you to release me, or when my father arrives, you shall all perish. My father is a senator. Do you dare to apprehend me, risking an international incident? They boasted of their formidable connections, each introduction more intimidating than the last. However, neither the heavenly net assassins nor Su Liang paid them any heed. Why bother with the bluster of those destined for demise? When the blood-red rose was escorted to the golf course by Yi Yuan, she found the commotion familiar. It soon dawned on her, a year prior. These individuals had been pursued by an assassin, and she had fortuitously crossed paths with them, intervening to save them from their fate. How could they possibly be here now? Once again, the thought crossed her mind that Su Liang was the master of the Skynet, so encountering these individuals was hardly surprising. She found herself plagued by a foreboding sense of dread regarding Su Liang's intentions. Seated comfortably, he propped his head with one hand, observing the group with keen interest. Night Kite, ever perceptive, approached from behind to offer a massage. Let us engage in a game, he proposed, a game entitled Self-Introduction. In essence, it entails you presenting yourselves in detail. Should your accounts deviate from my gathered information? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, and the expressionless Skynet assassin beside him lifted his handgun, aiming it at the group. As they beheld the dark muzzle of the weapon, the realization dawned upon them that the situation was unsettlingly dire. Unlike the robbers they had previously encountered, this group seemed devoid of any intent to extort ransom. The young individuals began to panic, on the verge of voicing their concerns when Su Liang interjected. Now, let the game commence. You shall begin. He gestured casually at a young man with a blonde crew cut, faced with the threat of a gun pointed at him. The young man stammered but mustered his courage to speak. My father is an oil tycoon. Just state your demands, and I will have him wire the money immediately. Such a waste of time. Next, Su Liang interrupted impatiently before the young man could finish his plea. The others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A cloud of crimson erupted as the head of the oil tycoon's son exploded, blood and brain matter splattering onto those nearby. In shock, the remaining individuals stood frozen, unable to fathom that these people would dare to pull the trigger. The gruesome sight proved too much for some, who succumbed to nausea. Panic set in. Their wealth meant little against the possibility that these individuals sought nothing more than to derive amusement from their demise, treating it as a mere game. Crimson Rose felt a surge of compassion and yearned to intervene, yet she recognized her powerlessness in the face of such brutality. Turning her gaze away, she resolved not to witness any further. As Su Liang's finger landed on another individual, fear washed over him, and he hastily began his introduction. I am Mike, 25 years old. My father is a senator. He remembered Su Liang's demand for a detailed account and began to reflect on his childhood. At 5, I pushed the neighbor's child down the stairs. At 8, I poured acid on the nanny. At 13, I assaulted the new housekeeper. At 18, I became infatuated with a classmate. At 23, I developed an obsession with young girls. As he recounted his sordid history, Crimson Rose stood aghast, disbelief etched across her face. She had intervened previously, saving individuals from a similar torment, only to discover that one among them was so depraved that calling him a demon would be a gross understatement. Su Liang maintained a placid demeanor, leisurely enjoying Night Kite's massage. Your memory is commendable. However, you made an error. The number of young girls you assaulted is not 12, but 13. The young man's face contorted with terror as he opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, a bullet shot forth. Bang! In an unexpected turn of events, his head too erupted in a gruesome display, blood spraying into the air. The remaining individuals trembled, their faces ashen and devoid of color. The two who had just been slain were among the most powerful in their circle of privileged young men, yet they had been ruthlessly gunned down without mercy. Each one of them was psychologically shattered. As Su Liang pointed, one of them quivered uncontrollably and ultimately complied by introducing himself. Once the introductions were complete, Blood Rose stood in stunned silence, her mind a void. It became evident that the madness was not confined to Mike alone. The entire group was similarly deranged. They had even established a club, and the number of innocent girls they had tormented was unfathomable. Yet, she had rescued them, rendering herself an accomplice to their heinous acts. This was in stark contradiction to her lifelong pursuit of justice, causing her profound inner turmoil. At that moment, a playful voice echoed in her ear. By the way, I have a piece of news. I wonder if you wish to hear it? Without waiting for her response, Su Liang continued. The assassins who pursued them were hired by a family they had victimized, who spent their last savings to seek vengeance, demanding their torture and demise. You truly are a virtuous savior. He emphasized the word virtuous with a sardonic tone. Su Liang clicked his tongue and proceeded, after you rescued them. They exterminated that entire family and hosted several gatherings. Noticing Blood Rose's body tremble and her face contorted in anguish, Su Liang smiled slightly. Indeed, his intention was to destroy her spirit. He did not possess an in-depth understanding of the female protagonist archetype, but from Blood Rose's actions, he discerned a certain obsession, an obsession with justice. It would be unjust to claim she was in the wrong. They were the protagonists, undeniably righteous. Yet, there was an inflexible quality to her, a singular-mindedness in doing what she believed to be right, akin to a hero who intervenes when witnessing injustice. For instance, upon seeing these individuals being pursued, she had unhesitatingly come to their aid, unaware that she had saved a band of villains. Surely, upon realizing that her actions had not only failed to promote goodness but had instead aided the wicked, her faith would suffer a severe blow. Ding! Blood Rose's mentality has shattered. Villain points, 1000. Chapter 65, Submission. Blood Rose, willing to devote everything to her master. The game continued with Su Liang wearing a faint smile as he waved his hand. The remaining individuals were escorted away, and another group of 7 or 8 was brought forth. This new assembly comprised both men and women. Unlike the previous group of arrogant young men, these individuals appeared fearful and apprehensive, as if they were aware of the nature of their captors. Indeed, they too traversed the shadowy realms and were familiar with the enigmatic organization known as the Skynet. This network was shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the true visage of its assassins, only legends surrounding them. They donned masks and were cloaked in dark robes adorned with intricate spiderweb-like designs. The expressions of the 8 individuals before Su Liang were filled with terror. It was highly likely that these people were the very assassins of Skynet. Upon realizing they had been ensnared by the most enigmatic and terrifying web of darkness, fear gripped them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Surrounding them were the assassins of the Celestial Network, every individual too apprehensive to breathe, quivering in trepidation. They also caught sight of Su Liang beneath the shade of a nearby tree. Witnessing the cold-blooded assassins of the Celestial Network show such deference to the young man sparked a chilling conjecture in their minds, the master of the Celestial Network. A shiver ran down their spines at the thought. If each assassin was so formidable, one could only imagine the power of the master who commanded them. A notion almost beyond comprehension. Gradually, as the atmosphere calmed, the Blood Rose noticed them. She recognized these 8 individuals, all of whom she had previously saved. A wave of anxiety surged within her, a profound unease taking hold. Subsequently, Su Liang articulated the rules of the game. The group, terrified of repercussions, confessed everything without reservation. It turned out that all 8 were international fugitives, notorious even within the shadowy underworld, having emerged from a nefarious organization known for their heinous acts of arson, murder, and theft. As their tale unfolded, the Blood Rose felt her composure shatter once more. Ding. The Blood Rose's spirit collapses, villain value, at 1,000. Once their confessions concluded, Su Liang commanded their removal, ushering in a new group. This time, an elderly couple was brought forth. The old man appeared amiable, while the woman bore a gentle visage. No one would suspect that this seemingly benign couple were, in fact, traffickers who had abducted hundreds of children. The Blood Rose's mental state crumbled entirely, for she had once been a victim of such vile individuals, harboring an intense loathing for them. To her horror, she realized she had inadvertently saved the very people she despised, allowing them to continue their malevolent deeds. One after another, batches of individuals were presented, all of whom had committed grievous wrongs, yet had been spared by her. Finally, the last to be brought forth was a beggar youth, who turned out to be a murderer and dismemberer. The Blood Rose felt numb, lost in a haze. Her once unwavering belief in justice was beginning to shatter. Observing the scene, Su Liang deemed it sufficient and snapped his fingers. Subsequently, the individuals who had been taken down were brought back up, assembled together for the next phase of the spectacle. Su Liang's countenance bore a mocking expression as he surveyed the multitude of faces below him. Now, I present you with a chance, he declared, gesturing towards the Blood Rose. Whoever slays her shall have the privilege of survival. As his words hung in the air, a long knife and a handgun were tossed into the crowd. By sheer coincidence, the handgun landed at the feet of the beggar youth, who quickly scooped it up. Hailing from a land of freedom, he was no stranger to firearms, and recalling Su Liang's words, he wasted no time in aiming and firing at the Blood Rose. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, all wildly off mark, revealing his lack of precision. The Blood Rose regained her senses and found herself under the gaze of a throng of crimson-eyed spectators, regarding her as prey. She could scarcely fathom the situation. Though coerced by Su Liang, she had saved them, yet their unhesitating aggression left her heart cold. Another gunshot echoed, and instinctively, the Blood Rose evaded the incoming fire. Not merely a gunshot, but a figure brandishing a long knife charged towards her. Initially, she evaded, but gradually, her gaze transformed. The inhumane torment she had endured over the past few days, the revelation of being an accomplice to the villains, and the crowd's intent to kill her unleashed a torrent of negative emotions. No longer would she flee. If these people sought her demise, she would retaliate. A top-tier assassin remains formidable, even after days of suffering. These individuals were no match for her prowess. The Rose had succumbed to madness. Within mere minutes, she dispatched all foes, standing amidst a sea of corpses. At that moment, she was drenched in blood, resembling a deity of death risen from the depths of hell. A round of applause erupted. Su Liang stood, clapping, for the blood-soaked Rose did indeed embody the protector he had envisioned. With a cold visage, she fixed her gaze upon Su Liang, her murderous intent palpable. Yet, Su Liang's smile remained unfaltering, a hint of amusement dancing on his features. I forgot to mention, some of the words uttered by these individuals were scripted by me. Not all were heinous criminals. Take, for instance, that young beggar. He was a wealthy heir masquerading as a vagrant to experience life. Indeed, he had been assaulted by thugs, so you did not err in your judgment. Boom. It was as if her mind had exploded. What had she heard? Among those she had slain, some were not criminals? Did this imply she had taken the lives of innocents? The Dragon Slayer had become the very dragon she sought to vanquish. The unwavering sense of justice she had clung to shattered in an instant. Ding. The blood-soaked Rose's mentality has shattered. Villain points 1,000. Ding. The blood-soaked Rose's faith has collapsed. Villain points 1,001. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. The villain points had surged by 1,001. Had they reached their peak? In his view, the fortune that had once hovered above Rose dissipated entirely. Just as her spirit crumbled, Su Liang activated his mind control ability. Brush. It was as if nothing had transpired. Yet everything had irrevocably changed. The blood-soaked Rose gradually lifted her head, her expressions of anguish, conflict, and regret vanishing. In their stead surged fervor and devotion. Step by step, she approached. Nightingale furrowed her brow, stepping forward to position herself before Su Liang. The current state of the blood-soaked Rose emanated an intense sense of threat and oppression. However, Su Liang raised a hand to halt her, smiling as he regarded the approaching crimson figure. Upon reaching him, she knelt upon one knee, bowing her head. The blood-soaked Rose is willing to offer everything to her master. Su Liang appraised this submissive protagonist, now no longer fitting the role of a hero. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Red Attire, serving as my personal bodyguard." The support from the esteemed ones was overwhelming. He bowed deeply in gratitude, once more beseeching their assistance. As long as my little brother lives, I shall strive relentlessly. Chapter 66. The Personal Bodyguard Unveiled. A wealth of lottery rewards. The attire she selected was a striking red garment, suggesting a particular fondness for the hue. Su Liang did not consider this a mere whim in naming her. Yes, master, she replied. Rise. The blood-soaked rose, henceforth known as red attire, obediently stood beside him, exuding respect. In a stance reminiscent of a bodyguard, she was the result of a system lottery. It could be said that she inherently belonged to this world, merely finding him under the system's influence. Although having him tame her felt somewhat unfair, it undeniably exuded the essence of a personal protector. Beside her, Yi Yuan wore an envious expression. To be a personal bodyguard, to remain by Su Liang's side, was an immense honor. While envy lingered, her greater anticipation lay in earning Su Liang's trust. Previously, she had yearned to follow someone as formidable as Su Liang. After these days of commanding the Wolf Alliance, she reveled in the thrill of controlling his life and death. Everything she possessed was bestowed by Su Liang. A mere flicker of displeasure from him could lead to its withdrawal, prompting her to strive even harder for his favor. It is noteworthy that Su Liang had not rendered them emotionless puppets that would strip away much of the enjoyment. They retained their own thoughts, with Yi Yuan's peculiar tendencies remaining intact. The character of Blood Rose, however, had changed after a series of setbacks, leading her to retreat into herself. Her once unwavering sense of justice had diminished. Now, regardless of who it was, should Su Liang command her to act, she would do so without hesitation. With the personal bodyguard now in place, Su Liang found himself in a good mood. Immersed in the system, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his villain points had silently surpassed 40,000, largely thanks to contributions from the red attire. Curious about his luck today, he commanded the system to initiate a lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of cleansing elixir. Cleansing elixir. A bottle contains 10 pills, purging impurities from the body and enhancing innate qualities. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This reward was quite commendable. It is widely acknowledged that the optimal time for martial training is during childhood. As one matures, shaping one's innate abilities becomes exceedingly challenging. With the cleansing elixir, such concerns are alleviated, providing comprehensive enhancement of one's physical constitution. He had undergone the system's cleansing, endowing him with qualities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, allowing him to transcend boundaries without hindrance. Even his subordinates, the Skynet assassins, despite their high potential and the influence of genetic agents, remained trapped in the transformation stage. If they were to consume the cleansing elixir, would they break through? Su Liang mused, regrettably noting that he possessed only one bottle. As for giving the cleansing elixir to Yi Yuan and red attire, he had no immediate plans for that. Their future performances would determine his decision. Continuing with the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of youth elixir. Youth elixir. A bottle contains 10 pills, granting eternal youth. No further explanation was necessary. The 4 words eternal youth sufficed to illustrate the rarity of this elixir. If auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price, with countless women clamoring for it. Naturally, Su Liang would not engage in such foolishness as auctioning an invaluable treasure. Only a fool would undertake such an action. With this powerful asset in hand, he began to contemplate which heroine to pursue. It seemed fortune favored him today, as both items were priceless treasures. He proceeded with another draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a Desert Eagle handgun modified. Golden Desert Eagle, infinite bullets, infinite magazines, with power akin to armor-piercing rounds, exclusively for host use. In the next moment, a Desert Eagle handgun appeared in his grasp, its surface gleaming golden under the sunlight. The handgun was evidently modified, exuding an imposing and formidable presence, undeniably striking in appearance. Regrettably, it held little utility for him. Despite its enhancements, it was only capable of dispatching those at the level of dark energy, posing a mere threat to those at the initial stage of transformation energy. Most adversaries could be easily managed by the red robe, and even the ones that posed a challenge could be dealt with using a single hand. Su Liang was not one to complain. After all, in a world teeming with protagonists, eliminating a few ordinary ones was hardly a daunting task. Continue. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a reward, recruitment of a special talent. Talent recruitment. Summon a special talent who will be 100% loyal to the host. Su Liang's eyes sparkled with interest. This was not merely a blood-red rose influenced by the system, which required his subjugation. This was a genuine death warrior. After several months, death warriors had finally resurfaced, and this one was indeed a special talent. Previously, he had subdued a female protagonist, resulting in a recruitment offer for 100,000 death warriors, which truly solidified his standing in this world. 100,000 loyal subordinates warranted the formation of a power structure. particularly with the genetic agents and the anticipated rise of the heavenly network within 6 months. Without hesitation, Su Liang immediately utilized the special talent recruitment. Upon reviewing the summoned individual's information, his expression turned intrigued. It turned out to be a biology professor, automatically assigned the identity of the youngest academician in the 9 continents. He primarily engaged in research within the field of biology. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had been clandestinely investigating human genetics, delving into the forbidden realms of humanity. He had achieved significant breakthroughs in human genetics, but was unable to conduct experiments due to restrictions. However, this posed no challenge for Su Liang. He could simply send him to the Black Continent Research Institute. Surely, the institute would achieve even greater results with his arrival. Not only could they research genetic agents, but the rewards of the cleansing elixir and the beauty elixir could also be explored. Who knows what surprises might arise? In the Yi family's bedroom, Yi Xian stared at the computer with red-rimmed eyes. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a catastrophic plunge in the stocks he had purchased. Upon investigation, he discovered that those companies had declared bankruptcy, leaving his account devoid of funds. This meant he had not only lost his initial millions, but also the additional 10 million he had stealthily transferred from his father's account. If his father were to learn of his extravagant losses, he would surely be infuriated. At this moment, Yi Xian was consumed by disbelief. The sheer improbability of several companies collapsing simultaneously was akin to winning the lottery. He resolved to reclaim what he had lost. Like a gambler ensnared in desperation, he fixated on the dwindling funds remaining in his account. Chapter 67. After all, he is a protagonist. Let us not have him perish so soon. 3 days passed, and Su Liang continued to reassure the other women, each of whom adored him fervently. Who could blame them for being enamored by his unrivaled strength? As he boarded the vehicle for the old street, Su Liang announced their destination. Tonight marked the commencement of his game with Xia Qingqiu, and he was determined not to miss the spectacle. The red robe obediently drove ahead. Ever since she had taken on the role of his personal bodyguard, all others had been dismissed. Having her by my side is sufficient. If necessary, I can summon those others back at any time. Xu Yang's gaze flickered momentarily as he retrieved his phone to peruse the reports from his subordinates regarding Yeshuan. It is rather unfortunate for a protagonist to meet such an untimely demise. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yeshuan sat before his computer, his eyes bloodshot and shadowed by dark circles. His hair was disheveled and greasy, and his countenance appeared utterly haggard. He had not slept for 3 consecutive days and nights. Fixated on the fluctuations of the stock market, in this moment, he stared vacantly at his account balance, which had plummeted to 0. During these 3 days, he had transferred several million from his father's account into the stock market, only to lose it all. The gravity of his folly weighed heavily upon him. He had squandered millions in mere days. A sudden chill coursed through him, and his body trembled slightly as he envisioned the consequences of his actions. If his father were to discover that the millions from the demolition had been entirely depleted, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a forceful rapping echoed against his bedroom door. His father's anxious voice rang out. Xiaoxian, open the door. The money in my account has vanished. Did you transfer it? Yeshuan jolted awake, staring at the incessantly pounding door as if it were a monstrous force. He felt too terrified to respond. Outside, Ye's father continued to knock, growing increasingly worried, ready to break the door down, believing something terrible had occurred. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a weary Yeshuan, startling his father. What has happened to you? His father inquired urgently. Father, Yeshuan called out, his voice rough and hoarse. What on earth has transpired? Please do not frighten me. Seeing his son hesitate, Ye's father grew even more alarmed. After struggling internally, Yeshuan realized he could no longer conceal the truth. What did you say? Ye's father stumbled backward, his expression one of disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. You mean to say you invested all the money in stocks? And lost it all? Yeshuan nodded, a pang of guilt coursing through him. Ye's father gasped in shock, blood spewing from his mouth as anger surged within him. You, he stammered, pointing an accusing finger at Yeshuan, words failing him. He felt rage boiling over, overwhelming his senses. A wave of dizziness struck, and he collapsed to the ground. No one could fathom the torment he had endured in recent days. Following Yeshuan's suggestion to test his relatives and friends, he had faced disdainful and mocking gazes from many. There was contempt, ridicule, cold laughter, and scorn. Even a stranger's glance on the street felt like a derisive sneer. The pressure he faced was immense. Anxiety gnawed at him. Fortunately, the millions in his account provided a semblance of comfort. Having wealth instilled a sense of security, but now, his beloved son had suddenly revealed this calamity. Your money has all been squandered by me. Now, they have truly become a source of ridicule. Father, what is wrong? Upon witnessing his father spitting blood and collapsing, Yi Xian was thrown into a state of panic. 2 hours later, Yi Xian emerged from the hospital room, the doctor's diagnosis revealing a case of acute distress. Fortunately, it was not a serious matter, but hospitalization was required for a period of time. Yi Xian was engulfed in overwhelming guilt. Everything was his fault. Had it not been for his ill-conceived scheme to test people's hearts, there would not be a single relative willing to visit him now. These were the same relatives who had previously been willing to lend money to his family. Those who had refused to lend to him were not ones he dared approach. If it weren't for his financial losses in stock trading, his father would not have been driven to such a state. The more he pondered, the deeper his feelings of remorse and regret grew. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced the air. Yi Xian picked it up, his brow furrowing in discontent. The caller ID revealed it was his third uncle. He was well aware of this uncle's character. Despite being quite affluent, he would not lend a single penny. Though displeased, he still answered the call. "Xian, I heard your father is in the hospital. Has anything happened? If you need assistance, just let me know," came a voice from the other end, tinged with a hint of flattery. "No," Yi Xian replied impatiently, preparing to hang up. Suddenly, an idea flickered in his mind, and he said, "It's nothing serious, just that we are a bit short on funds lately." Upon hearing this, his third uncle raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. Who was unaware that Yi Xian's family had recently received 50 million from a property redevelopment. How could they be short on money so soon? Clearly, this was yet another attempt at probing. He had thought that after the last failed attempt to borrow money, their families would cease to communicate. To his surprise, another opportunity had presented itself. Resolving to seize this chance, he smiled and said, "Short on funds? You should come to me. Although my own circumstances are tight. As relatives in need, I must lend my support. How much do you need? I will transfer it to you right away." Yi Xian was taken aback. He had only intended to probe, never expecting his uncle to genuinely offer assistance. His spirits lifted as he tentatively replied, "The more, the better. Ideally, around 1 million. His uncle frowned at the mention of 1 million. It was no trivial sum for him. Lending that amount would mean his own family would have to endure a difficult period. However, after a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that given Yi Xian's family had just received 50 million, they would not be coveting his modest contribution. He had heard from other relatives that the loans they had extended to Yi Xian's family had all been repaid. Thus, after a moment of hesitation and a firm resolve, he decided to transfer 1 million to Yi Xian. As the notification of 1 million arriving illuminated his screen, Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement. It was not merely the sum that thrilled him. He had seen millions before, but rather the glimmer of hope for a resurgence. Having secured 1 million from his third uncle, he began to wonder about the support he could garner from other relatives and friends. If he could amass 10 million and reinvest it into the stock market, surely he could effortlessly recover all that he had lost. As for the possibility of incurring further losses, he had already identified the root cause. Previously, he had acted impulsively. This time, he vowed to exercise utmost caution. Chapter 68. The protagonist's unfounded confidence. The curtain rises on a dramatic scene. With this thought, Yi Xian once again began to seek financial assistance from relatives and friends. "What? Brother Xian, are you in need of money? Ah, how fortunate. I happen to have some spare cash on hand. Lending it to you is no trouble at all. After all, we are family," one relative responded. "Xiao Xian, this is a small token of affection from your third aunt. I hope you do not think it insufficient. If you need help, feel free to reach out to your third aunt and uncle. We are relatives, and it is only natural to support one another." Borrowing money again. Testing the waters for a second time, are we? Just because you've struck it rich with the redevelopment project, what is there to boast about? An hour passed as Yi Xian called and messaged various relatives and friends. Unlike the previous time when he managed to borrow only a few tens of thousands, this time he amassed over 9 million in total. Almost all those who had previously declined to lend him anything were now willing to help. However, those who had lent him money last time were far fewer this time around. A bitter taste filled Yi Xian's heart. He was no fool. He understood the underlying differences in their willingness to assist. It was only those who had initially agreed to lend him money that were truly close to him. Perhaps, in the future, those ties would grow weaker. Despite the substantial sum he managed to borrow this time, each lender harbored their own motives. Yet, he remained indifferent. He intended to use this money to recuperate his losses. With only a few 100,000 left to reach the 10 million mark, Yi Xian perused his friend list, hoping to secure a bit more. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a name, the goddess. After a moment's reflection, he composed a message and sent it. "Xiao Meng, could you lend me a bit more money? I will repay you soon." However, as soon as he pressed send, a red exclamation mark appeared. Yi Xian was taken aback. He realized he had been blocked by Li Xiaomeng. After scouring his friend list once more, he ultimately found himself unable to gather the remaining funds. He couldn't help but think of his home and the small factory his family owned. If he were to mortgage it, he could undoubtedly secure 1 or 2 million. The thought tempted him. His primary goal was to raise capital. The more he had, the greater his potential earnings and the faster he could recover his losses. He held a certain confidence in his ability to trade stocks. Previous setbacks were merely accidents. He had not given them the careful consideration they warranted. In the future, He would exercise utmost caution and would surely recover every penny. People often cling to a sense of hope when they cannot foresee the final outcome. Much like a certain author who, despite facing failure, continues to console themselves with the belief that perseverance is essential. As night fell, the vibrant nightlife of the bustling metropolis came alive, with red, yellow, and green lights illuminating the night sky. Unlike the busy thoroughfares of the prosperous city center, there existed a district where shadows were scarce after dark. Here, the residents adhered to an early bedtime, not solely to prepare for the early shift the following day, but also because wandering the night could indeed be fatal. The city was tightly regulated, and gangs dared not cause trouble within its bounds. Thus, this area became a battleground for gang rivalries, duels, and violent clashes. As night descended, an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the air, prompting residents to secure their doors and retire early. Indeed, the atmosphere was peculiar, for a gang confrontation was imminent. Tonight, the Wolf Alliance and the Star Moon Society would face off, determining who would reign supreme in the underworld of the metropolis. Every gang clash inevitably claims countless lives, all stemming from Su Liang's whimsical idea of a game. As both factions assemble, numerous underlings wielding machetes and steel pipes converge. From a high-rise, Su Liang observes the unfolding chaos with a leisurely glass of red wine in hand, relishing a massage from his bodyguard, clad in red. Red. Shall we wager on the outcome of this game? It seems intriguing, he muses, raising an eyebrow at the figure before him. Regardless of victory or defeat, the master remains the true winner, Red replies with unwavering diligence. How dull, Su Liang scoffs, resuming his engrossed gaze towards the scene below. On the side of the Starry Moon Society, the president commands, "What are we waiting for? Let us charge forth and annihilate the Wolf Alliance. The sooner we finish, the sooner we disperse. Those wolves? We shall reduce them to mere dogs today. Indeed, let them witness the might of the Starry Moon Society. Once we vanquish the Wolf Alliance, we will claim our rightful place as the leaders." A throng of underlings brandishes their weapons, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to engage in a fierce battle. Yet, unlike their fervor, the leader, Xia Qingqiu, bears a heavy heart. She is unafraid of merely confronting the Wolf Alliance. Though its members are fierce, having lived in comfort for the past 20 years has dulled their resolve. The spirit that once defined the werewolves, how much of it remains now? Her concern lies with Su Liang. During this time, she has taken the initiative to learn about him. His demeanor, calm and unruffled, suggests that he holds everything within his grasp. His willingness to bet against her indicates he will not remain passive. He must be plotting something in the shadows. This battle will be arduous, and she must exert every effort. Otherwise, both she and the entire Starry Moon Society shall find themselves subjugated beneath Su Liang's feet. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Wolf Alliance, a similar fervor brews. However, as Xia Qingqiu anticipated, the mid to high-ranking members, having enjoyed 2 decades of ease, have lost their fighting spirit. They long only for a peaceful twilight. Yet today, they are compelled to embrace their inner wolves once more and engage in combat with the Starry Moon Society. Even at the cost of their lives, they are driven by the coercion of their new leader, who has taken their families hostage. Fight with all your might, or face dire consequences. Should they lose this clash, their lives, along with their families, will become forfeit. Truly, what madness, for Su Liang's victory. Their lives hold no value. The mid to high-ranking members are left with no choice but to win. Defeat is not an option. Under the suffocating threat, their once dwindling werewolf spirit reignites. With a command from the new leader, the Wolf Alliance launches the first assault, charging towards the Starry Moon Society with fervent eyes. Thus, a gang clash commences. Chapter 69. The game concludes. The Queen of the Underworld has succumbed, paying the price of submission. The Wolf Alliance has launched an offensive. Yet the Star Moon Society refuses to yield, charging forward with weapons raised. The total number of combatants exceeds 1,000, creating a scene reminiscent of a miniature battlefield. The cacophony of battle cries, screams, and wails intertwines, painting a gruesome tableau. Upon hearing the clamor of conflict outside, the residents of the old street tightly shut their doors, trembling beneath their blankets. Soldiers clash, generals confront one another. The high-ranking members of both the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance engage in fierce combat. With each exchange, the members of the Star Moon Society grow increasingly astonished. They realize that their opponents are fighting with reckless abandon, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses themselves. Naturally, the leaders of both factions are embroiled in combat. With a resounding clash of metal, they momentarily part ways. Xia Qingqiu, gripping her Tang Dao, feels her hand tremble slightly, her heart filled with shock. She had not anticipated the formidable strength of the newly appointed leader. With a steady breath and solid foundation, this individual bore no resemblance to someone who had just broken through to the dark energy level. Xia Qingqiu was aware of the leadership change within the Wolf Alliance. Initially, She had felt a sense of relief, believing that the abrupt change would lead to chaos, thereby diminishing their strength. Yet, witnessing the Wolf Alliance's relentless slaughter now, it was evident that their power had not waned. Rather, they had grown even stronger. This newly enthroned leader was no ordinary foe, matching her prowess while exuding a wildness and bloodlust that sent chills down her spine. Amidst her astonishment, there was a flicker of gratitude. Had Night Kite not revolted to seize power, the Star Moon Society would have faced certain doom. Before she could ponder further, Night Kite charged at her once more, brandishing a mountain-splitting blade with astonishing speed. Xia Qingqiu found herself unable to evade, raising her weapon in defense. The blades clashed, sending sparks flying. The force of the strike left Xia Qingqiu's hands feeling weak. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened as she delivered a powerful kick to Night Kite's abdomen. To her surprise, Night Kite did not dodge, absorbing the blow. Despite the internal urge to unleash her dark energy, Night Kite seized Xia Qingqiu's foot and flung her away with great force. Xia Qingqiu crashed into the wall, nearly unable to extricate herself. Her expression turned icy, the weight of her predicament deepening. Before her stood Night Kite, a veritable maniac, engaging in a brutal exchange of injuries. The two continued to trade blows for several more rounds. Both sustained injuries, yet outwardly, Night Kite appeared to be more severely wounded, while Xia Qingqiu merely looked somewhat disheveled. Taking advantage of a brief moment, she glanced around. Both sides had suffered casualties among their subordinates. Observing her fallen comrades, Xia Qingqiu's expression darkened. This stalemate could not continue. They would inevitably be worn down. A swift resolution was imperative. With her thoughts racing, her gaze hardened. She grounded herself, launching forward like an arrow towards Night Kite once more. As the two resumed their fierce duel, Xia Qingqiu suddenly spotted a flaw in Night Kite's defense and swung her blade down decisively. In a split second, Night Kite twisted her body to evade the strike. Though she managed to evade a fatal blow, she was still struck in the abdomen, the blade slicing through flesh. Just as Xia Qingqiu began to revel in her success, she caught a glimpse of the sinister smile on Yi Yuan's face from the corner of her eye. A sudden chill gripped her heart. A profound sense of danger surged within her as she witnessed Yi Yuan's swift movement, the blade now aimed directly at her throat. The strike came too swiftly, too unexpectedly, leaving her no time to retract her Tang sword. It seemed that only one outcome awaited her, death. In that moment, Xia Qingqiu finally comprehended the truth. Yi Yuan had not revealed a flaw. Rather, she had intentionally exposed herself. A deep sense of dread enveloped her. This person was truly reckless. As the long blade drew closer, Xia Qingqiu's heart unexpectedly steadied. Just as she braced herself for the inevitable, the sword halted mere centimeters from her neck. Xia Qingqiu stood in stunned disbelief. At that instant, Yi Yuan switched the grip on her weapon and struck a pressure point on Xia Qingqiu's body. Instantly, a wave of weakness washed over her. She was left devoid of any fighting spirit. Yet, confusion lingered in her mind. Why? Yi Yuan had fought fiercely for the opportunity to deliver that strike. That blow could have easily ended her life. Why had it not fallen? You are the master's prey. How could I ever harm you? Yi Yuan remarked, tearing a strip of cloth from her pant leg to bind the wound and staunch the bleeding. When she mentioned the master, an expression of reverence and fervor graced her features. Xia Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to a complex mix of emotions. She understood precisely who the master was, none other than Su Liang. She recalled Su Liang's previous words. In that moment, it dawned on her why Yi Yuan had refrained from striking her despite having several opportunities. Even now, she bore little injury. It became evident that she was spared because she was Su Liang's quarry. In retrospect, perhaps she owed Su Liang a debt of gratitude. Xia Qingqiu couldn't help but smile wryly. With her defeat, this gang conflict reached its conclusion. The subordinates on both sides continued to clash. But the mid to high-ranking members of the Xingyue society were filled with trepidation. They felt as though they were facing not mere adversaries, but wild lunatics, each seemingly willing to throw their lives away. As the battle drew to a close, the upper echelons of the Wolf Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. Had the fighting continued, lives would indeed have been sacrificed. Come with me. The master wishes to see you, Yi Yuan said, approaching the dazed Xia Qingqiu with a calm demeanor. Regaining her senses, Xia Qingqiu understood Su Liang's intent. She had lost this game, and lost it thoroughly. Though a part of her resisted, she resolved to meet him. After instructing her subordinates to tidy up the aftermath, she followed Yi Yuan towards a nearby high-rise. Upon arriving, Xia Qingqiu encountered Su Liang. She also took note of the surroundings. From this vantage point, she could clearly see the scene of their earlier battle. It became evident that he had been watching the entire spectacle unfold. Indeed, she and everyone from the Xingyue Society and the Wolf Alliance had been reduced to mere performers in a show. Su Liang set down his goblet and slowly turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips. We meet again. This game is one you have lost. Chapter 70. What might the scene be like when the queen dons a maid's attire? Xia Qingxiu opened her mouth, intending to argue, yet found herself at a loss for words. To claim that Su Liang was disregarding the rules would be futile. During the betting game, he had clearly stated that he would neither participate himself nor send someone to engage in the game, and he had indeed adhered to this stipulation. Accusing him of lacking martial ethics was equally unfounded. Lin Hao's predicament had yet to be resolved, resulting in the loss of a key player on their side. However, this was orchestrated by the Wolf Alliance, and there was no evidence to implicate him in secret council. Additionally, it had not been stated that they could not deplete the enemy's combat strength. One could only conclude that Su Liang's mercy lay in not having dealt with their higher-ups. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at her own impatience and failure to consider crucial details. Do you intend to renege on the agreement? Su Liang spoke, indifferent to her thoughts. Understand that I am not negotiating with you. I am merely informing you. As his words hung in the air, the aura of the figure clad in red surged forth, overwhelming Xia Qingxiu. Under the weight of this terrifying presence, the very air around her seemed to stagnate. She struggled to breathe, her expression one of shock as she gazed at the figure in red. This aura was undoubtedly that of a peak dark energy master. How could such a being willingly serve as Su Liang's bodyguard, and why did this madman beside him also submit to Su Liang's authority? Xia Qingxiu pressed her lips together, her face a canvas of turmoil. Just then, Su Liang's voice echoed once more. If you insist on reneging, then the existence of the Xingyue society becomes unnecessary. No. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxiu was instantly alarmed. The Xingyue society had been her labor of love for 3 years. How could she tolerate its annihilation because of her? Slowly, she lowered her head. I am willing to submit. As those words left her lips, a wave of shame washed over her. She had always been strong-willed. When had she ever uttered such words to anyone? Suddenly, pain shot through her knee, and she found herself kneeling uncontrollably. From beside her came Yuan's cold voice. Submission must bear the semblance of sincerity. This display of submission was evidently insincere, and Su Liang could not be bothered to gauge her goodwill. What he sought was simply a definitive stance. Lu Ruolin had been a cautionary tale. He had ample experience in dealing with such a protagonist. Nevertheless, this game had unveiled a talent in Yuan, who increasingly caught his eye. She possessed a keen intellect, unlike other supporting characters who merely rushed in, mindlessly offering assistance to the protagonist. Her loyalty warranted no further mention. If her submission was initially born of admiration, it would now be cemented by the power of mental control, ensuring her eternal allegiance. Previously, he had regarded her merely as a pawn. Now, thoughts of nurturing her potential began to take root. Without hesitation, Su Liang beckoned to her. Upon seeing this, Yuan joyfully approached, kneeling before him. Her head gently resting against his leg, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for that warm hand. Su Liang took note of her injuries, and, though his treatment was rudimentary, it did little to staunch the blood, which seeped forth in delicate rivulets. He furrowed his brows, and with a flick of his wrist, a fragrant pill appeared in his hand. Upon hearing Su Liang's command, Yuan did not hesitate and opened her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering, and its medicinal power coursed through her limbs, enveloping her in warmth. Soon after, she felt a layer of impurities seeping from her skin, and the voice of Su Liang reached her ears, urging her to wash up. In a flash, Yuan disappeared swiftly. When she re-emerged, half an hour had passed. At that moment, she was brimming with vitality, perceiving the world with newfound clarity. All her injuries had vanished without a trace, leaving no scars behind. Her skin had transformed into a smooth and delicate texture, akin to white jade, enhancing her beauty significantly. Furthermore, having recently broken through, she now reached the mid-stage of the hidden strength realm. If she were to engage in combat with Xia Qingxiu now, it would take mere moments to subdue her. It was truly astonishing and hard to believe that such a transformation stemmed from a single small pill. Her gratitude and admiration for Su Liang deepened. 3 pairs of eyes were fixated upon her. Su Liang maintained a calm demeanor, although it was not as perfect as a systematic cleansing and meridian purging. The effect of a single cleansing pill was commendable. Sensing Yuan's breakthrough, the red-clad figure's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had reached the pinnacle of hidden strength years ago. If she could receive a pill from her master, her gaze towards Su Liang became fervent, eagerly anticipating an assignment. While Hong Yi could maintain her composure as Su Liang's confidant, Xia Qingxiu was left speechless in shock. Originally, she had taken over Yuan's position, kneeling before Su Liang and enjoying a treatment akin to petting a cat. Now, she lifted her head to look at Yuan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her mouth agape, yearning to fill it with something. Yuan's improved skin and elevated beauty were secondary. Xia Qingxiu was acutely aware of Yuan's previous injuries, and to see her completely healed after consuming a single pill was unfathomable. How could this be? It defied all logic. She abruptly turned to Su Liang, hoping for an explanation. However, Su Liang seemed indifferent to her curiosity, merely chuckling as he patted the dog's head. After receiving Yi Yuan's expressions of gratitude, Su Liang departed with Hong Yi. He had no intention of enjoying the spoils at that moment. The timing and location were not suitable. That night, whether at the Star and Moon Society or the Wolf Alliance, many had perished, and numerous matters required their attention. Once Xia Qingqiu had dealt with everything, it would be time for him to verify the goods. Handling such matters in the underworld was straightforward and ruthless. He could distribute some compensations and appease his subordinates, resolving everything within a few days. Su Liang had the patience to wait a few days, using the time to pursue the female lead. During this period, he also contemplated how to craft a fitting image for the queen of the underworld. What attire would suit her best? Perhaps black silk, a dress, or a qipao would align with her regal aura. Should we indulge in a delightful contrast and have her don feminine attire? Imagine the scene of the queen assuming the role of a maid. It should prove quite entertaining. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed supporters. Kneeling in reverence. I am experiencing a bit of writer's block, so for today, I will present 2 chapters with the intention of enriching the subsequent narrative. Rest assured, dear readers, each of the female protagonists will make their appearance in due time. This is a hallmark of urban literature, so please enjoy and cherish the journey. Chapter 71. The inclusion of a new family member. The enchanting female teacher while attending to matters concerning the Starry Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance. Su Liang did not neglect his strategic pursuits. Ding. Shall we incorporate Jiang Yin into the family? Make her one of our household members? He cast a glance at the exquisite woman beside him, who had succumbed to slumber. A single red plum blossom stood out vividly against the pristine bedding. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This was a female lead he had known for only a short while. Her profession was that of a teacher. She had recently been transferred from a remote area, preparing to teach at Magic Capital University. After their chance encounter, he feigned coincidence to draw closer to her. Jiang Yin, being new to the bustling metropolis, was filled with curiosity yet somewhat bewildered by her surroundings. At this moment, Su Liang appeared, guiding her through various scenic spots, allowing her to quickly acclimate to the grandeur of the city, deeply touching her heart. Not only that, upon learning she was to teach in Magic Capital, Su Liang arranged for her accommodation in the university district. Though she initially refused, he insisted on giving her the keys, citing his pursuit of her affections as the reason. Over the course of their interactions, she began to develop feelings for Su Liang. His demeanor was refined and approachable, naturally drawing people to him. His intellectual prowess was equally impressive. Despite being a university lecturer, she often found herself seeking his counsel on matters she did not fully grasp. As for her appearance and background, they were nothing short of remarkable. To say she resembled a national idol would not be an exaggeration. Her background? A single phone call from him secured a residence in a prime location within the university district. In the days leading up to now, she had been vacillating regarding his advances, caught in a web of uncertainty. She felt a sense of inadequacy, questioning how a man so flawless could possibly be interested in someone like her, the proverbial Cinderella. However, after sharing a candlelit dinner with Su Liang, during which he confessed his feelings, she ultimately lacked the courage to refuse him. What transpired next was only natural, as she accepted him wholeheartedly. Su Liang withdrew his gaze, unhesitatingly affirming her inclusion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Family member 1 acquired. Immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons. Su Liang felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a splendid passive buff. Given his strength, he was already formidable against the majority of adversaries. Even if he faced a formidable foe, the Su family stood firmly behind him. He had no fear of open confrontation, nor of covert schemes. In fact, even when it came to poison, his remarkable medical skills ensured that no toxin in this world could claim his life, provided he detected it in time or was afforded the opportunity for treatment. Nonetheless, some poisons were lethal upon contact. If one inadvertently falls into a trap, there is scarcely any time allotted for administering an antidote or treatment. Immune to all toxins, it seems, has bestowed upon him an added layer of protection. In a rather optimistic mood, Su Liang picked up his mobile device and began perusing information regarding Yi Xian. Currently, Yi Xian was entirely consumed by a gambler's mentality, fervently hoping to recoup his losses in the stock market. Yet, how could Su Liang possibly afford him such an opportunity? With borrowed capital exceeding 9 million, alongside mortgaging his home and small factory, he had plunged over 10 million into the market. Within a mere couple of days, his investments had been entirely obliterated. Notification: Yi Xian's psyche has shattered. Villain score 888. Notification: Yi Xian is engulfed by despair. Villain score 999. Yi Xian had become utterly foolish. Even now, he struggled to accept the reality of what had transpired. Prior to investing in the stock market, he had meticulously prepared, selecting shares of several major foreign corporations. These companies possessed assets worth at least $100 billion, and their stocks had consistently demonstrated an upward trajectory. Although the increases were modest, they were reliably stable. Investing 10 million seemed a safe bet. There was no way he could incur losses. However, the very stocks he believed to be fail-proof began to decline shortly after his investment. Before long, those companies announced their bankruptcy. Yi Xian was left in utter disbelief. Just days prior, everything had appeared sound, yet as soon as he invested, the market plummeted. Had he unwittingly become a victim of a notorious scam? But how could several major corporations go bankrupt simultaneously? What con artist possesses such power? Even if such a deceitful individual existed, would they risk the collapse of multi-billion-dollar enterprises for the sake of a mere few million in investments? Little did he know. It was indeed due to him that those companies were targeted and brought to ruin. Now, the stark reality lay before him. He had mortgaged his home and factory. He was truly bankrupt. Yet, this was not the most devastating aspect for Yi Xian. The news of his stock market failure had somehow spread, and those he had borrowed from were now clamoring for repayment. What a squanderer. 50 million. I could never earn such an amount in several lifetimes. And you've squandered it in mere days. Regardless, I lent you half of our family's fortune. You must repay me. How could this happen? My 100,000. 100,000. Yi Xian, you truly deserve this. You'd better return my 20,000. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. Yi Xian's household now resembled a chaotic scene, with at least dozens of creditors surrounding the premises, leaving no room for escape. Lying on the floor, he gazed vacantly, engulfed by existential doubt. Just then, as the crowd denounced Yi Xian, the front door swung open. The only one possessing a key was his father. Startled, Yi Xian bolted upright. Oh no, if my father finds out about this, it would be catastrophic. He was already driven to the brink of apoplexy. Would he not perish on the spot? He wished to intervene, but it was too late. Someone had already opened the door. Upon witnessing the disarray within the room, Yi Xian's father stood there, utterly bewildered. He had been hospitalized for several days, with Yi Xian dutifully bringing him meals. The meticulous care he received had gradually quelled his initial fury. 50 million lost is merely a loss, as if the demolition never occurred. Accompanied by this spirit of resignation, he felt his health improving. Today, upon noticing that Yi Xian had not come to the hospital, he decided to discharge himself. To his astonishment, upon returning home, he was met with a throng of visitors. Spotting Ye's father, one relative immediately began lamenting, subtly hinting for repayment. Upon learning that he was Yi Xian's father, a number of friends and classmates began to voice their grievances. Ye's father was taken aback, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yi Xian, his voice quaking. What? You borrowed several million from them for stock trading and lost it all? You even mortgaged the house and factory? You ungrateful wretch. Chapter 72. The Nightmare of the Queen of the Underworld. The self-cultivation of a maid. 3 days have swiftly passed. Xia Qingqiu sat wearily on the sofa. During these 3 days, she not only dealt with the aftermath but also comforted her subordinates. After the battle with the Wolf Alliance, their spirits had been utterly crushed. They were indeed wolves, fighting recklessly without regard for their lives. She was equally bewildered. Only after receiving reports from the undercover agent within the Wolf Alliance did she finally grasp the situation. It turned out that the newly appointed leader had kidnapped the families of many mid-level members, forcing them into a desperate fight to the death. The revelation left Xia Qingqiu profoundly shocked. The woman's madness had completely reshaped her understanding. The loyalty to Su Liang was also chilling, as she realized it had reached a point of ruthless determination to secure victory in this game. Thinking of Su Liang, Xia Qingqiu felt a tumult of emotions. She couldn't help but recall that night when she knelt before him, and he beckoned her over, her head resting on his lap as he stroked her hair. The sensation of being treated like a pet filled her with embarrassment. Would she be destined to become Su Liang's pet, unable to escape his grasp? Suddenly, the sharp ring of her phone startled her. She picked it up and froze in place. The caller ID displayed Su Liang. There was no escaping this call. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingqiu pressed the answer button. Wait for me at home. His voice was warm and soothing, akin to jade, enveloping her like a gentle spring breeze. It evoked an image of an ethereal gentleman of unparalleled charm. Yet, Xia Qingqiu harbored no such thoughts. She merely felt a chill. She understood why Su Liang had refrained from approaching her 3 days prior. It was time allotted for her to handle the aftermath. Now that she had completed her tasks, he would naturally come for her. After Su Liang's call, Xia Qingqiu remained in a state of uncertainty, her mind racing with thoughts about how he would confront her. The screech of brakes outside the villa jolted her back to reality, prompting her to rush to the door. Sure enough, she saw the peak-level bodyguard approach the rear seat and open the door. Su Liang's haunting figure came into view. She quickly glanced around, relieved to find that this was a standalone villa with no nearby residents. Young Master Su, she stammered, unsure of what to say as he stood before her. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your thoughts. Xia Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she suppressed her embarrassment and spoke. Su Liang, with a smile, entered the villa as if he were at home, surveying the surroundings. The decor was minimalist, adorned with weapons that exuded an aura reminiscent of a dark queen. He settled comfortably on the sofa, intrigued by this queen of the underworld. Her exquisite features and expressionless demeanor imparted an air of icy elegance, while her voluptuous figure captivated all attention, each movement a bewitching spectacle. An angelic face paired with a devilish physique seemed the most fitting description of her. Noticing her attire, he frowned slightly. She was dressed in practical clothing that concealed much of her allure. From the moment he entered, Xia Qingqiu had been acutely aware of Su Liang's every action. Seeing his furrowed brow made her uneasy. She no longer embodied the proud and aloof queen she once was before her subordinates, but rather resembled a remorseful wife awaiting her husband's judgment. When Su Liang's brow relaxed and a faint smile graced his lips, an unsettling premonition surged within her. As anticipated, he soon remarked, "I find your outfit unappealing. Please change into something else." Xia Qingqiu's heart sank. She was acutely aware of the allure her enticing clothing possessed. For days, she had donned practical attire in hopes that Su Liang would overlook her. However, it seemed her hopes were in vain. Just as she resignedly prepared to change, Su Liang called out to her again, "I have prepared some clothes for you." Xia Qingqiu was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what he meant. But clarity soon followed as a servant returned, carrying a bag filled with garments, which she presented to Xia Qingqiu. Stunned, she opened the bag to reveal an array of outfits, each one capable of inducing blushing and rapid heartbeats. There were JK uniforms, pleated skirts, dresses, and maid outfits, each garment dizzying in its allure. At that moment, Su Liang's devilish voice echoed once more. "Choose an outfit." Xia Qingqiu turned back, disbelief etched across her face. What? He expected her to select something from this collection? These were clothes she had never worn before. Now, for the first time, she was to don them for a man. Observing her conflicted expression, Su Liang's demeanor turned playful. "What? Are you unwilling?" Xia Qingqiu shuddered, silently taking the bag into her room. When she emerged again, she was clad in a maid outfit. Compared to the revealing skirts, this was somewhat more acceptable. Yet she felt far from comfortable. Outside, she was known for her decisive actions, hailed as a queen. Now, dressed as a maid, she felt utterly out of place. Little did she know, her nightmare was only just beginning. Not only was she required to wear the outfit, but Su Liang also expected her to cook, provide massages, and perform the duties befitting a maid. Entitled The Self-Cultivation of a Maid, Chapter 73, inflicting momentary delight on the protagonist, a continuous source of amusement. In the shadows, the queen of the underworld donned her maid's attire, transforming into a diligent chef within the confines of the kitchen, eliciting a faint smile from Su Liang. Did she truly believe that donning a maid's outfit would afford her an escape? Such naivety was disheartening. The gifts he had arranged would not go to waste. By day, she was a maid. By night, she would emerge as a captivating queen. In the kitchen, Xia Qingqiu was engrossed in her culinary endeavors, blissfully unaware of the meticulous arrangements made for her. The pots and pans before her were familiar. During her solitary days, she had prepared her own meals. However, since establishing the Starry Moon Society and ascending to the role of president, she had relinquished her culinary duties to hired help. For years, she had not cooked for herself, and now she found herself preparing meals for a man, serving him as a maid would her master. Xia Qingqiu's composure wavered. It was her defeat in the game that led her to this fate, and she had no choice but to accept it. An hour later, a sumptuous lunch was artfully arranged, vibrant in color and aroma, surely delightful in taste. As Su Liang took his seat, he cast a glance at Xia Qingqiu. Raising an eyebrow, seeing his expression, Xia Qingqiu felt a surge of conflict. His intentions were unmistakable. He expected her to join him. Reluctantly, her eyes widened in alarm as she noticed Su Liang raise his hand. The figure cloaked in darkness trembled, recalling the dread it inspired. With a flutter of trepidation, Xia Qingqiu obediently settled beside him. Even during mealtime, a maid must ensure that Su Liang experiences unparalleled indulgence. She picked up her chopsticks, serving delicacies into his bowl. "I require you to feed me," he commanded. With no choice left, she helplessly brought the bowl to his lips. Thus began a regal dining experience, cradling beauty, savoring the warmth and tenderness, as food was directly delivered to his mouth. As the meal concluded, Su Liang ordered, "Fetch me a cup of tea." Upon returning after washing the dishes, Xia Qingqiu felt a mix of frustration and resignation as she retrieved the precious tea leaves. This was her home. Why did it feel as though Su Liang was the true master, while she merely played the role of a humble maid? Finally, she brewed the tea and presented it before him. Su Liang took a sip, the taste pale in comparison to his own brews, yet it sufficed. Observing Xia Qingqiu's desolate demeanor, a glint flickered in Su Liang's eyes. Today, his purpose was to torment the protagonist. How could he allow her a moment of respite? As the saying goes, inflicting momentary delight on the protagonist leads to continuous amusement, especially when this particular protagonist exuded an aloof demeanor and a regal essence. Now forced to cater to him, amplifying his enjoyment. An idea struck him. My shoulders are a bit sore, give me a massage. Xia Qingxiu appeared bewildered, glancing around. Realizing she was utterly alone. In disbelief, she questioned, you want me to massage you? No sooner had the words left her lips than a whip cracked, followed by a collective intake of breath. She hastily responded, I don't know how. Don't know? Su Liang raised his eyebrows. Won't you learn? Xia Qingxiu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a small booklet was tossed her way. She recognized it as the handiwork of the hidden figure clad in red. Upon picking up the booklet, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Written on it were the words, the self-cultivation of a maid. As a maid, one must ensure the master's physical and mental well-being. All commands from the master must be obeyed. Essential skills for a maid: laundry, cooking, wake-up service, and various other tasks. Xia Qingqiu's face darkened. It seemed she was truly being treated as a maid. An hour later, Xia Qingqiu stood dutifully behind Su Liang, obediently giving him a massage. Internally, she was in turmoil. After all, she was a queen. When had she ever given a massage to anyone, especially a man? As the afternoon hastily passed, it felt like an eternity for her. Never had she wished for time to fly by more desperately. Su Liang, parched, ordered her to brew tea. When hunger struck, he commanded her to peel fruit and feed him bite by bite. When he craved juice, she transformed into a juice maid. The physical exhaustion was bearable. It was the mental anguish that truly tormented her. By the end of the afternoon, she felt utterly defeated. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't overpower Su Liang, and that a mere word from him could obliterate the Xingyue society, she would have fought back fiercely. This was precisely the outcome Su Liang desired, to instill in her a sense of resistance that she was compelled to suppress until she gradually adapted to this new identity. By now, the sky had darkened. Moonlight bathed the earth, adding a touch of color to the tranquil night. Su Liang made his way to the courtyard. Settling into a rocking chair, sipping tea, he admired the night sky while enjoying the massage from his maid, utterly relaxed. Time passed slowly. Eventually, Su Liang rose and stretched, ready to commence his nocturnal activities after a day of rest. The following day, Xia Qingqiu felt a tickle in her nose and slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood Su Liang, playfully tugging at a lock of her hair. Anger surged within her. Enough sleeping. It's already noon. Hurry and prepare lunch. Upon hearing Su Liang's command, Xia Qingqiu was jolted awake, disbelief etched on her face. Given her current state, even standing up was a challenge. Yet he expected her to cook? Did he not understand the meaning of cherishing one's delicate nature? Perhaps in Su Liang's mind, such sentiments were non-existent. What? Is there a problem? Su Liang arched an eyebrow. With no other option, Xia Qingqiu reluctantly rose. It turned out that people often rose to challenges when pressed. Just moments ago, she had appeared utterly feeble, yet here she was, standing. Seeing her unsteady figure, a smile flickered in Su Liang's eyes. Just as he had anticipated. This spirited female protagonist would not easily develop feelings over time. Her fondness for him remained decidedly negative. However, he had his own methods to deal with such a character. Patience was key. After growing accustomed to home-cooked meals, the occasional delicacy akin to what Lu Rulin might serve would surely be a delightful change, wouldn't it? For the next few days, Su Liang remained at Xia Qingqiu's residence, contemplating the prospect of securing the affections of this formidable queen of the underworld. Just as he resolved to prolong his stay, a piece of news arrived. Rin Shanshan had brought her younger sister along. He recalled having mentioned that, as a brother-in-law, he ought to present a token of greeting to his sister-in-law. At a five-star hotel, Su Liang encountered Rin Shanshan and her sister, Rin Feifei. The resemblance between the two sisters was striking, immediately revealing their familial bond. Rin Shanshan, clad in black stilettos and adorned with a touch of makeup, exuded a mature elegance, clearly embodying the role of the elder sister. In contrast, her sister sported canvas shoes and a modest attire, radiating youthful vitality. Her innocent visage suggested she was still a student, untouched by the adult world. At that moment, these two sisters, embodying different styles, stood at the hotel entrance, effortlessly attracting a multitude of admiring gazes. What a stunning pair of sisters. If only they could be together. Thoughts of indulgence crossed the minds of onlookers, who suddenly understood why emperors of your might have eschewed their morning audiences. The mere thought of possessing one of them sent shivers of delight through their imaginations, let alone both. Yet, amidst the admiration, a voice of doubt emerged. What do you think you look like? Those beauties would never notice you. The crowd murmured in jest, contemplating the impossibility of such divine beings being pursued successfully, especially not as a pair. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a Rolls-Royce glided into view, and from it emerged a dashing young man. The previously gossiping sisters approached him with smiles, and the trio entered the hotel together. This reality was a stark reminder. No beauty was beyond reach, except perhaps for those lacking sufficient funds. As they made their way into the hotel, Ren Feifei scrutinized Su Liang. Is this truly my brother-in-law? He appears so handsome and charismatic. Having recently graduated from high school and enrolled in a prestigious university in the metropolis, she felt fortunate that her sister was nearby to provide guidance. Just days prior, her sister had shown her around the vibrant city, introducing her to its splendor. Today, Rin Shanshan had mentioned taking her to meet her brother-in-law. Feifei was well aware of her sister's relationship and that her current job was secured through Su Liang's arrangements. It was evident that without her sister's boyfriend financially supporting their family, they would not be enjoying their current comfortable lifestyle. Nor would she have access to such a fine education. Gratitude swelled within her for this man who had transformed their family's fortunes, and she eagerly anticipated their meeting. Yet, upon seeing him, her expectations were surpassed. Su Liang was simply too perfect. Gazing at his chiseled profile, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. If only he were not my sister's boyfriend. The realization startled her, and she quickly shook her head to dispel such notions. How could I ever compete with my sister for her partner? Although Su Liang was walking forward, he kept a close watch on Rin Feifei's performance, a smile subtly appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this sister-in-law was rather easy to manage. As for Rin Shanshan being the female lead, and her sister as well, Su Liang was not at all surprised. In urban romance narratives, such character dynamics are quite common. Upon reaching their designated spot, Su Liang signaled, and the waiter began to serve the dishes. Feifei, this is my boyfriend whom I've been telling you about. Haven't you always wanted to meet him? Rin Shanshan started the introduction, then turned to Su Liang. Liang Gu, this is my sister, Rin Feifei. Hello, I've heard so much about you from Shanshan. Su Liang said with a warm smile as he extended his hand. The friendliness in his expression was disarming, and his voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Rin Feifei was momentarily entranced but quickly regained her composure, extending her hand in return. Hello, brother-in-law. Su Liang did not correct her, finding the designation amusing. As they conversed, a series of exquisite dishes were presented, leaving Rin Feifei somewhat dazzled. As a girl from the countryside, she had never encountered such culinary artistry, let alone savored it. She had thought that the meal her sister took her to a couple of days ago was the epitome of deliciousness, but these dishes were on an entirely different level. What are you dawdling for? Don't be shy, Su Liang urged, noticing that the two women were hesitant. He picked up his chopsticks first. The dishes were so beautifully arranged that Rin Feifei momentarily found herself at a loss for which one to choose. Fortunately, her sister, Rin Shanshan, thoughtfully added a piece of fish to her plate. As she tasted it, Rin Feifei's eyes lit up, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. As the meal concluded, Rin Feifei still felt a lingering desire for more, yet she was mindful not to overindulge, wishing to leave a good impression on her brother-in-law. Afterward, the trio exited the hotel, and Rin Feifei quietly asked her sister, the food here is so delicious. Let us come here every day. Rin Shanshan rolled her eyes dramatically. It's delicious, indeed, but that one meal cost over 100,000. Let me give you a chance to gather your thoughts. Rin Feifei gasped, utterly astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. To spend over 100,000 on a single meal was simply unfathomable. She had been aware of her brother-in-law's wealth, but never to such an extent. His image in her mind began to transform, growing taller and more imposing. Once outside the hotel, Su Liang feigned reproach as he glanced at Rin Feifei's attire. What kind of sister are you? Your sister finally visits, and you don't buy her some new clothes. Rin Feifei quickly interjected, sister did buy me clothes. This is what she got for me, pointing to her outfit, a white t-shirt and blue jeans, brimming with youthful exuberance. That one do. Feifei is about to start university. What she wears will influence her peers' perceptions of her. Brother-in-law will take you shopping for clothes. Su Liang declared decisively with a wave of his hand. Rin Shanshan felt a bit embarrassed, not because she lacked the means, but, since following Su Liang, she has now taken on the role of financial manager at the company, and money is no longer a concern. However, she believes her younger sister, just starting university, should not spend extravagantly. Students ought to embody a studentess demeanor. Yet, since Su Liang has made his intentions clear, she finds herself unable to refuse and reluctantly agrees. Subsequently, Su Liang escorts the two sisters to a world-renowned women's fashion boutique, where they are free to choose any garments they desire, with her brother-in-law picking up the tab. The myriad of dazzling clothes leaves Rin Feifei utterly captivated. Understanding Su Liang's wishes, Rin Shanshan sets aside her reservations and assists her sister in selecting outfits. True to her role as the protagonist, Rin Feifei's transformation rivals that of her sister. Eventually, they select several outfits for purchase. When the attendant announces the total price, Rin Feifei is taken aback. A mere 5 or 6 pieces amount to over 300,000. As Rin Shanshan prepares to pay, Su Liang interjects. Let me take care of this. It's our first meeting with Feifei. With that, he produces a black gold card. Upon seeing this, the attendant immediately shifts to a more respectful demeanor. After swiftly processing the payment, She reverently hands the card to Su Liang, reflecting on the privilege of serving such exquisite sisters. Upon exiting the boutique, Ren Feifei feels slightly dazed, the weight of the garments in her hands feeling burdensome. Once she regains her composure, she quickly addresses Su Liang, brother-in-law. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. He retorts, feigning displeasure. What is extravagant about it? Clothes are meant to be worn. No, brother-in-law, you are wonderful, she insists. Then I shall accept it. Thank you. Hold on. Don't be too hasty in your gratitude. Seemingly struck by a thought, Su Liang produces a gold card. This contains 1 million. Buy what you need, and if you find yourself short, simply let me know. Su Liang is clearly attempting to cultivate goodwill through monetary means. These protagonists are not easily swayed. Even if offered 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million, they would not yield to intimacy. However, should one invest 1 million in their well-being, they would undoubtedly feel grateful, enhancing their fondness. To Su Liang, this sum is a mere trifle, a negligible expense to establish rapport with the female leads. Indeed, those who can be won over through financial gestures are the easiest to captivate. With the right approach, it would take but a few days to draw them into his circle. This explains why, within a mere 6 months of his arrival, he has already attracted nearly 20 female leads. The truly challenging ones are those who are financially independent, such as Chun Jinjia, Xia Qingqiu, and Lin Hao's senior sister, Dongfang Xuanyan. Winning them over requires more sophisticated tactics. Chun Jinjia has already been secured, and Xia Qingqiu is practically in hand, while Dongfang Xuanyan is just shy of breaking the final barrier. Unbeknownst to him, he is on the verge of winning over all 3 of Lin Hao's senior sisters. Gazing at the gold card, Ren Feifei feels somewhat at a loss, turning to her sister for guidance. Ren Shanshan nods in response, inwardly sighing. How could she not comprehend Su Liang's intentions? However, she possessed an intimate understanding of Su Liang. They were well acquainted with one another. Apart from the fact that she was slightly more feminine, she excelled in every aspect, embodying perfection. Being his woman, her future was assured, devoid of any concerns. With a mere utterance, he could resolve all matters, perhaps even elevate her to a prominent position. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in her mind. Su Liang had many women, and she found herself lacking any distinct advantage among them. To secure greater affection, she needed to stand out. Perhaps the addition of a younger sister would not be such a bad idea. Amidst countless paths, safety reigns supreme. When driving is reckless, the author sheds tears, pleading for support. Chapter 76. Cast out by the second senior sister, the protagonist's mental state unravels. After accepting the card, Su Liang smiled, a smile imbued with profound meaning. One could discern from her gaze that this female protagonist had begun to succumb gradually. Abruptly, he sensed a malevolent stare and furrowed his brow to investigate. At the end of the street, a figure was fixated on them. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Hao. With a disdainful smirk, Su Liang beckoned the duo of sisters, intending to explore elsewhere. From a distance, as he observed Su Liang and the pair of sisters fade from view, Lin Hao clenched his fists, consumed by a bitter resentment. After being wrongfully accused and subsequently detained, he had been taken back to the police station. Fortunately, the circumstances were contentious. Unlike the previous incident where he had intruded upon Su's corporation with the intent to harm him, he had not been confined to a dark cell nor encountered that demonic policewoman. However, due to his altercation, which involved an elderly person, the situation was rather complicated. To secure his release, he had to enlist a lawyer. Although the Xingyue Society was working behind the scenes to smooth over relations, it was only today that he had emerged from custody. To his astonishment, upon his release, he found Su Liang in the company of the 2 exquisite sisters. The nature of their relationship was evident without needing to speculate. Damn it, he had been imprisoned for merely a few days, and Su Liang had already ensnared a pair of exceptional sisters. Such circumstances incited envy and resentment within him. Rather, he should feel sympathy for those women deceived by Su Liang, lamenting their misfortune and resenting their complacency. Moreover, the thought that the eldest sister was among them filled him with profound sorrow. Eldest sister, wait for me. I shall soon reveal Su Liang's true nature to you. He tightened his grip on his phone, his resolve unwavering. Just moments ago, witnessing Su Liang with the sisters, he had captured their image. The eldest sister had become deeply entangled. She needed to see the evidence. Taking a deep breath to quell the urge to confront Su Liang violently, Lin Hao promptly made his way to the Xingyue Society. Since their last defeat to the Wolf Alliance, the atmosphere within the Xingyue Society had been somewhat oppressive, causing even the subordinates to act with increased discretion. Today, however, a flicker of vitality returned to the society, for their leader, Xia Qingqiu, had made an appearance after several days of absence. The subordinates breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that their leader had not forsaken them. Little did they know, the revered sister they idolized, the queen of the underworld, had spent these days serving as a maid, having been unlocked by Su Liang in various ways. Xia Qingqiu was currently surveying her territory. However, every few steps, her brow would furrow, as if burdened by unspoken troubles. Xia Qingqiu gritted her teeth in frustration. 3 whole days had passed. Did anyone know how she had endured them? The days were somewhat bearable, as Su Liang at least allowed her to perform the tasks befitting a maid. Yet the nights were a different story, devoid of even a moment's respite. Even with her inner strength, she could scarcely withstand such relentless torment. Second senior sister. Just as Xia Qingqiu lamented Su Liang in her heart, a familiar voice echoed. Turning around, she spotted Lin Hao entering from outside. Upon seeing him, her expression darkened immediately. She had repeatedly cautioned him to be cautious and discreet. Yet, he had completely disregarded her warnings, plunging headfirst into someone else's trap. Had he not been ensnared, she would not have suffered such a fate. Though she understood that even had Lin Hao avoided the snare, he would have been ousted by other means. The accumulated grievances demanded a scapegoat. Upon Lin Hao's appearance, Xia Qingqiu felt an uncontainable anger surge within her, and she coldly commanded, "Get out." Lin Hao's smile froze on his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He was utterly bewildered. Just days prior, the second senior sister had treated him quite well. What had caused such a drastic reversal in her demeanor? How much could change in such a short time? During his days in the detention center, what had transpired outside? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Had the decisive battle between the Xing U.S. Society and the Wolf Alliance concluded? When he first arrived, he had sensed something amiss in the atmosphere of the Xing U.S. Society. With this thought, he quickly inquired. Yet, Xia Qingqiu paid him no heed. Her tone icy as she ordered, "Someone, throw him out." 2 underlings promptly stepped forward, attempting to drag Lin Hao away. With Xia Qingqiu's demeanor, he could scarcely miss the implication. The battle with the Wolf Alliance had ended, and they had lost. Lin Hao felt as though his spirit had been shattered. A wave of regret and guilt washed over him, for he had betrayed Xia Qingqiu's trust. Just the day before, she had urged him, time and again, to remain low-key and avoid trouble. Yet, the very next day, he had been ensnared by a simple trap. Even as he was dragged out through the gates, he remained ensnared in his own remorse. Those ruffians from the Wolf Alliance were utterly merciless, fighting as if their lives depended on it, forcing him to take detours upon encountering them. It was not merely their ferocity. The newly appointed leader of the alliance had ruthlessly placed a blade against their families' throats. Who wouldn't fight desperately under such circumstances? Sighing, he lamented the 3 days without seeing the president, fearing that she had given up on them. Surely, she must be quite angry. Today, he had noticed her pallid complexion and the frown that marred her brow as she walked past. As he overheard a few underlings conversing nearby, a bolt of realization pierced his mind. The battle between the Xing U.S. Society and the Wolf Alliance was, in fact, a gamble between Xia Qingqiu and Su Liang. Although Xia Qingqiu had not disclosed the stakes, however, from the level of her concern, it is evident that the stakes must be exceedingly high. Observing Xia Qingqiu's unsteady gait and the added allure of a young woman's charm, Lin Hao found himself rooted in place. After a long pause, he was compelled to accept a harsh reality. His second senior sister had indeed fallen into the clutches of Su Liang. With a fiancé, Lu Ruolin, and a senior sister, Chun Jinjia, who had suffered similar fates, he could not possibly be mistaken. This clarified Xia Qingqiu's inexplicable anger towards him. His absence had allowed Su Liang to intercept his fiancée, who was now pregnant. Furthermore, it was due to his negligence that he had failed to reveal Su Liang's true nature to his senior sister, witnessing her gradual descent into his trap, ultimately becoming another of Su Liang's conquests. It was also his oversight that had led to his missed opportunity at the Star Moon Conference and the battle with the Wolf Alliance, resulting in his second senior sister being coerced into submission by Su Liang. All of this was a consequence of his own actions. Lin Hao crouched on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, overwhelmed by unparalleled frustration, guilt, and regret. In a daze, Lin Hao barely remembered how he left the Star Moon Conference. He did not seek clarity, feeling too ashamed to confront Xia Qingqiu. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he suddenly found himself at the entrance of the Baijiao Hall. Recalling the photographs he had taken at noon, entering the establishment, he noticed that after spending a day with Su Liang and being rendered bedridden by his rebukes, Chen Jinjia had reverted to her former demeanor. She no longer fretted over the number of women Su Liang had. If he had only her, that would indeed be a plight she wished to avoid, as she did not desire to spend her days languishing in bed. Seeing that the shopkeeper had become less aloof, the staff at Baijiao Hall no longer worried and approached their work with renewed seriousness. Just as Lin Hao entered, he encountered Chun Jinjia, who was preparing to head home. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her brow furrowed and her expression somewhat displeased. After being neglected by Su Liang for several days, she had grown increasingly reliant on him. She could not allow Lin Hao to create distance between them. Lin Hao felt a pang of sorrow. This was his senior sister, a fellow disciple. How had their relationship deteriorated to this point? Gathering his thoughts, he steadied himself and spoke. "Senior sister, I am here to inform you of Su Liang's true character. He is nothing but a scoundrel. From what I have observed, he is surrounded by no fewer than 4 or 5 women. And who knows how many more he has hidden away. Anger surged within him as he spoke of Su Liang, wishing for nothing more than to eliminate him swiftly. Sensing his animosity towards Su Liang, Chen Jinjia's expression shifted, her tone icy. And then, Lin Hao was taken aback. What do you mean, and then? Shouldn't you be outraged? Calling Su Liang to berate him, and declaring an end to your ties with him? Really, I even captured photographs of him with other women, he added, thinking she might doubt him. Hastily, he retrieved the evidence. Opening his phone's gallery, he displayed images of Su Liang with a pair of sisters, where the three appeared to be in high spirits, suggesting a relationship far beyond mere acquaintance. After finishing the photo shoot, Lin Hao turned his gaze towards Chen Jinjia, who remained as composed as ever. What are you trying to convey? Lin Hao was once again taken aback. This scene felt oddly familiar. He recalled a similar moment when he spoke to Lu Ruolin, who exhibited the same demeanor. She even expressed her willingness to be Su Liang's lover. Could it be that the senior sister harbored the same thoughts? Impossible, impossible. He shook his head internally, yet an ominous premonition began to surface. Moments later, Chen Jinjia's voice broke the silence. Stop engaging in such trivial matters. I know better than you about Liang Go. I do not care how many women he has, as long as he holds me in his heart. With a frigid parting remark, she strode away. Lin Hao stood frozen in place, unable to gather his thoughts for an extended period. His expression gradually darkened, becoming increasingly grim, and he felt a discomfort akin to consuming something repugnant. As dusk fell, Lin Hao wandered the streets alone, engulfed by a profound sense of solitude. He had been cast out by the second senior sister, and the first senior sister was equally unwelcoming. Now he found himself homeless. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar vehicle pass by. It was Su Liang's exclusive car. At that moment, his pent-up fury erupted. He immediately resolved to chase after it, hoping to find an opportunity for retribution. Indeed, Su Liang possessed formidable strength, and Lin Hao was aware he was no match for him. Su Liang's medical prowess also surpassed his own. Yet, no one is without flaws. Every person has their weaknesses. Since descending from the mountain to the city, Lin Hao had lived in Su Liang's shadow, almost forgetting his own capabilities. He too possessed medical knowledge, being well-versed in several lethal poison formulas. Colorless and odorless, once poisoned, the victim would bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. No matter how extraordinary Su Liang's medical skills were, they would be rendered useless in such a scenario. Without hesitation, Lin Hao hailed a passing taxi. Driver, follow that car. His urgent tone caught the driver's attention, who privately considered the potential for a lucrative fare. The driver promptly locked the doors to prevent any escape and leisurely began to pursue the direction Lin Hao indicated. Driver, could you please speed up? Lin Hao implored, his urgency palpable. Young man, this is the main urban area, densely populated, and we must adhere to speed limits, the driver replied, elaborating on the seriousness of the situation. Only then did he reveal his true intentions. I'll need extra payment. Lin Hao noted the driver's expression and suspected he might be preparing to extort him. However, he had no time to contemplate alternatives. Seeking another vehicle would surely result in missing his opportunity. He rummaged through his pockets and produced the last of his cash, 1,000 yuan. The driver, upon seeing the money, beamed with delight, pocketing the cash and patting his chest in assurance. Don't worry, young man, leave it to me. In my younger days, I participated in racing competitions. Tailing a vehicle is child's play for me. What's wrong with your leg? Lin Hao keenly observed that one of the driver's legs was a prosthetic. Everyone has their missteps. Accidents are common in racing, the driver dismissed, urging Lin Hao not to focus on such details. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car's speed surged dramatically. The sudden acceleration nearly caused Lin Hao to be thrown from his seat, prompting him to hastily fasten his seatbelt. The roads are myriad, yet safety reigns supreme. Master, someone is tailing us. Shall we take action? The taxi, having been followed for a brief moment, was soon spotted by the figure in red. One might jest about attempting to stalk a top assassin. No need. Let him follow if he wishes. Su Liang dismissed the concern. He had just glimpsed Lin Hao by the roadside, and now another pursuer had emerged. There was no need for speculation regarding the stalker's identity. Before long, the vehicle entered a luxurious neighborhood, but the taxi could not proceed further. The driver clutched his pocket tightly, wary of Lin Hao reclaiming his fare. I cannot enter, so do not blame me. Lin Hao, uninterested in further debate, alighted and swiftly pursued. Tracking closely, Su Liang's car halted before an opulent villa. He refrained from approaching, instead seeking refuge in a discreet corner, aware that a master of the martial arts possessed acute perception. Thus, he maintained a distance just sufficient to remain undetected. He fancied himself unseen. Little did he realize that both Su Liang and the figure in red could see through his concealment. As Lin Hao crouched to observe, he pondered. What brings Su Liang to this place? Could it be his residence, or perhaps one of his paramour's homes. Soon, he would find his curiosity resolved. Though the sight before him left him utterly astounded. With keen eyesight, he discerned the surroundings of the villa with clarity. There stood Su Liang at the entrance, where a door swung open from within. A woman clad in a maid's uniform emerged, then knelt before Su Liang to assist him in changing his shoes. Her skilled movements left no doubt as to her professionalism. What a lavish lifestyle he leads. Well, if death awaits, one might as well relish their final moments. Wait, is that Sister Second? Lin Hao, incredulous, rubbed his eyes vigorously. Only when his eyes became red and swollen did he widen them in disbelief. Who else could it be but the proud Xia Qingqiu? Rage surged within him. This is intolerable. Su Liang has reduced my second sister to servitude. Xia Qingqiu, held in high esteem by others, revered as a queen, now found herself in such a degrading position. It was unfathomable what Su Liang had done to her to render someone so proud willing to serve as a maid. Initially, Lin Hao had harbored resentment after being dismissed by her, but that feeling dissipated in light of her plight. Compared to her circumstances, berating himself seemed trivial. All blame lay with him. Had it not been for his actions, his second sister would not have suffered such a fate. He had intended to bide his time, secretly plotting revenge against Su Liang. Yet, upon witnessing the indignity inflicted upon her, Lin Hao could no longer suppress his feelings. Enough is enough. I shall not endure this any longer. Release Sister Second. Su Liang scoffed, dismissing Lin Hao entirely. As for the one outside, there was no cause for concern. He had many subordinates to handle matters. With a fierce roar, Lin Hao burst forth. Su Liang's blatant disregard was the most profound humiliation he could endure. Lin Hao, in a state of utter desperation, sprinted towards the villa with unprecedented speed. However, before he could approach, a flash of crimson blade suddenly appeared. A chill ran down his spine, and a wave of deathly foreboding surged within him. In a split second, he executed an urgent maneuver, contorting his body at an awkward angle, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Though he managed to escape, it was not without consequence. The sharp blade grazed his chest, tearing through his clothing and inflicting sharp pain upon his skin. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Hao's brow as he focused intently ahead. There stood a figure clad in red, yet another breathtaking beauty. He was struck with astonishment. When had Su Liang acquired a bodyguard of such formidable prowess? He could sense the aura emanating from the enchanting woman, one that was not inferior to his own. The palpable aura of murderous intent seemed almost tangible. She had surely claimed many lives before. With a grave expression, Lin Hao bent his legs slightly, adopting a posture ready for combat. What did it matter if a peak master of the dark energy stood in his way? He had to breach the villa's confines to rescue his second senior sister. The thought of her being tormented in various poses by Su Liang, just a wall away, rendered him breathless with anguish. As he attempted to force his way in, he found himself thwarted at every turn, nearly struck by the bloody dagger in his adversary's hand on multiple occasions. Despite his efforts, he bore several wounds, blood dripping from his body. It was a feeling of utter frustration. He longed for a brutal exchange of blows, yet the woman in red denied him the chance. With the blood-soaked dagger in hand, he could not close the distance. He endeavored to compensate for the disparity in weaponry with the fighting skills he had honed over the years, only to discover that the opponent's combat capabilities were equally formidable, if not superior. Her keen instinct for killing seemed innate, with each strike aimed to be fatal. Time and again, he found himself in perilous situations. Exhausted, he ultimately retreated, defeated and despondent, having not advanced a single step closer to the villa. It wasn't that he was unwilling to fight for his second senior sister. Rather, it was a futile endeavor. He sensed the presence of several concealed masters of transformation lurking nearby. Even if he managed to overcome the woman in red, stronger foes awaited him. After a series of life-threatening encounters, Lin Hao gradually regained his composure. Since rescuing his second senior sister seemed unattainable, it would be wiser to preserve his strength for vengeance. Fortunately, it appeared Su Liang had no intention of killing him, allowing him to escape with relative ease. Inside the villa, Su Liang lay on the bed, deep in contemplation. Once he had secured loyalty, he would allow Xia Qingqiu to take the helm of the Wolf Alliance, transforming her into the godmother of the underworld in Magic City. That would mark the true emergence of a queen. As for Yi Yuan, that madwoman was ill-suited for urban crime. Instead, he could arrange for her to join the Skynet, where she could unleash her chaos. Surely, she would inject some excitement into this otherwise tranquil world. Xia Qingqiu had indeed begun to soften her stance towards Su Liang. After all, was there not a saying? Life is akin to a certain experience, when one cannot resist. The only option is to lie back and savor it. Initially expecting yet another day of servitude, Su Liang received unexpected news in the evening that prompted his departure, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of longing. The sudden surge of emotion, an aversion to parting with Su Liang, startled her, compelling her to dismiss such thoughts hastily. She certainly did not possess Stockholm Syndrome. Meanwhile, Su Liang arrived at a couple-S restaurant, invited by Li Xiaoming to share dinner. Having just visited relatives, he felt a lingering sense of guilt for not fully enjoying himself. As soon as the relatives departed, she sought his company. Li Xiaoming stood at the entrance of the restaurant, glancing at her Patek Philippe watch and surveying her surroundings intermittently. It was peak dining time, and the streets bustled with people, many drawn to her exquisite beauty and alluring figure. Numerous onlookers hesitated, eager to approach her, yet she appeared to be awaiting someone, which deterred most from making a move. Li Xiaoming's selection by the airline was unsurprising, given her nearly 1.8-meter stature, which had filtered out many who lacked confidence. Only one young man, elegantly attired and evidently of substantial background, dared to approach her, but before he could act, a luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up, and she joyfully greeted its occupant. Observing their entrance into the restaurant, the young man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved he had not approached her. Little did he know, she was the woman favored by Su Gongzi. After a candlelit dinner, Su Liang and Li Xiaoming strolled along the street. The cacophony around them did not intrude upon Li Xiaoming's happiness. She held Su Liang's hand, her face radiant with joy, relishing their intimate world together. A handsome couple, they attracted envious glances from passers-by, though one exception stood out. A beggar by the roadside regarded them with eyes filled with anger, hatred, and heartache. Upon closer inspection, he was the other protagonist, Yi Xian. That evening, upon learning that his father had lost the family fortune and had accrued substantial debts, Yi Xian's father collapsed, spewing blood. Yi Xian rushed him to the hospital for emergency treatment. While his life was saved, whether he would awaken remained uncertain. Upon discovering that his father had become a vegetable, all creditors turned their gaze toward Yi Xian. He was now the only member of the Yi family capable of repaying the debts. Should he evade them, their lent money would be lost. Thus they were determined to keep a close watch on him. Enduring constant scrutiny became unbearable for Yi Xian. After escaping the hospital, he realized a grave predicament lay before him. He had squandered all the family wealth and was now utterly destitute. Unable to return to the hospital and too fearful to reveal his identity in search of work, he soon found himself living akin to a beggar. Days passed, and he finally awakened to a harsh reality. His supposed prowess in stock trading and destiny as a favored son were mere illusions. Regret consumed him. Yet regret is a luxury that life does not afford. If fate were to grant him another opportunity, he would forsake gambling and drugs entirely. Today, as usual, he sought to gather some coins during the bustling meal times on the streets, hoping for a morsel of kindness. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon Su Liang and Li Xiaoming together. While I had sunk to the depths of despair, Su Liang embraced my goddess daily. In stark contrast, a surge of negative emotions erupted within me. Aside from regret and self-reproach, my deepest animosity was directed towards Su Liang. Had he not toyed with me, I would not have hastened to seek revenge through stock trading. Everything was Su Liang's fault. If he were to uncover my thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for it was indeed a scheme of mine. Yet, I remained oblivious to the truth. No matter, Su Liang would reveal the intricacies to me, ensuring I grasped the full picture. After all, to kill is to strike at the heart. Chapter 79, A Heartfelt Kill. The protagonist shivers with rage. Be a clear ghost. Ding. Yi Xian feels anger towards you. Villain value 666. Ding. Yi Xian feels hatred towards you. Villain value 777. Glancing at Yi Xian, who was barely recognizable even to his own mother. A faint smile flickered across Su Liang's face. Yi Xian's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. He could hardly contain the urge to pummel Su Liang. However, the thought of exposing his identity and being pursued by a throng of creditors made him relent. Noticing Yi Xian's murderous intent wane, Su Liang was somewhat surprised. It seemed that this protagonist had matured, learning the virtue of restraint, unlike his previous impulsiveness. A glance at the fortune hovering above Yi Xian revealed that, after numerous setbacks, it had dwindled to nearly nothing. Originally, Su Liang had intended to toy with him, with many strategies yet to be employed. A single flurry of attacks would surely render Yi Xian's existence unbearable. But with his fortune nearly harvested, there was no longer any need to squander time. An idea that had yet to be tested presented itself, and he could utilize Yi Xian for an experiment. With a glimmer of inspiration, Su Liang's gaze fell upon a nearby couple's hotel, stirring his thoughts. He leaned close to Li Xiaoming and whispered a few words. What? Li Xiaoming gasped, quickly covering her mouth upon realizing something was amiss. She glanced at the hotel, then turned to Su Liang, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Subsequently, to Yi Xian's stunned gaze, the two entered the hotel. Although I had my suspicions about their relationship, witnessing it firsthand sent a chill of anger coursing through me. Ding. Yi Xian's mind fractures. Villain value 888. At that moment, two ordinary-looking young men appeared, seemingly unremarkable. As they passed by Yi Xian, they suddenly struck. Each seized one of his arms, and one of them pressed a gun against his waist. Don't move, don't speak. Just come with us quietly. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, confusion washing over his face. Was he being kidnapped? Was this a joke? If anyone were to be abducted, it should be Su Liang, not a mere beggar like himself, devoid of any wealth. His mind was in turmoil, and he dared not resist. Allowing himself to be taken away, the two men led him to the roadside, where a van awaited, seemingly having followed him for quite some time. Indeed, they are the subordinates that Su Liang arranged to monitor Yi Xian. Once he was ushered into the vehicle, anxiety began to grip him. Big brother, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am merely a beggar, he said, casting furtive glances around, attempting to divert the robber's attention and seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the two men provided him no chance, a gun pressed firmly against him. With a resigned sigh, Yi Xian acknowledged the dire situation. He had no doubt that any reckless movement would result in a bullet being fired without hesitation. Before long, he was taken to an abandoned factory. What struck him as peculiar was that after binding him, the two robbers merely stood to the side, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. A thought flickered in his mind. Who could be orchestrating this? Regrettably, his confusion would remain unanswered, unable to free himself from the ropes. And with the two robbers watching him, Yi Xian could only endure the agonizing wait for his fate. 10 minutes turned into 30, then an hour, 2 hours, and finally 3. The oppressive weight of waiting for death bore heavily upon him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Just then, a commotion outside caught his attention. It seemed a vehicle was approaching. Yi Xian's spirits lifted, tension coiling within him. Was he finally to confront the mastermind behind his abduction? The sound of footsteps echoed. Each step resonated like a hammer on his heart, suffocating him with dread. His gaze was fixed on the doorway, and soon enough, a figure emerged. Su Liang. As recognition dawned, Yi Xian's pupils constricted in disbelief. Apologies for the delay, Su Liang entered, observing Yi Xian's restrained state with a mocking click of his tongue. Yet, his expression bore no trace of genuine remorse, only a sly smile. Yi Xian's countenance darkened. Late? Why so? This is a blatant humiliation. He realized that Su Liang had been deceiving Li Xiaoming, and his true colors were now unveiled. Rage surged within him, and he glared fiercely at Su Liang, shouting, "If you have grievances, direct them at me." Su Liang chuckled lightly before shifting his tone. "Am I not here to see you?" Yi Xian paused, sensing something amiss. "Su Liang, what do you intend to do?" A cold smile crept across his face as he seemingly pieced it together. "You abducted me to extort my demolition compensation, didn't you? I fear you shall be disappointed." Having been confined for over 3 hours, he pondered extensively. As a mere insignificant figure, what could he possibly possess that warranted kidnapping? His thoughts drifted to the recent exposure of his family's demolition payout of 50 million, which had yet to fade from the public's consciousness. Surely, this sum had attracted unsavory individuals. To his shock, it was Su Liang behind this scheme. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. Su Liang was not only a deceitful scoundrel in matters of affection, but also a criminal engaged in kidnapping and extortion. The thought of his idol being toyed with by such a man twisted Yi Xian's heart with anguish. Su Liang smirked. "Do I appear to be in need of money?" Yi Xian retorted coldly. "Spare me the charade. Otherwise, why would you have brought me here? Of course, before your demise, let us clarify matters." Chapter 80, Collapse. The protagonist's downfall. Another female lead is pregnant. What? Yi Xian was taken aback and blurted out, "Are you going to kill me?" His expression shifted continuously. Kill him? How could that be possible? This is a society governed by law, where taking a life demands retribution. Su Liang found it amusing, stroking his chin as he casually mentioned the names of several companies: Shabi Pharmaceuticals, Baopi Group, and Tuer Sua Company. Initially, Yi Xian did not grasp the implications. Gradually, comprehension dawned upon him, and his eyes widened. Were these not the foreign giants in which he had invested during his stock trading? It was precisely due to the collapse of these companies that he lost all his assets, a memory that lingered vividly. He had confided in no one about this. How could Su Liang possibly know? A wave of intense unease surged within Yi Xian. "How do you know about these companies?" He stammered. He had previously suspected he had fallen victim to a scam, but he dismissed such thoughts, believing the demise of a few major companies was merely coincidental. Now, that absurd notion resurfaced. "What do you think?" Su Liang replied with a knowing smile. This seemed to confirm Yi Xian's fears, and he quickly shook his head in denial. "No, that's impossible. Even if you were scheming behind the scenes, how could you bring down those companies worth hundreds of billions? Oh, are they truly formidable? Before the Su family, they are but insignificant ants." Yi Xian trembled, aghast. "You belong to the Su family?" The Su family, the foremost of the 4 great families of Modu. Few were unaware of their influence. Upon seeing Su Liang with Li Xiaoming, he had merely assumed he was another wealthy playboy, never considering the depths of his identity. Had he known earlier, even if he were to be toyed with, he would not have harbored thoughts of revenge. He would have amassed sufficient strength before striking back. But alas, it was too late. Coupled with his earlier experience of being scammed, everything fell into place. Truly a grand scheme. To deal with his mere several million, they orchestrated the downfall of several major corporations. Should he consider this a stroke of fortune or a misfortune? Yi Xian murmured to himself, his expression bordering on madness, suddenly lifting his head with bloodshot eyes. It was you. Everything was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? The stock market losses, the demolition compensation gone, my family's fortune depleted. My father was driven to the brink of collapse. I fled in panic from debt collectors. The pent-up fury that had been suppressed erupted at this moment. He struggled violently, intent on confronting Su Liang. Unfortunately, the ropes bound him too tightly, rendering him unable to break free. Ding. Yi Xian's mental state has exploded. Villain points, 1,000. Not too foolish after all, Su Liang remarked, his smile unyielding. By the way, there is something I must tell you. It's not entirely a scam. You indeed possess a talent for stock trading. You didn't require elaborate strategies. I merely nudged you deeper into the abyss. Yi Xian stood there, stunned into silence. A talent for stock trading. His instincts had not misled him. Originally, due to his bankruptcy, he harbored an intense hatred for the stock market. Suddenly, someone emerged to inform him that there was nothing wrong with stock trading. He had merely been ensnared in a scheme. Observing his imminent psychological collapse, Su Liang paused for a moment and took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Moreover, weren't you intending to probe your relatives and friends? Allow me to publicize this and propel it to trending status. Surprised, aren't you? Yi Xian was utterly taken aback. It turned out that his attempts to test the waters of human nature had been exposed. And Su Liang was the orchestrator of this chaos. What does it mean to kill both in body and spirit? This is it. After a brief silence, he furiously voiced the confusion that plagued his heart, nearly hysterical. Why? He could not comprehend. Had he not wronged Su Liang in any way? Instead, it was Su Liang who had deceived his beloved goddess. With exposure and bankruptcy looming over him, why was Su Liang so relentless in targeting him? I am willing. That is all. I am willing. Willing. Yi Xian shut his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was precisely because of Su Liang's willingness that he had lost everything. Reduced to a beggar. Ding. Yi Xian's mentality has exploded. Villain value 1,000. Ding. Yi Xian's spirit has shattered. Villain value 1,000. Ding. Within Su Liang's gaze, Yi Xian's fortunes visibly dwindled. He had initially planned to continue his assault, but suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to validate a certain hypothesis. With Yi Xian's fortune nearing depletion, the timing was perfect. Thus, he paid no heed to the frenzied cries of Yi Xian. After signaling to his subordinates, he departed. Su Liang returned in the vehicle he had arrived in. Shortly thereafter, a deafening explosion erupted from a nearby abandoned factory. Even if a special task force were to investigate, they would conclude it was merely a gas pipeline explosion that claimed the life of a beggar inside. The truth would remain buried, forever unknown. Ding. Yi Xian has vanished into thin air, villain value 1,000. In the vehicle, Su Liang rested his head thoughtfully. Based on Yi Xian's remaining fortune, he should still be able to harvest another 5 or 6 waves. This villain value corresponded to only 1/5 of his potential. He speculated whether he could directly eliminate the protagonist and seize all the fortune. If successful, matters would become quite simple. Yet, it proved to be an overestimation. Fortune would incur at least a 1/5 loss, an unwise trade-off. Let it be troublesome, he mused, for in my view, it is not a hassle. Merely a slight waste of time. Perfectly bored, I shall consider it a delightful diversion. With this thought, Su Liang's mind cleared, and a benevolent smile graced his face. In a nearby upscale residential community, within a beautifully adorned room, a woman in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, stealthily opened the door and entered. Glancing at her daughter's room, she quietly slipped into the bathroom, carefully unwrapping a pregnancy test. Thank you for your support. Writing so many 5-star reviews, urging for updates, showering gifts. I advise you to stop. Please stop. Chapter 81. Returning to find his wife and daughter living in a doghouse. Preparing for them to move in. As noon approached, the two emerged from a couple's hotel, with Su Liang maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Li Xiaoming walked with an unnatural gait, as if she had sprained her ankle. Just as she was about to head out for a meal, she received an unexpected message. Su Liang had altered his plans. After informing Li Xiaoming, he departed in a vehicle. The message revealed that one of his women was likely pregnant, a matter of particular concern for Su Liang. He had expressly instructed his subordinates to report to him immediately upon any developments regarding this issue. Watching Su Liang leave her behind, Li Xiaoming's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. After the tumult of the previous night, she found herself struggling to walk. Yet, she was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Su Liang, as the eldest son of the Su family and the president of Su Corporation, was undoubtedly busy, Was that not to be expected? Little did she know that he was on his way to meet another woman, which might have ignited her ire. Su Liang soon arrived at the happy community. Upon exiting the vehicle, a poised young woman with short hair and a sharp appearance approached him. "Young master, please explain what transpired." Without pausing, Su Liang continued onward, the young woman trailing half a step behind him. In recent days, Su Liang had observed that Su Wanqing seemed off. She frequently experienced dry heaving and had even purchased a pregnancy test the night prior. She had not been to the office all morning, remaining in her room lost in thought, and the likelihood of her being pregnant stood at 90%. Based on Su Wanqing's various behaviors, she had come to this conclusion, expressing caution in her assessment. Su Wanqing was the daughter of the Su family, a clan with assets worth billions. Yet, in the sprawling metropolis of Shanghai, where families worth hundreds of billions abound, the Su family seemed rather insignificant. In pursuit of a brighter future for the Su family, they opted for a strategic marriage alliance, with Su Wanqing becoming the chosen candidate. It must be said that this young lady from the Su family was formidable. Refusing to be a mere pawn in her family's ambitions, she sought out someone to marry. And soon after, she found herself with child. This act provoked the Su family's ire, leading them to sever ties with her and exert pressure from all directions. Months prior, when Su Liang encountered her, she and her daughter resided in a dilapidated house that resembled a dog kennel. Their living conditions were dismal, enduring days of hunger and cold. Witnessing their plight struck a familiar chord with Su Liang, reminiscent of certain narratives he had read. Although mother and daughter struggled, they managed to scrape by. But Su Liang felt their circumstances had yet to reach a state of utter despair. With a sudden thought, he arranged for the formidable landlady to be bribed. Consequently, her treatment of Su Wanqing and her daughter grew increasingly harsh. Filled with ridicule and humiliation, she even went so far as to provide them with an actual dog kennel to live in. Just as despair threatened to consume the two, Su Liang emerged like a beacon of light, rescuing them from the shadows. Not only did he help them confront the cruel landlady, but he also arranged for them to move into a high-end community, draped in attire that others can only dream of affording and indulging in delicacies that remain unattainable for many. The mother and daughter expressed profound gratitude towards him. This life of affluence was not unfamiliar to Su Wanqing, who had been accustomed to it since childhood, experiencing little turbulence along the way. Yet, in her pursuit of freedom and an escape from familial obligations, she had resolved to endure any hardship. However, witnessing the bliss radiating from her daughter softened her heart, leading her to accept Su Liang's assistance. It is not the acceptance that incites fear, but rather the possibility of rejection. Thus, the subsequent matters became manageable. With a few exchanges of pleasantries, Su Wanqing gradually succumbed to his charm. Soon after, Su Liang discreetly informed the Su family of the situation. Upon realizing that Su Wanqing was not only unharmed but thriving, the Su family erupted in fury. "How dare you live so well? You ought to be suffering in hell. I shall ensure that your lives are rendered worse than before. No one can aid you, not even the divine." His words left the mother and daughter in stunned silence. To be drawn from the depths of despair into a realm of comfort is an easy transition. Yet to be yanked back into despair from such a paradise is a challenge even Su Wanqing found hard to bear, especially considering her 5-year-old daughter. The two found themselves once more in a state of hopelessness, only for Su Liang to emerge as their gallant savior. Upon realizing that it was Su Liang who came to their aid, the Su family was taken aback. They hastily retracted their previous statements, proclaiming that Su Wanqing would forever be regarded as the esteemed young lady of the Su family, ceasing any pressure for her to enter into an arranged marriage. Why would they jest? With Su Liang by their side, what need was there for such unions? The rise of the Su family hinged merely on his word. Su Wanqing felt as though she were caught in a dream. She had never anticipated that the one who extended a helping hand would be the heir of the Su family. Now, she was cordially invited back to her family, showered with unprecedented respect and admiration. Indeed, she was being invited back. Her emotions fluctuated wildly, and coupled with her existing fondness for Su Liang, she succumbed to intoxication that very night. Everything unfolded effortlessly, as Su Liang achieved his aim of integrating Su Wanqing into his family. However, as he gazed upon the faint stains upon the sheets, he fell into a contemplative reverie. Wasn't Su Wanqing supposed to have a daughter? And had she not been married? How could this be her first experience? Subsequently, Su Wanqing divulged the truth. It was all a carefully orchestrated ruse. To evade an arranged marriage, she had wed someone. Yet her daughter was adopted from an orphanage. Their relationship was non-existent, and she had not permitted that individual to touch her. After severing ties with the Su family, she sent him away, and they had not crossed paths since. Curious, Su Liang inquired about the name of that individual. Jiang Tianxi. Su Liang mused, Tianxi? A name befitting a protagonist. I wonder when the tale of the returning warrior will unfold, only to find his wife and daughter snatched away. Contemplating an investigation, He ultimately decided to prioritize winning over the heroine. Regardless of the returning warrior's tale, he believed that as long as his family was sufficiently numerous, all would falter before him. At this moment, Su Liang stepped into the elevator, arriving at the doorstep of Su Wanqing's residence. A graceful woman following him offered a slight bow, retrieving a key to unlock the door to the adjacent room. In this residential community, each floor accommodates only 2 households. Directly opposite the female protagonist's home resides her appointed bodyguard, whose presence is, of course, intended for optimal protection and surveillance. Within the elegantly adorned living room, a girl of approximately 5 years old, strikingly beautiful like a porcelain doll, sits on the sofa engrossed in an animated series, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Mei Yang Yang. Fei Yang Yang. Could you perhaps eat with a bit more decorum? Fei Yang Yang. I apologize. I shall refrain from such behavior next time. Xiang Yang. Could you eat with a bit more grace? Mei Yang Yang. It's quite all right. Boys are meant to be bold. Fei Yang Yang. Bang bang. At that moment, a knock resonates at the door. Xiao Xiao, please answer the door, calls a mature and melodious voice from the kitchen. The little girl, named Xiao Xiao, obediently rises from the sofa and tiptoes to open the door. Upon seeing Su Liang outside, she initially freezes in surprise, only to be overtaken by joy as she exclaims, "Brother!" She had anticipated the arrival of the older girl from across the hall, but instead, her most cherished brother stands before her, eliciting an uncontrollable delight. Su Liang smiles gently and lifts her into his arms. "Xiao Xiao, have you missed me?" Xiao Xiao nods eagerly, "Of course. I think about you every day, morning and night, even in my dreams." She then pouts playfully, planting a kiss on Su Liang's cheek to express just how much she has longed for him. Xiao Xiao has endured much alongside Su Wanqing, and ever since their lives transformed, she has grown quite dependent on Su Liang. Were it not for the necessity of pursuing other female leads, even calling him daddy would not pose an issue. "Mom, come out. Brother is here, dressed in an apron." Su Wanqing emerges from the kitchen. She possesses an exquisite beauty, her flawless complexion glowing, her eyes sparkling as though they can see into one's soul. Despite enduring several hardships, her skin remains as radiant as snow. At this moment, clad in her homemaker attire, she exudes the essence of a devoted wife. However, upon seeing Su Liang holding her daughter, she freezes in place. "Mom, what's wrong? Aren't you happy that brother is here?" Xiao Xiao inquires, puzzled by her mother's unusual demeanor. In the past, whenever her brother visited, her mother would share in her excitement. Why does she appear so peculiar today? Regaining her composure, Su Wanqing forces herself to remain calm and asks, "I just finished cooking. Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Is it all right if I grab a set of chopsticks?" Su Liang replies with a smile. It seems that Su Wanqing has not disclosed her pregnancy to him. Or perhaps she is uncertain about how to broach the subject. Indeed, with his extraordinary medical skills, Su Liang could ascertain her condition at a mere glance. A playful smile dances on his lips. He thinks, "Let us see how long it takes for you to reveal it." "Of course, no problem. Xiao Xiao will help brother fetch the chopsticks." The little girl exclaims cheerfully, darting into the kitchen. The mother and daughter work harmoniously. Su Wanqing brings the dishes to the table, while Xiao Xiao fetches the utensils. Although it is a simple home-cooked meal of 3 dishes and a soup, the aroma wafts enticingly, and the flavors are commendable. It seems that the years of hardship have not been in vain. Su Liang once suggested finding a nanny for them, but Su Wanqing politely declined. Over the years, she and her daughter have relied on each other, and she is not accustomed to having outsiders intrude on their lives. Except for Su Liang. He has not insisted on it. With bodyguards arranged around them, there is no concern for their safety. "Brother, let me serve you." During mealtime, Xiao Xiao picked up her chopsticks and placed food into his bowl. Su Liang smiled, returning the gesture by serving her a piece as well. Xiao Xiao also enjoyed her meal. When she noticed her brother serving her, her eyebrows arched like crescent moons, and her smile grew even brighter. Su Wanqing quietly held her bowl. Observing the tender scene of fatherly affection and filial piety before her, she felt both gratified and a touch envious. The satisfaction stemmed from Su Liang's lack of disdain for Xiao Xiao as his adopted daughter, while the envy arose from the realization that Xiao Xiao seemed closer to Su Liang than to herself, leaving her with a sense of vulnerability. She felt a tinge of complexity as she gently touched her abdomen. Su Liang appeared to quite enjoy children, yet she was uncertain about his views on the child they might have together. It was precisely this uncertainty that deterred her from revealing her pregnancy to him. Su Wanqing cherished the idea of having children and had decided to give birth. Otherwise, she would not have adopted Xiao Xiao. What if Su Liang insisted she terminate the pregnancy? Just as her thoughts spiraled, Xiao Xiao's surprised exclamation broke through. "Really? Brother, do you have time today to accompany me and Mama?" Su Liang affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, "Of course. Just tell me where you want to go, and I will play with you to your heart's content today." Xiao Xiao immediately erupted in joy, yet she did not voice any specific requests for places of amusement. Having endured hardships alongside Su Wanqing, This child from a poor family had matured beyond her years. In the afternoon, Su Liang took the mother and daughter to an amusement park, a place where children typically find delight. This outing could be considered an unconventional form of nurturing. Initially, Su Wanqing hesitated to go, unsure of how to face Su Liang. However, she could not resist Xiao Xiao's charming insistence. As the three strolled through the amusement park, the strikingly handsome man, the beautiful woman, and the porcelain doll-like little girl seemed to embody the picture of a perfect family, attracting attention from all around. So handsome. Mama, I think I'm in love. Is that his girlfriend? They even have a child? Mama, I've fallen out of love again. They look so young. How could they have a child already? The family exuded such high beauty that passers-by remarked on the little girl as charm, predicting she would grow into a stunning beauty. Listening to the murmurs surrounding her, Su Wanqing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Despite having shared countless intimate moments with Su Liang, the age difference was palpable, as she was several years his senior. It evoked a sense of discomfort, akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass. Following that, Su Liang led the mother and daughter through a myriad of attractions, and Xiao Xiao reveled in each experience. Joyous moments, however, are always fleeting. Before they knew it, the whole afternoon had slipped away. Xiao Xiao was elated, her smile unwavering. In her heart, her mother and brother were her closest companions. The mere thought of visiting the amusement park together was something she had never dared to dream. Su Wanqing felt a sense of happiness as the trio made their way home. Meanwhile, a dramatic scene unfolded elsewhere. Rin Shanshan, you have gone too far. The engagement was arranged by our families, and now that the wedding date is approaching and the news has been disseminated, your withdrawal leaves us in a precarious position. In the cafe, a tall young man, whose looks were not exactly unattractive, glared angrily at the woman before him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with fair skin and a curvaceous figure. Her demeanor, while savoring her coffee, exuded an air of grace and elegance. Rin Shanshan set down her cup, her expression indifferent. I did not come here to negotiate. I am here to inform you that our engagement must be annulled. After a brief pause, she added, as for the impact on your family's reputation, I apologize. Here is a card with 100,000 as compensation. With that, she placed a bank card on the table. For a working-class individual, that sum was considerable. Wu Zhe lowered his head. Gradually a mocking smile crept across his face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. No wonder you want to break off the engagement. It seems you found yourself a wealthy patron. Rin Shanshan frowned, her impatience evident. Her family and the Wu family hailed from the same village, their relations having been amicable. Even after the Wu family relocated to the city, their connection remained intact. A year prior, the elders of both families inadvertently discussed their children's marriages, leading to the decision to arrange a betrothal between Wu Zhe and Rin Shanshan. The engagement was arranged without her knowledge, a remnant of archaic customs that still lingered in their village, where parental consent and matchmaking were paramount. By the time she learned of this arrangement, 6 months had already passed, during which she had submitted to Su Liang's affections. It was only when her family recently brought up the topic of marriage again that Rin Shanshan recalled the engagement and promptly refused, declaring she had a boyfriend. This revelation left her parents in a quandary. With the engagement nearly a year old and the wedding imminent, their daughter's sudden claim of a boyfriend posed a dilemma. They could not bear to approach the Wu family to withdraw from the engagement, thus leaving the matter for Rin Shanshan to resolve. Hence, this confrontation ensued. Rin Shanshan sought out Wu Zhe to clarify matters. Take your filthy money back. I, Wu Zhe, am not in need of this 100,000. Remember, it is not you who is breaking off the engagement. It is I who am severing our ties. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Wu Zhe, enraged, laughed bitterly as he turned to leave, not forgetting to utter a pretentious remark. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Chapter 83, The Engagement Withdrawal. Why do you weep over your own proposal? Sisters gaining? Merely a fanciful notion. Watching Wu Zhe's silhouette fade from the cafe, Rin Shanshan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Although she was momentarily taken aback by his words, she felt no regret. In her heart, Su Liang was her everything. Compared to him, Wu Zhe was hardly worthy even to carry his shoes. After casting a glance at the bank card left on the table, which Wu Zhe had not taken, she tucked it away. She did offer compensation, which Wu Zhe himself declined. After leaving the cafe, a gentle breeze began to soothe his heart, gradually calming his turbulent emotions. A bitter smile crept across his face, his heart heavy with helplessness. Unlike Rin Shanshan, who remained oblivious to the engagement between their families, his parents had informed him long before the engagement. He had even glimpsed Rin Shanshan's photograph, the most exquisite girl he had ever seen. Marrying her felt akin to saving the world in a past life. Wu Zhe had eagerly anticipated their wedding a year later, his heart filled with dreams, making the blessings of fate seem less daunting. However, an unexpected turn of events shattered his hopes. Just as their wedding approached, Rin Shanshan announced her intention to break off the engagement. The sense of a dream collapsing and the sting of humiliation were overwhelming. Her sudden withdrawal from the engagement also brought disgrace to the Wu family. In a fit of anger, he uttered some bold words, though they were merely borrowed from novels. In reality, he felt like a mere cog in the machine of society. The notion of rising against his circumstances felt utterly unattainable. For him, there was an old adage, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The same goes for middle-aged and elderly poverty. Lost in thought, Wu Zhe wandered along the street, unknowingly drifting away from the sidewalk and into the center of the road. At that moment, a dump truck barreled toward him. Bystanders noticed and urgently shouted, "Move aside. A truck is coming. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" That's the roadway. Hurry, get out of the way. It seemed that their cries reached Wu Zhe, jolting him back to reality. He turned just in time to see the truck hurtling toward him, too close to evade. A chilling thought crossed his mind. This is the end. Gasps of horror erupted from the crowd, with some young girls covering their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. The truck driver, spotting Wu Zhe in the middle of the road, slammed on the brakes. But the immense inertia still propelled the vehicle into him. Wu Zhe was flung several meters away, blood gushing from his wounds, a sight too gruesome to behold. "Quick! Call the police!" someone shouted. "What good will that do? Call an ambulance instead." Another voice interjected. "It's over for him. He has been knocked so far away. What can he blame but himself?" The sidewalk was so wide, why venture into the middle of the road? These were the thoughts swirling in Wu Zhe's fading consciousness. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the study materials on his phone. With renewed determination, he fought to maintain his awareness. His bloodied hand trembled as it reached into his pocket. He entered the password, unlocked the screen, navigated to the settings, and initiated a factory reset, confirming his actions in one fluid motion. After completing this task, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The accident scene became congested, with a crowd of spectators gathering. Minutes passed, and still, the ambulance had not arrived. Why isn't it here yet? If it doesn't come soon, he'll be a corpse. It's rush hour. Look at the traffic jam. Wait, look. He seems to be waking up. Oh my gosh, he's back. Is this real? Surviving such a horrific accident. It's nothing short of a medical miracle. In a flurry, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards the figure collapsed in a pool of blood. To their astonishment, the seemingly lifeless Wu Zhe twitched a finger and then sat upright. Bewildered, Wu Zhe surveyed his surroundings, his expression a canvas of confusion. Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be on a blind date? Why does everything hurt so much? A sharp pain surged through his mind as a torrent of memories flooded in. His countenance shifted dramatically, reflecting shock, bewilderment, and utter disarray. Am I reborn? Back to 2.5 years ago. Through this influx of recollection, he grasped his current predicament. Just before 2:30, Ren Shanshan had approached him to discuss the matter of their broken engagement. Overwhelmed by the blow, he had wandered aimlessly, lost in thought, only to be struck by a heavy truck. Now, having returned to this pivotal moment and comprehending everything, his face transformed with exhilaration and joy. 2.5 years. Did anyone truly understand how he had endured that time? Ever since Ren Shanshan ended their engagement, he had been in a downward spiral. He had not lacked effort, often contemplating how to counter her dismissive words about the impoverished youth, yearning to slap her face with success. Yet, the harshness of reality had dulled his edges. That was the past. Now he was reborn, and everything would change. Rebirth signifies foresight. Although he had lived a mundane life over the past 2.5 years, achieving nothing, the wisdom he had gleaned during that time would empower him to defy fate. His only regret was his lack of attention to significant national events during those years. Had he done so, his rise would have been swifter. Fortunately, he could still recall certain happenings around him. The brewery near his home was on the brink of closure. Yet it would soon revive, transforming into an entity rivaling Mao Dai. And then there was cryptocurrency. Who could have known that the currently obscure virtual currency would, through Wall Street speculation, soar to a value of tens of thousands of dollars per coin in 2 years? All he needed to do was seize the moment and purchase a few hundred coins. And in 2 years, he would achieve financial freedom. Most importantly, the despondent version of himself would soon purchase a lottery ticket, just one number shy of the grand prize, which he remembered vividly. The first prize was a staggering 10 million. With that as his starting capital, and armed with his foresight, in 2 years, he would not merely become a millionaire, but could easily amass billions. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Wu Zhe became. Even the pain from the truck collision faded into insignificance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The very Ren Shanshan who had initiated the breakup. He yearned for revenge, to make her regret her decision. Imagining himself, a man worth billions, standing before Ren Shanshan as she wept and pleaded for reconciliation, filled him with uncontainable excitement. At that moment, he would declare, "You proposed the breakup. Why are you crying now? Ah, how delightful. How utterly delightful. Wait, Didn't Rin Shanshan have a sister? Her beauty rivaled that of Rin Shanshan, perhaps even more innocent, fitting perfectly into his ideal. If he were to win her sister's affection, what expression would Rin Shanshan wear? It would surely be a spectacle to behold. At that moment, he contemplated extending his benevolence to forgive her. After all, gaining the affection of both sisters was not an insurmountable challenge. Lost in thought, an involuntary snort of laughter escaped him. Miraculously, the individual who should have perished in the blood-soaked scene sat up, emitting laughter. The peculiarity of this spectacle was beyond comprehension. Good heavens, it felt rather eerie. Could it be that he was possessed by a spirit? His earlier comment had indeed conjured a sense of the macabre, sending chills down one's spine. I suspect he may have suffered a concussion from the impact. Alas, this is the consequence of walking while engrossed in one's phone. Bystanders began to murmur and point. The driver of the mud truck was visibly shaken. Had he not adhered to traffic regulations, he would have swiftly fled the scene, as the entirety of the blame lay with that individual. After a prolonged interval of 10 minutes, the ambulance finally arrived, accompanied by traffic police to disperse the crowd. The atmosphere gradually returned to tranquility, marred only by the bloodstains that narrated the tale of a recent accident. Meanwhile, at Su Wanqing's residence, after a day filled with play, the little one, feeling fatigued, retreated to her room to sleep early, as children are often prone to do. This marked the commencement of the adult's leisure time. My apologies for the delayed update, dear readers. I am striving to maintain consistency in my chapters and seek your support. Chapter 84. The protagonist's excitement. Every sacrifice is worthwhile in the living room. Only Su Liang and Su Wanqing remained. With a smile, Su Liang sat close beside her, grasping her hand. Sister Wanqing, what troubles you? He feigned ignorance, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Su Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety. What should she do? In a moment of helplessness, she disclosed her pregnancy to Su Liang. The truth is, I am expecting. Upon uttering those words, she lowered her gaze, occasionally glancing up at Su Liang with concern. A twinkle of amusement danced in Su Liang's eyes. At last, she had found the courage to voice her secret. He pretended to ponder, and seeing this, Su Wanqing grew increasingly anxious, hastily adding, I can assist you in other ways. May I carry the child to term? Su Liang's heart stirred with interest. Such a fortuitous development. How could he possibly refuse the prospect of a child? In fact, he yearned for even more. He had prepared the same prenatal supplements as Lu Ruolin. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of contemplation, Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Thus, he shifted his tone. Having the child is not an issue, but the following morning, Su Liang arranged for various supplements and prenatal medications to be delivered to her, filling her with joy. From this gesture, she sensed Su Liang's genuine concern for the child, and that was more than sufficient for her. Throughout the day, Su Liang remained by the side of the mother and daughter, primarily to allay Su Wanqing's anxieties. This brought immense joy to Su Xiaoxiao, who found animated films suddenly unappealing compared to the joy of spending time with her brother. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Wu Zhe exited through the main doors. Despite having been thrown several meters and bleeding profusely, he had merely sustained superficial injuries. After receiving a transfusion, he was left relatively unscathed. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to buy a lottery ticket at this hour in his previous life. 10 million, here I come. Excitement glimmered in Wu Zhe's eyes as he made his way to a nearby lottery shop. After purchasing a double color ball ticket and meticulously confirming his chosen numbers, he departed in a state of exhilaration. As the phone rang while he was walking home, Wu Zhe glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from his supervisor. A frown immediately creased his brow. During his time at the company, this individual had exploited him relentlessly, assigning him menial tasks, usurping his achievements, and imposing numerous overtime hours. It could be said that his ability to enjoy the benefits of a 007 lifestyle was largely due to this man's actions. In the past, he had been powerless to resist. To avoid termination, he had to acquiesce to his whims. But now, oh ho, Wu Zhe, you think you can revolt, don't you? You're still alive, so get back to work immediately. Furthermore, your absence today, coupled with your failure to request leave, will result in the forfeiture of your attendance bonus for this month and the next. As soon as the call connected, he was met with a barrage of insults. Wu Zhe's expression soured, and he could no longer contain his anger. You fat pig, I'll work for whomever I please. I'm done serving you. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. The voice on the other end sounded frantic. Is it not clear enough? I'm resigning from your pathetic company. Not even a dog would want to work there. With that, Wu Zhe hung up the phone. After venting his frustrations, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having been reborn, who would still choose to work? That evening, he compared his lottery ticket numbers with the winning results. Upon confirming their accuracy, he gripped the ticket tightly, his eyes shimmering with ecstatic flames. The next day, he visited the lottery center to claim his prize. Upon exiting, with 10 million in his account, he could no longer suppress his laughter. From that moment onward, the world was his oyster. the sky was the limit. His future stretched boundlessly before him. Wealth was within his grasp, and the beautiful women he had once longed for would now be within reach. His laughter drew the attention of those around him, who whispered about yet another young man driven to madness by life. Wu Zhe clutched his phone, his eyes gleaming with ambition. With 10 million as his initial capital, the time had come to strategize for the future. Back at his rented apartment, he scaled the walls to register for a cryptocurrency account, investing 10,000 to acquire 1,000 virtual coins. He dared not purchase more, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. Though it seemed a modest sum, in 2 years, it could burgeon into tens of millions. Subsequently, Wu Zhe made his way to a local distillery. The business was struggling, and due to financial burdens, nearly 100 employees had been laid off. The owner of the distillery was graying with worry. He sought to sell the distillery, but upon learning of its losses, several interested buyers had backed out. Just as he contemplated holding on for a while longer before resorting to a desperate sale, a young man approached him. 3 million. I want the distillery, the young man declared. The owner was taken aback, thinking the youth was merely jesting, and casually quoted a figure that, during prosperous times, could have purchased the distillery. Now, he would have accepted a mere million. Unbeknownst to him, this young man was serious and audacious. A potential big spender had arrived. How could the distillery owner let this opportunity slip away? The transfer procedures were swiftly completed. Observing the jovial demeanor of the distillery owner, Wu Zhe couldn't help but smile. It is worth noting that once this distillery flourishes, its market value will soar to several billion, and that is merely 2.5 years away. As time progresses, its worth will only appreciate further. You may profit, but I shall never incur a loss. Having acquired this lucrative enterprise, Wu Zhe let out a long sigh of relief. With the distillery in his possession, he felt unperturbed by any unforeseen fluctuations in the cryptocurrency market. The solidity of tangible business ventures offers the utmost reassurance. What should he pursue next? He fell into deep contemplation, recalling the events and transformations that had transpired over the past 2 years. A certain area in the eastern part of the Magic City is set to be redeveloped into an economic development zone, with land prices expected to surge. If he were to invest early, it would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. However, with only a few million at his disposal, it was hardly enough to make a significant impact. What quick avenues for profit might exist? Betting on the World Cup could be lucrative, yet he harbored no fondness for football, nor did he possess any recollections in that domain. Stock trading and futures? He had heard of them, but his understanding was superficial at best. He was aware that a swine fever outbreak would occur in 6 months, leading to skyrocketing meat prices, an opportunity to profit, albeit a distant one. If only he possessed the stock trading prowess of Yi Xian, he lamented. With an investment of 50 million garnered from demolitions, one could ascend to surpass even Buffett in the stock market. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Wasn't Yi Xian also rising to prominence recently? Not just Yi Xian, but also Lin Hao, Mu Bai, and Chen Zhou, individuals destined to become renowned figures. He resolved to befriend them before they fully emerged. Wu Zhe remembered that Mu Bai had established a new energy vehicle company, but as a scion of a $100 billion conglomerate, he would hardly regard Wu Zhe's investments. To forge friendships with such influential individuals, a certain level of strength was imperative. He pondered if there were any other rapid money-making methods. Antique jade. As an ordinary office worker, he knew little of such elite indulgences. The real estate, internet, and new energy sectors were poised for profitability in the coming 2 years. Yet he found himself unable to engage with them at present. After a thorough review, he realized that no quick profit strategies seemed viable. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his past 2.5 years of lethargy. If only he had gathered more information. Shaking his head, Wu Zhe decided to prioritize purchasing a property. Real estate was bound to yield exorbitant profits in the following 2 years. He intended to encourage relatives and friends with whom he shared strong ties to acquire several properties for themselves, ensuring they would not face losses. Engaging in profitable industries and mingling with influential figures might spark the recollection of promising projects. After quietly mapping out his future, Wu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. With financial matters resolved, it was time to embrace enjoyment. He thought of Ren Shanshan's sister, Ren Feifei. Aren't you breaking off the engagement? He contemplated for a moment before resolving to pursue her sister. After some deliberation, he ventured to the commercial center, changed into a new outfit, and purchased a luxurious BMW worth 800,000. This was his capital for courting. He felt no regret in spending the money. Sitting in the car and savoring the comfort bestowed by the brand new BMW, Wu Zhe took a while to calm his excited heart. Everything was in place. Now he just needed the right opportunity. Next, he would seek his target. He recalled that Ren Feifei was about to start university and was currently staying at Ren Shanshan's home. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the location of Ren Shanshan's house. No matter, he could wait a few days, as school would be commencing soon. For now, he decided to take a leisurely drive. With this thought, Wu Zhe pressed the accelerator and sped away. Hey, handsome, want to have some fun? I can be sweet, salty, or tempting. A strikingly glamorous woman leaned toward him, smiling seductively from the passenger side. This young man was, of course, Wu Zhe. After indulging in the thrill of driving his newly acquired BMW for a while, he reminisced about the luxury cars parked at the school gates during his university days. He had watched in envy as they whisked away beautiful female students. Now that he possessed such capabilities, he was eager to experience it himself. What? School hasn't started yet? No matter. Wu Zhe drove to the entrance of a bar or a bustling commercial street. Anywhere crowded would suffice. As expected, shortly after parking, numerous beautiful women approached him. The woman before him, though reasonably attractive, was already the 10th one to approach. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Wu Zhe politely declined the alluring woman with a smile. In the past, he would have blushed at the prospect of speaking to someone like her. Now, he felt no such embarrassment. Rebirth had granted him confidence. Such women no longer captivated his interest. If he were to seek someone, it would have to be a stunning beauty akin to Ren Shanshan. Disappointed, the woman departed. Just as Wu Zhe pondered his next destination, a figure caught his eye. Not far ahead, a girl dressed modestly yet unable to conceal her figure strolled down the street. Upon closer inspection of her face, Wu Zhe trembled. The girl bore a resemblance to Ren Shanshan. However, there remained a hint of youthful innocence in her features. Was this not the very sister he had longed to meet, Ren Feifei? He could hardly contain himself and quickly started the car. Ren Shanshan was occupied with work and not at home, leaving Ren Feifei alone. Feeling a bit bored, she had decided to take a stroll, perhaps to familiarize herself with the atmosphere and environment of this bustling city. Previously, her sister had always accompanied her. She had never explored on her own. The vibrant allure of the city left her somewhat bewildered and intimidated, having come from a village. Fortunately, she had her caring sister and brother-in-law to support her. Thoughts of her gentle brother-in-law stirred her emotions, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Since their last meeting, his image had frequently surfaced in her mind, even invading her dreams. The first thing she should do upon waking up the next day is to take a shower. How could such a thought even cross her mind? After all, he is her brother-in-law. How could she ever compete with her sister for a man? A wave of shame naturally surged within her. Shaking her head to cast aside the distracting thoughts, Ren Feifei allowed a smile to reappear on her face, her heart fluttering with excitement. This was because her sister had informed her that she would take her to visit her brother-in-law's company that afternoon. Just as she was reveling in the anticipation of meeting him, a voice suddenly broke through the air. Hey, beautiful, care to be friends? Wu Zhe slowed down his vehicle, matching his speed to Ren Feifei's as she walked. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face, which he deemed charming. Chapter 86. The protagonist is bewildered. The goddess encounters unwanted affection. The unexpected voice startled her. Turning her head, she saw a man in the car grinning at her, causing Ren Feifei to frown slightly. Having been in the bustling city for some time, she had experienced countless similar advances. Initially, they had frightened her, but she had gradually grown accustomed to them. Her sister had advised her to simply ignore such individuals. She turned her back and continued walking, pretending not to notice. Wu Zhe stroked his chin, intrigued by Ren Feifei's dismissive attitude, which only piqued his interest further. She was unlike other women. Rather than eagerly seeking his contact information upon seeing his luxury car, she appeared unfazed, unlike her sister, who was materialistic. Indeed, Ren Shanshan's decision to break off their engagement seemed to stem from her belief that he was not of sufficient status to match her. What would happen if she chose to ignore him? Wu Zhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out, Feifei. As anticipated, upon hearing her name, Ren Feifei paused. With a hint of surprise, she inquired, Who are you? She did not recall having such an acquaintance. I am a friend of your sister, Wu Zhe replied, his eyes glinting. Oh, Ren Feifei responded, but she intended to continue on her way. Wu Zhe quickly interjected. It's almost noon, have you eaten? Let me treat you. Ren Feifei's guard immediately went up. She may have been naive, but she was not foolish. While his claim of being her sister's friend was somewhat plausible, his eagerness to treat her to a meal seemed overly forward. No, thank you. My sister has cooked at home, and I need to go back and eat with her. After a hasty reply, Ren Feifei hailed a taxi by the roadside. Wu Zhe realized he had been too hasty and felt a twinge of regret. Gradually, a thought crossed his mind. Ren Feifei was heading home? If he wished to pursue this young lady, relying on chance encounters like today was not sufficient. Knowing where she lived would facilitate his intentions. Moreover, if Ren Shanshan were to see him now, adorned in designer brands and driving a top-tier luxury car, would she not regret their broken engagement? She would likely be in tears, he mused, lost in his own reverie. When he snapped back to reality, he realized the taxi carrying Ren Feifei was nearly out of sight. He hastily started his car and followed her. He was trailing Ren Feifei. Oblivious to the vehicle that followed him closely, a pair of cold eyes fixated upon him. This, of course, was the bodyguard arranged by Su Liang. Whenever he identified a female protagonist, he ensured that a female bodyguard was assigned for her protection. These women were all pre-selected by him. He had no desire for any cliché plot twists, such as the protagonist being kidnapped or robbed, only for the hero to emerge as the gallant savior. Such storytelling is utterly absurd. They are merely stalling for time, padding their word count with scenarios of abduction that could easily stretch into 5 or 6 chapters, or even more, reaching into the dozens. They might argue that this is merely a means to enhance the female protagonist's appeal, a part of the strategy to win her over. Yet, can't they consider alternative methods to court her favor? Engaging in her interests or sharing mundane daily experiences would suffice. Have they contemplated the repercussions of these exquisite heroines being captured, even if only for a few chapters, or worse, dozens? Some narratives even embellish the details of the kidnappers. They claim this approach aligns more closely with reality, portraying the protagonist as a flesh-and-blood individual rather than a typical overpowered character. But, aren't they writing fiction? It's rather distasteful to impose one's own peculiar preferences onto others. In a world filled with protagonists, Su Liang was curious to see if such a character truly existed. He vowed to make them understand the meaning of despair, to experience a fate worse than death. The female protagonists were surrounded by a cadre of female bodyguards. More than one, each ready to alert him should any trouble arise, entirely eliminating any chance of cliched plotlines. Naturally, these bodyguards served not only to protect the protagonists, but also to monitor them. When necessary, they provided him with information to facilitate the integration of individuals into his family. Rin Feifei arrived at the garden community, and after settling the payment, she walked in under the respectful gaze of the security personnel. The garden community, being one of the most renowned in the bustling metropolis, excelled in both environment and security. Its residents were either affluent or powerful, with properties beginning at several million. In prime locations, wealth alone was insufficient. One also needed influence and connections. Wu Zhe was utterly bewildered, rubbing his eyes. He stared at the clearly visible characters of the garden community name, feeling somewhat disoriented. He was well aware of the community's reputation. What left him dumbfounded was Rin Feifei's declaration of returning home, implying that her home was here. How could that be? How could Rin Shanshan reside in such a place? Even if he had a few million at his disposal, the thought of purchasing a property here had never crossed his mind. That some would barely afford a small plot of land. The only explanation was that Rin Shanshan was being kept by a wealthy patron. This left no room for alternative possibilities. Wu Zhe was instantly filled with rage, gritting his teeth. Although Rin Shanshan had proposed breaking off their engagement, stirring feelings of resentment within him, he could not deny a lingering desire for a happy ending where he would have both sisters. Little did he know, the woman he coveted had already fallen into another's embrace. Who could it be? Wu Zhe clenched his fists, his heart aching with despair. As Rin Feifei's figure gradually faded from view, he felt an urge to pursue her and take a closer look. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted by the security personnel. Please present your identification. The guards were all retired Special Forces soldiers, dutifully performing their roles. Their primary task was to recognize all the residents of the community and to deny entry to anyone else without proper invitation from the homeowners. Wu Zhe had no such proof to offer. With a smile, he explained, "Brother, I am a friend of that girl. Could you make an exception?" A multitude of sharp gazes turned towards him, their eyes piercing. The ironclad spirit of soldiers enveloped the atmosphere. Wu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure and could only leave in disappointment. Sighing, he parked his car by the roadside, lamenting his situation. He had initially intended to boast in front of Rin Shanshan, to make her regret and feel tormented. But what could he brag about? She resided in an upscale community while he couldn't even gain entry through the main gate. Yet, he refused to surrender. He was determined to uncover the identity of the man behind Rin Shanshan. Chapter 87. The sister's wish granted by Su Liang upon returning home. Rin Feifei found her sister Rin Shanshan just finishing dinner preparations and emerging from the kitchen. She had not hired a maid. She preferred to cook for herself. This was partly due to her passion for cooking and partly because she wished to hone her culinary skills for when Su Liang arrived, intending to prepare a sumptuous meal that would strengthen their bond. It must be said, the women Su Liang had won over were not mere ornaments, at the very least. They possessed commendable culinary skills. "You're back? I was just about to call you." Rin Shanshan smiled upon seeing her sister. Rin Feifei washed her hands and sat down to eat while recounting the events from her outing. "By the way, sister, do you have a friend who fits this description?" Suddenly recalling the person she had encountered earlier, Rin Feifei described Wu Zhe's appearance. Her expression turned serious. Based on her sister's description, the man drove a newly purchased luxury car, dressed impeccably, and was not unattractive. She did not recognize anyone fitting that description. Moreover, apart from Su Liang, she had no male friends and had never discussed her sister's situation with anyone other than him. Who could that person be? she pondered, glancing at her innocent sister. Before asking in a low voice, what exactly happened? Rin Feifei then recounted the incident of Wu Zhe's approach, including his claim of being a friend. Upon learning that the man had invited her sister to dinner, Rin Shanshan felt a wave of anxiety. Only when she heard that her sister had declined the invitation did she relax. You did well. I don't have such a friend. That person must be a fraud. What? Rin Feifei exclaimed, a wave of fear washing over her. Thankfully, she had not accepted his invitation. Feifei, we are in a big city now. There are many con artists around, unlike the simple folks in our village. From now on, apart from me and your brother-in-law, be cautious of what others say. Rin Shanshan began to impart her wisdom to her sister. Rin Feifei listened attentively, nodding occasionally. After dinner, Rin Feifei eagerly took the initiative to clear the table, and Rin Shanshan did not refuse her assistance. After a brief respite, she glanced at her sister, who was dressed in her usual modest attire. Her eyes flickered with a glimmer of mischief as she suggested, we are heading to the company. Would you like to change into something else? Although Su Liang had yet to make a move, as the elder sister, she felt compelled to subtly encourage her sister. After all, the outcome remained unchanged. Why not take the initiative and perhaps even win Su Liang's favor? Do I need to change? Rin Feifei stammered. Clearly aware that they were about to meet her brother-in-law, her voice tinged with uncertainty. What about you? Rin Shanshan crossed her arms, creating an impression of playful mockery on her face. Perhaps I should change, Rin Feifei blurted out in a moment of urgency. Sensing her sister's peculiar gaze, she felt a rush of embarrassment and swiftly dashed into her bedroom. After a brief selection process, she emerged wearing a stunning JK uniform, an outfit she had never donned before, making this a bold decision for Su Liang. Once she was dressed, Rin Shanshan also completed her light makeup, and the two sisters stepped out hand in hand. Outside the community, Wu Zhe anxiously awaited in a BMW parked by the roadside, his patience wearing thin after several hours, his stomach growling from hunger. Why haven't Rin Shanshan and her sister come out yet? He pondered, contemplating whether to return home for a meal before coming back. Just then, a white Maserati Quattroporte glided out of the community. Initially indifferent, his demeanor shifted drastically upon recognizing the driver, none other than Rin Shanshan herself. This car, worth at least several million, made his BMW seem utterly insignificant. Wu Zhe felt a renewed wave of dismay wash over him. The notion of flaunting his success before Rin Shanshan was swiftly extinguished. His expression darkened as curiosity mingled with his heavy heart. What sort of influential person had Rin Shanshan aligned herself with? Not only had he gifted her a luxurious residence, but now a lavish car as well. As the Maserati drove away, he resolutely followed, determined to uncover who was financially supporting Rin Shanshan. Moreover, he felt an urgent need to win over Rin Feifei. If she continued to linger by Rin Shanshan's side, what if one day she caught the eye of that powerful benefactor? His aspiration of claiming both sisters would be jeopardized by someone else. Following the Maserati, Wu Zhe found himself at the Su group. Surprised, he felt a suspicion arise within him. Could it be that Rin Shanshan was involved with the affluent Su family heir? If that were true, it would explain the luxurious gifts. However, doubts crept in. Wasn't Su Liang merely a lovesick fool, perpetually pursuing Lu Ruolin and facing constant rejection? Later, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the miraculous healer, Lin Hao. In his previous life, 2.5 years later, Lin Hao and his 3 formidable mentors would confront the formidable Su family. As for the outcome, he remained oblivious. What he did know was that Su Liang, the scion of the Su family, was nothing more than a sycophant, consistently bullied by Lin Hao. Such a privileged young man was hardly worthy of his disdain. Regardless of the wealth that envelopes his household or the grandeur of his background, he remains dismissive. Wu Zhe intended to have a meal first, but the security personnel stationed at the company entrance barred his entry. To his astonishment, a Maserati belonging to Rin Shanshan came to a halt right before him. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged from the vehicle. One was undoubtedly Rin Shanshan, resplendent in her professional attire. The other was Rin Feifei. The sight of the 2 sisters standing side by side nearly made Wu Zhe drool. Suddenly, he realized a crucial detail. Rin Feifei had changed into a JK uniform, which suited her perfectly, exuding an air of youthful charm. How peculiar! Just moments ago, she had been clad in jeans and a white t-shirt. Had she donned this outfit deliberately for the gaze of the young Master Su? The thought flitted across his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, shaking his head to cast aside such notions. How could the innocent Rin Feifei engage in such antics for a man? The 2 sisters stood at the entrance, likely awaiting the individual who supported them. Wu Zhe watched intently, his eyes unwavering. Before long, a Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance, and a figure descended from the vehicle. Who else could it be but Su Liang? Upon seeing him, the sisters broke into smiles, indicating an unusual rapport among the trio. From a distance, Wu Zhe ground his teeth in frustration. The affectionate gestures exhibited by Rin Shanshan suggested that she had indeed fallen prey to Su Liang's charms. Moreover, the way Ren Feifei gazed at Su Liang was decidedly peculiar. The veins in his hand gripping the steering wheel bulged, a manifestation of his utmost fury. Ding. Wu Zhe has developed feelings of anger towards you. Villain score, 666. Ding. Wu Zhe has developed feelings of hatred towards you. Villain score, 777. Ding. Wu Zhe is consumed by rage. Villain score, 888. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, tracing the source of the malevolent gaze to a distant BMW. Another protagonist, perhaps? It truly was akin to harvesting chives, as one crop would emerge only for another to follow. Retracting his gaze, Su Liang observed the sisters once more. It seemed this new protagonist had connections to them. Thus, as he escorted the sisters into the company, he discreetly retrieved his phone to dispatch a message, instructing the bodyguards assigned to them to report detailed information. Before long, a compiled report was sent back. It encompassed the activities of Ren Shanshan and Ren Feifei, as well as the individuals they had encountered. From this, he identified a pivotal figure, Wu Zhe. Just days prior, Ren Shanshan had sought to annul their engagement. And earlier that afternoon, he had attempted to flirt with Ren Feifei, ultimately trailing them to this location. His subordinates, naturally, had also discerned this issue. And the report included pertinent details about Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe, male, 25 years old, residing in the southern city. A cursory glance at this basic information led Su Liang's focus to the recent occurrences. Since the annulment initiated by Ren Shanshan, he had been struck by a dump truck, flung several meters, and had regained consciousness within 10 minutes, seemingly unfazed. Subsequently, he was hospitalized, underwent examinations, and received a blood transfusion, a feat deemed a medical miracle. Upon his discharge the next day, his first act was to purchase a lottery ticket. Winning 10 million was just the beginning. Subsequently, I invested in cryptocurrency and acquired a brewery teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The investigation revealed intricate details. The cryptocurrency was under the control of Wall Street, dominated by a few financial titans poised to orchestrate a speculative surge. The brewery, renowned for its unique brewing methods and exceptional taste, faced imminent collapse not due to its quality, but rather due to systemic suppression. After these ventures, Wu Zhe ventured to a commercial complex, indulging in extravagant purchases of clothing and automobiles, exuding the aura of a newly affluent individual. He strolled through the suburbs and later lingered outside a bustling bar, where he attempted to engage Ren Feifei. Following a rejection, he trailed her to a residential complex, waiting several hours at the entrance before once again tracking Ren Shanshan's vehicle to the Su group. Through Wu Zhe's actions, Su Liang had discerned that the protagonist this time was indeed a reincarnated character. Yet, the nature of this reincarnation remained ambiguous. If he had resurrected in a timeline prior to his arrival, he would be unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. Dealing with such a protagonist would not differ significantly from confronting others unless he had reincarnated in a timeline subsequent to his arrival. In that case, complications would arise regarding the protagonist's awareness of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Cautious as he was, he would undoubtedly keep his true strengths concealed. Even if some powerful reincarnated individuals might recognize him as the mastermind behind the network, did they truly comprehend the extent of the assassins within? And was the so-called most enigmatic and terrifying assassin organization merely the network? Were there not deeper, hidden entities lurking beyond? Perhaps only Su Liang possessed the knowledge of such mysteries. This reincarnated protagonist surely met his demise at his hands in a previous life, and Su Liang felt confident in his ability to eliminate him once more. As for the narrative, Chapter 88 beckons with the promise of unlocking new achievements. Upon entering the company's grandiose premises, Ren Feifei found herself awestruck by the opulence. Upon learning that the entire edifice belonged to the Su group, her astonishment deepened. No wonder a simple meal had cost over 200,000, or that he could nonchalantly hand her $1 million gold card while purchasing several outfits worth hundreds of thousands. She gained a clearer understanding of her brother-in-law's wealth. Shanshan, why don't you show Feifei around the company? Su Liang had no time to conduct the tour himself. Delegating the task to Ren Shanshan, he proceeded to the CEO's office. His personal secretary, Shui Yurong, approached him, her eyes twinkling with playful intrigue. That must be Shanshan's sister, right? It seems that soon the CEO will unlock a new achievement. I would rather unlock your achievement first. Su Liang mused as he departed. Ren Feifei pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, she understood that as the president of such a large corporation, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Meanwhile, Ren Shanshan observed her sister's expression and a smile flickered in her eyes as she suddenly playfully nudged her. What are you gazing at? Huh? Oh, nothing at all. Ren Feifei regained her senses, her face flushing instantly as she shook her head vigorously, witnessing her sister's adorable demeanor. Ren Shanshan's smile blossomed even brighter as she took her hand. Come, are you not curious about the company? Let me show you around. In the president's office, Su Liang was diligently signing documents that had accumulated over the past few days. Shui Yurong had just completed her report and departed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the office door. "Come in," Su Liang said in a deep voice. From the sound of footsteps, Su Liang discerned that the visitor was Li Wanjun. As anticipated, the door swung open to reveal her graceful silhouette entering the room. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Su Liang. Upon hearing he was at the company, she had hurried over. With only the two of them in the office, a world of intimacy was about to unfold. Yet, she did not forget her purpose and began to report her recent work to Su Liang. After detailing the company's developments, her gaze fixated on him, her eyes glimmering with admiration. The sight of Su Liang engrossed in his work was simply captivating. Noticing Su Liang stretch his neck, she felt a sudden urge to offer him a massage. As Su Liang signed documents, he relished the unexpected relaxation. It was indeed a novel experience. After completing the last document, he stretched his arms and sighed contentedly. Turning his head, he patted Li Wanjun on the shoulder, expressing his appreciation. As the afternoon slipped away, Rin Shanshan guided her sister through the Su Corporation, exposing her to a myriad of new experiences. Having transitioned from her rural village to the bustling city, Rin Feifei's initial bewilderment gradually faded. After their tour, Rin Shanshan intended to take her sister home. However, at that moment, Su Liang approached them, suggesting they dine together that evening. The sisters were instantly elated. Rin Shanshan speculated that Su Liang's increased attention towards her was due to her sister. A thoughtful glimmer appeared in her eyes, as if she were concocting a plan. In contrast, Rin Feifei, with her innocent disposition, believed that Su Liang simply wished to accompany her for dinner, disregarding work. As if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, ripples of emotion stirred between the sisters. Su Liang observed their expressions with a peculiar gaze. He had merely received news that Wu Zhe was still waiting outside, poised to seize an opportunity. Were these two sisters overthinking the situation? What was this? An unintentional yet fortuitous turn of events. At the entrance of the company, inside a BMW, Wu Zhe was growing increasingly impatient. After Su Liang had taken the sisters inside, he, uncertain of their departure time, had resorted to buying a bread roll to stave off hunger. Yet, one roll was hardly sufficient. As the afternoon wore on, his stomach began to rumble again. Suddenly, his spirits lifted as he spotted Su Liang's Rolls-Royce emerging. Through the gap in the car window, he keenly noticed that the Rin sisters were also inside. As for Rin Shanshan, she had already fallen under Su Liang's influence. But he could not allow Rin Feifei to be alone with him. Swiftly starting his car, he followed closely behind, lost in contemplation. He felt that Su Liang was different from his previous impression. His appearance was more handsome, his physique more admirable, and most importantly, there was a certain charisma about him. He exuded an air of refinement and grace, as if one were basking in the gentle warmth of spring. Was this truly the demeanor of a sycophant? His character had undergone a dramatic transformation. Su Liang was not supposed to be a mere flatterer, was he? Wherever Lu Rulin was, there too was his presence. Yet now, he gave off the impression of a scoundrel, one who deceived for both lust and affection. Wu Zhe couldn't help but question his own existence. Chapter 89. The Betrayal from Su Liang. Pushing his sister into the fire pit, Wu Zhe followed closely, discovering that a Rolls-Royce ahead had come to a halt, prompting him to brake sharply. Soon, he observed a woman in a red dress alight from the driver's seat and proceed to open the door for Su Liang in the back. Rin Shanshan and her sister exited from the opposite side. Paying little heed to the sisters, his gaze was fixed solely upon the woman in red. She was stunningly beautiful, her figure remarkable, rivaling that of Rin Shanshan and her sister. Wu Zhe was once again left dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had caught a distant glimpse of Su Liang, accompanied by bodyguards who opened doors for him, but it had not been this woman in red. He began to sense that something was amiss. Su Liang waved to the two women, leading them to a nearby seafood restaurant, the largest of its kind in the bustling metropolis. Inside, a plethora of seafood awaited: king crabs, bluefin tuna, and exquisite lobsters, delicacies that ordinary folks seldom encountered, contingent only upon his whims. It must be said, the flavors of these seafood dishes were quite delightful, and Su Liang frequented this establishment often. The owner had even reserved a private room exclusively for him. Yet, he was somewhat displeased by recent rumors of Japan's plans to release nuclear wastewater. He had not anticipated encountering such absurdity even in this new world. He had already activated the Skynet operation. Release nuclear wastewater? They could very well digest it themselves. If they persisted in their obstinacy, that island would no longer serve a purpose. The true power wielded by Su Liang surpassed everyone's imagination. And achieving this was not a daunting task. His gaze flickered momentarily before he regained his composure. At that moment, a server approached, exuding excessive flattery. "Mr. Su," the server greeted. The owner had instructed the staff to treat Su Liang with utmost reverence, even more so than they would treat him, and to promptly notify him upon Su Liang's arrival. Su Liang smiled slightly, halting the server from notifying the owner and refraining from requesting the exclusive private room. How could he harvest the protagonist's fortune if he retired to the private chamber? He requested a relatively quiet spot in the main hall instead. The server, trembling with respect, averted his gaze, fearful of inciting displeasure in this top-tier young master. After hearing the instructions, he hurriedly went to make the arrangements. Before long, the server returned, reporting that the arrangements had been made. Under his guidance, the three of them arrived at a window-side table. Even in the main hall, this was a prime location, with few patrons surrounding them. Let us stick to the previous menu, Su Liang decided, not allowing the two women the opportunity to order. The menu from before was filled with the finest dishes the restaurant had to offer. A single meal would cost several million. Su Liang remained indifferent, prioritizing a state of joyful spirit. After all, to him, money was merely a string of numbers, easily acquired in whatever quantity desired. All right, Master Su, please wait a moment. The waiter replied respectfully before stepping away. Rin Shanshan's eyes brightened. She, along with Shui Yurong and Li Wanjun, had accompanied Su Liang to dine on several occasions. The seafood they indulged in was of the finest quality, an exquisite delight that lingered in one's memory. However, it paled in comparison to the thrill of Su Liang's unexpected gestures. What followed was merely a wait for the delectable dishes to arrive, but it wouldn't be long. Regardless of how many patrons awaited their orders, the chefs would momentarily halt their tasks to prioritize Su Liang's meal preparations. Rin Shanshan guided her sister to their seats, pulling out a chair to indicate she should sit. Rin Feifei obediently approached, but whether by design or accident, Rin Shanshan's foot obstructed the path, causing Rin Feifei to stumble. Her body instinctively tilted towards Su Liang. Such a small maneuver could hardly escape Su Liang's notice. Yet, he chose not to expose it, recognizing the fortuitous opportunity it presented. With a slight shift of his body, he extended an arm, catching her perfectly in his embrace. Oh, Rin Feifei exclaimed, feeling a whirlwind of confusion as she grasped for something to cling to. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Her descent halted. As she began to feel secure, she became aware of her surroundings, only to realize she was nestled in Su Liang's arms, her own hands resting on his arm. The scene was undeniably intimate, and the potent scent of masculinity overwhelmed her senses, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Her mind momentarily blank. She remained in that position, forgetting that they were in a bustling restaurant. It was Su Liang's soothing voice that drew her back to reality. Are you all right? He asked, his tone as melodious as jade. Only then did Rin Feifei hastily release her grip and straighten herself. I'm fine, she stammered, waving her hands dismissively, though a wave of disappointment flooded her heart. How she longed to return to that warm embrace. Feifei, you must be more careful, came Rin Shanshan's voice from the side. At that moment, Rin Feifei felt a surge of shyness, her head bowed low, nearly hidden by her cascading hair. She remained silent, oblivious to the smile gracing her sister's face. After ensuring her sister was seated, Rin Shanshan took a place beside Su Liang. The two sisters sat flanking him, creating a delightful tableau of companionship. At a nearby table, Wu Zhe had also reserved a spot, feigning the guise of a guest. From his vantage point, he could clearly observe the trio's interactions. He noted with intrigue Rin Shanshan's deliberate act of positioning her foot in front of Rin Feifei, a gesture that caught his attention. He found himself perplexed, pondering why Rin Shanshan would seemingly undermine her own sister. Moments later, he realized he had been too reserved. How could she be harming her sister? It was as if she was pushing her sister into a burning pit. To offer her sister to Su Liang, was that not akin to casting her into the flames? Witnessing Rin Feifei and Su Liang entwined in an intimate embrace ignited a seething fury within Wu Zhe. He had hardly exchanged a few words with the woman he admired. And yet Su Liang had already claimed her. This was not even the source of his greatest ire. The fact that Rin Feifei and Su Liang's embrace was orchestrated by her sister herself was unbearable. Not only had she willingly offered Su Liang her own favor, but she also intended to involve her sister in servitude. The mere thought of Su Liang surrounded by women filled Wu Zhe with a burning rage. An overwhelming impulse surged within him to confront Su Liang and deliver a beating, while berating Rin Shanshan for her failure as a sister. Notification: Wu Zhe harbors an intense hatred for you. Villain points: 888. Notification: Wu Zhe is in a fit of rage. Villain points: 999. Notification: the narrative has hit a snag. To maintain quality, the little brother will first sort through the subsequent plot. Apologies, esteemed readers. Chapter 90. Born from the protagonist's envy and resentment, ultimately, Wu Zhe restrained that impulsive desire. Despite the future where Su Liang would be ensnared by Lin Hao and earn his disdain, he was still a member of the Su family. The power of the Su clan was overwhelmingly vast. No matter how unremarkable Su Liang might seem, he was not a mere individual that Wu Zhe could afford to offend. If it were another woman he had set his sights on who fell for Su Liang, Wu Zhe, though begrudging, would have to relinquish her. After all, he was a reincarnate, the destined child, fated to ascend to the pinnacle of life. What man fears a life without a wife? He was well aware of many beautiful women and had no need to hang his hopes on a single branch. However, Rin Shanshan was different. She and her sister had caused him to endure 2 rejections in both lives, and it had become his obsession. He dreamed of achieving greatness and standing before Shanshan, making her regret her choices, while simultaneously winning over her sister and driving her to the brink of despair. Thus, as long as Su Liang had yet to claim Ren Feifei, Wu Zhe was unwilling to depart. In his line of sight, the 3 of them were engaged in joyous conversation, exuding warmth and camaraderie, which only fueled his envy, wishing to take their place. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted past him. His stomach, betraying him, emitted a growl. His gaze shifted to the side, where a server passed by, balancing a tray laden with exquisite dishes, each a masterpiece that seemed sculpted. Not only did they promise rich flavors, but their mere appearance ignited an intense appetite within him. There lay the emperor crab, the splendid lobster, and a dazzling array of dishes. Wu Zhe found himself momentarily dazzled. He swallowed hard, his hunger intensifying. His eyes followed as these delicacies were delivered to Su Liang's table. Damn it, the affluent glutton. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, his heart heavy with envy. Had he never seen such lavishness before? These dishes were ones he had only seen on gourmet shows, and collectively, they must have cost a fortune, at least $1 million. Since his rebirth, he had struck the lottery and meticulously planned for the future, toiling relentlessly. And yet, there they were. Some people seemed to glide through life with ease, far surpassing him in every aspect. Who has ever dined on a meal worth over $1 million? The disparity between individuals can be staggering. Even if all his plans come to fruition, he will never reach the heights attained by the Su family. It must be acknowledged that some individuals are born with a head start, standing at the finish line where countless others aspire to reach. Su Liang's casual dining experience nearly shattered his composure. Wu Zhe took a deep breath, taking a considerable time to regain his calm. A cold smile curved on his lips. Continue to bask in your arrogance. Your triumph will not last long. If memory serves, Lin Hao has already descended from the mountains, and your nightmare is about to begin. The dishes were served, leaving Ren Feifei utterly astounded. She had thought that the extravagant meal they had at the hotel, costing over 200,000, was the pinnacle of luxury. To her surprise, this meal was even more extravagant. Simultaneously, she was touched that Su Liang had brought her to indulge in such exquisite cuisine. Picking up her chopsticks, Rin Shanshan, as usual, began to serve Su Liang. Su Liang's hand naturally rested on Rin Shanshan's leg, relishing the moment. Although he had already surmised their relationship, witnessing Su Liang take advantage of her without any resistance from Rin Shanshan stirred a sense of unease within Wu Zhe. The only solace was that Ren Feifei had not succumbed yet. With a wealthy scoundrel and a sister who exploits her, Ren Feifei was in a precarious situation. He must act swiftly to extricate her from this predicament before Su Liang could make his move. Wu Zhe's expression was resolute. However, the next scene nearly broke his composure. At the dining table, seeing her sister serve her brother-in-law, Ren Feifei felt compelled to take action. Thus, she peeled a lobster and offered it to Su Liang. With both hands occupied, Su Liang winked at her. Ren Feifei understood, glanced at her sister, and shyly brought the lobster to Su Liang's lips. He consumed the lobster, nodding in satisfaction. This female lead is quite adept. Ren Feifei quickly withdrew her hand. Despite the barrier of plastic gloves, that fleeting moment of contact left her flushed and her heart racing. It took her a while to regain her composure. After the first encounter, the second felt less burdensome. Especially with her sister's tacit approval, the atmosphere began to shift intriguingly. The sister served Su Liang, while the younger sister peeled shrimp and brought it to his mouth. It was a divine indulgence. From a distance, Wu Zhe stood frozen in disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He glanced over at Su Liang, who savored exquisite delicacies while being pampered by the 2 sisters, then back at his own solitary place at the table. Damn it, why hasn't my order arrived yet? He understood that it was peak dining hours, and the influx of patrons had delayed the service. The waiter had mentioned this. However, understanding the situation did little to ease his irritation. He had come to this upscale restaurant to experience a taste of the high life, yet here he was, waiting endlessly for the seafood to appear. Another 10 minutes passed before the waiter finally brought out the dishes. I apologize, sir. There were some delays in the kitchen. To express our regret, we would like to offer you a 10% discount. While the delay was indeed due to preparations for Su Liang's dishes, it is worth noting that our establishment boasts multiple kitchens, with specially hired chefs to cater to esteemed guests. However, due to the excessive number of dishes ordered by Su Liang and the insufficient professionalism of the assisting staff, it necessitated collaboration from all the chefs, resulting in slower service for others. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, he watched Su Liang indulge for the same duration. Wu Zhe was seething with anger. To his surprise, the restaurant directly offered an apology with a discount, forcing him to suppress his impending fury. A 10% discount was quite generous. In a spirit of indulgence, he decided to splurge, ordering dishes worth over 100,000 yuan. With the discount, he could save several tens of thousands. At that moment, his stomach growled, prompting him to wave over a waiter ready to eat. Habitually glancing towards Su Liang's table, he paused. In his line of sight, the three had already finished their meal and were preparing to leave. He looked at the chopsticks in his hand and then at the tantalizing array of seafood delicacies before him. Ultimately, his gaze fell on Su Liang and his companions as they walked towards the exit. Wu Zei's composure began to unravel. Heavens, are you truly toying with me? Faced with the choice between satisfying his hunger and pursuing Ren Feifei, he chose the latter. Just before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at the sumptuous dishes on the table. Ding. Wu Zei harbors feelings of resentment towards you. Villain points, 777. However, before he could exit, a waiter intercepted him. Sir, where are you headed? The waiter's expression was serious. Wu Zei recognized that look. It was the one reserved for those attempting to dine and dash. Frustration surged within him, and he exploded in anger. Do you not keep track of how long the dishes take? I'm leaving, he declared with flair, pushing past the waiter in an attempt to exit. Just then, several imposing, muscular men surrounded him, sneering and cracking their knuckles. Kid, are you trying to skip out on your bill? Misunderstandings abound. Chapter 91. The protagonist exposed. The sister is excited. Wu Zei quickly caved, obediently paying the bill. Losing over 100,000 yuan stung painfully. The waiter refrained from mocking him, even offering to reheat the dishes so he could return to enjoy them later. This slightly improved Wu Zei's mood. Just as he intended to chase after Su Liang and his companions, he spotted a familiar figure jogging in. Isn't that Ren Feifei? Wu Zei was taken aback. He then saw Ren Feifei enter the restroom, having returned for a quick visit. A thought struck him. What an opportune moment. He had been pondering how to convey the news of Ren Shanshan's predicament to her, and now the chance had presented itself. Thus, he approached the restroom, waiting outside. Women passing by cast him strange and wary glances. Wu Zei's expression darkened. Were they mistaking him for a pervert waiting to see a beauty exit the restroom? As Ren Feifei emerged, he quickly stepped forward to intercept her. A sudden shadow startled her, and upon realizing it was the man who had flirted with her at noon, Ren Feifei's expression turned wary. Her sister had warned her that this person was a stranger and a fraud. Who are you? My sister claims not to know someone like you. How do you know my name? Faced with her barrage of questions, Wu Zei found himself at a loss for words. How was he to respond? Should he admit that he was pursuing her to regain his honor after being spurned by her sister? He decided to brush aside the trivialities. Rubbing his nose, he recalled his purpose and said, Feifei, please hear me out. That Su Liang is not a good person. Do not let him deceive you. He is merely a sycophant. Ren Feifei felt somewhat bewildered. She initially thought he had come to flirt with her again, yet here he was, speaking ill of her brother-in-law. In her eyes, her brother-in-law was an admirable figure. How could she allow anyone to tarnish his reputation? She retorted coldly, You are the sycophant. Your entire family are sycophants. How could my brother-in-law be one? What a ridiculous joke. What status, appearance, or demeanor did her brother-in-law possess that would allow him to be a sycophant? It was others who would be groveling at his feet. Wu Zei was taken aback. He had merely stated a fact, yet Ren Feifei's reaction seemed excessive. She was undoubtedly brainwashed by Su Liang and her sister. Thinking of how Ren Shanshan was pushing her sister into a perilous situation, he felt a surge of anger. By the way, let me tell you something about your sister. I was watching you both earlier, and when Ren Shanshan pulled out a chair, I saw her deliberately extend a foot to trip you, pushing you into Su Liang's arms. She is leading you into danger. You must distance yourself from her. Upon hearing this, Ren Feifei, who had been preparing to leave in indignation, paused and looked at him in astonishment. Is what you say true? In that instant, her breath quickened, her heart raced, and her complexion flushed slightly. Believing she doubted him, Wu Zei quickly raised his hand, swearing, I assure you, if I speak even one falsehood, may thunder strike me down. After saying this, he scrutinized Ren Feifei's expression. However, to his disappointment, he did not detect anger or embarrassment on her face. Instead, he sensed a flicker of excitement and anticipation. What on earth? Ren Feifei's expression suggested she was ready to face any storm that might come her way. Wu Zei was left dumbfounded. Ignoring him, Ren Feifei's thoughts soared to the heavens. With a smile and a heart brimming with excitement, she skipped out of the restaurant. Su Liang and Ren Shanshan awaited her outside. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman resembled a fairy, attracting envious glances from countless passers-by. What a charming young man. I wish I could get closer. How can he already have a girlfriend? One might think that such frankness disregarded her boyfriend's feelings. The man was striking, and the woman was equally stunning, undoubtedly a campus belle. I long for a beautiful girlfriend as well, but what is this? Suddenly, a person gazes wide-eyed, lost in thought. Before me appears yet another stunning woman. Her features strikingly similar to the previous beauty. Astonishingly, they are sisters. As Su Liang departs with the pair of sisters, a wave of existential doubt washes over the surrounding men. To have even one woman of Ren Shanshan's caliber is akin to a stroke of luck. Yet Su Liang has managed to charm two sisters, no less. The joy is doubled when Wu Zhe, recovering from his bewilderment, rushes out. He discovers that Su Liang and the Ren sisters have not left, but are instead sauntering down the street. While relief washes over him, he cannot help but overhear whispers of envy directed at Su Liang's fortuitous situation. Damn it! Wu Zhe's expression darkens like a stormy sky. He has returned to this life as the protagonist. The one who should be embraced by two lovely women should be him. Why does Su Liang deserve this? He is merely a sycophant, destined to be toyed with by Lin Hao. Wu Zhe cannot bear to witness Ren Feifei being mistreated. His simmering anger is nearly impossible to contain. Meanwhile, walking beside Su Liang, Ren Shanshan's face is illuminated by a joyful smile. It is a rare occasion for her to stroll with him. She remembers who has brought this moment to fruition, her sister. Her gaze falls upon the innocent visage of her sibling, prompting her to ponder whether she would accept him. Given her sister's demeanor, it seems likely. Lost in thought, the vibrant hues of neon lights catch her eye, and she focuses on the glaring letters spelling out Universal Studios. Her eyes brighten as she turns to Su Liang with a proposal. Brother Liang, are you free tonight? Shall we catch a movie? Anticipation gleams in her eyes. Su Liang raises an eyebrow. He had initially planned to spend the evening with another woman, but it seems he must revise his plans. Casting a glance at the furtive Wu Zhe, he replies with a smile, sure. Ren Shanshan's heart swells with joy. Silently acknowledging the allure of sisterhood, it has compelled Su Liang to change his mind. Ren Feifei is equally pleased. Her sister taking her to the cinema suggests more time spent with her brother-in-law. The trio makes their way toward Universal Studios. However, trailing behind, Wu Zhe senses something amiss. Are they truly heading to watch a movie? An image abruptly flashes in his mind. Su Liang in the center, flanked by the Ren sisters. As they react to a frightening scene, Wu Zhe shudders violently. No, such a scenario must not come to pass. Without hesitation, he sheds his disguise and steps directly in front of the trio. Ignoring the surprised looks from the sisters, he addresses Su Liang bluntly. Su Liang, the scion of the Su family, you are on the brink of calamity. Chapter 92. The protagonist's pretensions invite disaster. He has chosen this opening line after careful consideration. If he were to merely leap out and demand that the sisters be left to him, he would surely be deemed a rogue and beaten senseless. Even if he were to speak kindly, Su Liang would likely dismiss him. The disparity in their statuses was evident. Conversely, his current display of enigmatic sophistication might indeed pique Su Liang's curiosity. Once he stirred Su Liang's interest, Wu Zhe harbored confidence in his ability to dazzle this seemingly inept young master. However, instead of Su Liang's inquiry, it was Ren Feifei who spoke first. Her face flushed with anger. You deceitful scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? My brother-in-law is perfectly fine. You are the one headed for calamity. She then turned to her sister, whose expression was somewhat peculiar, pointing at Wu Zhe. This is the person I mentioned, the one who claims to be your friend and even uttered my name. Just moments ago, while I was in the restroom, he spoke to me. He is clearly stalking us. Like a floodgate bursting forth, Ren Feifei divulged everything about Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe interjected, must you betray me so thoroughly? Witnessing her sister stand up for Su Liang filled her with a sense of assurance. However, Ren Shanshan's expression darkened as she quickly deduced Wu Zhe's intentions. It was evident that he, aggrieved by their broken engagement, sought to pursue her sister, all while masquerading as a friend. Such a lack of integrity was appalling. She had previously considered Wu Zhe's proclamation, do not underestimate the youth, to be quite bold, believing him to be a man of substance. Yet now, he seemed nothing more than a petty individual. Her eyes brimmed with disdain as she spoke coolly. Wu Zhe, I demand an explanation. Under the guise of friendship. You deceive my sister. When did I ever claim you as a friend? At that moment, Wu Zhe felt akin to a powder keg, Ren Shanshan's words igniting his fury. Diminish that lofty demeanor of yours. You spoke with the same tone when you called off our engagement, and it truly disgusts me. In my life, I owe no one an explanation for my actions. Whom I choose to pursue is none of your concern. After expressing his sentiments, he felt a surge of relief and produced his car keys. Ren Shanshan, did you not anticipate this? I am not the same as before. Do you see this Armani attire? And these keys, an 800,000 yuan BMW. Pausing momentarily, he continued, I intend to pursue your sister, and when the time comes, I will stand before you, making you regret your decision to end our engagement. Wu Zhe felt invigorated, finally articulating his long-held aspirations. Yet the impact of his words fell flat. The look in Ren Shanshan's eyes resembled that of a spectator observing a jester, her expression rife with derision. Regret? You think you are worthy of making me regret anything? You wish to pursue my sister? a toad wishing to feast upon swan flesh. Beside them, Rin Feifei suddenly understood. So, this was her sister's former fiancé. She had heard of this during her time at home, when the family arranged the engagement. The atmosphere had grown somewhat somber when her sister mentioned having a boyfriend. This clarified why he had so readily uttered her name. He must have perused their family's information. Consequently, her gaze towards Wu Zhe shifted to one of hostility. How audacious of him to pursue her after being spurned by her sister. Did he presume her judgment inferior to her sister's? Just because her sister had called off the engagement, did he think she would be inclined to reciprocate his feelings? Rin Feifei would rather perish, even if it meant meeting her end tragically, than ever look favorably upon such an individual. Moreover, she is already emotionally committed to another. Feeling the scornful and derisive gazes of the two sisters, Wu Zhe's heart sank, realizing he had just left an unfavorable impression on Rin Feifei due to his impulsive outburst. However, now that he had reached this point, he cared little for the consequences. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile through his anger. Fine, I may be unworthy. But what does that make you? Merely a kept woman, uncertain of when you might be discarded, left with nothing. Rin Shanshan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger but found herself unable to retort. Everything she possessed was bestowed upon her by Su Liang. It was indeed accurate to call her a kept woman. Just then, a voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, broke the tension. How could I ever abandon Shanshan? And one more thing you got wrong. Shanshan is not my kept woman. She is my girlfriend. Of course, it was Su Liang who spoke. Having witnessed the unfolding drama, it was now his moment to shine. All three pairs of eyes turned towards him. Rin Shanshan felt a profound sense of gratitude. She understood her position, which was indeed akin to that of a kept woman. Su Liang's declaration was a gesture of respect, a means to extricate her from an awkward situation. She silently vowed to repay Su Liang's kindness upon her return. Rin Feifei regarded her brother-in-law with admiration, perceiving his assertiveness as a protective demeanor typical of a domineering CEO. A twinge of envy crept into her heart for her sister, who had found such an exceptional partner. Wu Zhe, having regained his composure, took a deep breath and stated, "What I just said is entirely true. Calamity is indeed approaching you." "Oh," Su Liang replied, his expression curious, intrigued by this proclamation. "What do you mean?" His gaze resembled that of someone observing a clown perform. From the moment this reborn protagonist dared to stand before him, he recognized that the timeline was not one he had traversed. Such protagonists, akin to Lin Hao, Mu Bai, and Yi Xian, were relatively easy to handle. Akin to squashing an ant. What piqued his interest was whether Wu Zhe's timeline included these protagonists. If so, he might glean knowledge of other characters from Wu Zhe's insights, which would undoubtedly be intriguing. The protagonist had yet to activate his golden finger, had not embarked on his path of ostentation, and was already confined in prison. Sent to the hospital. "Are you pursuing Lu Ruolan, the president of Lu Group? She has a fiancé named Lin Hao, a man of extraordinary prowess, capable of striking down a bull with a single punch. His medical skills are legendary, able to heal any ailment, and he is regarded as a contemporary miracle worker. Furthermore, he possesses remarkable talent, able to insult without resorting to profanity. He is also mentored by 3 exceptionally skilled masters." Wu Zhe's tone brimmed with admiration for Lin Hao. Before he shifted the subject, "You are pursuing his fiancée? I need not elaborate on what he might do in response." And so, Su Liang's expression grew even more peculiar. Wu Zhe sighed. These young masters are so single-minded. They would never believe such a tale, even to the point of arrogance. Alas, possessing a favorable background renders one unperturbed by challenges. It appears that he had no choice but to alter his tone and seek a compromise. Chapter 93. The Invitation of the Sisterly Flowers. Rebirth? Perhaps it is nothing more than a false resurrection. Are you not pursuing Lu Ruolan? I can assist you. I am absolutely capable of ensuring you win her affection. Wu Zhe's tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. In my recollection, Su Liang's pursuit of Lu Ruolan could only be described as relentless. He would seize any opportunity presented to him. I believe that after revealing so much information and expressing his willingness to assist in wooing the goddess, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Although he claimed to help him court Lu Ruolan, it was merely Wu Zhe's ruse to divert attention from Rin Feifei. In doing so, he would have the chance to pursue Rin Feifei himself. Simultaneously, it unveiled Su Liang's true nature as a scoundrel, subtly informing the sisters, Rin Shanshan, and the others. Do you see this? This is Su Liang, who feasts at the table, yet gazes longingly at the pot. He is indeed a rogue. Rin Shanshan must feel regret now. Rin Feifei, do not succumb to Su Liang's charms. Of course, this was merely a temporary strategy. Wu Zhe had already devised a plan to navigate the murky waters, intending to ultimately capitulate to Lin Hao, a true powerhouse. Given the trajectory of the next 2 years, it is highly probable that he might overthrow the Su family. I must ensure that I cling to this significant support. As for offending Su Yang, he held no fear of that. This fellow is nothing but a wastrel, a sycophant. The type who submits to bullying without retaliation. This was precisely why he dared to step forward. I do indeed require your assistance, Su Liang remarked with a playful expression. Hearing this, Wu Zhe's face broke into an anticipated smile, only to hear Su Liang continue. When you speak to Brother Liang, he is pleased. However, your tone does not sit well with him, so I kindly ask you to break a leg. No problem, what should I do? Wu Zhe patted his chest, quickly realizing the absurdity of the situation, his expression turning to one of astonishment. What does disliking my speech have to do with my leg? He barely had time to ponder this when, unexpectedly, a figure clad in red appeared before him, grabbing hold of his clothing as if lifting a chick. She hoisted him up effortlessly. What are you doing? Suspended in midair and nearly choking from the grip on his collar, Wu Zhe felt a surge of terror. Just as he prepared to cry out for help, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloped him, as though destiny itself had seized his throat. He found it difficult to breathe, unable to produce a sound. Subsequently, the figure in red dragged him into a narrow alley. With a forceful stomp, a cacophony of wails erupted from the ground. Ding. Wu Zhe has developed a sense of animosity towards you. Villain points, 999. Su Liang gazed at the two sisters, a gentle smile upon his face. The bothersome fly has been dealt with. Weren't we supposed to watch a movie? Let us proceed. The two women nodded. Harboring no sympathy for Wu Zhe, his predicament was entirely of his own making. Upon entering the cinema, Rin Shanshan went to purchase tickets. She deliberately secured seats in the middle for Su Liang, while the sisters sat beside him. During the film, the elder sister fed him popcorn, while the younger sister offered him a drink. Su Liang merely had to indulge in the experience. It must be said that Wu Zhe's fantasies had indeed come to fruition. Unfortunately, he was destined never to witness this scene. At that moment, he lay in the dim alley, filled with doubts about life. The excruciating pain radiating from his right leg served as a stark reminder that this was no mere dream. Everything was undeniably real. Ever since his rebirth, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He felt an inherent distinction from others, perceiving himself as the protagonist of a novel, a child of destiny. With an almost divine perspective, he approached others with an inexplicable confidence. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Having overly relied on prophetic foresight, he misjudged Su Liang's character. In his recollection, Su Liang was a submissive individual, somewhat weak in temperament and easily intimidated. He had assumed that even if he could not deceive him, Su Liang would not resort to any drastic measures. Little did he anticipate that Su Liang would go so far as to have someone break his leg. Starting off with a broken limb, how would he ever pursue romantic interests? Wu Zhe's expression darkened to an extreme. His resentment towards Su Liang surged like an unrelenting torrent. This matter would not simply be brushed aside. The anguish inflicted upon him would be repaid 1,000-fold. After silently vowing revenge, Wu Zhe shakily rose to his feet and limped out of the alley. He made his way to the roadside, intending to hail a taxi to the hospital, acutely aware of the intense pain in his joints, uncertain if they could be properly treated. As Wu Zhe waited for a cab, a homeless man passed by. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man, quickly retracted his gaze, and then abruptly turned back to look at him. His face was one of disbelief as he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Lin Hao?" Lin Hao turned in confusion, noticing a fool staring at him blankly, his brow furrowing in irritation. "It really is you." Upon receiving a response, Wu Zhe was instantly elated. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to retaliate against Su Liang. The optimal solution was to find Lin Hao and have him confront Su Liang. To his astonishment, he had encountered him right away. Truly, the protagonist is favored by fate. "Who are you?" Lin Hao asked, bemused. Was this individual perhaps a fan? After all, he had garnered a reputation as Dogu. He hoped this wasn't someone coerced by a girlfriend to seek his mentorship. "Lin Hao, Lin Gu, I have something to tell you. Are you aware that your fiancé, Lu Rulin, is being relentlessly pursued by a fellow named Su Liang? You must teach him a harsh lesson, warning him that not every woman is up for grabs. No need for thanks, I'm Lei Feng. If you insist on expressing gratitude, just ensure you give that guy a thorough beating." At these words, Lin Hao's expression soured considerably, his gaze towards Wu Zhe filled with fury. He suspected this was a ploy orchestrated by Su Liang to mock him. The audacity. Was Su Liang truly pursuing Lu Rulin? It was evident that he had already crossed boundaries, and she was now willingly submitting to him as a lover. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Wu Zhe scratched his head, perplexed. In his recollection, Lin Hao was a figure of immense dominance, someone who would confront anyone who dared to cross him. Upon hearing of someone targeting his fiancée, he would have rushed to confront them. Yet, in the 2.5 years since, there had been no reports of Lin Hao successfully courting Lu Rulin. "Who are you?" Lin Hao suddenly demanded, his aura shifting, exuding an overwhelming presence. The familiar sensation of suffocation returned, causing cold sweat to bead on Wu Zhe's forehead. In an instant, he embellished the tale, claiming that Su Liang had stolen his fiancée and future sister-in-law. As for the monumental event of his rebirth, he would remain silent. He was not foolish enough to disclose such a secret. What if it were to be revealed, and he was subjected to dissection? After listening to Wu Zei's account, Lin Hao unconsciously tempered his demeanor, his gaze softening considerably. A wave of empathy surged within him. He, too, was a victim of Su Liang's treachery. They were both lost souls traversing similar paths of despair. Wu Zei's candor prompted Lin Hao to reciprocate, sharing the torment he had endured at the hands of Su Liang, who had not only taken his fiancée but also ensnared 2 of his senior sisters, leaving him utterly homeless. Wu Zei was momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? This was entirely at odds with his preconceived notions. Especially when he learned that the formidable Lin Hao had been struck down to the ground by Su Liang. He was even more bewildered. Wasn't Su Liang supposed to be a submissive fool, easily bullied? When had he become so formidable? He gazed incredulously at Lin Hao, his pupils narrowing. The latter's disheveled hair, tattered clothing, and the unmistakable stench of a vagrant surrounded him. His face bore dirt, as if he had not washed it in days, and remnants of sleep lingered at the corners of his eyes. Initially, Lin Hao's scruffy appearance had exuded an air of rugged charm, a bold and impressive demeanor. It was only now that Wu Zei recognized Lin Hao as a genuine homeless individual. Even then, Wu Zei struggled to believe it. When Lin Hao mentioned having trended on social media, he hastily pulled out his phone. He could not find any news about Lin Hao, but he stumbled upon trending topics about Yixian. Demolition worth 50 million, feigning bankruptcy, testing human nature. Yixian lost all his assets in stock trading. Pursued by relatives and friends for debts. What was happening? The stock god Yixian had squandered his family fortune in the stock market? It was nothing short of a colossal joke. Wu Zei, in disbelief, continued to scour recent news. Soon, another headline caught his eye. The Mu family's 100 billion conglomerate declares bankruptcy. The family head dies of rage after being provoked by his youngest son. Mu Bai was mistakenly killed in a psychiatric ward. The future father of new energy vehicles, worth thousands of billions, and you tell me he is dead? Everything was in utter chaos. Wu Zei sat dumbfounded, his eyes vacant, questioning the very essence of life itself. Rebirth? Surely, he must have been reborn into a false reality. The authors were exceptionally generous. He humbly bowed in gratitude. He felt guilty for not producing a 10,000-word update sooner, apologizing for the delay in delivering such content for everyone's enjoyment. Chapter 94. The protagonist questions life. The female lead invites him home. Wu Zei slumped on the ground, his gaze filled with despair, resembling a child weighing 300 pounds. No one could comprehend the extent of his current breakdown. He had believed that after his rebirth, he could effortlessly amass wealth, forge alliances with powerful figures, and receive the affections of beautiful women. He envisioned a life of indulgence, basking in the company of beauties while wielding immense power. Yet, what was the reality? The woman he desired had been taken from him, and his heart remained deeply entwined with another. The formidable figures he had once known, like Mu Bai, had met tragic ends, while Yixian perished in an explosion, and Lin Hao had fallen into the depths of homelessness. In his memory, the rapid rise of these 3 individuals cannot be deemed insignificant. Rather, it is entirely unrelated to him. He has long since lost that elevated perspective, that godlike attitude he once held towards all matters. Now, apart from confusion and disbelief, he also feels a sense of panic, a fear of losing control over events. Reality deviates from what he had known in his previous life. He remains uncertain whether the winery he invested in, along with the virtual currency he purchased, will encounter any issues. This is the concern that weighs most heavily on his mind. In his former life, he was merely a cog in the corporate machine, lacking any remarkable abilities. These were the 2 most lucrative ventures he knew of. Should these projects also undergo changes, it would render his rebirth seemingly futile. Amidst this turmoil, Lin Hao observed his disheveled state with a twinge of sympathy. He is still too young, his capacity for endurance woefully inadequate. An overwhelming sense of camaraderie surged within him. He had traversed this very path himself. In seeing Wu Zei, he was reminded of his own past. Driven by this emotion, he kindly escorted Wu Zei back home and utilized silver needles to mend his broken leg. Xiang Liang had remarked that the injury was severe, undoubtedly a case of significant disability. Lin Hao employed the Tai Divine Needle to restore him. Even so, a few days of rest would be requisite for complete recovery. After administering the treatment, Lin Hao, drenched in sweat, felt a deep frustration. Despite his extraordinary medical skills, his descent from the mountain had seemingly yielded no results. The only time he had attempted to heal a patient, he had failed, tarnishing the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Now, while he had succeeded in his treatment, it was for a man without an audience to cheer him on. What distinguished his return from that of a clandestine figure in fine attire? Thank you, Brother Lin, Wu Zei said, setting down his phone and gazing at Lin Hao with gratitude. If not for him, his leg would indeed have been irreparably damaged. Rest well for the next few days and avoid excessive movement. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Their eyes met, and for a moment, a profound connection blossomed between them. Wu Zhe nodded. The series of blows he had endured had rendered his spirit somewhat fragile. As drowsiness enveloped him, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Lin Hao now found himself homeless and penniless, resembling a vagabond as he slept in the park each day. Having arrived at Wu Zhe's home, he decided to take residence there. Feeling a touch of boredom, he noticed the phone still clutched in Wu Zhe's hand, which piqued his curiosity. Throughout their journey, Wu Zhe had been engrossed in the device, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Intrigued, Lin Hao took the phone and discovered it contained various news articles. Initially, there was nothing particularly fascinating. However, after a moment of perplexed observation, he suddenly found his attention captivated by the top trending topic: superstar Dongfang Xian Yan's global tour next stop, Magic City. Dongfang Xian Yan, his third senior sister. Ever since he had been cast out by his two senior sisters, he had been without a home. Now, upon learning that his third senior sister would be coming to the Magic City, a wave of nostalgia surged within him, evoking a sense of returning home. Sister San, I vow to safeguard you, ensuring you remain unscathed, Lin Hao declared, his fists clenched and his expression resolute. He would never allow the misfortunes that befell the eldest and second sisters to befall the third. Meanwhile, the trio emerged from Universal Studios, and Su Liang was in high spirits. The film had proven worthwhile, revealing to him that Ren Feifei's hands were as silky as her sister's. The two sisters were also delighted. With Su Liang by their side, time seemed to fly by too swiftly. They wished for this moment to be frozen in time. When Su Liang suggested staying over at her place that evening, Ren Shanshan was momentarily taken aback before her face broke into a radiant smile. Though she soon felt a wave of shyness, it was clear what Su Liang's intentions were for visiting her. She covertly glanced at her sister, Ren Feifei, who appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, her head bowed and fingers intertwined, lost in thought. The next afternoon, Ren Feifei entered the living room, where her sister was busily humming a tune in the kitchen, evidently in good spirits. Her brother-in-law was absent, likely out on an errand, leaving the atmosphere feeling somewhat empty. Upon seeing her sister emerge from the bedroom, Ren Shanshan questioned, Feifei, have you truly become accustomed to sleeping in? This is unacceptable. College has early classes. At this, Ren Feifei bristled like an offended cat. How dare you say that? Her tone was filled with indignation. Ren Shanshan felt a twinge of awkwardness. Oh, today a sun is particularly bright, isn't it? She remarked, glancing out the window and attempting to deflect the conversation. However, there was no sun to speak of. The day was overcast, and the shift in topic felt rather forced. Go freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, she added, feeling a pang of guilt under her sister's gaze, and quickly retreated into the kitchen. Ren Shanshan contemplated that her sister's presence at home was somewhat inconvenient. If only she could draw her into the scheme. As her thoughts flickered, the notion began to take root in her mind. Chapter 95. Has Sister San arrived? The innocent little rabbit toppling over on a spacious street, a Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along. Inside, Su Liang was engrossed in the tablet before him, filled with information regarding virtual currencies. Indeed, he had begun to prepare for a maneuver against Wu Zhe. The winery was an easy target. Continued pressure would suffice. According to the original trajectory, the company suppressing the winery would soon face bankruptcy. Without that suppression, the winery would soar, unstoppable. This winery possessed considerable potential, piquing Su Liang's interest, albeit slightly. It was not worthy of being absorbed into the Galaxy Group. He intended for the Su Group to take charge instead. However, the virtual currency posed a bit of a dilemma, with a few commercial titans from Wall Street pulling the strings. Yet, this merely complicated matters regarding the winery, nothing more. For Su Liang, the decision hinged on whether to take action against these business moguls and how to proceed. Should he strike at them commercially, or eliminate them discreetly for a permanent resolution? A commercial strike would require time, while assassination was relatively straightforward. I abhor complications. Let us resolve this fundamentally, he mused, picking up his phone and dialing a mysterious number. Master. The phone connected, and a voice filled with utmost reverence and fervor resonated from the other end. I have sent you a list. Deal with them. At your command. After hanging up, Su Liang played with his phone, a smile gracing his face reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. No one could discern that his earlier command had determined the fate of several business magnates on Wall Street, along with a professional team of over 100. To kill while engaging in light-hearted banter was merely routine for him. In truth, he need not resort to such extremes. There were myriad ways to handle Wu Zhe. He could even employ hackers to transfer all the virtual currency Wu had purchased. Yet, Su Liang chose this path. The audacity of these business titans attempting to profit within his territory irked him, and he found the idea of eliminating them quite appealing. By disposing of these informed individuals, he also intended to devise a system of virtual currency to reap global rewards. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Hong Yi felt a chill. To obliterate the puppeteers behind the investment in virtual currency simply for the sake of a minor character seemed excessive. However, she no longer harbored any semblance of compassion, only a deep-seated submission to Su Liang and fervent admiration. The phone rang, its chime bright and melodious. Su Liang glanced at the screen and smiled. Lin Hao's elder sister was about to make her entrance. After pressing the answer button, a voice as crisp and delightful as a lark filled the air. Liang Gu. It's confirmed. My global tour will take place in Magic City in 3 days. We shall finally meet again. Her tone brimmed with joy. Oh, you're so eager to see me? Su Liang teased. Of course. A global tour can be rather dull. I want to spend every day with you. When I arrive, you must keep me company, she replied, their relationship teetering on the brink of romance, merely a thin veil away from blossoming into something more. Dongfang Xian Yin spoke these words with an ease that belied their significance. All right, when the time comes, this nightingale shall find it impossible to escape my grasp. Su Liang replied, a smile playing on his lips, his words laden with meaning. Dongfang Xian Yin understood, her cheeks flushing slightly as her heart raced. Humph, how could you possibly capture a nightingale yearning for freedom? Then I shall confine her in a cage and nurture her as a canary. After a brief conversation, they ended the call, and Su Liang wore a thoughtful expression. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Xian Yin, her free-spirited nightingale had already transformed into a canary within his cage. Months prior, shortly after Su Liang had traversed into this realm and awakened his system, he pondered whom to target first. Senior sister Chen Jinjia. Known for her resolute character and dedication to the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, posed a formidable challenge. Second sister Xia Qingqiu, lacking the strength to confront this thorny rose, presented a significant risk. Third sister Dongfang Xian Yin, however, was the most approachable. At that time, Dongfang Xian Yin had yet to ascend to stardom. Her fame confined to domestic circles. Su Liang orchestrated a serendipitous encounter, leading to their acquaintance and mutual addition as friends. Armed with memories from his previous life, he effortlessly recited countless melodies and verses, capturing the attention of the artsy Dongfang Xian Yin, who was immediately drawn to his talent. Through their exchanges, the two quickly grew close. Su Liang seized the opportunity, expressing his willingness to provide her with these songs, on the condition that she joins his company. Dongfang Xian Yin felt conflicted. The company she was currently with was established through the connections arranged by her mentor, allowing her to avoid the darker aspects of the entertainment industry, with no one causing her trouble. Driven by her yearning for those songs, as well as her growing admiration for Su Liang's character throughout their conversations, she acquiesced. Su Liang smiled, knowing that once she entered his company, she would be akin to a fish in a barrel, easily maneuvered as he wished. At that moment, he refrained from making any immediate moves. Firstly, because forceful actions would yield no rewards, and secondly, he believed she was not yet sufficiently renowned. He planned to wait until she became a global superstar, at which point he would seize the opportunity to claim her, resulting in an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. After Dongfang Xian Yin joined the company, Su Liang kept his word, providing her with a plethora of songs. These songs held no value for him. Relinquishing his status as a top-tier heir to become a star singer would be a significant blow to his prestige. Thus, keeping them was akin to holding on to a mere trinket. It was far better to entrust them to Dongfang Xian Yin, allowing them to shine brightly in the world. From that moment on, Dongfang Xian Yin began to rise to fame, akin to the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. With the Su group supporting her openly and the protection of the Tianwang operating covertly, her path to stardom was seamless. Months passed, and under Su Liang's guidance, Dongfang Xian Yin achieved global recognition. Countless commercial giants sought collaboration with her, yet she declined them all. These magnates felt regretful, yet helpless, unable to employ the usual tactics of suppression against Dongfang Xian Yin, for she had the Su group standing firmly behind her. Fortunately, they had refrained from making any moves, as those who had sought to cause her trouble had long since vanished without a trace. As Dongfang Xuanyin's fame soared, her relationship with Su Liang also blossomed. It had reached a point where a mere push would send them tumbling into deeper affections. Su Liang stroked his chin, his gaze filled with intrigue. The little rabbit had grown plump. It was time for him to savor the delicacy. Chapter 96. A chance encounter with Su Liang alters one's destiny. The mother-in-law eagerly awaits her son-in-law. Across the ocean, in a lavishly decorated villa, a graceful figure sat elegantly upon the sofa, dressed in a sky-blue gown. She exuded an air of poise and elegance, her face breathtakingly beautiful. With a slight blush and a smile gracing her lips, she captivated all who beheld her. This was Dongfang Xian Yin, who had just been in conversation with Su Liang. The thought of returning to the bustling city to meet him filled her with exhilaration. Ever since their acquaintance, she had been deeply enchanted by his talents and charismatic personality. The significant portion of her current fame was largely due to Su Liang's support. Upon learning of her dream to stand before the screen, he gifted her with those chart-topping songs and arranged endless resources to promote her. Upon hearing of her yearning for freedom and desire to explore the world, he organized a global tour for her. Su Liang has consistently devoted himself to her without ever seeking any recompense, leaving Dongfang Xianyan profoundly touched. Unbeknownst to her, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift carries a price, often pre-established. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her mobile phone disrupted her reverie. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was her mother calling, and a look of resignation washed over her face. Recently, her mother had been incessantly urging her to find a boyfriend, prompting her to feel reluctant to answer the calls. How could she possibly find a suitor? Since meeting Su Liang, no other man could capture her heart. Once she had glimpsed Su Liang, it felt as if she had sealed her fate. Is there a man in the world more perfect than Su Liang? The answer is unequivocally no. There never has been, there isn't now, and there never will be. Suddenly, a thought flickered in her mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. She wondered if Su Liang would be willing to be her boyfriend. Their current relationship was such that they could share anything and joke freely, yet Su Liang had not yet broken through the final barrier. If he remained silent, it would be even more awkward for her as a girl. She certainly did not want Su Liang to perceive her as a frivolous woman. An apt description of their relationship would be, not quite lovers, yet more than friends. She couldn't help but recall Su Liang's seemingly profound words earlier. Could it be that he intended to confess his feelings upon returning? Would she agree? Or rather, should she agree? Would it be too presumptuous to refer to him as her boyfriend in advance? As she pondered, the call connected, but before she could utter more than a few words, a sigh escaped the mature woman on the other end. I'm not worried about your career, but I am concerned about your lifelong happiness. When will you bring home a son-in-law? I wish to close my eyes in peace. Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean by close my eyes in peace? Dongfang Xianyan retorted internally, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Isn't it just a boyfriend? I've already found one. Really? The woman's tone was laden with skepticism. Of course it's true. Do you not trust your daughter? I do not. Dongfang Xianyan, exasperated, was taken aback when her mother quickly added, all right, I believe you. Aren't you returning to the capital in 3 days? Bring your boyfriend home for me to meet. If your future husband doesn't come back with you, don't bother returning to see me. It's settled then. Goodbye. With a finality that left no room for argument, the line went dead. Dongfang Xianyan was left in a state of bewilderment. The conversation had concluded so swiftly that she scarcely had the opportunity to retort. Fine, I'll bring him along. Who's afraid? She muttered defiantly, shaking her fist, while internally grappling with how to persuade Su Liang to pretend to be her boyfriend. Just as she was pondering how to express her feelings, the door was knocked upon. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous thoughts, she regained her usual poised demeanor. Come in. Entering was her female manager, one of the bodyguards Su Liang had assigned to protect Dongfang Xianyan. Indeed, she was just one among them. Beside her stood numerous bodyguards, with over a dozen skilled fighters among them. Dongfang Xianyan had become exceedingly renowned, drawing a multitude of troubles her way. Moreover, in this foreign land, rife with gunfire, she faced waves of marauders daily. Yet, all disturbances were resolved quietly and without a trace. Even the masterminds behind the chaos were eradicated, resulting in over 10,000 deaths within a month, either directly or indirectly. Now, aside from a few reckless youths, the number of troublemakers had significantly dwindled, as many sensed the formidable power safeguarding Dongfang Xianyan. The car halted in front of a villa. Upon learning that Su Liang was arriving, a figure clad in a maid's uniform awaited him at the door. As he approached, the little maid obediently called out master and knelt to assist him in changing his shoes. This scene, if witnessed by those familiar with her, would surely evoke shock and disbelief. The formidable queen of the underworld reduced to a mere maid. Su Liang caressed her head, a smile appearing in his eyes. Before Dongfang Xianyan's arrival, he intended to enjoy the company of her 2 senior sisters for comparison. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Su Liang had visited Chen Jinjia, but spent most of his time with Xia Qingqiu. He sensed that she no longer harbored intentions of resistance. A slap followed by a sweet date. The next step was to treat her well and cultivate goodwill. Just like with Lu Ruolin, this process would be effortless, and Su Liang was in no rush. Now, his gaze turned towards the direction of the Magic City Sports Center, where Dongfang Xianyan's concert was to be held that very night. Hongi drove the car over and opened the door for him. Meanwhile, at Wu Zhe's residence, Lin Hao also set off, feeling compelled to attend the concert of the 3rd senior sister. Wu Zhe wished to go as well, but due to his mobility issues, he could only lament his inability to attend. At the Magic City Sports Center, the scene outside was a sea of humanity. A glance revealed a multitude of heads, all fans of Dongfang Xianyan, with a considerable number of male admirers as well as female followers. The reason many remained outside rather than entering was due to the overwhelming popularity of Dongfang Xianyan's concert. Tickets vanished in an instant upon release, a phenomenon almost unbelievable.